It is often said that a daughter is a lover from a previous life. What if one's former self was the king of the sea? I find myself in a perplexing situation as a renowned screenwriter traversing time, not confronting a thriving entertainment empire with its myriad palaces, but rather a veritable garden of children. 1. The King of the Sea. The award for Best Screenwriter at the 30th annual ceremony goes to. As the words echoed, a wave of applause erupted before Zhang Tan. A middle-aged man with braids leaped to his feet, exuberantly raising his fists in triumph, casting a provocative glance back at him. Zhang Tan's lips moved in silent expletives, his right hand instinctively reaching into the pocket of his suit, where a small piece of paper resided his acceptance speech, painstakingly prepared over the course of an hour the night before, now rendered utterly useless. It is often said that one should not tempt fate more than thrice. However, Zhang Tan, a favorite for the Golden Rooster Award, had been a perennial runner-up for 3 consecutive years. Expecting to finally seize victory, he instead faced this unforeseen outcome, the sound of applause and astonishment swirling around him, reflecting a shared disbelief. That evening, Zhang Tan opted out of the celebratory banquet, choosing instead to drown his sorrows alone at a bar, ultimately collapsing on the roadside. Upon awakening the following day, he felt as though dozens of needles were piercing his head, waves of pain crashing over him as he instinctively thumped his temples. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by a cacophony of noise above him. A blue ceiling fan whirled lazily. Turning his head, he beheld a group of young men and women enjoying breakfast, while he lay sprawled across a row of dining tables. He immediately flipped over and sat up, surrounded by curious onlookers who were whispering amongst themselves while continuing their morning repast. Where is this place? He recalled the previous night spent at the bar, and then stepping outside, only to find himself illuminated by the spotlight, ascending the stage amidst a sea of eager faces, receiving the Golden Rooster Award from the hands of the glamorous actress. Her hands were so soft and smooth, stirring something within him. Zhang Tan shook his head, realizing that there was no spotlight above him, only the whirring of an electric fan, making him feel as if it might fall and jolt him back to reality. The enchanting actress was nowhere to be found, and he couldn't believe how slippery his own thigh felt. Fortunately, it had not slipped further. "This is the Beijing Film Academy," remarked a short-haired girl standing closest to him. Zhang Tan stood in stunned silence. The academy? How had he ended up here? Wait, Beijing? No, Beiping? He reached into his pocket, discovering nothing, and realized that he was not clad in the suit he had worn at the Golden Rooster Awards. Hence, there was no speech of gratitude for the organizers. The sun shone brightly, illuminating everything in a dazzling light. Zhang Tan stepped out of the cafeteria, his surroundings appearing vibrant yet surreal. A bright red 5-star flag waved in the wind on the flagpole, and the bulletin board before him displayed various job postings, the most conspicuous of which proclaimed Beiping Bank campus recruitment to be held on June 25th at the first venue. Beiping Bank. Could it truly be Beiping? Zhang Tan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, still in disbelief. Students passing by cast curious glances his way, and following their stares, Zhang Tan reached behind him and pulled off a note. "Scoundrel, go to hell." The elegant handwriting sent a chill down his spine. Zhang Tan thought, who posted this? Bah, scoundrel! A vision of a beautiful girl materialized in his mind, glaring at him with disdain, spitting onto the ground. She possessed 2 charming dimples, yet her gaze was filled with contempt. Bah, scoundrel! Another voice, this time spitting directly at his face. After several iterations, Zhang sighed, shaking his head to dispel the swarm of angry young women who had invaded his thoughts. The scoundrel was already dead. There was no need for collateral damage. He settled onto a bench by the lake, his mind a flurry of thoughts that needed untangling. He had traversed dimensions. Remarkable. Not far off, a group of recent graduates posed for photographs, clad in black gowns, their laughter carried by the breeze. That one seems to be the Casanova. Upon hearing this, Zhang turned to look. These faces seemed somewhat familiar. One had just appeared in his mind, delivering a fierce spit in his direction. It dawned on him these were his classmates. Today marked their graduation day, a monumental occasion in their lives. While everyone was engrossed in capturing graduation photos, he sat by the lake, reeking and lost in thought. Instinctively, Zhang rose to join them, but halted, glancing down at his attire shirt and Jianso out of place among the others. He rummaged through his memories, confirming he had no knowledge of today's photo session. No one had informed him. As he hesitated, the group's graduation photo concluded, erupting into cheers as caps soared into the air. Zhang, why are you so late? He smells awful. The Casanova arrives laid off drinking again, I presume. Haha, it's the Casanova. Some jest, some tease, and others revel in schadenfreude. It appears that the original owner of this body is rather unpopular. Zhang Tan, upon witnessing this, managed a forced smile before decisively turning away. He recalled more, such as his lackluster interpersonal relationships within the class and the unflattering nickname he bore Sea King. This was by no means a term of endearment. It was bestowed upon him by an ex-girlfriend, who took it upon herself to disseminate it widely. The full title was Sea King Type Scumbag. When one believed they had entered the depths of Zhang Tan's heart, they were merely swimming in his small pond, and when they thought that Zhang Tan merely had a pond, they were mistaken was in fact a Sea King, ruling over the 7 seas. Such is the essence of the Sea King type scumbag, modest yet capable of accommodating a multitude of concubines in his vast harem. Bah, scumbag, Zhang Tan scoffed upon understanding this facet of himself. The following day, in the dormitory, Zhang Tan awoke to find his head no longer throbbing. His phone, resting beside his pillow, buzzed incessantly, indicating 999 unread messages in the class WeChat group. As graduation approached, everyone was bidding farewell, expressing their reluctance to part. The most recent message was from his roommate, conveying sentiments of nostalgia and camaraderie. Sitting up in bed, Zhang Tan surveyed his surroundings. The dormitory was now empty, with only him remaining, no one to bid him farewell. He gazed at the bustling phone and the desolate dormitory, shaking his head, feeling as though he had been isolated. Upon rising, he brushed his teeth and washed his face, gazing into the mirror at his reflection. He stood tall, over 180 centimeters, with a slender physique, a pale yet handsome visage, and long hair tied back into a ponytail. His name was Zhang Tan, a 22-year-old graduate of the Beijing Film Academy's directing department, known for his fervent pursuits of romantic conquest during his university years, having cycled through a multitude of girlfriends, earning the moniker Sea King. What led him to awaken on a cafeteria table after a night's slumber? Recently, he had secured a position as an assistant to a director in a television drama production through connections. However, a disruption caused by an ex-girlfriend resulted in his dismissal, leaving him engulfed in anger and disappointment. In a drunken stupor, he lost himself to the night, perhaps succumbing to his intoxication. With such a splendid exterior, yet a failure in life, Zhang Tan remarked to his reflection, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a train ticket. Beijing West, G 7008 Pujiang East. The time was set for 11 a.m. on June 28th, which was today, with an hour and a half remaining before departure. Zhang Tan, orphaned at a young age, had been raised by his grandparents in Pujiang. Both elders had passed away last year, leaving him with an ancestral home and a school. After being expelled from the production team the previous day, driven by a sense of defiance, he purchased a train ticket heading south. Had he been the same Zhang Tan as before, this ticket would have surely been discarded, for his intention was to establish himself in Beijing. Yet now, without hesitation, he resolved to venture south to Pujiang. This Pujiang mirrored the familiarity of Shanghai to him. He had spent nearly a decade there, accustomed to its customs and culture until today. Having packed his belongings and secured the windows and doors, he descended the stairs and traversed the university campus, where he had lived for 4 years. He waved farewell to the bustling entrance, bidding adieu to the memories of his past self, Zhang Tan, and the wild youth of those 4 years. At 11 o'clock, he boarded the train, and by 4:30 in the afternoon, it came to a halt at Pujiang East. Zhang Tan disembarked with the throng, curiously surveying the world of Pujiang City, which bore a striking resemblance to his recollections of Shanghai. Pujiang Grand Theater has arrived, announced the voice in the subway, and it dawned on Zhang Tan that he had unwittingly taken the route to the Pujiang Grand Theater. Just yesterday, he had attended the 30th Golden Rooster Awards there, and after a brief slumber, he found himself in Beiping, transformed into another version of himself. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped off, exited the station, and arrived outside the Pujiang Grand Theater. The night was gradually enveloping the surroundings. The theater was remarkably tranquil, illuminated by the soft glow of lights in the square, where only a few pedestrians meandered about. The notice board displayed the theater's schedule for the upcoming week. A symphony concert, Me and My Motherland. A grand farce, Oh Mama. There was no mention of the 30th Golden Rooster Awards, confirming once more that these two worlds bore no intersection. The times have changed, the world has transformed significantly. Zhang Tan mused as he gazed upon the magnificent structure. He re-entered the subway station, switched to Line 1, and alighted at Zichangan Street, seeking the ancestral home left by his grandparents, guided by his memories. Zichangan Street is a bustling area of Pujiang, yet it harbors a vast urban village, and it is within this enclave that Zhang Tan's ancestral residence is situated. The ancestral home spans over 500 square meters, yet has fallen into disrepair and is uninhabitable. After surveying the surroundings, Zhang Tan entered a barber shop, where only one barber was present. The barber, clad in a faded white tank top, with a protruding belly and an age that could easily be that of Zhang's grandfather, was busy shelling peas in preparation for dinner. Upon noticing a customer, he lifted his gaze, squinting slightly, and broke into a grin. "Ah, I finally waited for you." He set aside the peas and seized a pair of large scissors, swiftly cutting off Zhang Tan's little braid, leaving him with a short crop. Zhang gazed at his reflection in the mirror. Noticing a significant transformation, he appeared fresh and clean, and with this new look, he was no longer the same Zhang Tan. His demeanor was entirely different, to the extent that even his classmates would hesitate to assert that he was the same Zhang Haiwang they once knew. "How much do I owe you?" "I'll pay you. I've long found that braid of yours quite bothersome." Being from the same village, the barber recognized Zhang Tan and had been irritated by the sight of his braid swaying in front of him. Today, he finally had the opportunity to rectify that. Amused and bemused, Zhang Tan exited with 5 yuan in hand and made his way to the Little Red Horse Academy. This was another property left to him by his grandparents, also situated in the urban village, just beside the bustling West Chang'an Street. On one side lay the modest homes of the village, shrouded in trees, while across the street stood towering buildings, shopping malls, and bars, all in a splendid array of lights and life. The night had deepened, a slender crescent moon hung in the sky, and the Little Red Horse Academy was ablaze with light. Zhang Tan raised his hand to glance at his watch. It was 6:30 in the evening. The regular school had already dismissed its students, but this was the night school, which only operated after dark. A pink electric scooter came to a halt at the entrance of the school, its rider a man in his 30s, clad in a yellow delivery uniform. He gently lifted a little girl, around 3 or 4 years old, from the front of the scooter, securing her small backpack on her back while encouraging her to go inside and play with her friends. The little girl, however, was not inclined to seek the company of her peers. She yearned solely for her father and clung stubbornly to his trousers, refusing to let go. The man was compelled to dismount from the scooter, kneeling before the child and speaking softly. "Daddy has to go to work now, but how about you go inside and find your friends to play with? We promised we would do this." With tears wiped from her cheeks, the little girl reluctantly made her way into the school, her expression one of sorrow. Zhang Tan lingered at the entrance of the Little Red Horse Academy for an extended period, causing the vigilant gatekeeper to approach him with a questioning demeanor. "Is there something you need?" he inquired. Zhang Tan responded with a smile. "Oldly, have you forgotten me?" "It's Zhang Tan." The gatekeeper paused, scrutinizing him before recognition dawned. "Ah, it's young Master Zhang. I barely recognized you with your new haircut. Have you returned for the summer break?" Zhang Tan replied. "I have graduated from university and come back to Pujiang." The gatekeeper expressed his approval. "That's wonderful. Make sure to stay in Pujiang more often." As they engaged in idle chatter, a sudden commotion erupted from within the academy and a group emerged. Leading the procession were 2 uniformed police officers, one male and one female, the latter cradling a small girl in her arms. Behind them trailed a throng of wailing children. A little girl clad in red burst forth from the classroom, brandishing a water gun as she sprinted towards the officers, gripping one of them tightly. "You wicked villains. Return my doll. If you dare to leave, I'll shoot," she declared, aiming her toy weapon at them. Her words were laced with a strong Sichuan dialect, and her fierce demeanor suggested she was ready for a confrontation. Teachers from the academy rushed over to mediate, urging her to communicate calmly and refrain from violence. "What is happening?" Zhang Tan queried, puzzled. Oldly, adjusting his security uniform, stood tall. These are officers from the local precinct. The principal called them in. Alas, there is a little girl, just 4 years old, who has been in our care for 2 days without being picked up, and we have been unable to reach her family. It seems she may have been abandoned. One can only call the police station, requesting them to bring the child back and see if they can locate any relatives. What is happening now? Zhang Tan inquired. Old Li observed the children in red attire, who were playfully pursuing and cornering 2 police officers, causing a cacophony of cries, leaving him in a state of bemusement. Among these children, the little girl in red, named Xiaobai, had only arrived 3 months prior, and she had barely known Xiaomi for a month. Although the Little Red Horse Academy had been established for over a decade, Zhang Tan had little understanding of it. Previously, he had shown no interest whatsoever, never bothering to inquire or learn about its operations, as his interests lay solely in bars, clubs, luxury goods, and beautiful women. Are there quite a number of abandoned children in the academy? Zhang Tan asked. Old Li's expression and tone suggested he was quite familiar with the situation. Indeed, the gatekeeper, Old Li, nodded. There have been several instances. As you know, families who send their children here are not in the best of circumstances. The Little Red Horse Academy spans over 900 square meters and was once a legitimate kindergarten, where most children from the urban village attended school. 3 years ago, it was transformed into a nighttime academy by the grandparents, operating from 5:30 p.m. to 1 a.m., catering to night workers in the city, such as the delivery workers Zhang Tan had just observed. Due to their need to work at night and the absence of caregivers, they entrusted their children to the Little Red Horse Nighttime Academy, picking them up after their shifts. Pujiang is a sleepless city, where the Little Red Horse Academy is situated in a bustling urban area, adjacent to Chang'an Street, which is bustling with well-dressed elites during the day, transforms into a vibrant nightlife scene at night, filled with the dazzling lights and lively atmosphere of bars, frequented by fashionable young men and women, with shops operating around the clock. Behind this opulence lies a multitude of diligent workers, reminiscent of ants, whose efforts often go unnoticed. If one delves deeper, closer to the mire, their silhouettes can be discerned in large numbers. The Late Night Academy is dedicated to serving these individuals. The children brought to the Late Night Academy typically come from less fortunate backgrounds, representing the lower middle-class laborers of Pujiang's sleepless city. Striving in such an international metropolis brings immense pressure. Some parents, unable to cope, abandon their children at the academy. While such occurrences are rare, they are not unheard of, and the gatekeeper, Old Li, has witnessed some. Thus he remains unfazed by the scene before him. A young girl, cradled in the arms of a police officer, weeps bitterly, desperately trying to break free. A throng of children pursue and shout, their angry little voices rising in protest against the police officers. While the teacher's attempts at soothing them prove futile, the female officer, holding the girl, helplessly reassures, "Children, we are not bad people. We are police officers, here to take Xiaomi to find her mother." Director Huang, a woman in her 50s, also hailing from the urban village, has known Zhang Tan's grandparents for decades and has been managing the academy all along. "Let me speak to everyone," she implores. "Xiaobai, can you please let go for a moment?" The police Annie is a good person. She is taking Xiaomi to find her mother. The little girl clad in red paused momentarily upon hearing the words, yet she clung fiercely to the policewoman's garment, vociferously declaring that Xiaomi was her dear friend and should not be taken away, for she was no villain. Director Huang and others attempted to console the tearful children, but their efforts bore little fruit, and the situation became increasingly chaotic. Ultimately, with no other recourse, the teachers restrained the children, allowing the police to escort Xiaomi away swiftly. This only amplified the outcry, the wails escalating to a heart-wrenching crescendo reminiscent of a tragic farewell. All the children wept, save for one, Xiaobai. Not only did she refrain from tears, but her expression grew even more fiercely adorable, akin to a stray puppy, emitting a small, fierce growl. While all the other children were captured, Xiaobai broke free, determined to reclaim her Xiaomi. Just as she was about to reach her friend, a hand shot out from the side, seizing her. It was Zhang Tan. The 2 police officers exchanged a grateful glance with him as they hurriedly departed with Xiaomi. Xiaobai shouted loudly, attempting to bite Zhang Tan's hand. Zhang Tan winced in pain, instinctively releasing his grip, allowing Xiaobai to dart away like a little rabbit, chasing after the police car and calling out until she stumbled and fell, landing on the ground. Her little water gun slipped from her grasp, and she watched helplessly as the police car vanished from her sight, sorrowfully crying out, "You wicked villains!" At last, tears streamed down her cheeks. mirroring the other children's sorrow. Half an hour later, Zhang Tan sat in the clinic, receiving a tetanus shot and having his wound bandaged. I am truly sorry, Zhang Tan, that you encountered this incident right after your return. I promised to educate Xiaobai properly, he said, accompanied by Director Huang, who had also come to the clinic. Zhang Tan reflected on the child, Xiaobai, who had wept the most sorrowfully at the end. He found it difficult to hold any resentment towards her and, with a resigned shake of his head, thought, perhaps we should allow them a proper farewell. The farewell had lingered for quite some time, and as the days passed, the reluctance to part grew stronger. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Come to my house, he urged. No, I'm not hungry right now, came the reply. Don't be shy. Knowing you were coming today, I prepared something special, she insisted. Upon arriving at Aunt Huang's home, she was accompanied by her husband, and a lavish spread awaited them at the table. Zhang Tan has arrived. What happened to your hand? Aunt Huang's husband inquired. Zhang Tan provided a brief explanation, revealing it was related to Xiaobai. Aunt Huang's husband seemed quite familiar with her. What about a Fong and a Mei? Zhang Tan asked. Aunt Huang gestured for him to sit down and set the table. A Fong has married and purchased a home in Minhang. He has a family now. A Mei is on a business trip to Yuezhou and won't be back for a few days. Time flies, Zhang Tan remarked. Indeed, let's have a drink, she suggested. No. I was hungover yesterday, and my head has just started to feel better. I dare not drink. Good that you're not drinking. It's harmful to your health. Just enjoy the food, she replied. Aunt Huang's culinary skills were exceptional. After dinner, her husband cleared the table while Zhang Tan and Aunt Huang returned to the academy. I'll show you to your room. It's ready on the 3rd floor, she said, offering to help with his suitcase, but Zhang Tan had already taken hold of it. On the 3rd floor, there were 4 rooms. Aunt Huang designated the largest room at the end of the corridor for Zhang Tan, which spanned over 90 square meters. This place was originally a dormitory for children, but it has been transformed into a spacious living area, albeit with somewhat antiquated furniture. If it proves inadequate, I shall procure replacements tomorrow. The residence comprises a living room, a bedroom, a balcony, and a bathroom, with all necessary furnishings in place. As Aunt Huang remarked, while some items are indeed aged, they exude a warmth, having been relocated from the ancestral home. Zhang Tan's return to Pujiang was a spontaneous decision made just today, and he arrived almost immediately thereafter. The renovations here commenced after the Spring Festival this year, as the Zhang family's old house was in disrepair. With Zhang Tan lacking a place to stay, Aunt Huang repurposed this space for him, ensuring he would have a home upon his return to Pujiang. The place has been impeccably cleaned, and the furnishings are quite satisfactory, negating the need for new purchases. Thank you, Aunt Huang, for your thoughtful efforts, Zhang Tan expressed gratefully. Aunt Huang couldn't help but gaze at him a moment longer, vividly recalling the Spring Festival when Zhang Tan sported a peculiar hairstyle of intertwined yellow and purple braids. After paying homage to his late relatives, he spent his days reveling with friends until the early hours. On one occasion, inebriated, he stumbled into the schoolyard, frightening the children into screams. She had dismissed him, considering his threats of expelling her as mere drunken ramblings. However, her impression of him had sunk to a new low, and she had even contemplated the worst-case scenario of his expulsion, which would be a disservice to the wishes of the 2 departed elders. Today, upon his return, Zhang Tan presented a refreshing change. Gone were the dazzlingly eccentric hairstyles, replaced with a clean and composed appearance. He now exudes maturity and sincerity, treating others with respect and frequently expressing gratitude, rendering him almost unrecognizable from his former self. Perhaps the passing of his grandparents has catalyzed his sudden maturation. Aunt Huang felt a profound sense of solace, hoping that this transformation is not merely transient. The Pujiang Film Studio, despite its location in a bustling urban area, exudes an exceptional tranquility. The lush greenery envelopes the surroundings, muffling the clamor of the city. From the window, a verdant vista unfolds, separating the academy from Shichang'an Street, imparting an exquisite sense of seclusion amidst the urban sprawl. Zhang Tan lay in bed, his eyes wide open in the darkness, contemplating matters both from his past life and the present. Such endless pondering bore little fruit. He resolved to embrace life wholeheartedly. Closing his eyes, he turned over and soon succumbed to slumber. The following morning, he was roused by the cheerful chirping of a flock of birds perched on the branches outside. A flourishing mulberry tree, a rarity in the city, stood proudly nearby. Zhang Tan stepped onto the balcony, inhaling deeply the fresh air, surrounded by a verdant canopy. While high-rise buildings loomed in the distance, faint sounds of traffic wafting through the air. It truly was a splendid place. The academy, which had been lively the night before, now basked in a serene stillness during the day. Zhang Tan donned his running shoes and set off on a light jog in the courtyard. His body felt somewhat feeble, necessitating exercise. After completing 10 laps, Aunt Huang appeared, watching him with an approving gaze as he approached. "Good morning, Zhang Tan. I brought you breakfast," she said. He halted, wiped the sweat from his brow, and accepted the breakfast bag, glancing inside with a smile. "Wow, this looks delightful. I see zongzi rice balls. Thank you, Aunt Huang, for remembering my preferences." Pleased by the compliment, Aunt Huang's spirits lifted as she replied, "Of course I remember. Your grandmother's zongzi rice balls were renowned in the village. They were my favorite treat when I was a child." As the two conversed merrily, they returned to the teaching building. Zhang Tan, after a brief respite in his room and a refreshing shower, enjoyed his breakfast before making his way to Aunt Huang's office. A subtle aroma of tea wafted through the air, with 2 cups of delicate tea placed upon the table, while the purple clay pot emitted the soft sounds of bubbling water coming to a boil. Aunt Huang began to enlighten him about the state of the academy. The late-night academy had been operating at a loss, struggling to balance its finances, and the funds remaining in the account were dwindling. Since its transformation into a late-night academy, the income and expenditure had become increasingly difficult to reconcile. On one hand, the number of children enrolled had decreased by more than half, while on the other, the fees remained modest. "How many children are currently at the academy?" Zhang Tan inquired, taking a sip of tea that bore a hint of bitterness, which effectively countered the lingering greasiness and sweetness on his palate. He had yet to acclimatize to the sweetness of Pujiang. "Currently, there are 30 children, and this number tends to fluctuate only slightly," Aunt Huang responded. The late-night academy had a limited enrollment, as it did not operate on a semester basis. Rather, fees were calculated weekly, resulting in a considerable turnover of students. Zhang Tan nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that due to the absence of teaching obligations, the primary function of the late-night academy was childcare. Many parents, engrossed in their work and often required to work late hours, entrusted their children to the academy, with payments made weekly, thus rendering it accessible and practical. He pondered the initial reasoning of his grandparents, who had transformed a well-established academy into this late-night venture, leading to its current financial predicament. "How much is left in the account?" Zhang Tan asked. Aunt Huang handed him the ledger, stating 100,000. As Zhang Tan diligently examined the account books, he paused momentarily before continuing. "It seems we can sustain the academy's operations for another 6 months." Zhang Tan nodded, returned the account book, raised his teacup, and drained its contents in one swift motion. He then rose to leave, remarking before exiting, "There's no need for concern. The funds will be deposited in due time." Ascending the stairs, he returned to his chamber, seated himself at his writing desk, pushed open the window, and activated his computer to peruse job listings. Financially strained, he once enjoyed prosperity, but it had all been squandered. Upon checking his bank account, he discovered a meager sum of less than 10,000 remaining. His earlier reassurances to Aunt Huang were merely to placate her. He needed to secure employment promptly. During his train journey from Beiping to Pujiang, he gained a comprehensive understanding of this world, where everything seemed ambiguous, particularly in the realm of the entertainment industry. Where he had once flourished as a screenwriter, he realized that none of the films and television series he was familiar with existed in this reality. He accessed a recruitment website, searching for screenwriting positions. The film and television industry was notoriously treacherous. Mere talent was insufficient for success. Despite having been nominated 3 times for Best Screenwriter, he had always been a runner-up, and to suggest that external factors had no influence would be utterly implausible. He could replicate his previous screenplays or even adapt a renowned masterpiece. However, the notion of crafting a script akin to Infernal Affairs, sending it to a prominent director, or publicly posting it on an online forum in hopes of attracting a discerning talent scout was nothing short of fanciful thinking. Based on Zhang Tan's extensive experience in the industry, such endeavors resembled searching for a needle in a haystack, with minimal chances of success. Suddenly, a recruitment notice appeared on his computer screen. The Pujiang Film Studio is earnestly seeking 2 screenwriters, offering generous compensation. Upon seeing the words Pujiang Film Studio, Zhang Tan naturally recalled his grandmother's fan. He would sit on a small stool watching mecha warriors transform, while his grandmother sat beside him, fanning him to ward off mosquitoes. He watched the animated films produced by Pujiang Film Studio, as his grandmother gazed at him with eyes full of affection. In Pujiang, the leading entity among film companies is undoubtedly the Pujiang Film Studio, a century-old brand that has witnessed countless individuals grow up watching their animated features. On a national scale, the Pujiang Film Studio ranks among the top 3. The recruitment notice stipulated that along with the resume, a script must be submitted, with merely an outline of the story sufficing. Which script should he write? Zhang Tin pondered as he gazed out at the mulberry trees. The greatest strength and core business of the Pujiang Film Studio lies in animation, having produced numerous beloved animated films, garnering countless awards both domestically and internationally. The most prudent approach, of course, would be to craft an anime story script. Although Zhang Tan had previously worked in live-action film and had never ventured into animation, the principles of scriptwriting remained fundamentally unchanged. Moreover, he regularly indulged in anime, retaining at least a fleeting memory of those he had watched. Such as the immensely popular series, this hero is clearly very strong yet overly cautious prior to his transmigration. He had analyzed this anime, recognizing that its most compelling and innovative aspect was the paradoxical characterization of being both exceptionally strong and excessively cautious. These two opposing personas crafted a narrative brimming with dramatic tension. Zhang Tin could not recall the specific details of the anime, as his memory did not serve him well in that regard. However, this was of little consequence. He possessed a unique methodology for expanding upon storylines, requiring only to grasp the essence of the creative concept. For him, it sufficed to capture that idea, enabling him to compose a splendid script. Creativity was the most invaluable asset. He began by outlining the 8 essential elements of storytelling on his computer: characters, desires, actions, central conflict, obstacles, outcomes, positive values, and negative values. Following the fundamental narrative structure of introduction, development, climax, and resolution, he drafted 10 sequences, each constructed around the 8 elements. This was a formula. While one need not adhere strictly to it during the writing process, it often proved useful. As the sun shifted from hanging in front of him to casting its light behind, the fading rays illuminated Zhang Tan's back. At last, he completed a 10,000-word outline for a hero's journey, along with his resume, which he submitted to the recruitment email of the Pujiang Film Studio. Having accomplished this, Zhang Tan hesitated for a moment, changed his attire, and stepped outside. The guard at the gate, Old Li, greeted him. "Young Master Zhang, off you go?" Zhang Tan replied, "I'm heading to the cemetery to pay respects to my grandparents." Old Li responded solemnly, "Ah, that is only fitting." For 2 consecutive days, there was no word from the Pujiang Film Studio. Zhang Tan, unwilling to remain idle, sought out 2 other job opportunities, submitted his resume, and even interviewed with one of them, which he passed. However, the terms were far from his expectations, and he graciously declined. Searching online for job postings yielded no suitable options, and after closing his laptop, he resolved to visit the job market the following day. Zhang Tan stretched, noticing that the sky outside had darkened, and the tranquil Xiaohongma Academy was gradually coming to life. The children had begun to arrive in succession. Having dined out for the past few days, Zhang Tan felt inspired today and prepared 2 dishes for himself. After finishing dinner, he descended to the courtyard for a stroll, the cheerful chatter of children filling the air around him. Xiaohongma Academy boasts a spacious courtyard, surrounded by numerous camphor trees, locust trees, golden osmanthus, and 2 mulberry trees. The establishment comprises 2 buildings, both 3 stories high and constructed of red bricks. However, currently, only one building is in use. The first floor serves as a recreational area for the children. The second floor houses their dormitories and the teachers' offices, while the third floor is occupied solely by Zhang Tan, who also uses it for storage. The other building remains unoccupied at present. Before it was transformed into a late-night academy, both buildings were in operation, but now, with fewer children, the additional space is unnecessary. As Zhang Tan contemplated this, he suddenly heard an exclamation. In the dim light of evening, a child collided with him, tumbling head over heels. Zhang Tan hurried to assist. "Are you all right?" he inquired in a gentle tone. A tender voice, tinged with a Sichuan accent, responded, "I've been knocked over. Who are you?" Zhang Tan paused for a moment, recognizing the dialect and recalling the little girl who had bitten him a couple of days earlier. "I'm so sorry, I didn't see you. Did it hurt?" He helped the child to her feet. She was a petite girl with short hair, her small face barely larger than his palm, adorned with a pointed chin and large, expressive eyes. She donned a vibrant red tracksuit, complete with long sleeves and trousers. emblazoned with the large white characters for China on either side of the zipper at her chest. The cuffs were frayed, as if nibbled by a tiny mouse, and the fabric had faded somewhat from repeated washes. Zhang, having only glimpsed such attire in his memories, found it evocative of a bygone era. Who else could it be but the little white sneaker that had nibbled on him? His shoes and the hems of his pants were speckled with sand, while a small red plastic bucket lay at his feet. Just moments ago, Little White had rushed over, clutching that very bucket, and in the dim light of the evening, had collided with his leg, spilling its sandy contents everywhere. "Who are you? I've never seen you before," Little White exclaimed, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized him. Suddenly, her eyes widened in recognition. "It's you, Poopy Black." Zhang. Without a moment's hesitation, Little White turned and fled, abandoning the bucket as though he might devour her. Zhang. It seemed he had earned the enmity of a child, who had bestowed upon him the unflattering nickname of Poopy Black, a title far less appealing than that of Sea King, at the very least in terms of superficial charm. Zhang observed as Little White dashed to the security guard, boldly, conversing and pointing in his direction, likely to lodge a complaint. I would wager on a packet of spicy strips that it was anything but flattering. Indeed, Little White was lowering her voice, urgently exclaiming to Old Li, "Oh no, oh no, a bad guy called Poopy Black has come." Old Li inquired, "Where's this villain?" Little White pointed towards Zhang, standing under a distant street lamp. "It's him. The Poopy Black from last time, someone I've never seen before. He's going to find other kids. We must catch him." Old Li, upon recognizing Zhang, replied, "That's not a bad person. That's the owner of our academy." Xiaobai inquired in astonishment, "Boss?" Lao Li replied, "The boss owns everything here." Xiaobai paused, seemingly struggling to reconcile the notion that this could indeed be the boss. The charming dialect of Sichuan slipped out again. "He-s a rascal, truly wicked. Just now, he nearly set me ablaze with fury. I find him rather peculiar." Lao Li chuckled at this. "Peculiar? You mustn't let the boss hear that." When Xiaobai first arrived at the academy, he could hardly comprehend this delightful dialect. Yet this little one was quite the chatterbox, often seeking Lao Li's company, gradually cultivating his understanding. The term peculiar is not a compliment. It implies one is somewhat eccentric or afflicted. Despite acknowledging the boss's authority, Xiaobai remained undeterred in his challenge. With Xiaomi taken away, he firmly believed the culprit was indeed the rascal. If it weren't for him blocking the way, Xiaobai could have reached Xiaomi and rescued her. "Grandfather, take this water gun and eliminate the boss. Give him a good whack." Xiaobai handed his small water gun to Lao Li, urging him towards folly. Lao Li retorted, "Do I appear to be a fool? Fear not, grandfather, just a moment." Xiaobai encouraged. Lao Li, rendered speechless, thought, "I am not afraid. I merely worry the boss might think I am trying to provoke him. Why don't you go instead?" Xiaobai looked utterly shocked, as though Lao Li had uttered something unbecoming of an adult, almost inhuman. "But I am but a child. When I grow up, I shall surely deal with that rascal." Lao Li found himself at a loss for words. Xiaobai's audacity was growing ever bolder. Should Zhang Ten overhear this, it would be exceedingly awkward, leading him to believe Lao Li was inciting the child to speak ill behind the boss's back. "The boss has already departed, you see," remarked Old Li. Beneath the streetlight, Zhang Tan has vanished. Xiaobai, glancing around aimlessly, exclaimed, "He runs away so swiftly. Grandfather, please do not let him in tomorrow. If he dares to enter, just give him a good scolding." "You speak so lightly," Old Li retorted, urging Xiaobai to return promptly. "You've sneaked out to play again. Hurry back before Teacher Xiaolu grows anxious looking for you." "Teacher Xiaolu is busy with her boyfriend and has no time to concern herself with me," she replied with a mischievous grin, displaying her cleverness. Old Li gently nudged her forward, insisting, go on, don't dawdle." This little rascal, so fierce with her words. Reluctantly, Xiaobai sheathed her toy gun and returned to the classroom, where she found Teacher Xiaolu engaged in games with the children. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she pondered whether she could persuade Teacher Xiaolu to reprimand that pesky Zhang Tan. After all, Teacher Xiaolu frequently scolded her boyfriend over the phone, fierce and unyielding. Certainly not feeble like grandfather. Unbeknownst to Zhang Tan, who was oblivious to these musings, he retreated to his room, turned on the television for a while, then switched it off and opened his computer. He browsed a video website, registered as a member, and sought a domestic film rated above 9. After a lengthy search yielding no results, he settled for one rated at 8. 6. Watching films was not merely for entertainment. It was a task aimed at comprehending the cinematic industry of the world. To become a screenwriter, The foremost requirement is to watch incessantly, without substantial accumulation of knowledge. One cannot contribute meaningfully in script discussions. After watching the film, Zhang Tan penned a reflection. The clock had already struck 9 when he ventured downstairs to the activity area, where he observed groups of children gathered. Some were engrossed in picture books, others were listening to stories, while some were singing and dancing, all under the guidance of their teachers. The children here ranged in age from 3 to 8 years. Among the joyful dancers was little Bai, who a moment ago had been delightfully watching her peers dance, her hands flailing with excitement. Yet, upon spotting Zhang Tan, her cheerful demeanor vanished, her face darkening with seriousness. She turned her large eyes towards Teacher Lu, having already implored her to treat her as she would her boyfriend, eagerly anticipating a similar response. Instead, she saw Teacher Lu smiling at the boy. "Teacher Lu, I have finished dancing," announced the young girl. Zhang Tan recognized her as Xiao Qian, the girl he had first encountered on his initial day at the academy. Teacher Lu praised Xiao Qian before scanning the group of children and zeroing in on little Bai. "Bai, would you like to dance for us?" Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. The promised treatment had not materialized, and now she was being asked to perform. Humph. She turned her head slightly, raising it defiantly to gaze at the wall, crossing her arms in a display of resolve. "I want tea," she asserted. If the boy were not present, perhaps she would dance, but with him right in front of her, she had no intention of performing for him. Teacher Lu, mistaking Bai's reluctance for Zhang Tan's embarrassment, encouraged her. Girls should be more confident and bold. Upon hearing this, Bai immediately retorted with bravado, "I want to do it." Incompatible fates rendered the audacious young student unable to dance, as she intermittently cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Tan, successfully driving him away. At this juncture, the children began to retire to their beds. After 10 o'clock in the evening, parents gradually finished their work and arrived at the Little Red Horse Academy to collect their children. Some little ones, utterly exhausted, were cradled in their parents' arms, continuing their slumber while tightly grasping their parents' hands. Others, more mischievous, awoke after a brief nap, bursting with energy, and insisted on engaging in games with the adults before agreeing to return home. After midnight, of the more than 30 children at the academy, only 5 remained, including the audacious young student. 3 were fast asleep, while 1 had just awakened, propping himself up to peek out the door, awaiting his father's arrival. The young student, feeling wide awake, tossed and turned in bed before finally rising to explore the reading area, engrossed in a picture book, albeit feeling somewhat solitary without peers to converse with or play alongside her. Zhang Tan remained until the last child departed before retreating to rest. Thus concluded a day's work at the academy in the dead of night, a challenging endeavor marked by reversed hours. The following day, Zhang Tan adhered to his routine, jogging in the courtyard, then going out for breakfast, returning to shower, dressing meticulously, and shouldering his backpack before departing for the talent market. Upon entering the subway, he received a text message notifying him of an interview at the Pujing Film Studio at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Tan did not alter his morning itinerary, continuing to browse the talent market. A peculiar phenomenon emerged. While numerous screenwriting positions were available and many applicants were present, few succeeded in securing a role. The profession of screenwriting is characterized by a structural scarcity of positions. On one hand, the market is in urgent need of a substantial number of experienced and capable talents, leading to a significant demand-supply imbalance. On the other hand, numerous novice screenwriters find themselves unable to secure suitable employment, often relegated to roles such as editors, or misleadingly titled as screenwriters while their actual responsibilities resemble those of clerks or generic jack-of-all-trades. Zhang Tan also faced a lack of success. After having lunch at a nearby restaurant, he arrived early at the Pujing Film Studio. With time to spare, he settled into a CAF nearby, rising only 20 minutes before the scheduled interview. "Hello, I am here for an interview." The receptionist, a strikingly beautiful woman, caught his eye. "Please show me your interview notification message." Zhang Tan opened the text message on his phone for her to see. "Thank you, please follow me." She led him to the elevator, and they ascended to the 8th floor. "They are all here for interviews like you. Please wait over here. The interviews will commence at 2 o'clock, and you will be called in one by one." The waiting room was populated by more than 10 individuals, both male and female, some young and others middle-aged, each absorbed in their own thoughts, the silence palpable. Zhang Tan found a seat and awaited his turn in quiet contemplation. After a quarter of an hour, a staff member entered to announce that it was time to prepare for the interviews, calling candidates in the order of their arrival. Over an hour later, another staff member returned, proclaiming, "Zhang Tan. Which one is Zhang Tan? It is your turn." Zhang Tan raised his hand and replied, "That would be me." He gathered his belongings and followed the staff member into the interview room. Inside, there sat 2 men and 1 woman, the latter occupying the central position, appearing to be the lead examiner. "Are you Zhang Tan?" she inquired. A middle-aged man seated on the left inquired, "Did you graduate from the Beijing Film Academy, the directing department?" Zhang Tan took a seat, feeling no anxiety, and nodded, "Yes. I just graduated a few days ago and returned to Pujiang." "Are you from Pujiang?" "I grew up here." "You studied directing. What made you consider becoming a screenwriter?" Within 10 minutes, the interview concluded, and he was informed to await further news at home. Upon returning to Zichangan Street, night had already fallen. Zhang Tan stood beside the late-night academy, observing, and noticed for the first time that next door was a boxing gym. Curiosity led him to step inside. The space was modest, less than half the size of the academy, with 7 or 8 individuals practicing boxing. Ignored by the others, he soon exited. Oldly greeted him. "Young Master Zhang has returned." Zhang Tan responded with a smile. "Has the little one come yet?" "In a little while, Xiaobai will arrive." That child was always the first to show up and among the last to leave. The gatekeeper, Oldly, expressed a hint of exasperation once Xiaobai arrived. She would undoubtedly persuade him to spar with Zhang Tan, as if he would ever agree. Xiaobai, that spirited little girl, had already begun to vex Zhang Tan. Having arrived recently, she seemed to harbor a grudge against him. Not only did she take a bite out of him, but she also appeared to find fault with him at every turn. According to insider information, Xiaobai had been spreading rumors among the children and teachers, asserting that he was a coward, inciting everyone to unite against him. Reflecting on this, Zhang Tan recalled Xiaomi, who had been taken away by the police. Wondering if she had found her family, he decided to ask Aunt Huang about it. He returned to his room, dropped his backpack, took a shower, and changed into a sports short-sleeve shirt and shorts before stepping out for a walk. As he turned the corner, he accidentally knocked over a small child, sending him sprawling with his legs in the air. "Ouch!" exclaimed the child, who was remarkably quick to recover. Without waiting for Zhang to assist him, he sprang back to his feet, placed his hands on his hips, and indignantly declared, "Hey you, what do you mean by that? You knocked me over again." Annoyed, Zhang felt a surge of irritation. The child was clad in a faded blue sports outfit, similar in style to a red one, adorned with 2 Chinese characters across the chest. Such attire could only belong to a little one like him. Indeed, the child he had knocked over was another small boy known for his playful antics. Zhang was taken aback, wondering how he had managed to knock him over once more. It felt a bit targeted, he mused. "I'm so sorry, little one. Did I hurt you?" He stammered, feeling the heat of embarrassment. "I truly apologize." He continued, reflecting. "You are so small and always running around. I just can't seem to stop in time." The little boy proceeded to lecture him fervently, huffed in annoyance, and rolled his eyes before turning away, clearly unimpressed and unwilling to engage further. Under Zhang's watchful gaze, he dashed off to the nearby booth to speak with Oldly. Oldly seems to possess a certain charm, Zhang thought, noting how even such a troublesome child was drawn to converse with her. Unbeknownst to him, the little boy was not merely chatting but reporting the incident. "Grandpa, that guy knocked me over again. Can you believe it? Are you angry?" Oldly glanced toward Zhang, who lingered in the corridor, and with a bemused smile, inquired of the small boy, "What happened?" Xiaobai, in a flurry of excitement, urged Oldly to seek an explanation from Zhang Tan on behalf of the children. "Oh dear, I must use the restroom. My stomach aches." "Xiaobai, please do not run off." Oldly excused himself. As soon as Xiaobai saw Oldly truly leave and the guard booth stood unguarded, she glanced around. Finding no one in sight, she crept to the iron gate of the school, eager to push it open and escape for some fun. However, upon attempting to open it, she discovered the gate was locked. Frustrated, she kicked it and turned back. "Children, are you there?" Xiaobai called out, wandering alone within the school grounds. Although she knew no other children were present, she still hoped that perhaps one might emerge from the earth. Finding no company, she picked up a soccer ball and began to play by herself. The ball rolled to Zhang Tan, who was leisurely strolling, and they exchanged surprised glances. Should he kick it back? Zhang Tan, not wishing to stoop to a child's level, smiled at her, which earned him a roll of her eyes. Undeterred, he skillfully juggled the ball before returning it. Xiaobai, taken aback by Zhang Tan's agility, decided to join in. With a shout of "Watch my kick," she struck the ball fiercely, aiming to send it soaring. Instead, her foot missed, and her tiny shoe flew off, while the ball accidentally struck her on the head, causing her to fall unceremoniously to the ground. Zhang Ten looked on in astonishment, while Old Li, having sneaked back to his post, was equally surprised. Old Li pretended not to notice and continued to gaze at his phone, while Zhang Ten swiftly departed from the scene, hoping to avoid any potential trouble. It was not his fault. He and Xiao Bai might simply be incompatible, perpetually embroiled in disputes. Upon successfully returning to his room, Zhang Tan took a moment to glance back, but did not see Xiao Bai. Instead, he heard the sounds of laughter and chatter emanating from the yard below. Peering over the balcony, he observed Xiao Bai energetically chasing after a soccer ball, exuding vigor and seemingly venting his frustrations upon it. Before long, other children arrived, joining Xiao Bai's exuberant group, transforming the scene into a lively gathering of laughter and playful pursuit of the ball. At that moment, Zhang Tan's phone on the desk rang. He picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" "Is this Zhang Tan? I am from the Human Resources Department of Pujiang Film Studio." Zhang Tan officially joined Pujiang Film Studio, becoming a member of the script evaluation team. Pujiang Film Studio operates under a departmental system, currently comprising an animation division and a live-action film division. Zhang Tan was assigned to the animation division, reportedly due to the fact that he had submitted an animated script. However, most newcomers like him were drawn to the animation division, as the live-action film division remained relatively underdeveloped, having struggled for 7 or 8 years without significant progress, relying on just a couple of web series for sustenance. The personnel within the script evaluation team can be broadly categorized into two types. One group consists of newcomers like Zhang Tan, who are at the outset of their careers, beginning with script evaluation to accumulate experience. The other group comprises seasoned veterans approaching retirement, rich in experience, who have transitioned to a secondary role, akin to a comfortable retirement. The film studio, a state-owned enterprise, offers commendable employee benefits and maintains a humane environment, nurturing a cadre of seasoned staff. Having completed the necessary formalities, Zhang Tan became a resident screenwriter. As a resident screenwriter, he enjoys the privileges of a formal position, clocking in daily, receiving a monthly salary, and earning commissions based on projects. In contrast, there exists another category of screenwriters, freelancers. These individuals operate independently, relying on the ebb and flow of opportunities for their income. Many harbor dreams and can endure the challenges of subsistence, while a minority are already renowned, equipped with connections and resources. Zhang Tan opted against the path of a freelance screenwriter, as he lacked the necessary resources and networks. His scripts would find no takers. For now, he needs to accumulate experience. On his first day, he reviewed the studio's operational protocols, and it was only on the second day that he began to examine scripts. The scripts were not sourced from the internet. Rather, they were provided internally by the studio. Most of these scripts were penned by in-house writers, with a few submissions from freelancers. Prior to utilization, the studio typically presents the scripts to an evaluation committee for assessment. Mornings are dedicated to script reading, while afternoons are reserved for meetings and discussions, where everyone shares their insights. This process not only serves to critique the scripts, but also allows the studio to gauge the capabilities of newcomers, facilitating future task allocations. Each month, the studio evaluates the members of the assessment committee, identifying those who show progress, potential, and the capacity to contribute meaningfully or operate independently. Daily performance serves as the criterion for evaluation. After work that day, the leader and deputy leader of the evaluation committee convened for a brief meeting. In the current group, there are 15 individuals, comprising 5 seasoned screenwriters and 10 newcomers. Over the past 5 days, their performances have been observed closely. Let us share our thoughts, proposed the group leader, Lao Lu, a veteran screenwriter with over 30 years of experience at the Pujiang Film Studio. He is nearing retirement and has transitioned to a secondary role as the head of the evaluation team, dedicating himself to nurturing the newcomers. Although evaluations occur monthly, he convenes a weekly assessment meeting, as the weekly feedback serves as a crucial reference for the monthly evaluations. "Jiang Fan is not promising. This lad cannot be salvaged," remarked one of the assistant leaders. Another added regretfully, "He graduated from a prestigious university with a degree in Chinese literature, possessing a solid foundation. Yet he is overly rigid and inflexible in his thoughts." Lao Lu nodded, jotting down Jiang Fan's name alongside a grade of D in his notebook. "Jiang Rong has been with us for over a month, but her progress is not as rapid as I had anticipated. I find her to be quite spirited, imaginative, and intriguing. While structure can be learned, that spark of creativity is innate," Lao Lu continued. He recorded Jiang Rong's name with a grade of B. The trio proceeded to evaluate each newcomer, and when it came to Zhang Tan, both assistant leaders simultaneously exclaimed, "This Zhang Tan is a talent. Where did he come from? Quite impressive." After hearing their remarks, Lao Lu decided, "Let us assign them a task tomorrow, to write a story outline and observe the results." He noted Zhang Tan's name in his notebook, appending an A after it. Zhang Tan, who had been critiqued by them, was preparing dinner at home. After spending 5 days with the evaluation group, he exhibited no signs of impatience. On the contrary, he relished the opportunity to gain a more profound understanding of the cinematic and animated works of this world, contemplating the preferences of the market. No matter how well-crafted a script may be, it must align with market demands. Not every good script will necessarily find favor with the audience. For instance, in his previous life, the film That Mountain, That Person, That Dog garnered a domestic box office of 0 upon its release, yet in the neighboring island nation, it amassed a staggering 800 million. This disparity arose from differing market demands. Outside the window, the sounds of children playing echoed through the yard. A group of youngsters engaged in a game of eagle catches chicks, with the role of the eagle being played by a little girl named Xiaobai. At just 4 years old, she was among the youngest in the group, and her petite stature further underscored her diminutive size. Despite her age and height, Xiaobai possessed a spirited tenacity, charging forth with vigor, unafraid of anyone, and surprisingly commanding the respect of several older and taller children who were willing to heed her lead. At that moment, this tiny figure had taken on the role of the eagle, poised to catch a flock of larger children. The role of the hen was played by a tall boy, the oldest in the group at 8 years of age. Zhang Tan felt a twinge of anxiety for Xiaobai. Yet, with unwavering confidence, Xiaobai boasted audaciously, "You foolish children, with your square heads, when confronted by a train, you cannot escape." She erupted into laughter, nimbly darting past the old hen, and amidst a chorus of shrieks, she captured a little one who was trailing behind. Zhang Tan had prepared dinner and sat on the balcony, enjoying his meal while observing the children at play. Suddenly, one child spotted him and pointed, exclaiming to Xiaobai and the others, "Look, it's the black bottom." The children all raised their heads, surveying him in the yard, resembling tiny radishes, and burst into hearty laughter, their words capable of infuriating anyone. They teased and shouted, "Black bottom, white bottom." Xiaobai was the loudest among them. Although Zhang Tan's bottom was not black, but rather white, at that moment, his face darkened. He sat frozen in his chair with his bowl of rice, the once appetizing meal now tasteless, and he contemplated smashing the bowl. Had this nickname spread? Was it Xiaobai's doing? Did the conflict need to be publicized? Luckily, Teacher Lu heard the commotion and rushed over to intervene. Fortuitously, she had the foresight. Had she arrived any later, one of the children might have been in peril. For Zhang Tan had resolved to smash the bowl and confront the little ones in a fierce battle to defend his reputation, particularly against that Xiaobai. He envisioned making an example of her, a public punishment. Nonetheless, Xiaobai continued to make faces at him, sticking out her tongue. It seemed she had drawn the line with Zhang Tan, and perhaps it would lead to an all-out confrontation. As for the conflict being public, that was evident. It had already been laid bare. The atmosphere was lively, with several children playfully making faces and sticking out their tongues. Xiaobai certainly had a talent for inciting such antics. Zhang Tan sighed, urging, "Enough already, it's time to return to the classroom. We can watch television there." Miss Lu, their teacher, herded the children back into the classroom like ducks, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for Zhang Tan. "I'll deal with you after I finish my meal." Zhang Tan vowed silently, returning to the room in a foul mood, nearly overwhelmed by frustration. He took a few deep breaths, suppressing his irritation, and hastily finished his dinner, which tasted as bland as chewing wax. After washing the dishes, he ascended to Aunt Huang's office on the second floor to inquire about Xiaomi's whereabouts. Aunt Huang was busy knitting small cloth shoes for infants, preparing for her daughter-in-law, who was 5 months pregnant. Upon hearing Zhang Tan's inquiry, she replied, "I called the police station the day before yesterday. They are still searching for Xiaomi's family. I plan to visit the station tomorrow to see if I can assist in any way." Zhang Tan nodded, appreciating her efforts. Without any resolution regarding Xiaomi's situation, he felt compelled to carry the burden of an unflattering nickname. He regretted extending a helping hand initially, realizing that Xiaobai was a troublesome character. Confucius was right. One should never provoke a woman, especially one with spirit. As Zhang Tan began his workday, he was summoned to the conference room, joined by 9 other young colleagues. The deputy group leader entered and announced, "You have all been with the company for a while now, some of you for over 3 months. while Zhang Tan and He Chao have been here for just a week. I am giving you a theme today. You have one day to write a story outline of no less than 5,000 words to be submitted at the end of the day. The atmosphere brightened as the group gathered. The title of the tale was The Little Mud's Grand Adventure, which narrates the escapades of a mud toy named Little Mud, who has fled from a toy factory and encounters a multitude of toys, leading to a series of delightful events. After the deputy leader presented the introduction, he departed, and the meeting was subsequently adjourned. Everyone dispersed, and Zhang Tan returned to his cubicle, contemplating the plot. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he printed his meticulously crafted story outline, bound it neatly, and submitted it to the deputy leader. It was done swiftly. The deputy leader glanced over Zhang's manuscript before placing it on the right side, where 2 other submissions already resided. It appeared that Zhang was the third to submit his work. After handing in his manuscript, Zhang Tan left and received a call from Aunt Huang, inviting him to dinner at her home that evening. He purchased some fruits and arrived at Aunt Huang's residence, where her husband was also present. Upon hearing the commotion, Aunt Huang poked her head out from the kitchen and said, "Please sit for a moment, Zhang Tan. It will only take about 10 minutes. Old Huang, chat with Zhang Tan about your rather peculiar novel." Old Huang and Huang's husband felt a bit awkward at the remark. "What peculiar? I don't understand the appreciation," he replied. Aunt Huang chimed in from the kitchen, "Not peculiar, not at all. It's just my teeth that ache." Zhang Tan smiled at Old Huang and asked, "Uncle Huang, do you enjoy writing?" Old Huang, slightly embarrassed, chuckled and said, "It's merely a hobby. I heard you are currently working at the Puzheng Film Studio, specifically writing scripts?" Zhang Tan replied, "I am still in the learning phase. By the way, has Aim returned from her business trip yet?" "Not yet. I heard her trip has been extended by 2 days beyond the original schedule." Lao Huang appeared quite dissatisfied. A single woman, away on business for over 10 days. And the company shows no consideration. They truly treat a strong woman like a beast of burden. The two engaged in casual conversation before swiftly proceeding to the dinner table. Zhang Tan gazed at the array of dishes before him and was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. "Thank you, Aunt Huang. This is so thoughtful of you. It's all my grandmother's specialties." Although Aunt Huang was not related by blood to his grandmother, she had grown up under her care, fostering a bond akin to that of a mother and daughter. Perhaps reminded of his grandmother, Aunt Huang sighed, but soon a smile graced her face as she said, "I'm glad you like it." She thought to herself, if your grandmother could see the changes in you, she would surely be even happier. Throughout the week, Aunt Huang had been quietly observing Zhang Tan, noticing his true transformation, which seemed sincere rather than a fade. The rebellious and defiant spirit he once embodied had vanished without a trace. "Come, Zhang Tan, sample this and see if you've acquired your grandmother's culinary skills," Uncle Huang called out. Zhang Tan tasted a piece of crystal pork knuckle. It was an identical flavor. As dinner progressed towards completion, Aunt Huang remarked, "Today I visited the police station and saw Xiaomi. That little girl has lost so much weight. Upon seeing me, she wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom. It's truly pitiful." Zhang Tan inquired, "Have her family members not been found yet?" Aunt Huang replied, "Her hometown is in Shandong, and we've already contacted the local police to search for them, but there has been no progress thus far." Lao Huang expressed his indignation, saying, "Parents are so irresponsible. How can they just let such a young child go missing?" Aunt Huang remarked, "Who can argue with that? I've seen Xiaomi's mother. She's a frail and delicate woman, raising Xiaomi alone in Puzheng. The pressure must be overwhelming, and perhaps she couldn't bear it any longer. She usually dotes on her daughter, clearly loves her. But something must have happened to make her leave without a word." Lao Huang raised his voice. "What love for a daughter! If she truly cared, she wouldn't abandon her. Is this what a mother is capable of?" And Huang shot him a glance and retorted, "Then let me ask, where is that father?" Leaving behind the two of them. How shameless. Is that what a father does? Lao Huang, somewhat deflated, replied, "We are discussing the matter of abandoning Xiaomi." Aunt Huang seized the opportunity. Her father is even more despicable. Not only did he abandon Xiaomi, but he also left her mother. Is he even human? Is he a man? Zhang sighed, and Lao Huang, feeling awkward, interjected, "Please, do not be so emotional. Exercise a bit of restraint. Let us stick to the topic." And Huang shot him a disdainful look. "I'm done with this aimless chatter. I need to head to the academy." It was evident that her position within the family remained unassailable. Upon hearing this, Zhang stood up as well. "Uncle, I'm heading back too." Lao Huang saw them to the door. "Come again next time." On the way back, Aunt Huang suddenly said, "Today, The police officer at the station asked me if we could bring Xiaomi back for now, and once her family is found, they would take her away. I haven't responded yet. This decision rests with you. Zhang inquired. Why must it be this way? Aunt Huang remarked. Xiaomi was crying and throwing a tantrum at the police station, and no amount of coaxing seemed to soothe her. She has lost considerable weight, and if this continues, I fear that if her family does not find her soon, she may fall ill. In the academy, she has many little companions, with Xiaobai being her closest friend. The officers believe that returning to the academy could help stabilize her emotions and have asked for our opinion. Naturally, the expenses will be covered by the police station. Zhang sighed. I don't quite understand these matters. What do you think, Aunt Huang? It's rather pitiful. It's not a grave issue. I believe it can be managed. All right. Then let us bring her back. Once Xiaomi is retrieved, Xiaobai should have set aside her animosity towards her. Xiaobai, can you refrain from shouting? If you continue, I might have to spank you. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a commotion erupted in the academy. Xiaobai was fiercely brandishing her arms, chasing after a chubby boy while shouting, "You silly goose. Clumsy fool. Dimwit." The chase echoed throughout the courtyard. The chubby boy, unable to outrun her, was eventually pinned to the ground, yet he possessed greater strength and managed to overturn Xiaobai, resulting in a scuffle between the two. Zhang commented, "How fierce. Xiaobai, you truly are a force to be reckoned with, daring to confront a boy much bigger than yourself. Where do you find such courage? Moreover, it's impressive that you can both hold your ground." Teacher Xiaolu and Old Li rushed in to separate the two and commanded them to stand at attention. Both children were covered in dust. Xiaobai's hair was disheveled, her small face smeared with dirt, and a streak of blood marked her cheek, resembling a little wildcat fresh from battle. She was preoccupied with her torn jacket, seemingly more concerned about its condition than the wounds on her face. The chubby boy was in quite a predicament, his trousers sagging perilously low, exposing his dairy. On his pale posterior, a distinct shoe print marred the skin, surrounded by a vivid red mark, a testament to the playful assault by the fierce little girl, Xiaobai. Zhang had observed the scene with keen clarity moments ago. But the spectacle did not end there. Nestled within the chubby boy's trousers was a faux snake, adorned with a brown and white pattern. Its head tucked inside while its tail dangled outside, rhythmically swaying, indicative of its electric nature, truly a bewildering sight. Moreover, the boy's round face was smeared with a layer of dust, his lips stained, and blood trickled from his nose as he sobbed, clutching his face in distress. "Wah! Xiaobai hit me," he lamented, for he was merely a 5-year-old child, unaccustomed to such a fierce young girl. Xiaobai, with a fierce demeanor, retorted, "What did you say, you silly boy? With your square head, how absurd." Had it not been for Teacher Lu's intervention, she would have charged at him once more. Aunt Huang, with a stern expression, instructed, "First, take Luo Zikong back and have Xiao Tang tend to his nosebleed." The chubby boy walked away in tears while Aunt Huang fixed a disapproving gaze on the indignant Xiaobai, choosing silence as a means to quell her brashness with her demeanor and piercing look. Gradually, Xiaobai sensed the gravity of the situation, retracting her claws and fangs, transforming from a feisty little wildcat into a docile kitten. "Why were you fighting?" Aunt Huang inquired. Xiaobai raised her hand to wipe her face, only to smear more dirt across her cheeks. That silly Luo Zikong scared Xing with his antics. "Speak in Mandarin," Aunt Huang interrupted. Little Bai obediently spoke Mandarin. Luo Zikong frightened Xing with a small snake. She articulated each detail clearly, exonerating herself of any blame, placing all the fault upon Luo Zikong. Aunt Huang was left speechless, while Zhang Tian silently admired her. In essence, Luo Zikong had terrified a little girl named Chung with a toy snake, causing her to weep. Little Bai, indignant on her behalf, argued with him, prompting Luo Zikong to retaliate. Zhang Tan mused that Luo Zikong, unable to contend with her, had been greatly vexed by Little Bai in recent days, contemplating striking her to show her a lesson. Aunt Huang inquired whether Luo Zikong had initiated the altercation. Little Bai nodded vigorously, her innocent demeanor contrasting sharply with her earlier fierce disposition. Observing her unwavering stance, Aunt Huang instructed Xiao Lu to take her away, advising her to clean her face, hair, and clothing, as she had scraped her skin. She cautioned to handle it gently to avoid scarring, and to bring both her and Luo Zikong to her office once they were ready. Little Bai left, guided by teacher Xiao Lu, casting a fierce glare at Zhang Tan before departing. Zhang Tan remarked, "Make sure no scars remain, otherwise I shall no longer find you adorable." Little Bai raised her chin, reminding teacher Xiao Lu incessantly. Zhang Tan pondered, should I inform her that she is already not adorable? Later, Zhang Tan learned that Little Bai's punishment for the fight was a prohibition on watching television. For others, a single evening without television might seem trivial, but for Little Bai, it felt like a fate worse than death, leaving her listless and dispirited. This is the script you all composed yesterday, distributed randomly and anonymously. Each of you has received a copy. Please provide your feedback. We will convene for a discussion in 1 hour. The deputy leader randomly allocated the 10 scripts from yesterday, and everyone received one without knowing the authorship. Zhang Tan also obtained a copy and began to peruse it. An hour later, everyone gathered in the conference room, including the 2 deputy leaders and the team leader, Lao Lu. Once all were present, the team leader directly called out, "Zhang Tan, please share your thoughts on the script you have, highlighting both its strengths and weaknesses, and everyone should listen attentively." Zhang Tan closed the script and placed it on the conference table before him. This script displays both clear strengths and weaknesses. There are 3 merits. First, the language is vibrant, lively, and endearing, perfectly aligning with the narrative requirements. However, there are also 3 shortcomings. Firstly, the plot lacks logical coherence. For instance, it begins by stating that Xiaonini is very poor, yet he fantasizes about winning the lottery, and astonishingly, he does win. The momentum of the story should not derive solely from sheer coincidence. The attendees in the conference room listened intently, and among them, a young woman seated to Zhang Tan's right exhibited a notably peculiar expression. Secondly, there is a segment where Xiaonini and his friends aspire to create a youth film, followed by extensive elaboration on the plot of this film. The audience witnesses characters within the animation performing in a play, creating a play-within-a-play scenario that feels quite unsuitable. Upon concluding his remarks, the team leader inquired, "What strategies do you propose to address these 3 issues?" Zhang Tan paused momentarily, having previously only mentioned the need for feedback without suggesting any revisions. Yet, he remained composed and self-assured as he articulated, in response to the first query, which pertains to sheer coincidence, we could transform the minor lottery win into a backdrop, meaning the character wins the lottery upon his entrance. And then the narrative could revolve around how he spends his fortune, thus circumventing. Upon concluding his remarks, Lao Lu nodded in agreement and remarked that it was indeed commendable, then inquired, "Who penned this? Please raise your hand." The crowd glanced around, and a voice emerged from Zhang Tan's right. "It was I?" The group leader chuckled, "I suspected it was you, Jiang Rong. What are your thoughts on Zhang Tan's critique?" Jiang Rong replied, "He articulated it very well. I fully accept it. Thank you. This has been enlightening." After work, Zhang Tan received a call from Ed Huang, informing him that Xiaomi had been returned and was in a stable emotional state, neither crying nor causing a fuss. Zhang Tan did not head home immediately, as there was a gathering that evening to welcome the 2 newcomers, himself and He Chao. The proposal had come from the group leader, Lao Lu, and all 15 members of the evaluation team were in attendance. As one of the protagonists of the evening, Zhang Tan could not avoid partaking in the drinks. Fortunately, his tolerance for alcohol was commendable, keeping him sober, while He Chao, on the other hand, was noticeably tipsy, his tongue loosened. Jiang Rong raised her glass to Zhang Tan, expressing that his insights from today had greatly benefited her. Lao Lu, while sharing a drink with Zhang Tan, encouraged him to maintain his composure, to avoid arrogance and impatience, and to await his opportunity. Among the new entrants, he held the highest regard for Zhang Tan. As the evening progressed and the drinks flowed, the restaurant owner entered with a beaming smile, presenting his business card and extending an invitation for their next visit. Jiang Rong commented, "The food was indeed delightful, but it is rather distant. Does the owner have a branch closer by?" The boss exclaimed, "Indeed, indeed. We have 3 branch stores, one located on Shichang'an Street." Jiang Rong praised the boss for his flourishing business, noting that all the branches are situated in bustling areas. The rent for just 1 month must be staggering. Yet profits are still to be made, indicating the business is undoubtedly thriving. The boss acknowledged the rent is exorbitant, especially on Shichang'an Street. The crowd chuckled, agreeing that while the rent is high, the prosperous business might very well render it the most lucrative among the branches. Unbeknownst to the speakers, Zhang's thoughts began to stir. After dinner, everyone parted ways. Upon returning to the academy, the gatekeeper, Old Li, greeted him from his booth. "Ah, young Zhang has returned. Oh, had some drinks, I see." Zhang sniffed the air, unable to detect any scent, and inquired, "Is the smell of alcohol strong?" Old Li replied, "Somewhat." Zhang had initially intended to check on Xiaomi, who had returned that day, but upon hearing this, he dismissed the thought and headed straight upstairs. Once in his room, he took a shower. Upon emerging, He heard a knock at the door. After a brief moment, he dressed, wiped the droplets from his hair, and approached the door. Upon opening it, he found no one there, but upon looking down, he was surprised to see two children standing before him. Their little heads held high as they gazed up at him, one with a timid expression and the other brimming with bravado, as if ready to brawl. The bolder child, clad in a red outfit, wore a bandage on his face, unmistakably his rival, Xiaobai. The sight bore a semblance to a spirited confrontation. What was this? Had they followed him home? Such actions seemed to breach the rules of their game. Misfortune should not extend to one's family. After all, another figure appeared familiar, yet elusive in memory. Most children seemed to share a similar appearance, either resembling little dumplings or small turnips. The scarred yet adorable young apprentice, Xiaobai, encountered him with a tightly pressed mouth and a serious demeanor, her large eyes darting restlessly, revealing her inner turmoil. Zhang Tan, noticing the two silent girls, broke the silence first, inquiring, "Hello there, what brings you here? Is there something you need from me?" The timid child lowered her head, fiddling with her little outfit, taking a step to the left to hide behind Xiaobai, effectively concealing herself. Xiaobai cast a quick glance at Zhang Tan, seemingly flustered, her gaze swiftly averting to a spot on the corridor floor, where perhaps a flower could be discerned. "What is the matter? Please, speak," Zhang Tan urged again. "Uncle, I'm sorry," Xiaobai mumbled, avoiding eye contact, yet the words undeniably belonged to her. Zhang Tan exclaimed in surprise, looking at her. "What did you just say?" "Sorry. Is that how you pronounce it? I'm sorry for hurting you? Does your hand still hurt?" "I apologize. I didn't mean to bite you." Finally mustering her courage, Xiaobai lifted her head to meet his gaze, then lowered it to scrutinize his hand, where the bandage had been removed, revealing a plaster that mirrored the one on her own face. This time, Zhang Tan was certain that Xiaobai had come to apologize, not to issue threats. He then turned his attention to the other little girl holding Xiaobai's hand, of similar height, petite and slender, with slightly puffy eyes, suggesting she had recently wept. If he was not mistaken, this must be Xiaomi. Indeed, Xiaobai tugged at Xiaomi and introduced her, saying, "Xiaomi has returned." "Thank you, uncle." Then, addressing the bashful Xiaomi, she encouraged, "Don't be afraid, just say something." Upon hearing this, Xiaomi mustered her courage and softly uttered, "Thank you, uncle." Zhang was utterly astonished. Given the feud between him and Xiaobai, he was grateful she did not refer to him disparagingly. He had never anticipated, nor dared to hope, that she would come forward to apologize, unless Aunt Huang continued to press her with her commanding presence and piercing gaze. It was remarkable that Xiaobai, who often opposed him and was known for her sharp tongue, could display such flexibility, truly a child with clear distinctions between love and hate. The scarred yet adorable apprentice was indeed extraordinary, but their world was refreshingly simple, devoid of pretensions and the burdens of pride. Zhang smiled, and the resentment he harbored due to the earlier incident dissipated like smoke. "No need to thank me. I understand how you felt back then. How is Xiaomi feeling today?" Xiaomi remained silent, her gaze downcast. Xiaobai nudged her gently, reminding, "Hey, don't just stare blankly, uncle is asking you." Xiaomi looked at her in confusion, unable to comprehend. Xiaobai puffed out her cheeks and spoke in Mandarin. "Xiaomi, uncle is asking how you are feeling. Don't zone out." Xiaomi quietly replied, "I didn't cry." Xiaobai insisted, "Don't talk to me like that. Direct your words to uncle. Look at him." Xiaomi turned to Zhang and repeated, "I didn't cry today." Zhang felt a bit weary. Was it not exhausting to communicate in such a manner? "It's good that you didn't cry. Tears are precious, and children shouldn't shed them too often. Would you like to come inside and sit for a while?" Xiaomi cast a glance at Xiaobai, who peered inside with curiosity. "Wow, your home is so cozy. Let's sit down." She gently took Xiaomi's hand and strolled in, glancing around with complete ease. Zhang Tan brought over chairs for them to sit in and inquired, "Would you like some water?" Both Xiaobai and Xiaomi shook their heads. Suddenly, Xiaobai remembered something. She rummaged through her pocket, searching diligently until she produced a handful of boiled peanuts, offering them to Zhang Tan. "Uncle, please have some. It's boiled peanuts. I only need to try one. You two enjoy them." Yet, Xiaobai insisted, placing all the peanuts in his palm. "They're all for you." Zhang Tan, unable to refuse, accepted them and went to the kitchen to fetch a small bowl, pouring the boiled peanuts into it. He then washed a handful of green bodi seeds and took out 2 bright orange tangerines to taste the fruit. Xiaobai popped a green bodi seed into her mouth, smiling politely as she exclaimed, "So sweet." Suddenly, she wrinkled her nose and remarked, "Uncle, have you been drinking? You caught me. I had just a little." Without hesitation, Xiaobai jumped off her chair, pulling Xiaomi along. We're leaving now, Bai? They arrived and departed in a whirlwind. Zhang Tan urged them to stay a little longer. Won't you sit for a while? But they insisted. No, we must go to sleep now. They hurried away, leaving behind the tangerines and Bodhi seeds. We don't want the tangerines. Xiaobai swiftly descended the stairs, pulling along Xiaomi, and upon turning the corner, she furtively glanced back to see if Zhang Tan had followed. Once assured he had not, she turned to Xiaomi and earnestly advised, remember, dear Xiaomi, adults who have been drinking can be quite fierce and may harm children. We must make our escape swiftly. Xiaomi, in her navet, merely responded with a vague acknowledgement. Suddenly, Xiaobai recalled the primary purpose of their visit, which she had neglected to mention. A surge of apprehension washed over her at the thought of returning to find Pai Ariai. What if he were intoxicated and turned violent? Looking at Xiaomi, she felt a pang of sympathy and summoned her courage, instructing Xiaomi to remain there and wait for her. With a hasty tug at her hair and hands placed defiantly on her hips, where she had tucked a small water gun filled with water, Xiaobai took a few determined steps toward the door. When she reached the entrance, she bared her teeth in a fierce grin, attempting to appear intimidating. After a moment of hesitation, she finally knocked on the door. It swung open, prompting Xiaobai to leap back a couple of steps, eyeing Zhang Tan warily. In a rapid-fire manner, she declared, Uncle, Xiaomi will be staying here tonight. So please treat her kindly and do not bully the children. Goodbye. With that, she transformed into a swift little rabbit, darting away. Zhang Tan was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. It seemed as though Xiaobai held him in fear, despite their earlier light-hearted conversation. Oh, but Xiaomi was far from at ease. Her anxiety palpable throughout the encounter. Xiaobai's barrage of words had left Zhang Tan somewhat dazed, replaying her message in his mind until he grasped that she was advocating for Xiaomi, displaying a touch of sisterly grace. Zhang Tan then selected a film to watch, settling into the comfort of his sofa. Previously, I selected films based on high ratings. This time, I opted for those with impressive box office earnings. While the ratings were relatively commendable, the box office figures were indeed remarkable. After the viewing, it was already quite late. Zhang Tan descended to the first-floor activity area, where some children had already returned to their dormitories to sleep, while others were engrossed in watching television, perched on their diminutive chairs, their little heads held high. A sea of dark hair in unison. Among these children sat Xiaobai, her large eyes seemingly glued to the screen, oblivious to all else. Zhang Tan couldn't help but glance at her several times, captivated by her commanding presence. Xiaobai had her left arm draped around Xiaomi and her right hand resting on Meng Qingqing's shoulder, a band-aid adorning her face. Dressed in a traditional attire that exuded an air of authority, resembling a little boss, drawing attention from those around her. Teacher Xiao Lu had reminded her several times. But to no avail. She appeared to embody the role of a leader without truly being one, thus going unnoticed. Zhang Tan exchanged a few words with the staff, advising them not to allow the children to watch television for too long. In response, the staff promptly turned off the television, ushering the children to bed with a sense of urgency. A chorus of small voices erupted in protest, many of which directed their innocent gazes towards him. Zhang Tan thought to himself, what do you mean by this? I haven't even had the chance to leave. Aren't the children going to hold a grudge against me? Xiaobai stared at the now darkened screen in a daze for several seconds before rushing to the staff, pleading for just 5 more minutes of viewing time, or even 2 would suffice. She insisted she needed to know whether the little donkey would survive, for without that knowledge, she believed she could not sleep, her dreams haunted by donkeys. The staff turned to Zhang Tan with a look of inquiry. Zhang Tan exclaimed, Are you pushing me into the fire pit, and still not satisfied? Must you brandish a megaphone to point me out? What will Xiaobai think of me? We have only just reconciled. Indeed, Xiaobai glared at him, grinding her little teeth, and pulled a staff member closer, inquiring, Sir, what number is this? She wiggled 2 fingers in front of his eyes. What does this mean? Zhang Tan replied, 2. Are you calling me foolish? Just when my previous nickname was revoked. A new one emerges? Confirming that Zhang Tan was indeed sober, Xiaobai felt relieved and earnestly requested to watch a little more television, stating that as long as the little donkey was alive, she would be fine, or else she would not fare well that night. Zhang Tan consented. Then let us watch for 5 more minutes. I shall start the timer now. He then told the staff member, Please take the other children to their dormitory. I will look after things here. 10 minutes later, Zhang Tan remarked, 5 minutes have long since passed. It has now been 2 sets of 5 minutes. Xiaobai, fixated on the television, responded without turning her head, but the little donkey hasn't been rescued yet. Zhang Tan, engrossed in the animated show, knew as the writer that if he were to craft the story, the little donkey would only be saved at least 2 episodes later. To maintain the suspense for the young audience, it wouldn't happen so quickly. A rising action before the climax was necessary to captivate innocent children like Xiaobai. Time for bed, he said. I will turn off the television, and you can continue watching tomorrow. I assure you, I have seen it. The little donkey does not die and will surely be rescued. After much effort, Xiaobai was finally persuaded to return to the dormitory. Zhang Tan, too, returned to his room, settled at his desk, and powered on his computer. His gaze fell upon a bowl of boiled peanuts. He picked one up, cracked its shell, revealing 2 plump, cooked peanuts. A delightful aroma wafted to his nostrils, igniting a craving to savor them. He moved his mouse and opened a real estate agency's website to check the property prices on Shichang'an Street. Indeed, as the private chef had remarked earlier, the prices in this area were exorbitantly high, and the rental costs were daunting. Zhang Tan browsed for a while, but found scant listings for sale on Shichang'an Street. The majority were available only for rent, rendering the market somewhat illiquid. He contemplated that if he were to sell the Xiaohongma Academy property, he would instantly become a billionaire, alleviating any financial concerns regarding the academy and freeing himself from the burdens of employment, thus allowing him to pursue the life he truly desired. With sufficient passion, he could pen a screenplay, assemble a production team, and take on the role of director, thereby bypassing the initial stages of struggle and accumulation to leap directly into his aspirations. However, the uncertainty of success loomed large in his mind. Zhang Tan felt a strong temptation, yet his only hesitation stemmed from the fact that Xiaohongma Academy was an inheritance from his grandparents. Although he had not delved deeply into its history, he could surmise that they had held this place in great esteem during their lifetimes. The academy was a testament to their dedication and hard work. Caught in a swirl of indecision, Zhang Tan ultimately closed the webpage and retired for the night. The following morning, upon arriving at the office, a staff member presented him with a new script. Zhang Tan opened it to find that the title was Under Mount Tianyu. In recent days, his work routine typically involved reviewing scripts in the morning and attending discussions in the afternoon. Others had received it as well. Jiang Rong, sitting opposite Zhang Tan, leaned over from her computer and asked, Zhang Tan, what is the title of the script you received? It was not uncommon for everyone to possess different scripts. Sometimes each person had their own copy, at other times they shared the same one, creating an eclectic mix. Thus, Jiang Rong's inquiry was quite natural. The underneath of Tianyu Mountain, Zhang Tan replied, what about yours? Jiang Rong displayed her script, laughing as she said, what a peculiar title. It's the first time I've encountered such a lengthy name. To Zhang Tan's astonishment, he saw the title. This brave hero is undeniably strong, yet excessively cautious. Wasn't that the script he had attached to his resume? He had presumed the production company had forgotten about it. Evidently, they intended to evaluate it today. I find the title quite distinctive. It sticks in one's mind immediately. Moreover, it encapsulates the essence of the story. Being strong yet overly cautious is rather intriguing. Zhang Tan thought to himself, basking in silent pride. Upon hearing this, Jiang Rong pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. The scripts they were assessing were all devoid of author names, remaining anonymous to encourage open discussion without reservations. Zhang Tan's script was similarly nameless, yet upon finishing it, he sensed that it was penned by a seasoned writer. The plot was meticulously constructed, logical, and incredibly engaging. Suddenly, Jiang Rong burst into laughter, turning to Zhang Tan and exclaiming, Zhang Tan, this script is quite humorous. Would you like to take a look? This hero is simply hilarious. The kind of humor that is serious in its absurdity. Do you know how he battles a slime, which is the most basic creature in the biological chain? Zhang Tan enthusiastically encouraged her. How does one manage that? Zhang Tan pondered and then inquired, is it through a grand maneuver? Jiang Rong chuckled, I've deduced a few things. Yet they remain uncertain. Let us press on. After 2 erroneous attempts by Zhang Tan, Jiang Rong could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter. Can you believe he exerted his utmost effort? Do you grasp the magnitude? He is a hero summoned to save the world, a paragon of genius from the divine realm. And he must exert his full strength even to vanquish a mere slime. How amusing. Zhang Tan chuckled along, and Jiang Rong continued, did you know? He prepares 3 suits of armor for combat. One to wear, one as a backup, and another as a backup for the backup. Ha! Who penned this? Surely, it must be someone quite whimsical. Zhang Tan remained silent, allowing others to chime in. Indeed, I too am perusing this script. This hero is bound to make me die of laughter. I've never encountered such a cowardly individual. Another interjected, he is not cowardly. Rather, he is excessively cautious. What on earth has he endured? Yet another voice joined in. He is simply a man who fears for his life. I disagree. He is prudent. But certainly not a coward, someone asserted. Is that not the very definition of cowardice? Jiang Rong joined the fray. He is indeed quite the jester. Which script are you discussing? Another person queried. With their own script in mind, Zhang Tin eagerly anticipated the afternoon's evaluation meeting. After lunch and a brief nap. At 2 o'clock, the deputy team leader notified everyone to convene in the meeting room. Zhang Tan, with his laptop in tow, settled into his usual spot. Jiang Rong, seated to his right, leaned in with a hushed excitement and said, "At last, we'll discover which fool penned this tale of heroes." Zhang Tan cast her a glance, pondering whether she was certain about persistently labeling the author a fool. The team leader, Old Lu, was the last to arrive. Upon taking his seat, he remarked, as usual, "Let us discuss the scripts you have. Zhang Tan, you go first." He invariably called upon Zhang Tan first, a routine to which Zhang had grown accustomed. Responding to Lu, he said, "My script is titled Beneath Tianyu Mountain, and it encompasses many merits." After elaborating extensively on its advantages, he transitioned to its shortcomings. Jiang Rong interjected softly, "There are 3 flaws." Zhang Tan affirmed, "Indeed, there are 3 flaws." Jiang Rong cast a triumphant glance at Zhang Tan, accustomed to his peculiarities, and she often speculated whether he harbored obsessive tendencies. Every time he evaluated a script, he would invariably enumerate 3 deficiencies. As for the merits, they could vary from 1 to many, yet the shortcomings were always 3. Zhang Tan continued, "Firstly, the entire narrative feels somewhat dull, lacking in novelty and appearing rather tedious." Upon finishing, Old Lu inquired, "Regarding these 3 shortcomings, what solutions do you propose?" Zhang Tan replied, "In response to the first flaw, I believe we could introduce a supporting character whose primary role would be to enliven the atmosphere, perhaps a pet. There are numerous examples of this, such as Mushu in the animated feature Mulan, whose inclusion rendered the film considerably more vibrant and engaging. Many anime series feature a similar trope. This is not limited to animation, as live-action films often employ it as well. Typically, a comedic character is placed alongside the protagonist to enliven the atmosphere, much like the character Fatty in Tomb Raider notes. After listening to the opinions, team leader Lu nodded non-committally and encouraged the 3 colleagues who had also received the script to share their thoughts. Once everyone had spoken, he remarked, "I will relay all your suggestions to the production team." Curiosity piqued among the group. Someone asked, "The production team?" Lu confirmed, "Indeed. This is a project the studio is preparing to launch. This script was penned by the studio's screenwriter, who came specifically to gather our opinions. Your feedback is quite valuable." The excitement among the group was palpable, as this was their first encounter with a script they had evaluated that was set to be utilized. "All right, let us continue. Jiang Rong, I see you are eager to share. Please, go ahead." When the team leader called upon her to critique, "This brave one is undeniably strong, yet exceedingly cautious." Jiang Rong could hardly contain her enthusiasm and began to speak at length about its merits. Lu remained impassive and interjected, "Do share its shortcomings as well." Taken aback for a moment, Jiang Rong replied, "I believe it has no flaws. It's excellent." Lu countered, "How could there be no shortcomings? Every script has its flaws." After a brief contemplation, Jiang Rong insisted, "Truly, there are no flaws." The team leader quipped, "I sense you may be lacking in perspective." With a chuckle, Jiang Rong conceded, "I admit my short-sightedness. There are indeed some flaws, such as certain cliché plot points, like a princess summoning a hero to save the world." She managed to extract 3 minor criticisms from her thoughts, but struggled to identify others. "Oh, why are there only 3 points?" The group leader surveyed the onlookers and inquired, "What about the others?" He Chao expressed his perspective, concluding with, "I believe the final point is the most significant flaw. It may face challenges in market acceptance." The group leader, visibly displeased, retorted, "Don't just throw out a little. Speak up. Be direct and forthright." A chill ran through the crowd, prompting He Chao to hastily add, "The greatest trait of a hero is their strength coupled with caution." Following him, 2 more individuals shared their thoughts on the hero. Finding it intriguing, yet noting that when discussing its shortcomings, they all mentioned it did not align with current market trends. What are the prevailing demands of the market? Passion, overcoming challenges, equitable battles, or even scenarios where the protagonist finds themselves in dire straits. only to awaken their latent potential in a moment of crisis. In essence, one must endure trials and tribulations, facing near-death experiences, to ultimately conquer their adversaries and undergo transformation. However, the script for the hero is in stark contrast to these mainstream expectations. The protagonist is excessively powerful yet overly cautious. What is the point of fighting then? It's better to simply retreat. After everyone had spoken, the group leader, Lao Lu, remained non-committal and called upon the next group to speak. Zhang Rong could no longer contain herself and interjected, "Boss, who penned this script?" Lao Lu cast her a sidelong glance and replied, "Does the author really matter?" Zhang Rong persisted, "I just want to meet this amusing, great writer." Lao Lu remarked, "You can ask Zhang Tan later. He knows." Everyone turned their attention to Zhang Tan, and Zhang Rong exclaimed, "Zhang Tan, you knew all along? Yet you joked with me this morning. How untrustworthy." Zhang Tan responded, "I mentioned you'd have reservations when providing feedback." Zhang Rong skeptically queried, "Could it be that the group leader wrote it?" Lao Lu felt a flicker of happiness but denied, "My mindset is not that youthful." Subsequently, the remaining participants took turns to voice their opinions. After the meeting concluded, Lao Lu retained Zhang Tan to discuss his heroic script. Overall, it was commendable, yet everyone pointed out a critical observation. The disparity between this style and the current mainstream market demand was too vast, posing significant risks. Zhang Tan comprehended the team leader's perspective. Creating animation is an arduous and protracted endeavor. It is even more complex than live-action filmmaking, involving a multitude of individuals collaborating meticulously. Each frame must be painstakingly crafted, which means that once a project is initiated, it typically requires a minimum of 2 years to complete. Given the enormity of this undertaking and the staggering costs involved, animation companies must exercise caution. Rather than gamble on a singular heroic tale, it would be wiser to proceed with a mainstream animated project, such as Under Tianyu Mountain. Upon reflecting on this, Zhang Tan felt no regret. He had never anticipated that the heroic tale could be greenlit. His initial intent was merely to gauge the opinions of professional screenwriters and test the market's response, a goal he had now successfully achieved. Returning to his seat, Zhang Tan began to gather his belongings in preparation for departure when Zhang Rong hurriedly approached him, asking, Zhang Tan, you still haven't told me who wrote the heroic tale." As he walked, Zhang Tan inquired, "Why are you so eager to know the author's identity?" Zhang Rong replied, "I find this author quite to my taste. I wish to meet them." "Who is it? Hurry and tell me." "Me," Zhang Tan responded before stepping into the elevator. Zhang Rong stood outside, momentarily stunned. "Are you coming in? The elevator is about to close." Oh. Zhang Rong hurriedly followed him into the elevator, continuing to gaze at him. "What kind of gaze is this?" "Zhang Tan, what did you just say? Did you write The Brave?" "Yes, I am indeed that fool." "So you are the mastermind behind it all, deliberately watching me make a fool of myself." Without a moment's pause, Zhang Tan exited the elevator. As people entered, they saw a girl repeatedly banging her head against the elevator shaft, murmuring, "I am the fool. I am the one." Someone kindly inquired, "The elevator is going up. Are you getting out?" Zhang Rong touched her forehead, which felt taut and unblemished. "8th floor, please." Returning, Zhang Rong encountered her colleagues who were gradually leaving work. She approached each one, exclaiming, "Did you know that the fool who wrote The Brave is Zhang Tan?" It was rather trivial and gossipy. Zhang Tan emerged from the subway, arrived at the market, purchased some vegetables, and returned home. Rolling up his sleeves and donning an apron, he began preparing dinner. He was quite particular about food and possessed impressive culinary skills. As he opened the kitchen window, the sounds of children playing echoed from the courtyard. "Are there any little ones around? Children, are you there?" Not a single child responded. Amidst the trees, no figures were visible, yet it was clear who it was, Little Bai, the only one who spoke in the local dialect. Shortly thereafter, the courtyard was filled with the sounds of thumping and scuffling, as a small figure kicked a football within it. Indeed, it was Little Bai, clad in her attire emblazoned with the emblem of China. This child was always the first to arrive at the schoolyard. When alone, she would kick the ball or dig in the sand. Lacking any particular skill, she simply chased after the ball to kick it, then pursued it once more, the only distinction from running being that a football was teasing her along the way. Suddenly, Xiaobai glanced up and noticed Zhang Tang at the window. She tilted her little head and stared for a moment, her band-aid-adorned face facing him. She picked up a football, approached closer, stood beneath the window, raised her hand with 2 fingers, and asked, "Uncle, what number is this?" Zhang Tang was momentarily speechless. reluctant to respond as it would unnecessarily lower his own intelligence. Yet, he knew that if he remained silent, Xiaobai might think he was intoxicated. "This is too," he finally replied. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai broke into a wide grin and exclaimed, "Uncle, come play. Hurry and join me." She hugged the football, bouncing it on the ground, signaling her desire for him to play soccer with her. That day, she had observed Zhang Tang display a decent kick, which she found impressive and suitable for a game. Typically, she held little regard for those lacking skill. Within the Shaohongma Academy, there were hardly any girls who could match her in soccer, while the boys often resorted to roughhousing. In his mind, Zhang Tang thought, "My mother wouldn't allow me to play with you." But he hesitated to voice it aloud. He was in the mood to play soccer. Xiaobai continued her enthusiastic invitation. "Come on, hurry up. No, come on, let us play, get down here." "Really, I'm not coming. Quickly get down to play." "Thank you, but I truly want tea." "Pa? Why aren't you coming for Pa?" Xiaobai jumped up, a bit fierce, questioning the meaning behind his refusal despite her warm invitation. Zhang Tang found it both amusing and exasperating. Her enthusiasm exuded a peculiar sense of dominance. "I am currently preparing dinner and cannot accompany you for a game." He was cooking stir-fried mushrooms with meat. "Haven't you eaten mang yet?" Xiaobai inquired. "What is that?" he asked. They conversed in Mandarin. "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." "Have you?" "I have." After eating, one shouldn't engage in strenuous activities, or else it may lead to stomach discomfort. "My stomach feels fine." As the two continued their dialogue, Xiaobai exuded a peculiar aura that was both endearing and domineering, a delightful blend of cuteness and assertiveness. One moment, he seemed fiery and ready for a quarrel, and the next, that intensity dissipated like mist. Nearby, the security guard boldly glanced over frequently, suspecting that Xiaobai was provoking Zhang Tan. The boy was known for his antics, having persistently tried to win Zhang Tan over, even suggesting mischievous antics. Concerned, Oldly left his post to investigate the situation. If they were arguing, he would need to intervene, but upon approaching, he overheard them engaged in light-hearted conversation about food. Though they did not share the camaraderie of old friends, they were certainly not adversaries. Wasn't it just moments ago that they seemed at odds? How had their mood shifted so rapidly? Listening for a while, Oldly confirmed that a fallout was unlikely, and he quietly retreated, relieved that he had not been swayed by Xiaobai's mischief to cause trouble for Zhang Tan. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a precarious position. Children could indeed be unreliable, their reconciliations as fleeting as a moment's notice, almost causing him a backache. "It smells so good," Xiaobai exclaimed from downstairs, sniffing the air before clutching his neck and exclaiming in dismay. "What's wrong?" Zhang Tan inquired. He glanced at the range hood, which was operational. How could any scent escape and drift down to the first floor? Concerned, he adjusted the range hood to its highest setting. "My neck is so sore. I think I'll come up and chat with you." With that, he dashed inside the building, and soon after, Xiaobai knocked on the door. Zhang Tan wiped his hands before stepping out to open the door. "Here, have some." Xiaobai, once again rummaging through her pocket, presented him with a handful of boiled peanuts. "Keep them for yourself. I'm not eating any." "Are you refusing them for the sake of your claws?" "What does that even mean?" She appeared quite fierce, as if refusing her peanuts might lead to dire consequences. Zhang Tan replied, "I'm about to have dinner. I wouldn't be able to eat afterward." But Xiaobai was undeterred, shoving the peanuts into his hand, insisting he partake. What a domineering demeanor she had. Zhang Tan found himself both amused and exasperated. In a show of goodwill, he peeled one and ate it, inviting Xiaobai to come in and sit for a while. Xiaobai leaned against the doorframe, glancing down at the gleaming floor, shaking her head. "My feet are too dirty. I might soil your home." She then peered inside and inquired, "What are you cooking, uncle?" Zhang Tan replied, "Stir-fried mushrooms with meat. Would you like to come in and sample my culinary skills?" Xiaobai shook her head. "I'm off to wait for the children. Goodbye." In a flash, she dashed away. "I'll treat you to hand-pulled chicken for lunch." Why? Do you really need to ask why one would treat another to a meal? Can one simply skip meals? I meant, what is your reason for treating me? To apologize for calling you a fool. It's nothing. I'm not bothered by it. Once Jiang Rong learned that the brave hero was pinned by Zhang Tan, she insisted on inviting him to dinner. On one hand, she claimed it was to apologize for the playful jest, but on the other, she expressed a desire to seek his counsel. Zhang Tan felt that the latter reason was far more genuine. "What? Do you not wish to accept my invitation?" Zhang Tan remarked. "Allow me to treat you. During my first week here, you assisted me immensely, and I must express my gratitude." Jiang Rong chuckled and replied, "Oh, it's nothing really. I only helped because I found you rather charming. Just look at Yi Chao." I paid him no mind. Zhang Tan was at a loss for words, and Jiang Rong burst into laughter, adding, "I was just teasing you. After all, we sit at adjacent desks. If you insist on treating me, I shall return the favor next time." At that moment, the deputy team leader called out, "Come here for a moment." "All right." Zhang Tan responded promptly, turning to Jiang Rong to say, "I must end our conversation for now." Jiang Rong shouted after him, "Let us agree on lunch then. Don't forget." Zhang Tan waved his hand in acknowledgement, signaling that he understood. In the conference room, aside from the deputy team leader, there was an ordinary-looking man in his 40s. The deputy team leader introduced him, saying, "This is Luo Ming, the screenwriter for Under Tianyu Mountain." He then introduced Luo Ming to Zhang Tan, adding, "You two converse. I shall step out for a while." Once the deputy team leader left, Luo Ming proceeded with his introduction. He mentioned that he had reviewed the evaluation group's suggestions for Under Tianyu Mountain the previous day and found them quite insightful, particularly the 3 points raised by Zhang Tan, which he had not considered before. As the saying goes, the bystander sees clearly. Upon arriving at work today, he sought out the evaluation group with the intention of meeting Zhang Tan and engaging in discussion. Initially, he planned to converse briefly, but before he knew it, they had talked for over half an hour. Luo Ming was pleasantly surprised. Zhang Tan's opinions and insights were refreshing, showcasing a remarkably high level of screenwriting skill. "I heard you just graduated from university?" Luo Ming inquired. Zhang Tan, "Indeed, I just joined the company half a month ago. You must have written quite a few scripts during your university years. Have you participated in any project operations?" "I have penned several scripts and taken part in a few projects, albeit on a modest scale." Luo Ming pondered for a moment before responding. "You should be aware that the project Under Tianyu Mountain has commenced. Currently, I am the sole screenwriter, and we are short-staffed. Would you be willing to assist me?" Zhang Tan felt a surge of joy within, though his expression remained composed. He inquired, "As a script assistant?" "Yes, as a script assistant. I believe your suggestion to incorporate a pet character is excellent. If you come on board, you will be responsible for developing that character's concept." "What do you think?" Zhang Tan replied, "I personally have no objections, but I must consult with the team leader first." Luo Ming assured him, "Of course. I will also reach out to him for personnel approval, so you need not worry." After leaving the conference room, Zhang Tan seemed to feign indifference towards the matter. He had lunch with Jiang Rong nearby and subsequently sought out the team leader to discuss the opportunity with Under Tianyu Mountain. Team leader Lu, observing Zhang Tan's tardy arrival, mused that the young man truly possessed remarkable composure. Luo Ming had informed him of the staffing needs earlier that morning, and he had anticipated Zhang Tan would hasten to seek him out. Yet, he had waited in vain until now for his arrival. "What do you intend to do? Has teacher Luo brought in a newcomer?" At the production studio, people noticed Zhang Tan's new face and eagerly inquired of Luo Ming, standing nearby. "This is Zhang Tan, a remarkably talented young individual. He is now my script assistant, and I trust you will extend your support to him in the future." Luo Ming introduced himself to everyone he encountered, while Zhang Tan would pause, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Some would respond and then take their leave, while others would linger for a brief conversation. The two traversed the office area on the 9th floor and entered their designated workspace. Although Luo Ming was not a leader, he was a seasoned screenwriter, and every writer assigned to a team was allocated an office as a workspace for the writing group. Luo Ming possessed formidable skills and had worked on numerous projects, often requiring last-minute arrangements. Eventually, they decided to assign him a permanent office. "You will be working here from now on. It will just be the two of us for the time being," Luo Ming remarked. The computer and desk had already been set up in the 20-square-meter room, which would now serve as the shared office for Luo Ming and Zhang Tan. "Thank you," Zhang Tan replied. Luo Ming waved his hand dismissively and sank into his chair, gesturing for Zhang Tan to sit as well. "Let us discuss the script first. Now that you are part of the team, feel free to share your thoughts. The essence of collaborative scriptwriting lies in open communication and honesty." The storyline of Under Tianyu Mountain is set in the mythological era of ancient China, within a fictitious feudal dynasty characterized by numerous states, including the great powers of Wei, Zhou, and Shu, as well as the smaller nations like Chen and Zhongshan. The protagonist is the former crown prince of Chen, who, at the tender age of 16, falls victim to a palace coup where a general seizes power and usurps the throne. The protagonist flees Chen, evading relentless pursuers. Tianyu Mountain is portrayed as the cradle of civilization in this world, nurturing Chinese culture, and many legendary tales of deities and demons originate from there. In his quest to grow stronger and reclaim his homeland, the protagonist resolves to seek out Tianyu Mountain, embarking on a journey of both wandering and self-improvement. Last night, Zhang Tan meticulously contemplated the script outline, and he indeed experienced newfound insights. "Well, let me articulate 3 points," Zhang Tan remarked. Luo Ming gestured for him to proceed. The two engaged in conversation throughout the morning, and in the afternoon, Luo Ming began revising the script once more, while Zhang Tan meticulously crafted the pet's character design. Considering the protagonist's tragic background and somber disposition, Zhang Tan first determined that the pet's character must possess a humorous essence, akin to Jiang Rong, to render the narrative more vivid and engaging. Furthermore, the pet's personality should be complementary to that of the protagonist. If the protagonist exhibits an A-side temperament, the pet should embody a B-side character, representing 2 facets of the same existence. For instance, when confronted with formidable adversaries, the protagonist, fully aware of the odds, must face them. That is the A-side. Conversely, his pet, fearful of death and rather timid, yearns to flee. That encapsulates the B-side. In truth, this B-side reflects an intrinsic aspect of the protagonist, a latent dimension. When faced with daunting foes, he too harbors a desire to escape and experiences fear. Such emotions are entirely natural and part of the human condition. However, as the protagonist, readers are drawn to his valor and strength, his integrity and bravery, and it would be implausible for him to retreat when confronted with peril. Thus, allowing the pet to exhibit these qualities subtly conveys a deeper humanity to the protagonist. After much contemplation, Zhang Tan synthesized the narrative and its backdrop, ultimately solidifying the pet's character design, which he illustrated in a sketch and presented to Luo Ming. "Zouwu?" Luo Ming exclaimed in astonishment. The sketch he received depicted an extraordinarily unique creature, enormous like an elephant, with the body of a tiger, sharp claws for prominent curved tusks, a mane that shimmered when unfurled, resembling ruffled lotus leaves, and a tail reminiscent of a peacock's, adorned with an array of colors rendered in simple strokes. This is a rather obscure mythical creature, originating from the classic of mountains and seas. Zhang Tan remarked that the Zouwu possesses a vividly colored tail, and wherever it goes, its destructive power is formidable. According to the established lore, the Zouwu appears to be a fierce beast. However, it is actually quite timid, often displaying cowardice, gluttony, and laziness, with a hint of arrogance. When the protagonist brandishes a cat teaser, this seemingly ferocious creature instantly transforms into an adorable, wide-eyed mode, fixating on the small wooden stick and joyfully waving its colossal tail, creating a delightful contrast. "It's quite amusing," Luo Ming commented upon reviewing the Zouwu's design. Zhang Tan explained, "The Zouwu is a creature from the classic of mountains and seas, massive in stature, resembling a fierce tiger, and possessing astounding destructive capabilities, which aligns perfectly with the narrative's backdrop. It can also provide protection to the protagonist. However, it resembles a wildcat, and its brilliantly colored tail is quite endearing. Its proud yet gluttonous demeanor resonates with modern individuals who are fond of cats, creating an inherent sense of affinity towards the Zouwu. Furthermore, its complex and concealed feet can serve as a clue." Zhang Tan pointed to the Zouwu's tail, which resembles that of a peacock, and said, "Its tail, adorned with vibrant colors, wields immense power, capable of disarming foes. This is attributed to its faint lineage from the Peacock King, a lineage that, though diluted, is mysterious and potent." Zhang Tan elucidated his considerations for selecting the Zouwu. Luo Ming nodded in agreement, stating, "It's quite appealing, at first glance. I find it very likable. It captivates me, and the design seems satisfactory. How about this? I will ponder it tonight and confirm my decision after work tomorrow." "Very well," Zhang Tan replied, and thus concluded the day's work. After finishing for the day, as Zhang Tan was about to head home, Jiang Rong and He Chao were standing downstairs. Upon his emergence, Jiang Rong greeted him with enthusiasm, waving her hand. "What is the matter? Were you waiting for me?" Zhang Tan inquired. Jiang Rong scrutinized him from head to toe, playfully punching him in the arm. "Well, Zhang Tan, how could you leave without a word? Not even a farewell? Do you not consider me a friend?" Zhang Tan replied, "I didn't go far. You're on the 8th floor, and I'm on the 9th. It was merely a couple of steps before I slipped away." Jiang Rong countered, "That is not the same. You took a significant leap, akin to a promotion. Is it just a trivial matter of walking a few steps?" He Chao, observing from the side, expressed his admiration. Zhang Tan, congratulations. Having joined the company simultaneously with Zhang Tan, he felt a pang of envy. In less than 2 weeks, Zhang Tan had advanced beyond the script evaluation team, effectively completing his probation and engaging in major projects, while He Chao remained a newcomer, the least experienced in the evaluation team. Last week, the deputy team leader had a word with him, encouraging him to strive harder, implying that his current abilities were insufficient for stability. As he reflected on this, He Chao felt a twinge of discouragement even as he congratulated Zhang Tan. "Thank you. You'll get there soon enough," Zhang Tan reassured him. Jiang Rong interjected, "Come. Let me treat you to dinner to celebrate, and in the meantime, you can enlighten me about the role of a script assistant." The trio dined together, after which Jiang Rong suggested they go to a karaoke venue. This spirited girl certainly knew how to enjoy herself, judging by her attire and habits. It was clear she came from a well-off family, a local girl from Pujiang. He Chao, however, could not join them as he received a call from his girlfriend and hurried back. Left alone, Zhang Tan proposed to Jiang Rong. "With so few people, singing lacks atmosphere. Perhaps we should postpone it to another day and invite more friends." Jiang Rong responded, "If we need to invite people, that's no trouble at all. With a single phone call, I can rally a crowd." However, that would render Zhang Tan rather awkward, as she was surrounded by friends, none of whom she knew. Jiang Rong, evidently mindful of this, kindly suggested, "All right then, another day." After hailing a taxi and alighting on Shichang'an Street, Zhang Tan ambled to the entrance of the Little Red Horse Academy, greeting the gatekeeper, boldly. The academy was ablaze with lights, and the innocent laughter of children floated through the night air. As she ascended the stairs, she heard the particularly distinctive and penetrating voice of Xiaobai, seemingly embroiled in an argument. Amongst the clamor, she caught the phrase, a term she discovered online the previous day to be derogatory. Upon returning home, Zhang Tan had scarcely closed the door when she heard Xiaobai's voice at the entrance. "Uncle, you just got home?" This little one seemed to have the instincts of a puppy, discovering her presence immediately. Zhang Tan chuckled. "Indeed, didn't you play with the other children? I just heard you arguing." Xiaobai, clad in her familiar blue outfit, leaned over the threshold, curiously observing him. It appeared she possessed only 2 sets of clothing, one red and one blue, which she alternated. "Do you want to play soccer with me?" she inquired. "Let us pass on that. It's getting dark, and one might stumble. If the Chinese men's football team had your enthusiasm, they wouldn't struggle to break out of Asia. What about your paws?" Xiaobai leaned over the threshold and asked. "In the dark, it's hard to see the path, and one could easily fall. It could hurt quite a bit. There are lights, you just get back up if you fall." "Oh, you would cry?" This little imp could even be sarcastic. Zhang Tan was left with no choice but to resort to his old excuse. "I haven't eaten." "But your paws haven't eaten either? Didn't you just get off work? Please come in and have a seat. The grapes you enjoy are yet to be finished." Zhang Tan extended his invitation. Xiaobai, with a hint of caution, inquired, "Have you been drinking?" Upon hearing this, Xiaobai immediately felt relieved. "Then I shall enter." "Please do," Zhang Tan responded. Noticing Xiaobai removing her small shoes, revealing a pair of worn socks with holes, Zhang Tan recalled her previous embarrassment. This time, however, she seemed unperturbed and remarked that it was just her playful spirit showing. The comparison struck Zhang Tan as somewhat peculiar. He retrieved a backpack from his work supplies and procured a pair of small slippers, placing them before Xiaobai. "I have prepared a pair of little shoes for you. You need not go barefoot." Xiaobai looked down at the slippers adorned with a charming bear design and, filled with delight, asked, "Are these for me?" Zhang Tan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, they are for you. They are brand new, just purchased on my way home from work." Xiaobai embraced the slippers, her joy evident as she inspected them. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she fixed a serious gaze upon Zhang Tan, questioning, "Uncle, what is your intention?" "Huh?" Zhang Tan replied, perplexed. "What do you mean by buying shoes for me?" Zhang Tan chuckled, bemused. "Do you truly think I would seek to win you over with a pair of slippers? You are far too inexpensive for that notion. I had no ulterior motive. It was merely because you visited my home last time, and I did not have a suitable pair of small shoes for you. Thus, I thought to buy these on my way home." "Oh," Xiaobai remarked, assessing the slippers. She genuinely appreciated them, but added, "I cannot accept your gift." I understand. It is perfectly fine to refuse," Zhang Tan replied. "Here you go. Since you are visiting my home, I naturally must provide you with small shoes to wear. It would be impolite to allow a guest to walk barefoot within the house." Xiaobai murmured, "I don't quite understand what you are saying." Zhang Tan, caught in a mix of laughter and exasperation, replied, "You need not comprehend, just put them on." Yet, Xiaobai still refrained from wearing them, not out of defiance, but from reluctance. She held the small slippers in her hands, wandering about the house in a pair of tattered socks. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she dashed to the door. Retrieving a glass jar that had been leaning against the wall, presenting it to Zhang Tan with a sense of pride, she exclaimed, "Uncle, look! Xiaobai has caught a ding-ding cat. None of the other children managed to catch one, only I did. Isn't Xiaobai remarkably skilled? Ding-ding cat? Zai-ding-dang?" Zhang Tan inquired, puzzled. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the jar contained a dragonfly. So this is called a ding-ding cat? A dragonfly, indeed. How did you manage to catch it? I caught it with my little hands. This is my forte. She perched herself on a small stool, cradling the glass jar in one hand while rummaging in her pocket with the other. She produced a piece of candy and offered it to Zhang Tan, inviting him to enjoy it. This little one is quite polite. Each visit, she arrives not empty-handed. Previously, she brought boiled peanuts, and now, a candy, a lovely gesture indeed. Do not think of returning empty-handed. Xiaobai, still seated on her little stool, held the glass jar and gazed up at Zhang Tan as he wandered about the house. Noticing that he was not heading to the kitchen, she curiously inquired, "Uncle, why aren't you preparing the food?" Zhang Tan tilted his head to glance at the clock hanging on the wall and remarked, "It is already 9 o'clock. I have dined outside." "Oh." Xiaobai tilted her small head, suddenly recalling something, and responded with displeasure, "Then why didn't you play with me?" "What do you mean by that?" Previously, Zhang Tan had excused himself from playing football with her due to not having eaten. What do you mean? What should we do? Why does it feel like you are accusing me? Do you expect me to compensate you?" "I apologize," Zhang Tan confessed. "I lied. In truth, it is too late, and night has fallen. How about this? Tomorrow I will play football with you." Xiaobai was taken aback by his words, curiously examining his face. This was the first time an adult had said sorry to her. Was that something only children did? "Oh, all right then. You must not deceive me." "I promise I will not deceive you. By the way, do you enjoy playing as a striker?" Xiaobai was puzzled. "What? A bee? Is it a bee?" Realizing she was unfamiliar with football, Zhang Tan did not press her further and suggested, "Then tomorrow, I will be the goalkeeper, and you can take the shots." "How does that sound?" Xiaobai understood this and confidently declared, "You must not be joking. Playing football is my forte. If I hurt you, do not hold it against me." Zhang Tan laughed. "I will absolutely not blame you. Bring it on." "Bring what on?" "A horse." "Why bring a horse? Bring a dog instead. That does make some sense." Zhang Tan retrieved some grapes from the refrigerator, washed them thoroughly, and arranged them on a small plate, presenting them to Xiaobai beside him. Xiaobai cast a swift glance, but did not touch them. Instead, she lifted a glass bottle and inquired, "Uncle, would you like to see my ding-ding cat?" "Ding-ding cat? I shall pass. You may keep it for yourself." "Then I shall release the ding-ding cat." She stood up and asked Zhang Tan for permission to visit his balcony. Once granted, she cradled the glass bottle and approached, gently reaching inside to extract a dragonfly, which she held delicately in her palm before setting it free. Curiously, Zhang Tan asked, "Do you not care for the ding-ding cat?" Xiaobai watched the ding-ding cat soar into the distance until it vanished, then reluctantly returned inside and responded, "I shall catch it again tomorrow." "Yet you have released it? It needs to find its mother. It must sleep now." "Very well. Goodbye." "What is it?" "I am leaving now. Goodbye." Truly. She came and went in a flurry. Zhang Tan courteously urged her to stay a while longer. Xiaobai donned the small shoes positioned by the door and declared that she was busy, wishing to play with her friends. "Then take some grapes with you to enjoy." "I do not wish to eat them. Just a little, please. They have all been prepared for you." "Are you truly unwilling to oblige me?" This little friend's refusal to eat his offerings left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Was he not sufficiently inviting? Today he was determined to be exceptionally warm-hearted. "I do not wish to eat them. Just a bite. Do take some. It would not be inappropriate. What could possibly be wrong with it? Come now, show a little courtesy." Zhang Tan enthusiastically poured the grapes from a small dish into a preservation box, insisting that Xiaobai take it, for he would not allow her to leave empty-handed. Given Zhang Tan's fervor, Xiaobai felt reluctant to dampen his spirits. "This will be delightful to bring back for the little ones," she remarked as she accepted the box filled with grapes. "There are so many." "Not at all." "It's wonderful," he replied, his tone earnest. "How shall I thank you? Perhaps you could sing a song for me?" Zhang Tan suggested, without a trace of hesitation. Xiaobai began to sing. Tang Sung rides his horse, Dong Dong, followed closely by Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong runs swiftly, trailed by Zhu Beiji. She concluded with a charming Sichuan folk tune. "Was that good?" Xiaobai inquired. "Indeed, It was delightful, Zhang Tan affirmed. As he accompanied her to the door, he expressed concern. Let me walk you down. Take care with your steps. Is there a ghost? Xiaobai asked playfully. Zhang Tan, feeling a bit anxious, replied. Not at all. Upon hearing there were no apparitions, Xiaobai waved him off, declaring she had no fear of ghosts. Why would I be scared of such things? Zhang Tan had heard from the gatekeeper, old Li, that she enjoyed sneaking out to play in the yard, which left him feeling uneasy. He only felt reassured once she was safely handed over to Teacher Liu. Upon returning home, Zhang Tan noticed neatly arranged little slippers in the corner of the entryway, untouched. What a good child Xiaobai is, provided she doesn't throw a tantrum, curse, or fight. With the air conditioning running in the room, Zhang Tan secured the doors and windows of the balcony. Suddenly, he spotted a dragonfly resting there, unmistakably the one Xiaobai had released earlier. Why did he disregard the advice of Xiaobai and seek out his mother? He turned off the main light in the room, leaving only the spotlight above the sofa illuminated. Placing his laptop on his lap, he searched for a newly released film, having seen its explosive trailer just yesterday while riding the subway. How delightful it would be to have a projector to cast the film upon the wall, far more enjoyable than being confined to the diminutive 18-inch screen of his laptop. The film, titled The Chaser, is a modern martial arts piece. Zhang Tan did not immediately commence watching the film. Instead, he sought out the real-time box office statistics. Having been released for 5 days, it had already grossed over 1 billion, undoubtedly a blockbuster of this summer season, heralding the vibrant cinematic period ahead. The box office figures were not Zhang Tan's primary focus. It was the reviews that piqued his interest. The most acclaimed review bore the title A Tribute to Traditional Martial Arts Cinema, the inherited yet innovative The Chaser. Beneath this review lay another, subtitled, contained spoilers. Please watch with caution. The Chaser, a new pinnacle of violent aesthetics. Without hesitation, Zhang Tan clicked on the second review. He had a habit of wanting to know the outcome beforehand, for otherwise, he felt an unsettling itch akin to a cat scratch. He even contemplated fast-forwarding to the final 5 minutes to watch the conclusion before starting the film anew. The review concluded with the assertion that The Chaser could contend for an Oscar. Zhang Tan smirked and subsequently read 3 more reviews, gaining a general impression of The Chaser before finally selecting the film to watch in full screen, connecting it to his speakers. An hour and a half later, as the film concluded, Zhang Tan sat up, placed his laptop on the coffee table, and rewound to the 70th minute to rewatch the climactic ending. The film The Pursuer is indeed remarkable. Its mastery of pacing is exhilarating, igniting a fervor within the viewer. It stands as a film rich in substance while simultaneously delivering a delightful experience, earning its place among popcorn cinema. Zhang Tan categorizes it within this genre. Regarding numerous film critiques suggesting it could contend for an Oscar, Zhang Tan dismisses such notions as unfounded praise lacking depth. Reflecting on the highly rated reviews he had just encountered, he found them either superficial or missing the crux of the matter. Unable to contain his thoughts, he retreated to his desk, fingers dancing over the keyboard, composing a brief review of fewer than 1,000 words. He even registered an account with the username Astonishing, posting it on a film critique website. As he closed his laptop, the clock on the wall indicated 11 o'clock. He poured himself a glass of water and ventured downstairs. The children were nestled in their dormitories on the 2nd floor, yet several remained awake, lingering in the activity area on the ground floor. Xiaobai was among them. Zhang Tan discovered her in the reading area, sitting alone in a corner, her shadow cast at her feet. A picture book lay open on her lap, her elbows resting on her knees, cradling her small face in her palms. Her hair, falling to her shoulders, obscured her features, leaving one to wonder if she was engrossed in her book or merely dozing off. Upon hearing footsteps, Xiaobai lifted her head, revealing her cherubic face beneath her hair. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she spotted Zhang Tan, and she joyfully waved at him, inquiring if he could narrate the story from the picture book. You should be sleeping, Zhang Tan replied. The Windmill Afer, it's a wonderful tale, uncle. After you finish, I'll go to sleep, all right? Very well, Zhang Tan conceded, taking the picture book and flipping to the cover. What Windmill Afer? This is clearly the Field Mouse Afer. Where did you leave off? Let me continue. Little White shook her head, smiling silently, her dark little face framed by 2 rows of pristine, white baby teeth. She couldn't read. Such an adept excuse-maker. It was late, and Zhang Tan was reluctant to squander time. He opened one of the short stories, Gathering Sunshine, which narrated as winter approached. The little field mice busied themselves with preparations. Some were hoarding corn, others rice. Little White interjected, corn is just baogu. Zhang Tin nodded, indeed. Corn is also known as baogu. Some were stockpiling biscuits, but only. Little White interjected again, this time with a playful twang. You re baogu, and I'm the little tuft at the end of the corn. A look of confusion crossed Zhang Tan's face. What does that mean? Goose, goose, goose. Little White laughed like a honking goose, shaking her head. Come on, uncle, continue the story. Zhang Tin scrutinized her suspiciously, sensing that the little girl had just insulted him. No, he would check online later. Not understanding Sichuan dialect could be quite disadvantageous. All the little field mice were toiling away, while Ah Fu seemed to have prepared nothing, merely gathering sunshine, air, and colors, when winter truly arrived. And the little field mice were cooped up in their homes, devoid of sunshine and color. Ah Fu began to narrate tales of sunshine and colors, instantly warming everyone's spirits. Well, that concludes the story. Now it's time for bed. Zhang Tin tucked away the picture book, denying Little White any chance to protest, placing it upon the shelf, and ushering her back to the dormitory. Uncle, I'm not called Little White anymore. Xiaobai, affectionately known as a four, swiftly freed herself from his grasp and darted away. Zhang Tan initially presumed she had changed her mind and was unwilling to retire for the night. So he followed her, only to discover her returning with a food storage container. Here you go, uncle, she exclaimed, thrusting the container into his hands. This was a disposable container, intended for single use, yet Xiaobai had not discarded it. Rather, she had meticulously cleaned it until it gleamed like new. Are the grapes delicious? She inquired, to which Xiaobai nodded enthusiastically, very sweet. The little ones adore them. Thank you, uncle. If you enjoy them, do come back tomorrow, I have plenty more. Xiaobai said bashfully, isn't that a bit inappropriate? At 7:30 in the morning, Zhang Tin arrived at the office. Luo Ming had yet to make his appearance, and the closed windows rendered the room somewhat stifling. He set down his backpack and approached the window, flinging it open to welcome the fresh air. The bustling thoroughfare of Yong'an Street was alive with the cacophony of traffic, filling the space with sound as it mingled with the incoming breeze. Luo Ming preferred tranquility. Hence the windows were perpetually shut, and the air conditioning was consistently running. Seizing the opportunity before Luo Ming's arrival, Zhang Tan decided to refresh the air within the office. He rummaged through a corner and unearthed a kettle, which was coated in a layer of dust, indicating it had not been used in quite some time. After thoroughly washing it inside and out, he filled it with water at the drinking fountain, plugged it in, and retrieved from his backpack some Lushan Cloud and Mist tea, along with a thermos and a teapot. As the water reached a boil, he brewed a pot of tea. A few minutes past 8. Estimating that Luo Ming would soon arrive, Zhang Tin closed the window and adjusted the air conditioning to circulation mode. The office's decor was rather monotonous, prompting him to contemplate bringing in 2 pots of flowers the following day to infuse a touch of greenery, thus pleasing to the eye. Before long, Luo Ming entered, somewhat perplexed, and remarked, the office appears somewhat different. Have you tidied up? Zhang Tin chuckled softly and replied, I brewed a pot of tea. Do give it a try. It's quite thoughtful of you. With a cheerful demeanor, Luo Ming poured himself a cup, and after savoring it, he conveyed to Zhang Tan. Let us proceed as you suggested, and incorporate a Zouwu. Zhang Tan, not taken aback by this, nodded in agreement. Luo Ming continued. I have already outlined the plots for the first 5 episodes. Your task today is to weave in Zouwu's storyline, ensuring it does not disrupt the main narrative. No problem, Zhang Tan replied, setting down his teacup. He filled his thermos with tea, placed it at hand, and opened his laptop, immersing himself in his work. Luo Ming possessed a somewhat somber disposition, preferring silence over conversation. Zhang Tin shared this inclination, as the two delved into their tasks. The office enveloped itself in a profound quietude, punctuated only by the rhythmic tapping of keyboard strokes and the occasional gurgle from the water cooler. The challenge lay in introducing the character of Zouwu without encumbering the primary storyline. Thus, it became an exercise in levity, a means to enhance the atmosphere. Zhang Tin diligently adhered to this principle, striving to establish Zouwu's character swiftly within the permissible confines. By afternoon, having completed his writing, Luo Ming took the script to consult with the chief director. The final decision rested with the director's approval. Shortly thereafter, Luo Ming returned with the news that the director had consented. Zhang Tin exhaled slightly in relief. The character of Zouwu was finally confirmed. Luo Ming offered a few encouraging words before continuing. There is good news and bad news. The chief director has requested that we produce the scripts for the next 5 episodes within 3 days. The timeline is tight. I will handle the first 2 episodes, and you can take a crack at the latter 3. What do you think? The animated series operates on a team-based system, with the first 5 episodes crafted by one group, followed by another group that will commence work on the subsequent 5 episodes a few days later. This method ensures a systematic progression. Tomorrow, Luo Ming will meet with the first group to discuss the storyboards, and, lacking time to write the script himself, he noticed Zhang Tan's composed demeanor and considerable ability, prompting him to invite Zhang to participate. Zhang Tan, of course, had no objections. It was an opportunity he eagerly welcomed. Let us review the main storyline, Luo Ming suggested. For the next 3 days, Zhang Tan devoted himself entirely to scriptwriting, striving to maintain stylistic consistency with the first 5 episodes while introducing subtle innovations around the central narrative. The process unfolded relatively smoothly, though he often felt constrained. After reviewing the 3 episodes Zhang had penned, Luo Ming made minor adjustments while largely preserving the original essence, integrating them with his own 2 episodes to create a cohesive 5-part script, which he then printed for the chief director's review. Is this the newcomer you brought on board? The chief director, surnamed Fu, inquired, having perused the 5 scripts and flipping to the latter 3 for a second glance. Luo Ming instinctively raised his eyebrows as he replied. His name is Zhang Tan. He authored them. Director Fu smiled, neatly placing the scripts aside, his palm resting atop them. Quite impressive, he remarked. No wonder you recognized his talent so quickly. The script meets my expectations. It's quite commendable. Despite Luo Ming's extensive and seasoned experience in project management, his heart still felt a wave of relief upon hearing these words. As a screenwriter, the most arduous challenge is not the conception of the script itself, but rather the discussions with superiors, especially when faced with an inexperienced individual attempting to guide a seasoned professional. This can be utterly exasperating. He has witnessed female screenwriters moved to tears by such encounters. Shall we dine together after work? Do you have the time? Upon returning, Luo Ming observed Zhang Tan bent over his desk, scribbling and sketching, and inquired. From Luo Ming's demeanor, Zhang Tan could discern that the conversation with the chief director must have gone smoothly, implying that the recently submitted 5 episodes had been approved. Thus, he refrained from probing further and smiled. I know a delightful restaurant. Then I shall follow your lead. Will you drive, or shall I take my car? Zhang Tan, lacking a vehicle, replied, I'll ride with you. With half an hour remaining until the end of the workday, Luo Ming declared it unnecessary to linger, and they promptly gathered their belongings. As Luo Ming glanced at the manuscript on Zhang Tan's desk, he noticed some illustrations. Initially, he merely skimmed over it, but suddenly turned back to inspect it closely, lifting it to his eyes with curiosity. Did you draw this? He inquired. Zhang Tan, having finished packing his backpack, replied. I'm unsure if it aligns with the story style. Luo Ming expressed his astonishment, not expecting Zhang Tan to possess such talent. The sketch depicted a scene where the protagonist and the mythical creature Zhou stand at the riverbank, confronting the river demon. If memory serves correctly, this scene is from the 6th episode, wherein, with Zhou's assistance, the protagonist struggles to triumph over the river demon and acquires the demon's core, marking a significant surge in power. This is a crucial climax in the narrative. Although Zhang Tan's drawing captures merely a static image, it is imbued with emotion, allowing one to sense the palpable tension and imminent conflict that lies beyond the frame, exuding considerable dynamism. Quite splendid, exactly as I envisioned, remarked Luo Ming. Tomorrow, I can take this to discuss with the storyboard artists for their reference. Once the anime script is finalized, the next step involves creating the storyboard, which translates words into visuals. This process necessitates thorough communication and mutual understanding of intentions between the screenwriter and the storyboard artist. The 2 men closed the office door and exited the building. Under Zhang Tan's guidance, they drove for several minutes to a rather inconspicuous restaurant. Although the ambience was not particularly grand, the cuisine was delightful, earning Luo Ming's enthusiastic praise. After their meal, Luo Ming received a call from his wife. Zhang Tan discerned this from the tone and content of the conversation, which was not difficult to surmise. At over 40 years of age, Luo Ming was already married, sporting a wedding ring on his finger. Occasionally, he would bring a meticulously prepared bento for lunch, adorned with vibrant colors, clearly crafted by a woman's touch. Upon hanging up, Zhang Tan chuckled. Was that your wife's call? Luo Ming tucked his phone away. She's reminding me to help our daughter with her homework. He added with a hint of exasperation, my child is in the 3rd year of junior high, and some of the assignments are beyond my capability. I need to brainstorm with my wife. It's quite the challenge. Zhang Tan laughed, Then you should hurry home. Luo Ming replied, there's no rush. I'll take you home first. No need for that. I can take the subway from here. It's just a short ride. Ultimately, Luo Ming drove off on his own, while Zhang Tan took the subway back to Zichangan Street. Upon arriving at Xiaohoma Academy, he spotted two young girls standing beneath a mulberry tree. It was now 9 in the evening, and all the other children were engaged in play within the activity room, except for these two. Zhang Tan was acquainted with them. One was Xiaomi, and the other was Meng Chengqing. Upon his sudden appearance, the two children were evidently startled, glancing around with furtive eyes. Am I truly that intimidating? Zhang Tan inquired. What are you doing outside? Come back to the classroom and play. There are mosquitoes out here. Meng Chengqing, bewildered, nodded and turned to leave, glancing back every few steps. As for Xiaomi, she remained, her little head raised as she peered up at the tree, behaving rather stealthily. Following her gaze, Zhang Tan was taken aback to see a little girl in a red dress clinging to the trunk, perched on a branch. Upon noticing his attention, she beamed and waved, proudly proclaiming, I am Afu Air, showcasing my talent. In the stillness of the night, the little girl had climbed the mulberry tree, boldly declaring her performance of her specialty. Could she not be a bit more composed? Zhang Tan contemplated admonishing her, but hesitated, fearing that a sudden fright might cause her to lose her grip and fall. Thus, he opted for a gentle and amiable approach, kindly asking her to descend. Goo, 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 giggled the little girl, perhaps viewing this moment as the pinnacle of her life. She had longed to climb the trees within the school grounds, but had been closely watched, never finding the opportunity. Today, seizing the moment while Teacher Lu was in the restroom, she had brought along her little companions, who assisted in her ascent. With a swift motion, she had scurried up the tree like a caterpillar. And then, Zhang Tan arrived, perfectly timed to witness her display of prowess. She intended to sit atop the tree and sing a song. I am showcasing my talent, she declared, clinging to the trunk like a sloth. Could you please come down? Zhang Tan urged. Watch me. In an impressive display, the little white creature clung to the tree trunk, using all 4 limbs with the agility of a monkey, scaling the height with remarkable speed. This was no sloth, but rather a caterpillar or a small monkey. Climbing trees was indeed her forte. After showcasing her skills, she felt an overwhelming sense of pride, while Zhang Tan, Xiaomi, and Meng Chengqing below were filled with trepidation. Zhang Tan threatened, if you don't come down, I'll come up and drag you down. What? The little white creature exclaimed in surprise. Why are you so furious? Zhang Tan, aware that furious was a phrase she frequently uttered, had looked it up online and understood it to mean she was very angry. He waved his hand dismissively, insisting, just come down first. The little white creature mumbled something incomprehensible and began to descend from the tree. Zhang Tan quickly set down his backpack and positioned himself beneath her, arms outstretched in anticipation of her fall. Seeing this, Xiaomi and Meng Chengqing rushed to his side, mimicking his actions with their heads held high and hands open. Eager to contribute, Zhang Tan glanced down at the two little friends, urging them to step aside. I can manage this alone. You don't need to help. Please stand back a little. The dazed Meng Chengqing stared at him, speechless, while Xiaomi chimed in, just lend a hand. Despite not being from Sichuan, she had picked up a few phrases in the local dialect from the little white creature. Zhang Tan reassured them that he did not require their assistance and instructed them to stay further away to avoid being crushed by the little white creature. His concerns were unwarranted, as the little creature skillfully descended from the tree, proudly declaring, "Did you see that?" Xiaomi and Meng Chengqing eagerly nodded in agreement, exclaiming their approval. Zhang Tan, rendered speechless, scrutinized her attire. "Look at your clothes. They're utterly filthy." Xiaobai glanced down at herself. "Oh dear." Zhang Tan chuckled. "You still say oh dear. Are you still climbing trees? With such dirty clothes, no one will wash them for you." Xiaobai began to pat herself down, enlisting the help of Xiaomi and Meng Chengqing. Be gentle, be gentle. Xiaomi, are you intentionally hitting me? Chengqing, don't pat my head so hard. Upon returning indoors, Zhang Tan ushered the trio to teacher Xiaolu, instructing her to keep an eye on them. He then returned home, took a shower, and had just settled at his desk when a knock echoed through the house. Xiaobai appeared again, standing a few meters away near the staircase, accompanied by her two timid companions, Xiaomi and Meng Chengqing, who were not as bold as Xiaobai. "Uncle, have you been drinking?" Xiaobai inquired. Zhang Tan, perplexed by her constant questioning, replied, "No, I haven't been drinking." "Oh," Xiaobai exhaled a sigh of relief. "I came to check on my little shoes." "Oh, they're still here." She leaned over the doorway, tilting her head to examine the pair of small slippers adorned with bear patterns that she had worn last time. What is there to see? They want to run away, he thought, struggling to grasp the logic of a child's world. Would you like to come in and sit for a while? Bring your little friends along, Zhang Tan asked. Xiao Bai shook her head, stating that she was merely there to check on her little shoes, not to visit him, and that she was too busy to sit down. Zhang Tan was at a loss for words. It truly felt like a lack of courtesy. Such thoughts should remain unspoken, yet children often speak their minds without reservation. Is it just to look at the little shoes? Since you're here, wouldn't it be a pity not to try them on? Bai tilted her head in contemplation, finding merit in what was said, yet still harboring a hint of unease. She inquired whether he had consumed alcohol and requested him to squat down so she could ascertain the scent. Are you truly fearful of my drinking? Zhang Tan queried, perplexed. Bai nodded, explaining that adults who drink might strike children. Zhang Tan complied, squatting down for her to sniff, feigning nonchalance as he asked, Has anyone ever struck you when intoxicated? Bai remained silent, twitching her little nose. Not detecting the odor of alcohol, she felt reassured, promptly shedding her small shoes. Delighting in donning her adorable slippers, she scampered around the room in tiny steps, nearly airborne. Then rushed to the door to summon Xiao Mi and Cheng Cheng for their admiration. The three little ones huddled together, exchanging opinions. After which Bai returned her small shoes to the rack, slipped on her sandals, and bid him farewell, descending the stairs with Xiao Mi and Meng Cheng Cheng. It was quite a feat. She finally agreed to wear her small shoes. Yet, it was disheartening to realize that the busy Bai had merely come to see her own shoes, not his, and certainly not to nurture any friendship they might have had. If there was indeed any. Once Bai departed, Zhang Tan closed the door and returned to his desk, opening his computer to seek out films for study. Previously, he had been accustomed to browsing video sites, but this time he altered his approach, first visiting the film review website he had perused last time to find a movie. The ratings here were comparatively more objective. Suddenly, he noticed 56 unread messages displayed in the top right corner of his account. During his last review post, he had casually registered an account named Astonishing. How could there be so many unread messages? Zhang Tan, intrigued, clicked to explore. Seafood Noodles responded to your article Chaser, a hormone-peddling popcorn film, and so did London Bridge. All of these messages pertain to my previous film review. Zhang Tan clicked on the topmost reply to see what Seafood Noodles had to say. It is evident that one requires a wealth of experience to fully comprehend director Wu's films. Clearly, the author is too youthful, having merely grasped the film's stylistic elements and techniques without recognizing the profound meanings underlying them. It is indeed a pity for the author. Turning to London Bridge's response, I hoped for a favorable critique, but was met with disappointment as it too questioned the film. Chaser stands as a rare gem in the realm of martial arts cinema within the Chinese film industry over the past 5 years. It embodies both legacy and innovation, balancing commercial appeal with artistic merit, and is poised to be a major contender in this year's National Film Awards. As a student of directing, I assert my right to voice an opinion. The author clearly pretends to understand, claiming a lack of detail when they cannot discern it, and dismissing depth when it eludes their grasp, yet they penned a lengthy piece. Instead of expending that effort, they would do better to read more extensively. To my astonishment, this person's response garnered over 1,000 likes, with more than 100 replies, eclipsing the attention Zhang Tan's article received. A social media influencer has emerged. Are we not updating today? They pondered, suggesting that instead of engaging in verbal sparring, they should focus on recording more videos. It appears that London Bridge has indeed become a notable figure online. Zhang Tan opened his account and entered the homepage of the individual in question. Indeed, this person was a social media sensation, a prominent content creator on a video platform, boasting over 1 million followers. It was no wonder that others claimed he possessed a more substantial voice, as his content revolved around film critiques. After browsing for a while, Zhang Tan closed the webpage and opened his own article, perusing the numerous responses. Many echoed sentiments similar to those regarding Seafood Noodles, disputing his perspective, arguing that it was not the Chaser that was superficial, but rather him. He revisited the review page for the Chaser, noting an increase in the number of critiques since his last visit just days prior. However, he found himself at a loss for words, resonating with the adage that while directors may spout nonsense, fans lay down the tracks. Some even went so far as to claim that he feigned understanding. Contemplating this, Zhang Tan decided to explore the video platform, registering an account under the moniker Breathtaking. After some navigation, he grasped the rules and procedures for uploading videos. He opened his document and, building upon the 1,000-word review he had previously composed, began drafting a script for a video dedicated to analyzing the chaser. Rarely did he approach something with such seriousness. After several hours, he had only completed half of the script. The clock in the lower right corner of his computer screen indicated that it was already 11 p.m., and it was growing late. There was no need to rush. Completing the recording of the explanatory video would undoubtedly require even more time. After saving his draft, he closed his laptop and gazed out at the night sky, allowing his eyes a moment of respite from the strain of prolonged screen time. The extended hours in front of the computer had left his face feeling greasy, so he made his way to the bathroom to wash his face, tidied his disheveled hair, slipped on his shoes, and descended the stairs to visit the little ones. At 11 o'clock in the evening, parents gradually arrived at the academy to pick up their children. Half of the dormitory had already departed, while the other half remained asleep. As Zhang Ten descended, a stranger entered simultaneously, a man appearing to be between 30 and 40 years of age, carrying a briefcase. Despite the sweltering heat, he wore a white long-sleeved shirt and black trousers. His figure was somewhat portly, with a round face that glistened with grease, and he was dabbing at his face with a tissue as he walked. Upon seeing Zhang Tan, he slightly bowed and greeted, "Hello." Zhang Tan replied, "Hello. Are you here to pick up a child?" The man responded, "Yes, you too?" Zhang Tan smiled, and at that moment, teacher Xiao Lu approached, saying, "Cheng Qing is still asleep. Would you prefer to wait a moment or take her now?" It dawned on Zhang Tan that this was indeed Ming Chengqing's father. He was taken aback and scrutinized the man anew. Chengqing was a sprightly little sprite, and it seemed rather impolite to think so. Yet he could not discern any resemblance between them. "When did Chengqing fall asleep?" the man inquired. Teacher Xiao Lu replied, "At 10:30. "Then I shall wait a bit longer to let her sleep," he decided. Xiao Lu suggested, "Why don't you have a seat over there?" As Zhang Tan observed the man walk away, he turned to teacher Xiao Lu and asked, "Is Xiaobai sleeping?" She shook her head, saying, "She's on the first floor, looking at picture books, unwilling to sleep." "What a night owl," Zhang Tan mused, noting how all the other children were asleep while she remained awake. Instead of immediately going downstairs to find Xiaobai, he opted to head to Aunt Huang's office. The door stood ajar, with light spilling into the corridor. Aunt Huang, donning her glasses, was engrossed in her computer. Zhang Tan rapped gently on the door to capture her attention, inquiring, "Aunt Huang, are you still busy?" Upon recognizing Zhang Tan, Aunt Huang removed her glasses and beckoned him inside, asking, "Haven't you gone to bed yet?" "I came down to see everyone," Zhang Tan replied, taking a seat. Aunt Huang glanced at the clock adorning the wall and remarked, "At this hour, it's peak time for parents picking up their children. It won't wind down until after 12. She continued, "I've heard you've been helping out these past few days. You should rest early. You have work tomorrow, unlike us, who can afford to sleep in a bit." With a smile, Zhang Tan responded, "It's no bother. I merely wish to gain insight into the workings of the academy. By the way, I would like to see the file on Xiaobai. Do you have it here?" Aunt Huang appeared somewhat surprised, unsure why Zhang Tan wished to view such confidential information. However, as he was the proprietor, it fell outside the bounds of secrecy. "Yes, I can retrieve it," she said, rising to approach the filing cabinet behind her desk. After unlocking it with a key and rummaging through the contents, she extracted a file and handed it to Zhang Tan. "Here is Xiaobai's." Zhang Tan took the file, untied the string securing the document, and pulled out the contents. Name, by Chuanhua. Gender, female. Age, 4. Birthday, December 1st. Place of origin, Chengdu, Sichuan. Family situation, adopted by uncle by Jian Pain and Aunt Ma Lanhua. Address, 1035 Huangjia Village, Pujiang City. After perusing the details, Zhang Tan let out a soft sigh and asked, "What about Xiaobai's parents?" Aunt Huang's expression reflected a tinge of reluctance as she remarked, "Although it is not documented in the files, I have conversed with her aunt, who mentioned that Xiaobai passed away when she was merely a few months old. The family consists solely of a grandmother, who, due to her advanced age, is unable to care for her alone, thus entrusting her upbringing to them. Earlier this year, they came to Pujiang for work, and Xiaobai accompanied them." Zhang sighed and inquired further, "What do her uncle and aunt do?" "They have a fellow villager working on a construction site here, and both of them are employed there as well. In the evenings, they set up a stall on the street to sell various small items," Aunt Huang replied. "Life is not easy for adults." Zhang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite challenging." Aunt Huang then asked, "What prompted you to suddenly wish to see Xiaobai's file? Is something amiss?" "It's nothing serious. I simply find this child to be quite extraordinary. I will return the file to you. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Zhang said as he neatly reassembled the documents and handed them back to Aunt Huang. Very well, do take care and rest early. Do not stay up late, Aunt Huang advised, refraining from further inquiries. As Zhang exited the office, he noticed Meng Qingqing's father departing from the schoolyard, cradling a small child in his arms. Goodbye. See you tomorrow. A little child stood under the eaves, bidding them farewell. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingqing's father turned around, smiling and waving, signaling both a farewell and a suggestion for her to return home and rest. Among those bidding farewell was the ever-energetic Xiaobai, who was reluctant to sleep. As Zhang descended the stairs, Xiaobai, upon hearing the commotion, turned around, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Uncle is here. Tell me a story, she exclaimed. Having been eagerly awaiting a recounting of the tale of the field mouse, AFO, which had captured her imagination the last time. The little girl sparkled as she hurried to find a picture book. Zhang Tin followed her and remarked, You ought to go to bed. Aren't you tired? Standing on tiptoe, she quickly retrieved the tale of the field mouse Alfie from the bookshelf and presented it to Zhang Tan, her little face smudged and her eyes twinkling. I'm not sleepy. Uncle, please tell me a story. I would be ever so grateful, she pleaded. Just as Zhang Tan was about to decline, he found that the book had already been placed in his hands. Well, since he had accepted it, he might as well tell a story. The hopeful expression on the little girl's face resembled that of a puppy. Shall I choose one at random, or do you have a specific story in mind? He asked. On her tiptoes, she pointed to the open book, exclaiming, I want to hear this one, this one, this one, and this one. Observing her enthusiasm, Zhang Tin quickly interjected, All right, no need to list them. I understand you wish to hear them all. Little White laughed, sounding like a goose. Zhang Tin instructed her to sit properly, establishing a rule that she must go to sleep after listening to one story. She readily agreed, her willingness evident at that moment. It seemed she would acquiesce to anything. A dog is most ferocious when it is being fed, yet the most amiable before the meal. Zhang Tin decided to test her, pointing at the cover of the book, with the characters, and inquired, Do you know what these words say? Previously, Little White had claimed she could not read, which Zhang Tin had doubted. However, upon reviewing her profile, he discovered that she had not yet attended kindergarten. Perhaps, indeed, she had yet to commence her journey into literacy. I am not a country dog. I am a field mouse, Little White protested indignantly. This is a field mouse, not a windmill, Zhang Tan replied. Little White argued back. This is indeed a windmill. Zhang Tan pondered that it was likely a matter of the distinction between Sichuan dialect and Mandarin. He decided to consider her somewhat knowledgeable. As it appeared she recognized a few characters. Zhang Tan flipped to a page of content, casually pointed to a line of text, and continued to question her, raising the stakes of the test. How is this sentence pronounced? Xiaobai stared at it for a while, smiling but remaining silent. What's the matter? Just smiling without speaking? Can you read these characters? Xiaobai shook her head. You don't recognize these two characters either? Zhang Tan inquired, pointing to the characters for AFO. Xiaobai gazed intently, scrutinizing the characters while glancing at Zhang Tan, struggling to comprehend why his tone suggested a level of expectation. Having heard that Xiaobai's aunt was coming to take her home, Zhang Tan lost interest in her. Whether she chose to sleep or not was of little concern to him. He could easily ignore her. Should she dare to vandalize property, he would simply hold the little ones accountable. Little Bai Chunhua promptly sprang up, sparkling as she made her way to the staircase. Just in time to see Xiao Qian's father arriving to pick her up, she hurried over to wave her farewells. After seeing Xiao Qian off, she slipped back into the dormitory, seized a plush dog from a bed that was not hers, and stood at the door, bidding farewell to the departing parents and children. Bye, see you tomorrow. What a spirited little greeter, full of energy and enthusiasm, staying awake well into the night. Just as the crowd thinned out, her aunt arrived right on cue. Why is no one saying goodbye to me? Teacher Xiao Lu kindly waved. Goodbye, Xiaobai, see you tomorrow. Elated, Xiaobai turned and waved goodbye. Her home was situated in a village within the city, a mere 10-minute walk away. As they ambled along the path, her aunt, Ma Lanhua, inquired, I heard there's a new teacher at your school? What teacher? He's an old geezer. What does he do? I think he's a bit touched in the head. Why do you say that? How should I know? But you're the one who said it. I was just blathering. You silly goose. So daft. Why do you call me daft? Because you were daft. I'm not daft. It makes me hopping mad. You're just a tiny tot, and you're already hopping mad. Auntie, you have a huge bum. How did it get like that? You little rascal. Are you itching for a spanking? I need to go potty. You need to go potty at this hour. Where were you earlier? I need to fart. Keep away from me, you little farting machine. Hee hee hee. Andy, I'm so scared. Hold my hand. Get lost. Don't touch me. You stink. Hee hee hee. The following morning, Zhang Tan was once again roused by the chirping of birds. Having slept late the previous night, he sat on the bed for a moment, recuperating, before opening the window. He traced the source of the bird song to a flock of white-cheeked tits perched in the mulberry tree. They perched upon the branches, chirping melodiously, their tunes varied and sweet, 100 times more pleasant than an alarm clock, rousing one from slumber without inducing any morning irritability. After freshening up, as Zhang Tan descended the stairs, he chanced upon Teacher Xiao Lu, clad in her pajamas. Zhang paused momentarily, nodding and greeting, "Good morning, Teacher Xiao Lu." Still in the haze of sleep, Teacher Xiao Lu appeared dazed, unaccustomed to the morning light. Upon noticing a greeting, she instinctively replied, "You too," her voice languid and lacking vitality. It was only after Zhang had passed by and walked a short distance that the realization struck her. She abruptly turned around to see Zhang's silhouette, backpack slung over his shoulders as he made his way to work. Touching her face, she felt the remnants of drool, her hair disheveled like that of a madwoman. Lowering her gaze to her pajamas, she found them utterly unappealing and devoid of allure, and her flip-flops were an abomination, greasy and uninspired. In a fit of exasperation, she let out a shrill scream and dashed back to her room, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Standing before the mirror, she scrutinized her bare visage. Meanwhile, the clever Zhang Tan had devoted his spare time over the past 2 days to complete the analysis video of the chaser, initially over an hour in length. He meticulously edited it down to a concise 20 minutes. Henceforth, all videos produced must not exceed 25 minutes. In this fast-paced era, lengthy videos deter viewers. This was his inaugural attempt, which required considerable time, but he anticipated that future projects could be completed in 23 days. Reflecting on this experience, Zhang Tan noted that it took him 4 nights to familiarize himself with the process, and with this newfound knowledge, he expected to streamline future productions. Upon opening the short video, Zhang Tan watched it once more, ensuring there were no necessary additions or modifications before uploading it to the Shili Li video platform. As soon as the video was uploaded, he could not resist clicking on it to check various statistics. The view count had reached 2, both of which were his own contributions. The comment count stood at a mere 0. The likes totaled 1, also a result of his own endeavor. Alas, a single account could only like once. The collection count was likewise 1, stemming from his own efforts. Shares and coins remained at 0. It is a universal desire among individuals to seek affirmation. Freshly uploaded content often yearns for widespread recognition. For half an hour, Zhang Tan did nothing but refresh the data, watching the comments rise from nothing to 5. The first comment was quite encouraging. "The voice of the young man is so warm." Zhang Tan silently liked this comment, imagining it was penned by a gentle and kind-hearted girl. The second comment was lackluster. "Welcome, please come in." The third was equally uninspiring. "The strength of a robust man knows no bounds. Poke me." Zhang Tan, gritting his teeth, deleted these 2. He hesitated over the fourth comment. "Tonight, I wish to go to the balcony." Unsure if this was an allusion to something suggestive, he pondered. The balcony. To gaze at the stars? To admire the moon? The world of a simple person is uncomplicated. Still, Zhang Tan chose to delete it. He was not a simple person. The fifth comment was yet another piece of spam, an advertisement. Zhang Tan felt exhausted. What kind of people were these? He closed the webpage, opting for the adage. Out of sight, out of mind. In one moment, he had lofty ambitions, aiming for daily wealth, and now he merely hoped for a few likes. Not daring to wish for more, he found another film, clicked play, and nestled into the sofa. Life since his arrival in this era felt profoundly solitary. Though there were no shortages of invitations from acquaintances, they were all former friends. Their rapport no longer resonated with the essence of his current self. To be precise, these individuals were not his true companions. They failed to connect, unable to find common ground. Particularly, the former Zhang Tan was akin to a privileged scion, surrounded by a motley crew, few of whom appeared earnest. With the absence of genuine friendships, Zhang Tan adhered to a strict routine, promptly finishing work each day, returning to the academy, purchasing groceries, and preparing meals, resembling a dutiful spouse under the watchful eye of a partner, exhibiting a discipline that surpassed even the most stringent domestic arrangements. In fact, his leisure pursuits paled in comparison to those of the gatekeeper, Oldly. During his off hours, Oldly often ventured to the village square, engaging in light-hearted banter with the elderly, playing chess, or partaking in a few rounds of ballroom dancing, his true forte. though the elders disallowed their partners from joining him. As the film commenced, Zhang Tan found himself involuntarily critiquing the plot with a discerning eye. Initially deriding the protagonist's lack of intellect, he soon discovered an unexpected thrill in the unfolding narrative. It's true, a heart untroubled can savor the simplest joys. When one's desires are uncomplicated, happiness becomes equally unadulterated. The films Zhang Tan typically dismissed as insipid now held a certain charm, until a knock at the door interrupted his reverie. Assuming it was merely Xiao Bai, he remained seated, calling out, "Come in." The door isn't locked. The door swung open, revealing Aunt Huang on the threshold. "Are you watching a movie?" she inquired. "Ah, Aunt Huang," Zhang Tan responded, pausing the film and rising to invite her in. "I won't come in. I just wanted to tell you that tomorrow at noon, come to my house for lunch. Xiaomei is coming back." "Oh, splendid. Her business trip has certainly been prolonged." "Indeed. It is quite concerning that her company would send a young girl to stay alone in Guangdong for over half a month, residing and dining solely in a hotel. Recent news reported an incident where a girl, while staying in a hotel, narrowly escaped being abducted by a stranger in broad daylight. Such thoughts are truly alarming. Aunt Huang seems to harbor considerable grievances towards Xiaomei's company." Zhang Tan patiently listened to her ramblings before bidding her farewell. Just as he was about to close the door, he overheard Aunt Huang conversing with someone as she descended the stairs. After eavesdropping for a moment, he realized it was Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai had intended to visit him but had encountered Aunt Huang in the corridor, leading to her being sent back. Per Xiao Bai, he shut the door and settled back onto the sofa to continue watching the unfinished movie. He had underestimated Xiao Bai. She was an indomitable little girl. Although she had initially faced misfortune by running into the director, there was always a second chance. She cleverly evaded teacher Lu's supervision and stealthily slipped away until she reached Zhang Tan's doorstep, where she knocked. Upon opening the door, Zhang Tan was greeted by the sight of the little girl holding a glass jar, her head held high, beaming as she cheerfully said, "Uncle, Xiao Bai has come to visit. Are you welcoming me?" Given her inquiry, how could he respond otherwise? One does not strike a smiling face. Welcome, welcome, warmly welcomed. If he had known that Xiao Bai had described him as mysterious to her aunt, he might not have been so effusive. Xiao Bai, in high spirits, presented the glass jar for him to see. "Look at my jar. I caught something called a chicken in the grass." Zhang Tan listened, bemused and somewhat confused. "Please, come in." He invited her inside. Xiao Bai willingly removed her little shoes and paused at the doorway, choosing not to enter. "Uncle, have you been drinking?" she inquired. "No," he replied. "You're so well behaved," he complimented her. With her large eyes scanning the shoe rack by the door, she asked, "Where's my child?" "What?" Zhang Tan couldn't help but utter a bemused exclamation. My child," she clarified. Zhang Tan furrowed his brow, pondering how a 4.5-year-old like her could possibly have a child. It suddenly dawned on him that in their dialect, child refers to shoes. Amused yet speechless, Zhang Tan retrieved her little shoes from the cabinet and placed them at her feet. "I washed them, so I put them away," he explained. "All right then," she replied. Zhang Tan closed the door, invited her to sit down, and brought out fruits and snacks. Xiao Bai quickly licked her lips and curiously asked him why he always had so many delicious treats. Upon learning they were staples in his home, she expressed her envy, saying, "You really love yourself, buying so many tasty things." Zhang Tan could only respond with silence. Xiao Bai, desiring a taste but remaining polite, handed him a glass jar to show him. "Uncle, look, I caught this little chick in the grass." Zhang Tan, not quite grasping her meaning, noticed the jar contained a black cricket. "Is this the cricket you caught?" 19. You're married. As Zhang Tan and Xiao Bai emerged from the kitchen, one settled into the sofa while the other continued to perch on a small stool. Zhang Tan worriedly asked, "Are you sure it's fine not to go back? What if Teacher Lu can't find you?" "Let her look for me first," Xiao Bai replied. "Goodness, you're quite the little chatterbox," Zhang Tan remarked. He felt uneasy and picked up his phone to send a message to Teacher Xiao Lu, informing her that Xiao Bai was present and requesting her assistance in keeping this matter confidential with the principal. "I am about to watch a movie. Would you care to join?" he asked. "It's quite splendid. Do you enjoy fake expertise and windmill? What even is that?" "I don't watch such things. I prefer films intended for adults." "Then I shall accompany you. Watching television is also my forte," replied Xiao Bai. Zhang Tan, too lazy to argue, started the movie, continuing to watch as the protagonist fled and sought a water source, gulping down water voraciously. "Glug," Xiao Bai swallowed hard. Zhang Tan inquired, "Would you like some water?" Xiao Bai nodded. He went to pour her some water, but discovered that the purified water had run out. Instead, he rummaged through the fridge and found a bottle of bear-shaped beverage, asking her, "Would it be all right to drink this? We have no drinking water left at home." Xiaobai agreed, but immediately asked curiously, "What is this?" She examined the bottle intently, inspecting it from every angle, noting its resemblance to her little slippers, both adorned with bear designs. "This is a drink. Children all around the world consume this." "All around the world? What about the children at the Little Red Horse Academy? Don't they count as children?" Xiaobai, perplexed, accepted the bear beverage, noticing the beer in the fridge. "Uncle, you drink alcohol," she exclaimed, pointing at the beer and admonishing. "You mustn't drink alcohol. That is left over from cooking the day before yesterday." "I do not drink," he assured her. "You mustn't deceive me," she insisted. "I truly do not drink. That is for cooking." However, Zhang Ten harbored a penchant for alcohol, although he was endeavoring to overcome it. He still occasionally found himself grappling with cravings. Xiaobai, feeling uneasy, settled on a small stool by his feet, earnestly imploring him to refrain from drinking. Zhang Tan's head began to throb with annoyance, weary of her incessant chatter, and he declared his intention to take a stroll downstairs instead of watching the movie. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai sprang up, filled with hope, and inquired, "Uncle, would you like to play with me? Is it football again? Are you a fan, little one?" Zhang Tan replied, "It is rather late, and we might break a sweat. Let us instead peruse some picture books and sing and dance with the children." Xiaobai, clutching a glass jar containing a cricket, remarked, "Those little ones are rather dull. They are far too young to be entertaining." Zhang Tan retorted, "Are you truly that much older than them? In fact, you are among the youngest of them all." After escorting Xiaobai downstairs, he narrated the tale of the windmill AFO before discreetly slipping away. Upon returning home, he noticed a bottle of bear-shaped drink resting on the small stool, left there by Xiaobai. Zhang Ten picked it up, discovering the cap was still sealed, realizing with regret that he had forgotten to open it for her earlier. He took it downstairs in search of Xiaobai. The following day, Zhang Tan visited the market to purchase some tea leaves and fruits, carrying them to Aunt Huang's residence. The door was opened by a young woman, whose features were a blend of Aunt Huang and Uncle Huang's most pronounced traits, inheritances of Aunt Huang's small eyes and Uncle Huang's broad face, exuding a sense of fortune. This was Huang Mimi and Huang's daughter, aged 24. "Who are you?" Huang Mimi inquired, puzzled, as she did not recognize Zhang Tan. "It's me." Huang Mimi was increasingly perplexed. "No, it's you. But who are you?" The words "the king covers the earth" echoed in her mind. In astonishment, she inquired, "Zhang the rogue? Is it truly you?" She could hardly believe her eyes, leaning closer to scrutinize Zhang Tan's face. Realizing it was indeed the same Zhang Tan she once knew, a bit of a scoundrel, she was utterly taken aback. In just one semester apart, he had transformed remarkably, prompting her to exclaim in wonder, "You've changed so much, Zhang the rogue. Is this really you?" Zhang Tan sighed and replied, "Little May, just call me Zhang Tan." Huang Mimi regarded him with curiosity and gestured for him to enter. "You go in first. I want to take a closer look." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tan glanced down at the gifts he was carrying, presents meant for Uncle Huang and Aunt Huang, yet there was nothing for Huang Mimi herself. He should have bought a couple of packs of sanitary napkins as well. He would make amends next time. It was no wonder that little May's company felt secure enough to send her on a business trip alone for half a month. With a mouth like this and a face like his, she was quite safe. "Zhang Tan is here? Come in and sit." And Huang's voice chimed from the kitchen, her head popping out to greet him warmly. Behind her, Uncle Huang also appeared, chuckling, "You two chat. I'm busy shelling beans." Zhang Tan set down his belongings and engaged in conversation with Huang Mimi. She marveled, "My mom said you've changed a lot, and I didn't believe it." Zhang Tan replied, "Well, do you believe it now?" Huang Mimi shook her head. "Still don't believe it. You're probably just putting on an act. After all, it's easier to change the landscape than one's nature." Zhang Tan glanced at the television, which was airing an animated series that Xiaobai had previously raved about, featuring the pretentious antics of a character named Fake Maturity and the whimsical windmill. "Have you not heard the proverb, 'A wayward son returns, golden is the change'?" Their conversation was hardly a dialogue. Zhang Tan was persistently affirming his own identity while recounting the transformative journey to Huang Mimi. After lunch, Aunt Huang suggested that Huang Mimi accompany Zhang Tan for a stroll. Uncle Huang watched the pair depart, uncertainly inquiring of Aunt Huang, "Are you attempting to bring them together? They seem incompatible." "What do you mean? Are you concerned that Zhang Tan cannot change? He is undeniably handsome, while Mimi is rather ordinary and unlikely to catch his eye. Is it appropriate to speak of one's daughter in such a manner? She resembles you." Such looks might reassure a parent, yet I cannot fully trust Zhang Tan. Who knows when his true nature might resurface? Enough of this chatter. Go wash the dishes. Once outside, Zhang Tan and Huang Mimi meandered through the urban village. Though situated within the city, it was far from shabby. Instead, it retained the authentic charm of Pujiang's traditional alleys, brimming with the essence of everyday life. They paused at a roadside stall, where Huang Mimi was selecting hair ties, while Zhang Tan's gaze wandered over the display, landing on several pairs of diminutive socks. Small, in hues of yellow, red, and white. Some were solid colors while others featured a delightful mix, adorned with cartoon motifs. Zhang Tan picked out 2 pairs, and the vendor, an elderly lady, remarked, 10 yuan for 5 pairs. Hearing this, Huang Mimi glanced over, her curiosity piqued. What is this, Zhang Tan? Are you buying little socks? They are meant for children. I am aware they are for children, he replied. He picked 5 pairs of socks, each adorned with vibrant cartoon patterns. Wait, Zhang Tan. Are those socks for children? Who are you buying them for? Huang Mimi inquired curiously. Her question was quite perceptive. Naturally, they were intended for a child. After a prolonged gaze, Huang Mimi asked, You don't have a child, do you? You really do have one? Which girlfriend bore you a child? Zhang Tan, uninterested in her speculations, replied to the shopkeeper, Just pack up these 5 pairs for me, please. Upon leaving the small shop, Huang Mimi, filled with intrigue, pressed on. Zhang Tan, you can't be serious about becoming a father, can you? Is that why you've changed so much? It must be true, with a family. Becoming a father must bring forth a sense of responsibility, altering one's very essence. As she rambled on, Zhang Tan, growing weary of her imaginative leaps, interjected. I don't have any children. These are for a little friend at the academy. Several times, Xiaobai had visited his home and, upon removing her small shoes, revealed her worn-out socks. Upon seeing the little socks at the stall, he thought of her and purchased them on a whim, 10 yuan for 5 pairs. Akin to the cost of an ice cream, thus saving Huang Mimi from her own expenditure. Speaking of ice cream, he promptly stopped by a nearby shop to buy one. Just one, as Huang Mimi would have none. Her share was spent on socks for Xiaobai. Huang Mimi paused, finally processing the situation, and remarked, Zhang Tan, you've become rather stingy. I didn't even know how to thank you for 20. Why do you keep staring at me? I may have a thick skin, but I can be shy too, Zhang Tan remarked to the ever-scrutinizing Huang Mimi. In truth, I would prefer to believe that you have indeed become a father. Huang Mimi chuckled softly, her gaze fixed on Zhang Tan's eyes, intent on uncovering any trace of deception. Zhang Tan, rendered speechless, could not be bothered to explain. As he turned to leave, Huang Mimi inquired, Where are you headed? Going back. Not shopping anymore? No more shopping. Why are you still following me? I have something to take care of. Oh, splendid. Could you drive me there? I don't have a car. Where's your car? Zhang Tan was taken aback. Indeed, where was his car? He did own one. If memory served him right, it should be parked in the lot of the urban village. He promptly pivoted to search for his vehicle. Where are you going? Aren't you headed to the academy? Huang Mimi queried as she followed him. Weren't you going out to handle some matters? I'm just fetching the car to drive you there. I might as well accompany you. At the parking lot, Zhang Tan spent several minutes locating his somewhat new SUV, which had gathered dust from months of neglect, rendering it rather unkempt. Your car desperately needs a wash, Huang Mimi remarked as she settled into the passenger seat. Suddenly, she bent down and retrieved a lace undergarment from the footwell, scoffing, Zhang the rogue, look at this. Embarrassed, Zhang Tan could only mutter, just throw it away. During the drive to take Huang Mimi to her appointment, she persistently chattered, deriding him, while Zhang Tan, acutely aware of his guilt, refrained from defending himself. After parting ways with her, he drove his car to the service center, where he had it thoroughly cleaned inside and out, feeling considerably more at ease thereafter. The vehicle, brand new, is priced at over 300,000, yet Zhang Tan's car, moderately aged, has been in use for 6 years. It is no wonder that he previously harbored reservations about it, leaving it abandoned in the parking lot for over half a year. As he returned the car to the parking area in the urban village, the evening had already descended. The sun hung low in the western sky, obscured by towering buildings, resembling a wound from which crimson blood flowed, staining vast stretches of the city. The streetlights in the urban village flickered to life, casting a warm yellow glow under which various small insects danced, both bothersome and vibrant with life. A gentle evening breeze swept through the alleys, bringing a refreshing coolness and coaxing the elderly who had been confined indoors all day to emerge. They carried small stools and settled at the alley's entrance, fanning themselves with palm leaves while engaging in idle chatter. Children scampered about, laughter echoing at their feet, while the sounds of a television mingled from nearby courtyards, blending animated shows with news broadcasts. Several large orange cats lounged atop the walls, exuding a languid demeanor. Dogs of diverse coats, native to the region, lay sprawled on the now cool stone slabs, their tails swishing lazily. They raised their heads slightly to glance at unfamiliar passers-by before promptly resuming their repose. Zhang Tin strolled through the narrow streets, his stomach growling as he sought a nearby eatery. Numerous dining options beckoned: Huamin chicken, cross-the-bridge rice noodles, spicy hot pot, snail noodles, and tea restaurants. Ultimately, Zhang Tin chose a small establishment named Xinfu Kofu, which, though modest in size with only 8 tables accommodating 4 patrons each, was immaculate. At that moment, only 2 young women were dining. "Would you like to order something?" inquired the waitress, who also served as the proprietor. Zhang Tin surveyed the menu displayed on the wall and replied, "Do you have poached sugar eggs? I would like an order, please." Half an hour later, Zhang Tin stepped out, unexpectedly discovering that this little shop served exquisite poached sugar eggs. Zhang Tin had purchased some elastic socks for Xiaobai, which fit her perfectly. Upon changing into them, she discarded her old, tattered pair, but Xiaobai was reluctant and tucked the worn socks into her pocket, declaring them her little treasure. Zhang Tin instinctively distanced herself from Xiaobai, who had just played football and whose socks were quite pungent. Indeed, as Xiaobai herself put it, they were reeking. Seeing Zhang Tin dramatically pinch her nose and step away, Xiaobai erupted into laughter, resembling a goose, and raised her hand, requesting to wash her socks. "You can go by yourself," Zhang Tin replied. Xiaobai climbed onto a small stool, positioned herself by the sink, and began washing her socks. The child's movements were swift and adept, clearly demonstrating familiarity with the task. Once the socks were cleaned, they were hung out to dry on the balcony, and Zhang Tin accompanied her downstairs to play football. The second child to arrive at the playground was the chubby Luo Zikong, the one who had clashed with Xiaobai earlier. Luo Zikong, eager to join in, hesitated as Xiaobai fiercely admonished him. "What do you want, you silly boy? Don't come over here." Her words effectively intimidated Luo Zikong, who, unable to muster the courage, could only watch from a distance. Other children arrived and were welcome to play, but Luo Zikong was distinctly excluded. "I want to play too," he protested loudly. Xiaobai's voice rose above his. "You can play with a shovel. You silly boy, get lost, you can't play?" Despite his larger stature, Luo Zikong was thoroughly dominated by Xiaobai's assertiveness, her commanding presence overwhelming him. At 7 in the evening, the staff gathered the children together for some games, and Zhang Tin and Xiaobai concluded their work. Xiaobai, still yearning for more, made plans with Zhang Tin to continue their fun tomorrow, before joining the children in games and watching television. Upon returning home, Zhang Tin took a refreshing shower. As he emerged, his phone rang, displaying the name Tang Yu. Instantly, memories of this individual flooded his mind, one of his former girlfriends, now long gone from his life. He chose to ignore the call, and after a brief interval, it ended. Zhang Tin resolved not to maintain ties with such frivolous acquaintances, but rather to focus on self-renewal and embark on a fresh chapter of his life. Settling onto the sofa, he meticulously purged his phone's contact list, guided by recollection. After completing this task, he powered on his computer to review the video he had posted the previous day. His eyes were immediately drawn to the comments section, brimming with responses. A cursory glance revealed a myriad of opinions, diverging from the usual discussions about balconies and boundless magic. Although he held a fondness for the chaser, the author's analysis resonated with truth. Upon reflection, the film indeed appeared rather simplistic. Gratitude was expressed to the author, as understanding seemed to dawn. Audiences often prioritize their enjoyment, indifferent to the depth of content. High box office earnings are often dismissed as lacking substance, while films with depth are criticized for their marketability. There's always something to discuss. The analysis was commendable. He felt a surge of appreciation. With 321 comments, opinions were mixed. Zhang Tin had never anticipated such a wave of positive feedback. The Chaser was currently a sensation. To diverge from popular praise and voice criticism would surely alienate a considerable audience. Nevertheless, as long as his critiques remained objective, they would likely attract a discerning group of viewers. The view count has reached 60,000, with over 500 comments, more than 1,000 likes, and over 800 saves, alongside more than 100 shares. Overall, achieving such figures within a mere day has surpassed Zhang Tin's expectations, which is quite commendable. Most significantly, the account Tan Wei Guiji has garnered over 4,000 followers. Many of the insights presented in this film analysis I have encountered on other websites, leading me to initially suspect plagiarism. However, I discovered that the author's account is also named Tan Wei Guiji, indicating it is indeed the same individual. I was pleasantly surprised to see it transformed into a video, offering a more detailed and comprehensive analysis. It is quite impressive, and I will be following this account. Someone had uncovered his earlier analytical article on a film review site, which served as the precursor to this video. Reflecting on this, Chen navigated to the film review site and located his previous critique, adding a note to inform viewers that a more thorough analysis video is available on the Shilili website. After completing these tasks, Chen began to explore the rankings, examining other popular videos within the film channel to glean insights and improve his own work. He simultaneously noticed that many newly released videos had view counts in the single digits and lamentably few comments, an all-too-common scenario for novice creators. In contrast, his inaugural video attained 60,000 views, likely not solely due to content quality, but rather capitalizing on the current trend. Observing the immense popularity of the chaser, it becomes evident that during a surge, even the most unassuming entities can soar. However, it is essential that the content possesses quality. Only then can the proverbial flying pig take flight. After a brief summary, Chen commenced the creation of his next video. Inspired by the film he had watched the previous day, titled A Moment of Difference. This urban romance is a popular film from this year, generating modest box office returns and receiving favorable reviews, categorizing it as a low-budget art film. In Huaxia, producing a commendable urban romance is indeed a rarity. As a significant genre in cinema, numerous romance films have been crafted. However, quality productions are scarce, often plagued by cliché plots and overused tropes. It has been observed that Huaxia romance films are characterized by two predominant themes, infidelity and abortion, suggesting that without these elements, youth and love seem incomplete. Such portrayals are rather pedestrian. A Moment of Difference avoids these pitfalls, presenting a refreshing and slightly melancholic narrative that truly reflects the essence of youth and love for the general populace. Chen began by drafting the video script, followed by recording the content. He dedicated Saturday night and all of Sunday to completing the second video, which he subsequently uploaded to the website. Drawing from his initial experience, he refined many details this time, such as crafting a more captivating content summary and selecting appropriate video tags, focusing on the minutiae. By 6 p.m., the view count of the second video surpassed 10,000, with over 100 comments, significantly better than the first video's initial performance. Everything requires a process of accumulation. Haste is futile. Zen's mindset had improved considerably since his first attempt. He refrained from incessantly refreshing the data and instead closed the website, attending to other matters. Meanwhile, the renowned film critic on Weibo, known as Half Immortal, was preparing new content. With over 8 million followers, he is supported by a dedicated team, producing rich and engaging content every 2 days. At this time of year, a draft of new content would typically have already been completed. This occasion was no different. Yet the manuscript failed to meet the required standards. The discerning young Jingxian, with his keen insight into both content and market trends, scrutinized the material rigorously. He once managed the Weibo account single-handedly, but as it gradually gained traction and amassed followers, he established a team to afford himself more time for contemplation regarding the content. However, as time progressed, the well of innovative ideas began to run dry, necessitating more time to prepare each piece of material. Yang Jingxian, troubled by the content dilemma, engaged in a brainstorming session with his 3 team members. With the new installment set to launch at 8 in the evening, we found ourselves in a state of disarray. Unable to devise a timely solution, Yang Jingxian was deeply distressed, encountering such a situation for the first time. He discreetly assessed the group, noticing that their thinking had become stagnant and that a fresh perspective was urgently needed. One suggestion emerged: why not utilize our current draft? Its quality may be lacking, but it is certainly better than presenting nothing at all. Yang Jingxian felt a flicker of consideration. Although he prided himself on maintaining high standards, time was of the essence. At that moment, another member interjected, "I stumbled upon a film analysis video on the Shilili website that offered some intriguing insights. Might we draw inspiration from it?" Yang Jingxian promptly inquired, "Which video?" The primary domestic platforms, including Shilili, were well aware of the cinematic sections, and while this circle was not excessively large, it was not insignificant either. Only a handful of names were renowned. "Let us take a look at it," he said, dismissing the idea of well-known creators, deeming it irrelevant. As a newcomer, This was his inaugural video. The speaker placed the phone on the table, directing it towards Yang Jingxian, who was analyzing the pursuer. Yang Jingxian remarked, "Let's take a look and then decide." Halfway through, Yang Jingxian was already quite intrigued, contemplating the incorporation of some ideas from the video. However, after watching it in its entirety, he reconsidered. On one hand, he was pressed for time to draft his script, and on the other hand, he felt that borrowing too much could lead to suspicions of plagiarism. After much deliberation, he suggested, "Is it possible to reach out to the author? For this episode, we could use his content. Let's find out what he requires in return." Zhang Tan had not anticipated that someone would indeed get in touch with him. Having prepared his dinner, he intended to head downstairs to take a look. Yet, before leaving, he succumbed to curiosity and checked the reception of his newly released video, only to find an inquiry from Yang Jingxian's team. The other party introduced themselves and inquired whether they could quote his content and what compensation would be necessary. Zhang Tan specifically located the Weibo account of the renowned Yang Jingxian, boasting over 8 million followers, undoubtedly authentic. After some contemplation, he replied, "I greatly admire the content created by Yang Jingxian. You may have permission to reproduce this analysis video without any fee, provided that my authorship and up account are clearly credited." Upon receiving Zhang Tan's response, the staff conveyed to Yang Jingxian, "He is quite reasonable." Yang Jingxian replied, "Inform him that there is no issue. Let us foster a friendship. If we need assistance in the future, we shall do our utmost." With Zhang Tan's authorization secured, they swiftly set about converting the video into a textual format. Observing this, Yang Jingxian stated, "Forget the conversion. Let us simply share the video directly." Recently, the latest episode of The Half-Sage featured a video by Zhang Tan. What is the story behind this? Why has Half-Sage shared a video that isn't even produced by himself? Is it a gesture of goodwill? It seems that Half-Sage has grown increasingly lethargic. The content is indeed breathtaking, and the voice is so warm. The narration is truly commendable. At long last, I have encountered someone knowledgeable in the field. Nowadays, there are far too many individuals extolling the merits of the pursuer. While it is not wrong to praise, blind admiration is unwarranted. It is no wonder Half-Sage recommended this video, as its quality is genuinely impressive. This is the new creator, Zhang Tan, from the Xiaoyu website, and I have seen his work. I was just about to recommend him. By 10 p.m., the viewership for Zhang Tan's video on the Shilili site began to surge dramatically. It must be noted that the effect of recommendations from a major influencer with over 8 million followers is astonishing. Even if only 500,000 viewers tuned in that night, it still represents a significant play count. Weibo and Shilili are mutually compatible. When videos are shared on Weibo, the clicks contribute to the statistics on both platforms, and both sides acknowledge this. The following morning, Zhang Tan, preoccupied with this development, logged onto his computer to check the data, and was taken aback to discover that the view count for the pursuer had soared to 430,000, with his followers increasing to over 80,000. All of this transpired overnight. Furthermore, the account received an official recommendation notification, indicating that due to the rapid rise in his data and the commendable quality of his content, Shilili will feature his analysis of the pursuer on the homepage of its film and television channel. The adaptation of comics into animated productions entails an exceedingly intricate and protracted process, starkly contrasting with the swift pace of live-action films and television series. In the realm of cinema and television, once a project is initiated, a collective effort ensues, with teams working tirelessly day and night over the course of several months to bring the project to fruition in one vigorous push. However, the animation project unfolds over an extended period, spanning 2 to 3 years, or even 4 to 5. This meticulous endeavor resembles automobile manufacturing, where every minute detail is intricately linked, and individuals are tasked with specific segments of the process. Once a contributor completes their designated segment, their involvement in the project concludes, leaving them to await the final product, which may not materialize for several years. The artistic elements in live-action productions are more pronounced, whereas animation leans heavily towards industrial components. Zhang Tan currently grapples with this reality. Following the completion of the screenplay for Under Tianyu Mountain, his role has effectively reached its terminus. After the writing phase, the subsequent stages involve sketching and production processes, which do not concern him directly. Zhang Tan harbors a keen desire to engage in the entire workflow, yearning to comprehend the comprehensive process of animated production. Nevertheless, the timeline is excessively protracted, even if Under Tianyu Mountain is serialized. The earliest he might witness the first episode online would be at the end of the year, still over 6 months away. As the chief editor, Luo Ming must remain attuned to the next phases and adeptly navigate various unforeseen changes alongside the director. He is required to stay with the team. Meanwhile, Zhang Tan, serving as a script assistant, finds himself with little to occupy his time. With his workload alleviated, Zhang Tan shifts his focus to managing his public account, subsequently releasing 5 film analysis videos under the title Breathtaking, recommended by the Shili Li website and assured of the quality of its videos. Zhang Tan's follower count surged from 80,000 to 120,000, establishing him as a somewhat popular content creator. However, no advertisers have approached him yet. Instead, an unexpected inquiry came from a real estate agency, which called Zhang Tan to inquire if he was interested in selling the Xiahongma Academy. Upon receiving the call, Zhang Tan's initial thought was not whether he was willing to sell, but rather a profound curiosity about how they had obtained his phone number. "How did you come by my number?" he asked. "Sir, you registered an account on the XXX real estate agency's website, but I didn't provide my phone number," he replied. "You may have forgotten," the caller suggested. Uncertain, Zhang Tan chose not to dwell on the matter, engaging in a conversation to gain a rough understanding of the market without committing to sell. After ending the call, he found something amiss. He accessed the real estate account he had previously registered, where it was evident that no phone number had been provided. The caller had lied, and it baffled him how they had acquired his number and even knew he was contemplating selling his property. The lack of protection for personal information was alarming. He stood up to boil water for tea, pushing open the office window to let in some fresh air. The pothose he had been nurturing had just been replenished with water, thriving with lush greenery, and new shoots had emerged over the past few days, pulsating with vitality. The cactus, on the other hand, required no care at all, exuding an air of aloofness. Recently, Luo Ming had spent little time in the office, often carrying his laptop to collaborate with the director and other project members. Zhang Tan had accompanied him for a few days, observing and learning. On that day, as the workday drew to a close, Luo Ming returned precisely on time and noticed Zhang Tan still present. He inquired, "Do you have some free time? Let us dine together this evening." Zhang Tan, who had been contemplating revisiting the restaurant where they had previously enjoyed a meal, nodded in agreement. "Sounds great. Do you enjoy seafood?" "Quite fond of it," Luo Ming replied. "Then let us indulge in seafood. I know a delightful place. You can ride with me. I drove today." Luo Ming hesitated for a moment, as he was aware that Zhang Tan typically commuted by subway, assuming financial constraints were at play, given that he was a recent graduate. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they placed their orders, and midway through their meal, Luo Ming remarked, "The Tianyu Mountain project is now well underway, and the script has been refined. Your workload will diminish significantly." Zhang Tan nodded. "It's indeed a bit disconcerting to suddenly find myself with so much free time. I should be actively participating in project experiences at this stage." Luo Ming continued, "I've heard the company is initiating a new project. Are you interested?" After finishing his bite, Zhang Tan picked up a napkin to dab his mouth and responded resolutely, "Absolutely. The company plans to adapt a manga into an anime, and they will soon select individuals internally to revise the script. The leadership intends to assign this to newcomers as a form of training. If you're interested, I can recommend you to apply tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tan immediately understood that such a project, which involved adapting a manga into an anime, would not attract seasoned writers, making it a perfect opportunity for someone new. Recognizing its suitability for his current situation, he replied without hesitation, "I would like to give it a try." "Let us give it a try. Your capabilities are undoubtedly sufficient. Tomorrow, upon my return to work, I shall recommend you without hesitation. However, be prepared for competition, as there will certainly be others vying for the same opportunity. Ultimately, the choice of whom to select will depend on each individual's merit." Luo Ming comprehended the intentions of the higher-ups, who aimed to utilize this minor project to unearth new screenwriting talent and discern who might rise to prominence. Zhang Tan filled Luo Ming's glass with juice and remarked, "As long as there is an opportunity, I am unafraid of competition." Luo Ming continued, "The comic that requires adaptation is titled The Flame Bearer. Have you encountered it?" Zhang Tan replied, "I have heard of it, but I have not seen it." "Do take the time to study it thoroughly." After enjoying their dinner, the two parted ways. As Zhang Tan drove home, he passed through the bustling West Chang'an Street, alive with the vibrancy of fashionable men and women alongside well-dressed urban professionals just off from their work. The dazzling lights and charming figures stirred a desire to linger rather than return home. driving at a leisurely pace. Zhang Tan caught sight of a familiar silhouette by the roadside. A woman, one hand carrying a small stool, the other clutching a fabric bag. Just 2 days prior, he had glimpsed this figure at the entrance of the Little Red Horse Academy. It was Xiaobai's aunt. Yet, he remained uncertain if it was indeed her, as he could only observe her from behind, unable to see her face. It should be noted that on that occasion, he had only seen the back of Xiaobai's aunt. In the days that followed, he had never encountered Xiaobai's uncle or aunt. For whenever he came to fetch her, it was always in the dead of night, and he had already succumbed to slumber. As he drove, he watched the woman, who he suspected to be Xiaobai's aunt, as she paused in front of a jewelry store, setting her stool upon the ground to solicit customers by offering shoe-shining services. A figure emerged from the jewelry store, exchanging a few words with her. She shifted her position, stepping away from the door. After parking the car in the lot, Zhang Tan ambled through the alleyways, where adults and children sat leisurely beneath the streetlights, while playful kittens and puppies scurried about at their feet. Upon noticing Zhang Tan, someone called out, "Zhang Xiao has returned." Zhang Tan smiled in response, saying, "It is Zhang Tan. You may simply call me that." As he greeted others and continued on his way, he overheard whispers behind him speculating about his significant transformation and whether he was indeed the Zhang Tan they remembered. Approaching the entrance of the academy, he heard the familiar sound of news broadcasting from a small guardhouse, where Old Li was watching television while slurping noodles. "Is he eating?" someone inquired. "Ah, yes, Zhang Xiao has returned." "Where did he park?" "In the lot," came the reply. "He could have parked inside the academy to save on fees. It's unsafe, with children constantly coming and going." Although the academy was spacious, parking was prohibited, and Zhang Tan, despite being the proprietor, was mindful of adhering to the rules. Each time he parked within the premises, he felt a lingering sense of insecurity with children darting about. "Uncle, come quickly," shouted Xiaobai from beneath the mulberry tree, waving enthusiastically at him. Was this child specifically waiting for him? He was inclined to believe so. "What is it?" Zhang Tan approached and inquired. "You must come. The children want to watch an episode of the animated series." The child's face radiated with anticipation. "Well, if you wish to watch, let Teacher Xiaolu turn on the television." "But Teacher Xiaolu won't do it." "Why not?" "Humph. Go ask Xiaolu what he thinks. Whether he'll let the little ones have some fun." "I'm feeling quite irritable today." "What is the matter? Why are you irritable again?" "A mere conversation has you all worked up. Are you a little fireball?" "Boo-hoo, my cricket is missing." Zhang Tan pondered for a moment and recalled that cricket referred to the creature he had seen in the glass jar that Xiaobai was holding the other day, a large, dark cricket. As he made his way back to his room, he casually inquired, "Lost it? What happened?" Xiaobai jogged to catch up, whispering in her local dialect. "I have strong suspicions that it was that fool Luo Zikong who did this." Zhang Tan retrieved his keys from his bag and, turning to Xiaobai who stood at the doorway, remarked, "Without evidence, one should not hastily accuse others. Come in and have a seat." Xiaobai nodded, slipped off her little shoes, and lifted her feet to show him. "Uncle, look, I'm wearing the new socks you bought. I ran as fast as a little rabbit today." "What on earth is a little rabbit?" "Put on your slippers," Zhang Tan said, fetching her little slippers. "Little brat." Xiaobai gleefully slipped on her slippers. Zhang Tan was momentarily taken aback. He set down his bag, went to the bathroom to wash his hands, while Xiaobai kept chatting away in the living room. "I'm going to take a shower. How about you sit here for a bit? I'll prepare some snacks and turn on the TV for you." "What? You're going to take a shower?" Xiaobai exclaimed in surprise, quickly shaking her head. "In that case, I'll leave. I'm a girl, you know." With that, she disregarded Zhang Tan's attempts to keep her there, leaving as if she feared he might do something untoward. The young child possesses a strong sense of vigilance. This is commendable. Zhang Tan locked the door and, after taking a shower, unexpectedly discovered a bowl of boiled peanuts resting on a small stool in the living room. When had it been placed there? Zhang Tan had not noticed it before. He picked up a peanut, cracked it open, and found a plump kernel nestled within its shell, which, in the words of Xiaobai, was utterly delightful. Dressed in shorts and a gray t-shirt, Zhang Tan stepped outside, only to be greeted by the sound of a child weeping as he descended the stairs. In the kindergarten, the cries of children are commonplace. There are always little ones in tears. However, this particular wail struck a familiar chord. It sounded strikingly like Xiaobai. He hurried down the stairs, and upon reaching the first floor, indeed found Xiaobai weeping. "This is a gift from Grandma," she lamented. Feeling wronged by her aunt's teasing about her ghostly appearance, Xiaobai was indignant, visibly upset, with an expression that radiated frustration. Were it anyone other than her aunt, she would undoubtedly have protested vehemently. If it were Luo Zikong, a fight would surely ensue. Despite having been brought to tears by Luo Zikong just the previous night, Xiaobai demanded respect. What, are you still unconvinced? Malinois, well acquainted with Xiaobai's temperament, observed her puffed-up cheeks and fierce glare. Such a little one. Yet her spirit of resistance is remarkably strong. How old is she? 4.5. Just imagine how she will be as she grows older. She will undoubtedly be even more defiant. Xiaobai pouted and retorted defiantly, I am not spoiled at all. Not spoiled. I am like the delicate silk threads on the tip of a corn cob. Quite obedient, indeed. Foolish girl, with your silly antics. You resemble the fine threads at the tip of a corn cob, spoiled and precious. Zhang Ten observed that Xiaobai appeared quite unhappy and sought to clarify the situation for her. Unbeknownst to him, quarreling with her aunt was a commonplace occurrence in Xiaobai's household. He remarked to Ma Lanhua, Xiaobai is, in fact, very obedient and sensible, after all. She is just a child and should be guided gently. Ma Lanhua, while frowning at Xiaobai, wore a bright smile for Zhang Tan, exclaiming, You are absolutely right. Teacher, my Xiaobai needs to be disciplined to listen. That has always been our way of teaching. Zhang Tan glanced down at Xiaobai, who was secretly making faces and sticking out her tongue at her aunt. Upon being caught, she immediately feigned innocence, her large eyes wide and her small mouth pouting, revealing 2 rows of pristine little teeth. If this did not qualify her as a good child, then Luo Zikong must surely be the reincarnation of Zhang Fei. Zhang Tan stifled a chuckle and continued to address Ma Lanhua. Xiaobai has already recognized her mistake and apologized. Luo Zikong will also offer his apologies upon arrival. Mistakes are not to be feared. What matters is acknowledging them, and that is what makes a good child. Xiaobai vigorously nodded in agreement, exclaiming, I am indeed very well behaved. Yes, teacher is right. My Xiaobai can be mischievous, but when she is wronged, she admits it without contest. Zhang Tan concurred, praising Xiaobai a few times, and noticed her nodding in enthusiastic agreement, particularly when he complimented her. Ma Lanhua entrusted Xiaobai to him, and proceeded to her tasks. However, after taking a few steps, she felt Xiaobai tugging at her pants. Reluctant to let her go and muttering softly, Ma Lanhua, exasperated, remarked, You little rascal, you are quite bothersome. To which Xiaobai whispered back, All children are like this, aren't they? Malinois, not having heard, cheerfully addressed Zhang Tan, saying, Teacher, I would like to request your assistance. She cast a glance at Xiaobai and began to explain her plea. Last night, during a scuffle, Xiaobai had squirted Luo Zikong with a small water gun, which was subsequently confiscated. This water gun, a cherished gift from Xiaobai's grandmother, was something she treasured dearly, holding it close every night as she slept. Last night, she cried and fussed incessantly, refusing to sleep. Teacher, could you possibly return the water gun to her? Malinois implored. After speaking, she gently tapped Xiaobai's little head, prompting Xiaobai to eagerly chime in, Uncle, please have mercy. How effortlessly she spoke. Zhang Tan mused, realizing the reason behind her swollen eyes. Perhaps she had not slept well due to her tears. Unaware of the confiscation of the water gun, he considered that since both children had already faced consequences, and given the water gun's sentimental value to Xiaobai, he decided to grant her request. Xiaobai was overjoyed, praising Zhang Tan as a good person. This little one had a penchant for bestowing such accolades, having already given him several. With Zhang Tan's agreement, Malinois felt a surge of relief. As for Zhang Tan, he had a natural aptitude for script writing. Before his journey through time, he had penned numerous scripts, some of which had garnered acclaim. The adaptation of The Lamp Bearer was not a formidable challenge for him. Rather, it was a leisurely endeavor that allowed him to immerse himself in the comic. When Luo Ming registered him, the project team allotted 5 days for completion. However, just 2 days later, he received sudden notice that the deadline was moved up by a day, leaving him merely 2 days to finish. While he had only completed a third of his script, would time suffice? In recent days, I have been free, so you may focus solely on writing the script. It is acceptable if you do not come to the office, just manage your time well. Upon receiving the news, Luo Ming promptly inquired about Zhang Tan's progress. Learning that time was insufficient, he thoughtfully assured Zhang Tan that he would not assign him any other tasks during this period, allowing him to dedicate himself entirely to the script. He even encouraged Zhang Tan to reach out with any writing-related questions at any time. Zhang Tan expressed his heartfelt gratitude repeatedly. However, Luo Ming remarked, It is also my fault. When I informed you, the project had already been underway for several days, and others were already writing, which caused you to start later than the others. Zhang Tin quickly responded, "You cannot blame yourself for this. I am grateful beyond measure." To expedite the script, Zhang Tin concentrated his efforts, working tirelessly day and night. He declined dinner invitations from Jiang Rong and a football match with Xiao Bai. Finally, after 2 days, he completed the script. He sighed with relief. The next day at work, he printed the script and prepared to deliver it to the Lantern Bearer project team. Just then, Luo Ming returned and, seeing him with a stack of bound A4 papers, knew without asking that it was the script. Calculating in his mind, he realized that today was indeed the submission deadline he had been anticipating. "Is it finished?" Luo Ming inquired. Zhang Tin handed him the script and said, "I finished it last night. Teacher Luo, if you have the time, could you please review it for me? You possess great ability. Adapting scripts poses no challenge for you. However, this being your first solo endeavor, it is quite significant for you. So I will take a look first." Luo Ming casually placed his bag on the table, sat down, and hurriedly began to leaf through the script. Typically, he would indulge in brewing tea or browsing the news online. But today, all those habits were set aside. As he read, he spoke to Zhang without raising his head. "You should have shown this to me last night. If I had more time, I could have provided a thorough review." Zhang replied, "I only finished it after 10 last night. I didn't want to disturb your sleep." Disturb? At 10, I was still helping my daughter with her homework. Compared to that, reviewing a script is far more effortless. He then inquired, "I believe the manuscript is due before 10 this morning, correct? It's 8:30 now, so there's still an hour and a half. No need to rush. Let me read it thoroughly first. After investing so much time, we can afford to take this hour and a half." Observing his deep engagement with the script, Zhang proactively prepared a cup of Lushan Yunwu tea and gently placed it beside him. Without lifting his gaze, Luo Ming instinctively picked up the teacup and took a few sips. He read swiftly, and after about half an hour, he exhaled deeply, set the script down, rubbed his tired eyes, and remarked, "This is well written. There are just a few minor issues here, and here." Zhang immediately sat down at the computer and made the revisions on the spot, working diligently for half an hour until the script was entirely amended. After the two confirmed everything was in order, they printed a new copy. Zhang sighed in relief, glanced at the wall clock, and said, "There is still half an hour left. I'll take it over to submit." "Wait," Luo Ming called out, "give me the script. I'll submit it. We want to rely on connections, but we also cannot appear at a disadvantage in front of those who do." He took a few hearty sips of tea, grabbed the script, and hurried out the door. Upon reaching the 10th floor, he knocked on the office of the director for the Flame Bearer project. "Oh, Teacher Luo, are you here to lend a hand as well?" Upon his arrival, the other party's gaze fell upon the script in his hand, and he chuckled. Luo Ming settled into the chair at the desk, sliding the script across to the other individual. "I'm getting on in years and can't juggle 2 projects. Although the script for Under Mount Tuanyu is completed, there remains much to be done." He continued, "Did I not mention Zhang Tan to you last time? This is his work." "Oh?" The other party picked up the script, glanced at the cover, and leafed through it casually. "Isn't it enough to submit it to the review team? Why hand it directly to me?" Luo Ming smiled. "Do not feign ignorance. There are countless submissions. Once Zhang Tan's script is submitted, who knows if there will be any follow-up. My intention in giving you this script is not to seek favors, but to ensure you are aware of Zhang Tan and this remarkable work. I hope you might take a moment to review it or pass it along to your review team, as they may give it the attention it deserves. I have perused the script, and objectively speaking, it is truly exceptional. Even if I were to write it myself, I doubt I could surpass it. Is that an exaggeration? Teacher Luo, you are one of our finest talents. Which young person could possibly compare?" Luo Ming chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further, as delivering the script to the director had already fulfilled his purpose. "I won't take up any more of Director Li's time. I shall take my leave." After Luo Ming departed, Director Li reopened Zhang Tan's script and lost track of time in its pages. Eventually, he called for someone to retrieve the script, inquiring, "How many submissions have we received?" The staff member replied, 13, including this one, makes 14. Such a considerable number? In truth, there were 21 individuals who registered. The remaining few lacked sufficient time and, therefore, could not submit their work. Director Li was somewhat taken aback. It was no wonder that Luo Ming personally delivered the scripts. The fact that a single comic adaptation project involved so many screenwriters weighed heavily on his heart, as these 14 scripts represented not merely narratives, but the aspirations of 14 young dreamers. Rather than immediately approving the scripts submitted by Luo Ming, he instructed his staff to conduct an internal review, selecting 5 to be presented to the script evaluation team for their scrutiny. After delivering the scripts, Luo Ming returned to the office and informed Zhang Tang that he could arrange his time freely for the day. Staying in the office or heading home was entirely up to him. They had been exceedingly busy lately, and it was important to find a balance between work and relaxation. Grateful for the consideration, Zhang Tang chose to remain in the office. As noon approached, Jiang Rong called, mysteriously inviting him to lunch, as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. Did you write a script titled The Torchbearer? Huh. How did you know? Zhang Tang immediately recalled that the script had been submitted for evaluation. Bingo. Isn't it fate that your script was assigned to me? Uh-huh. Zhang Tang quickly retorted, if that's the case, I cannot treat you to lunch. What do you mean? Are you being stingy? Jiang Rong's tone turned slightly hostile. Don't be angry. It's not about being stingy, but rather a concern that others might accuse me of bribing you. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Rong decisively replied. I disagree. Let us go. I want to eat RB cuisine downstairs. Having submitted the script the verdict arrived the following day. Out of 5 scripts, 3 were chosen. And the project team decided to interview these 3 screenwriters concurrently. To Zhang Tan's relief, his script was among the selected few, allowing him to advance to the next stage. To be frank, adapting a comic book offered limited scope for his creative expression. The plot and narrative were already established, leaving little room for substantial alterations, as that would essentially constitute a rewrite rather than an adaptation. Given the minor adjustments involved, it would be implausible to claim that Zhang Tan's script was significantly superior to the others. Any distinction would primarily manifest in the script's framework and nuances, a macro versus a micro perspective, while adhering to the original work in other aspects. Amidst the flurry of activity surrounding the script, with his days consumed by work both during and after hours, Zhang Tan realized that he had not seen Little White for some time. Ordinarily, she would visit him daily, never failing to drop by, even if just to leave her little slippers behind. As he prepared to eat dinner, the thought of Little White crossed his mind, prompting him to set aside his meal, put on his shoes, and head out the door to the activity area on the first floor. It was now 6:30 in the evening, and the radiant hues of the setting sun cast a glow upon the courtyard. Beneath the dense foliage, insects emerged to frolic. While a few teachers and children were present at the academy, their numbers were sparse. Zhang Tan spotted Luo Zikong playing on the slide and inquired about Little White. Since their previous altercation, the two had exchanged apologies and seemingly reconciled, maintaining a peaceful coexistence thereafter. Luo Zikong gestured towards the courtyard, indicating that little Chili was playing soccer. Observing his dejected demeanor, one might surmise that he yearns to join yet has been denied entry, which evokes a sense of pity. Football, traditionally a sport for boys, has been appropriated by the likes of Xiao Bai, who has barred this young lad from participating, a rather unreasonable situation indeed. Zhang Tan located Xiao Bai in the courtyard, where she, accompanied by Xiaomi, was joyfully engaged in digging sand and filling a red plastic bucket. The setting sun elongated their shadows, casting a golden hue upon them, as if they were adorned with gilded edges. Meanwhile, the football lay abandoned to the side. What are you busy with? Zhang Tan inquired as he approached. Xiao Bai, crouched in the sandpit, was diligently excavating while Xiaomi meticulously filled the bucket, their roles clearly defined and their cooperation seamless, indicative of prior experience. Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Bai glanced up, her face lighting up with delight as she exclaimed, "Oh, look, our uncle has come." Xiaomi, shyly drawn to the sound, offered a timid smile but refrained from speaking. Unlike Xiao Bai, this little girl was not as extroverted and lacked her courage. She was timid, often greeting Zhang Tan with bashful smiles and exchanging only a few words, responding in a barely audible voice even when questioned. Initially, having quickly bonded with Xiao Bai, Zhang Tan mistakenly believed in his own charm, only to realize with Xiaomi that it was Xiao Bai's vibrant personality that had accentuated his own. Xiaomi, with both hands grasping a small bucket, huffed and puffed as she made her way to the opposite end of the sandpit, perhaps burdened by an excessive amount of sand. She struggled to proceed after a few steps, turning back to weakly call out to Xiao Bai, "The bunny police are coming." Xiao Bai immediately rose to her feet, clapping her little hands, and rushed over, exclaiming in delight as she grasped a small bucket, straining to drag it farther away while simultaneously beckoning Zhang Tan to come over. "Do you need assistance?" Zhang Tan inquired, extending a hand to offer help. The two children were perspiring profusely, and if not for their beaming smiles, Zhang Tan might have thought they were being subjected to some form of laborious punishment. "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Bai retorted, a hint of displeasure in her tone. "Why the attitude when I kindly offered to help?" Zhang Tan replied, "I merely observed that you seem to be struggling. Would you like me to assist you?" Xiaobai set down the bucket filled with sand, pausing to catch her breath, and declared, "Uncle, you underestimate us children." "What does that even mean?" "I was only being considerate." Zhang Ten waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he meant no offense. "If you prefer to manage on your own, then so be it." Xiaobai appeared content with his response, nodding in agreement, and suggested that he be their guest for the day. She then leaned down to inspect the small bucket, whispering a few words to Xiaomi. Zhang Ten overheard them mention that the bucket contained an abundance of sand, which was quite exhausting to carry. The two children then joined forces to drag the bucket along. Zhang Ten followed behind them, observing their industriousness and contemplating leaving, but Xiaobai insisted he accompany them, promising him something wonderful. Perhaps they had unearthed diamonds while digging for sand. "What delightful treasure awaits?" Zhang Tan inquired, his curiosity piqued. It was not diamonds, but rather a sumptuous dinner. Xiaobai pointed to the delectable spread laid out on the ground, her smile radiant and full of pride. Zhang Tan pondered. Just looking at the food is already satisfying. "Uncle, have you eaten yet?" Xiaobai asked. "Not yet," he replied. Elated, Xiaobai promptly extended an invitation. "Then partake of this. There's mang to savor, and ga to relish." Xiaomi, beaming with unadulterated joy, appeared to have never been so cheerful, her countenance mirroring the anticipation of a fox that had pilfered a hen. Zhang Tan felt a headache coming on. The lavish repast set before him consisted of plates piled high with sand. Some were merely sand mixed together, others had a smattering of stones, while still others were interspersed with weeds. Even Xiaobai's glass bottle had been fashioned into a dish. With great ceremony, Xiaobai presented the dish featuring the glass bottle, proclaiming it to be the favorite of fishy fish, insisting that it was delectable and urging Zhang Tan to crouch down and sample it. Zhang Tan, upon stooping down, exclaimed inwardly, "Good heavens! What was this about fishy fish liking it?" Well, admittedly, fishy fish probably did like it, for the glass bottle contained 2 earthworms. Fish are known to have a penchant for earthworms. The girls had unearthed the worms while digging in the sand, exclaiming with excitement. Xiaomi had been too timid to handle them, but Xiaobai, ever bold, had caught them barehanded and placed them in the glass bottle. "Uncle, have a taste," Xiaobai urged with fervor. Was this the essence of children's make-believe? It was indeed perplexing. Zhang Tan, with a forced smile, demurred, claiming that he had already dined. "You fibber. You just said you hadn't had mang." Xiaobai clearly remembered his earlier statement that he hadn't eaten. How could he claim to have eaten upon seeing her fishy fish feast? Was he looking down on her? Zhang Tan was speechless. Xiaobai was truly enthusiastic, and Xiaomi, too, displayed a more subtle form of enthusiasm. She produced 2 twigs, declaring them to be chopsticks, and handed them to Xiaobai, who then pressed them into Zhang Tan's hand, imploring him to finish the meal. Holding a twig, Zhang sighed, observing the children's expectant faces and the fish feast laid out in the sandbox. Unable to bring himself to partake, he feigned illness. "Alas, I have a headache. I've been swamped with work these past few days, and my head is throbbing." Let's stop by massage your head, uncle." Such an opportunity. Xiaobai had long entertained the notion of wrapping Zhang's head, a sentiment harbored during their conflicts. Though reconciled, once rooted in her mischievous mind, the thought lingered. Now presented with such a chance, Xiaobai, without hesitation, dashed behind Zhang and commenced tapping his head. "Uncle, your head is so big." Xiaobai's sudden remark left Zhang uncertain whether it was a compliment or an insult. Unable to refuse their hospitality, Zhang feigned satiety after partaking in the meal, even letting out a burp. "All right, I'm full. I must return to work now. Farewell." As Zhang attempted to flee, discarding the twig, he was mistaken if he believed that one meal would suffice. Xiaobai tugged at his trousers, preventing his departure. "Because this was made by Xiaobai. And there's also one made by Xiaomi, over here." She led him to another spot, revealing yet another lavish spread. Xiaomi gazed at him expectantly, awaiting his approval. Xiaobai's meal was dubbed the fish feast, while Xiaomi's was called whisker rice. Zhang noticed some whisker-like strands in the sand, presumably from a plant, leading him to believe that this was the origin of the dish's name. Indeed, Xiaobai remarked that these were the fine silks atop the corn's crown, which she had specially brought from home. The sand mingled with the delicate strands, creating a delightful taste that seemed to lift the spirits. After indulging in Xiaobai's lavish fish feast, it was impossible to refuse the millet silk rice, lest Xiaomi be reduced to tears. Zhang Tan, suppressing his discomfort, partook of another hearty meal under Xiaomi's expectant gaze. "Is it delicious?" Xiaobai inquired with hope. "Is it delicious?" Xiaomi echoed softly. Zhang Tan nodded fervently, his mouth stuffed with food, rendering him momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to ask, "Why have you prepared this meal for me today?" His mind wandered to thoughts of why he was the chosen one. Wasn't teacher Shalu preferable? Wasn't Oldly more appealing? Luo Zikong longed to join yet was denied entry. Especially Xiaobai, how foolish, what a splendid opportunity for revenge. "Thank you," Xiaobai expressed, grateful to Zhang Tin for retrieving her small water gun. This reason was acceptable. Zhang Tin turned his gaze to Xiaomi, pondering what she might say, though it seemed this meal of silk rice would be overwhelming for her. It was merely customary to provide a rationale. "Thank you," Xiaomi whispered, her next words lost in shyness as she cast her eyes downward, unable to meet his gaze. Xiaobai interjected, explaining it was to show gratitude for the uncle who had taken her in. Zhang Tin affectionately patted their little heads, although the food was somewhat unpalatable. The sentiment was profoundly touching. If only he could accept the affection without the meal, that would bring him even greater joy. I'm full. Thank you both." As Zhang Tin prepared to set down his chopsticks, he hesitated, asking the two, "May I put down my chopsticks now?" Both Xiaobai and Xiaomi nodded in affirmation, and Zhang Tin exhaled in relief, placing his chopsticks down with a sense of liberation. "Have you truly had enough to eat, uncle?" Xiaobai inquired with concern. Zhang sighed. "I'm indeed quite full. I feel as though I could burst." Xiaobai and Xiaomi exchanged gleeful glances and waved him off, saying, "If you're full, then go play." Zhang sighed again, taken aback by their dismissive tone and attitude. Did they regard him as nothing more than a child in their household? He felt a surge of irritation and stood to leave, only to be reminded of the delectable dishes awaiting him at home, now growing cold. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from his stomach. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Zhang froze in place, utterly mortified as Xiaobai and Xiaomi focused intently on his belly, then glanced back at his face. They whispered among themselves before deciding to fetch another bucket of sand, determined to prepare something scrumptious for him. Clearly, he hadn't eaten enough. Xiaobai even proclaimed that she would showcase her culinary prowess by making a dish of fish and long worms, which translated to a sumptuous fish stir-fried with elongated earthworms. Feeling the urgency to escape, Zhang hurriedly departed, but not without a clever thought to inform teacher Xiao Lu that the two children had once again slipped away to play in the sand. There ought to be some discipline. They should return to enjoy proper games. After finishing his meal and dismantling the bridge, he felt reassured enough to return home. As expected, the food he had prepared had already cooled. However, it was summer, and a cool meal would suffice. Initially, he intended to ask Xiaobai if she wanted a bite, only to find himself unwittingly coerced into partaking in an extravagant meal. The dish of su-su rice was tolerable, but the fish feast truly left Zhang Tin without an appetite. The mere thought of the worms in the glass jar was unbearable, yet he had consumed some, leading to a wave of nausea that made his self-prepared spaghetti nearly inedible. It felt as though he were chewing on those wriggling worms. How revolting. Zhang Tin retrieved a chilled can of beer from the refrigerator, cracked it open, and gulped down a few mouthfuls to quell the discomfort, forcing the queasiness back. After a moment, he managed to regain his composure and return to the dining table, ready to continue his meal. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. His hand trembled as he reached for his chopsticks, causing them to clatter onto the table. What a calamity for a 22-year-old. The image of Little Bai clutching the fish feast, and Xiaomi with her su-su rice, flashed in his mind. The two children, adorned with angelic wings yet sporting horns, created a scene too enchanting to contemplate further. The knocking persisted. Zhang Tin reassured himself that he had reported them to teacher Lu. It was improbable that Little Bai and Xiaomi were still outside. Surely, they had been apprehended by teacher Lu, who must possess some discernment. Who is it? Zhang Tin steadied his nerves and approached the door. Zhang Tin, it's me. Oh. Haha, it's Aunt Huang. I thought so. It couldn't be Little Bai and Xiaomi, as they must have been taken in by teacher Lu. I'm coming. Zhang Tin involuntarily raised his voice, feeling as though a significant weight had been lifted from his heart, akin to the heavy stones used for mixing sand. Aunt Huang, with a cheerful demeanor, opened the door to reveal her presence. To my astonishment, two little children stood outside, their beaming faces gazing up at me with delight. Instinctively, my stomach tightened in apprehension, yet I felt relieved that they had not brought any food. Unbeknownst to Aunt Huang, she was unaware of my internal struggle. With a warm smile, she announced, Zhang Tin, Xiaobai, and Xiaomi wish to express their gratitude to you. Her expression radiated pride and fulfillment, reflecting her joy in having such considerate children under her care. Xiaobai, Xiaomi, don't you have something to say to your brother? Now is the time. She prompted. Thank you, uncle, Xiaobai exclaimed, although she intended to address me as brother. Xiaomi echoed her sentiments. Thank you, uncle. Oh, how quickly the well-behaved children seemed to adopt mischief. Aunt Huang took it upon herself to explain their gratitude, while I listened with a smile. Despite having heard it once before. "Come in and sit for a while," I invited. "No." "Okay," came the simultaneous replies. Xiaobai was the one who said okay, but just as she stepped forward, Aunt Huang seized her by the arm, holding her in place. With a playful tone, she informed me, "Since they won't sit, the evening study session has commenced, and I shall take them downstairs." Just as Aunt Huang prepared to leave with Xiaobai and Xiaomi, Xiaobai unexpectedly produced a glass jar filled with sand from behind her. Oh no. The dreaded glass jar. My pupils dilated in alarm, for what one fears often comes to pass. However, it seems the earthworms have vanished, the bottle filled with sand, and a delicate little yellow flower inserted at the opening. "Uncle, this is for you." Xiaobai presented the glass bottle to him. Aunt Huang, filled with maternal warmth, remarked, "This little yellow flower is quite lovely." Surprisingly, the glass bottle has been repurposed as a vase. Zhang Tan, with a wave of his hand, expressed his appreciation but suggested that a vase was unnecessary. Xiaobai insisted on the gift, and Aunt Huang supported her, encouraging Zhang Tan to accept it, reminding him that it was merely a token from a child, not a precious item. Reluctantly, Zhang Tan acquiesced. However, upon hearing Xiaobai utter a certain phrase, he felt a shiver run down his spine. "This is the fish dish made with the worms, and the worms are in the sand, all white and plump." Clattering. Zhang Tan lost his grip, causing the glass bottle to crash to the ground, shattering and scattering sand everywhere. Crucially, 2 earthworms crawled out, sending a chill through him. As he inwardly exclaimed, "You little rascal." As the moon graced the mulberry tree branches, swaying gently in the breeze, the hour had grown late. The adults returning from night shifts gradually arrived at the Little Red Horse Academy to retrieve their children. Though weary, their faces radiated smiles, their eyes shimmering with light. The arduous day had finally drawn to a close, and the moments spent with their children constituted the happiest part of their day. The academy lay in serene silence, with little insects chirping in the grass, and a cicada had mysteriously arrived to languidly pull at its strings atop the mulberry tree. After seeing Xiaobai off, Old Li locked up the academy and retreated to his booth for a moment of respite. The following day, Zhang Tan received notification that the manga author had arrived and wished to converse with the 3 shortlisted screenwriters. The Lantern Bearer is a passionate manga, yet the author is a petite beauty, utterly adorable. It is uncertain whether it was her striking appearance that contributed to the pleasant conversation she shared with Zhang Tan, ultimately leading to her selection of him. The other 2 candidates, though youthful, lacked the requisite charm. One is named Su Jian, who possesses a certain handsomeness but falls short in height, measuring approximately 170 centimeters. The other, Lu Zhigua, cannot be described as handsome. He stands around 175 centimeters and has unfortunately begun to show signs of weight gain, likely exceeding 175 kilograms. Upon learning that Zhang Tan was ultimately chosen, Lu Zhigua displayed evident dissatisfaction, his countenance darkening, yet he refrained from voicing his discontent, hastily offering congratulations before departing. Su Jian remained to engage in a brief conversation with Zhang Tan, exhibiting a demeanor of calmness. Zhang Tan held a favorable impression of Su Jian, finding him reminiscent of his former self. As for Lu Zhigua, he too left a positive impression, and Zhang Tan did not harbor any ill feelings due to Lu's apparent displeasure. With the successful acquisition of the script for The Flame Bearer, Zhang Tan has taken a significant step forward in his career. Previously, he had mentioned to Jiang Rong and He Chao that his reassignment from the script evaluation team was inconsequential, hardly warranting a celebratory meal. Now, however, it holds greater significance. Since Luo Ming and Jiang Rong are unfamiliar with each other, Zhang Tan decided to host separate gatherings, starting with Luo Ming, to express his gratitude for the assistance received. To Zhang Tan, Luo Ming is both a mentor and a friend, devoid of any airs of superiority, and has shown him considerable care. Without Luo Ming's support, the success of The Flame Bearer may not have been possible. In the evening, the 2 indulged in some wine. Luo Ming, unable to hold his liquor, became slightly intoxicated after just a few glasses of red wine. In contrast, Zhang Tan, who once reveled in social gatherings and possessed a formidable alcohol tolerance, had consciously chosen to moderate his intake. Otherwise, his refrigerator would likely be brimming with chilled beer, a summer essential. After their drinking session, Zhang Tan summoned a designated driver for himself and attempted to do the same for Luo Ming. However, Luo Ming waved his hand in refusal, acknowledging that one should never drive after consuming alcohol, especially given Luo Ming's evident inebriation. Zhang Tan insisted on the necessity of a designated driver. despite Luo Ming's persistent protests. Zhang Ten emphasized the paramount importance of safety on the roads. But my wife is on her way. She will drive, Luo Ming explained. This might very well exemplify the inherent limitations of a single man's perspective, a tragic irony. Indeed, it was not long before Luo Ming's wife arrived. Zhang Tan was meeting her for the first time. She was a gentle woman who had taken a taxi to join them. Upon noticing Luo Ming's inebriated state, she exhibited no signs of reproach. Instead, she retrieved 2 bottles of kudzu root drink from her bag, handing one to Zhang Tan while opening the other for Luo Ming to sip. My apologies, I've let Mr. Luo get drunk, Zhang Tan remarked. The woman smiled and replied, today is a celebration for you. I insisted he drink. Zhang Tan was taken aback, realizing why Luo Ming, who had previously abstained from alcohol, felt liberated this time. He assisted Luo Ming into the car, watched as his sister-in-law drove away, and then boarded his own vehicle to be driven back to the urban village by the designated driver. After parking the car and settling the fare, Zhang Ten walked back to the academy. In the shade of the alley, elderly men engaged in conversation while children frolicked at their feet, accompanied by small dogs and kittens. A little boy dashed forward, colliding with a man's leg, and fell to the ground. Zhang Tan helped him up and, upon looking up, noticed a tea house nearby. The tea house buzzed with life, the rich dialect of Pujiang resonating within as patrons enjoyed tea, engaged in lively discussions, and played cards, revealing a more grounded aspect of Pujiang. Overwhelmed by the scent of alcohol, Zhang Ten entered and ordered a pot of tea. As he settled down, someone called out to him. Turning, he was surprised to see Huang Mimi. She approached, exclaiming, "It's really you, Zhang Tan." Pouring himself a cup of tea, he found it quite hot but, driven by thirst, gulped it down and remarked, "You seem rather astonished." Huang Mimi replied, "You never used to frequent places like this. Bars were your domain." Domain? Zhang Ten could only respond in silence. "Are those your friends?" he inquired, noticing 2 girls and a man seated at Huang Mimi's table. To his surprise, she reacted with caution, warning him, "Don't try to flirt. I want to introduce you." "What on earth?" Zhang Ten waved her off, feeling wounded and unwilling to converse with someone he considered a perpetrator. After Huang Mimi returned to her friends, enjoying tea and playing cards, Zhang Ten finished half a pot of tea, waved goodbye to her, and rose to leave. "Old Li, it's me. Open the door," he called out to Old Li, who was watching television at the entrance of the Ziyahongma Academy. It was now 9 o'clock in the evening, and the children had all gathered inside, prompting Old Li to securely lock the gates of the academy to deter any unwelcome visitors. "Ah, Zhang Shan has returned." Old Li opened the door to let Zhang in, then turned to enter the guard booth. He quickly emerged again, presenting Zhang with a tote bag containing a blue lunchbox. It's homemade cold noodles. Do give it a try, young Master Zhang." Zhang Shan recalled that Old Li's family once owned a noodle shop, renowned for its cold noodles. His wife, hailing from the Korean ethnic group in northeast China, was particularly adept at crafting this dish. Unfortunately, cold noodles lack popularity in Pujiang, often mistaken for mere cold-tossed noodles. Coupled with poor business management, the noodle shop ultimately closed, leading Old Li to take up the position of gatekeeper at the Little Red Horse Academy. "Well, I shan't be polite. I'll take it home to savor." "Thank you." Without hesitation, Zhang accepted the offering and brought it home. Upon opening the lunchbox, his appetite was piqued. The cold noodles lay at the bottom, adorned with an array of delectable treats: crispy fried shrimp, watermelon slices, beef slices, squid, and spicy kimchi, with a gentle chill still wafting from within. Though he yearned to indulge, having just finished dinner, he found himself lacking the capacity to indulge further, and the late hour raised concerns about gaining weight. He placed the lunchbox in the refrigerator for later, intending to enjoy it the following morning. After taking a shower, he was about to open his computer to browse videos when he recalled the contents of his bag. Stepping outside, he sought out Little Bai, who was nestled among a group of children while Ming Chenqing narrated a story in a sweet, childish voice. Stumbling over words yet managing to weave a tale, truly a sight of a little frog pretending to be a jeep. "Little Bai, come here." Zhang Shan called out from the edge of the gathering. "What is it?" Xiao Bai cast a glance at him and replied, unwilling to move. Clearly, for her, Ming Qingqing's storytelling was far more captivating than Zhang Tan's, rendering him utterly ineffective in swaying her. "Xiao Bai, come here for a moment. I have something for you." Reluctantly, Xiao Bai approached, her impatience evident as she queried, "What is it?" "I'm quite busy." How swiftly a child can change their demeanor. Just yesterday, their bond seemed so strong. as she had compelled him to indulge in a feast of fish and a delightful meal of susuer. Yet today, she treated him with indifference. Are you free? Come to my house. I have something for you. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai immediately shook her head, asserting her lack of time, as she was preoccupied. She pointed towards a pile of dolls, stating they were all waiting in line to tell her stories, with Meng Chenqing followed by Xiao Qian, and then Zhang Tan was taken aback, inquiring, "Everyone wants to tell you a story? You must be quite remarkable. So many children are queuing up to share their tales. Are you a queen or something?" Xiaobai looked at him with a puzzled expression, as if she couldn't comprehend his astonishment. Considering Zhang Tan's earnest invitation, Xiaobai recalled that she hadn't visited her little friend in a few days, and thus reluctantly agreed to accompany him, albeit only for a brief visit, promising to return soon as her stories awaited her. "What is it? You tell me." Finally, upon arriving at his home, Zhang Tan wasted no time in asking why she, who usually sought his company, was now so indifferent. Are women truly this capricious? Zhang Tan dismissed her question, producing a beautifully wrapped box and declaring, "Look, this is for you." Upon hearing of a gift, Xiaobai's initial reluctance transformed into joyous excitement. He beamed with delight, resembling a gander in his merriment. As he unwrapped the package, he discovered a glass bottle within. Zhang Tan inquired, "Do you like it?" "It's a gift for you." Xiaobai nodded vigorously, embracing the bottle with immense fondness, yet he hesitated to keep it, returning it despite the pang it caused him. "What's the matter?" "It's for you," Zhang Tan urged, to which Xiaobai responded playfully, "Are you trying to bully me? I can be quite fierce." His wariness was evidently high. A previous outing for a meal had also left him cautious, where he had even jokingly confessed to occasionally having a dark sense of humor to frighten Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan clarified, "I broke your glass bottle yesterday, so I'm giving you a new one. Please accept it." Upon hearing this, Xiaobai's face lit up with joy as he cradled the glass bottle once more. "Thank you. You're such a good person." "Ah, another good person card added to my collection. My drawer is nearly overflowing," Zhang Tan mused. The original glass bottle Xiaobai possessed was merely a container for canned apples, and after consuming the contents, it was nothing more than an empty vessel, far inferior to the one Zhang Tan had gifted him. The new bottle was elegantly designed with a wide mouth, a secure clasp, and a convenient handle perfect for carrying. It was originally intended for brewing various types of alcohol, such as plum wine, grape wine, or ginseng liquor, making it both aesthetically pleasing and practical. Overwhelmed with affection for the gift, Xiaobai sought to express his gratitude by inquiring about Zhang Tan's well-being, asking, "Have you eaten yet?" Zhang Tan replied affirmatively, but added with a note of concern, "Just don't put earthworms in it, all right?" To be honest, he found the thought somewhat unsettling, while the young child before him seemed utterly unfazed by the prospect, effortlessly catching worms without a hint of fear. "Would you like me to prepare some fish and stir-fried sparrows for you tomorrow?" Xiaobai offered eagerly. With enthusiasm, Xiaobai exclaimed that it seemed this truly was her specialty. Even a day without making it left her feeling restless. "Thank you," I replied. "Please refrain from mentioning any sensitive topics. Do not, under any circumstances, place worms in a glass jar. I had nightmares about it last night." "What are you doing? You keep burrowing into me. I cannot fathom your intentions. Are there any in your mouth?" "Yes." "What about?" "Never mind. Let's not speak of it." The laughter of Xiaobai, like a mischievous child, filled the air. "Are you pleased that I had nightmares?" I cautioned her to be kind. I did not laugh at you. You appear so delighted, yet claim you did not find amusement in my plight. Do you think me so easily appeased?" Perhaps aware of her limited acting skills, Xiaobai confessed, "Uncle, I too had nightmares." "Is that true?" "Indeed. What did you dream of? Was it also worms?" To play along with her theatrics, Zhang Tan suppressed his feelings of disgust. Xiaobai nodded and added that there were also some sparrows. In his dream, Zhang Tan was besieged by worms, while Xiaobai, the nemesis of worms, remained oblivious to the nature of her dreams. "What did you dream about worms?" "Fishing, of course." "Indeed." In her dream, she too was attacking worms. They were quite unfortunate. "Did you catch any?" "Fishing is my forte." She appeared quite displeased with Zhang Tan's skepticism. "Impressive. How many did you catch?" "Malinois." "What?" "I asked how many you caught, and you mentioned your aunt's name." "Malinois blooms 21. I caught 21 fish." This is rather dismissive. Zhang thought to himself, "You constantly invoke your aunt's name. Are you not afraid of repercussions? What kind of fish have you caught?" Zhang continued to inquire. Perhaps he had asked too many questions, causing Xiaobai to feel somewhat displeased. The child pondered for a moment, unable to articulate an answer. unsure if it was due to a lack of detailed recollection from the dream or an inability to fabricate a narrative on the spot. "Uncle, would you care to share?" Xiaobai prompted, a playful grin on his face. "What?" Zhang was overwhelmed with questions. Xiaobai extended his pinky, playfully poking Zhang's belly, and said, "When Xiaobai was fishing, you were there too. You were the one pretending to hold the fish. What did you say you caught?" Zhang, taken aback, replied that he did not know, denying his presence at that moment. "It's your dream. You should take the lead." "I have no knowledge of being there," he stated. Xiaobai mumbled softly, "Silly." Zhang, incensed, exclaimed, "What kind of logic is this? You cannot recount your own dream and expect others to do so. If you cannot express it, why label someone else as silly?" He reminded Xiaobai that it was time to return, as the other children were waiting to share their stories with her, which plainly meant, you should hurry along. However, the Xiaobai who had initially clamored to merely sit had now become reluctant to leave, for she had discovered the comics on the sofa. "What is this?" Xiaobai asked Zhang curiously, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she clutched the comic. "This is a signed collector's edition of The Flame Bearer, gifted to me by the original author," Zhang explained. "Are there words on it?" Xiaobai inquired, puzzled. "It's a comic," Zhang replied. "A comic? What is that?" Xiaobai asked, bewildered. "It is akin to a picture book," Zhang clarified. "Is it like a windmill, AFO?" She wondered aloud. "It is nearly as such." Xiaobai remained in place, engrossed in the comic The Lantern Bearer, persistently inquiring about the narratives within. Zhang Ten asked her, "Why aren't you attending kindergarten?" "What?" Xiaobai replied, lifting her head in confusion. "I mean, at 4.5 years old, you are eligible for kindergarten. Why do you not go?" "Because I have no money. My aunt is quite stingy." As she spoke, she began to sing, "Malinois, Malinois, unafraid of wind and rain." Zhang Ten speculated that Xiaobai must have endured her fair share of beatings, for this song seemed to be one that invited trouble. "What do you do during the day?" Zhang Ten inquired. "If you're not attending classes, what do you occupy yourself with?" "Do you accompany your uncle and aunt to work?" "I take naps, uncle." "What is this about?" Her small finger pointed at a scene in the comic, as words failed to convey the meaning. This was not a children's picture book, it was a comic. And reading it was a formidable challenge due to her unfamiliarity with the characters. Ding dong. Someone knocked at the door. Zhang Tan went to answer it, and found it was Xiaomi. Aye. Upon seeing Zhang Tan, Xiaomi grew nervous and could not utter a word. Her face flushed. Zhang Tan revealed a broad smile, displaying 8 teeth to appear more amiable and approachable. "I presume you are looking for Xiaobai, am I correct?" he said. Xiaomi nodded vigorously. Zhang Tan turned to call out, "Xiaobai, Xiaomi is here for you." Xiaobai remained motionless on the sofa and replied, "Let her in." "Xiaobai invites you in," Zhang Tan conveyed, sensing that something felt amiss. It seemed as though he was merely a servant at Xiaobai's behest. Xiaomi did not enter but stood at the door, calling out loudly that Ching Ching was crying. Xiaobai immediately leaped off the sofa and rushed out to comfort Meng Ching Ching. Zhang Tan, unsure of the reason behind Meng Ching Ching's tears, worried that another quarrel might have erupted, followed suit. Fortunately, it was neither an argument nor a fight. Meng Ching Ching simply missed her father. Teacher Xiaolu was unable to console her, leaving it solely to Xiaobai. The manga The Lamp Bearer has completed its first season and is currently in the midst of its second season. Zhang Tan had previously submitted a script concerning the first season and now needed to prepare for the second. Once it was confirmed that he would be the screenwriter, Director Lee from the project team summoned him for a lengthy discussion. Observing Zhang Tan's youthful visage and his articulate confidence, Director Lee's initial doubts were finally dispelled, and he genuinely acknowledged Zhang Tan's capabilities. Even after securing the role of screenwriter for The Lamp Bearer, Zhang Tan felt a lingering unease. He discreetly consulted Luo Ming and then sought the opinion of Old Lu, the head of the script evaluation team, who provided him with reassuring feedback. Their conversation that day further solidified his belief in Zhang Tan's genuine talent. The young man was unafraid, willing to express his thoughts with confidence yet without arrogance. In the afternoon, Director Lee invited both Zhang Tan and the original manga creator to discuss script-related matters. Before parting, the original creator, a charming girl, handed Zhang Tan the outline for the second season storyline. As it had yet to be illustrated, it consisted only of simple textual descriptions, necessitating ongoing communication between him and the original creator to determine how to best present it. The three concluded their discussion just as the workday was drawing to a close. "Zhang Tan, please see Xiao Song off," Director Lee instructed. "No need for that," Zhang Tan replied. "Xiao Song's full name is Song 1. Miss Song, there's no need for formality. It's not a bother at all." Zhang Ten accompanied her to the door, and they entered the elevator together. Inside, it was just the two of them, and after a moment of silence, Songwen lifted her gaze to Zhang Tan and said, "Please refrain from calling me Miss Song in the future. Just call me Xiaowen." Zhang Tan nodded in agreement. "All right." Songwen inquired, "Did you join the Pujiang Film Studio right after graduation? How many years have you been working?" Zhang Tan, observing the ascending floor numbers in the elevator, replied, "I just graduated this year." "Really?" Songwen exclaimed, visibly surprised, then smiled. "You seem so mature and composed." She appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old. Yet in reality, she was 24. Her petite stature and youthful appearance belied her true age. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Zhang Tan held the door for Songwen, allowing her to exit first. She expressed her gratitude, and together they made their way to the underground parking lot. As she prepared to get into her car, she added, "Let us connect on WeChat. I may need your assistance with the comic in the coming days." "I'll scan you," Zhang Ten replied, taking out his phone to scan Songwen's QR code. Once they had added each other, they bid farewell. Upon returning to the office, Luo Ming arrived and, upon seeing him, asked, "How did your meeting with the director go?" "It went quite well. The comic author also came by in the afternoon," Zhang Ten responded. "That's good to hear. Every beginning is challenging," Luo Ming remarked. "You don't need to move. Let us have you work here from now on." After Zhang Ten secured the role of screenwriter for The Lantern Bearer, he naturally ceased to be Luo Ming's assistant. Following standard procedure, he was expected to join the project team in the office, much like Luo Ming, who spent most of his time there and only occasionally returned to this office. Without hesitation, Zhang Ten cheerfully agreed, as he needed a permanent workspace. On his way home after work, while passing through Shichang'an Street, Zhang Ten parked his car in the shopping mall's parking lot and took the elevator to the third floor, intending to purchase some ingredients. A few days prior, he had savored a bowl of cold noodles that Old Li had brought him, and he found himself longing for that taste. Thus, he decided to buy the ingredients to prepare cold noodles himself. Though the mall offered pre-packaged cold noodles, akin to instant noodles, Zhang Tan was well aware that such flavors could not compare to authentic cold noodles. Determined to create the genuine dish, he first picked up a pack of cold noodle strands, along with a variety of ingredients including garlic, sugar, beef, shrimp, and tomatoes, filling a large bag. After checking out and preparing to leave, he heard a voice exclaiming, 31. The poor do not speak in code. Zhang Ten accepted the peanuts that Xiaobai handed him and inquired, "Are you waiting for me?" Xiaobai nodded eagerly, her little mouth busy as she cracked open a peanut that had paused for 2 seconds, swiftly consuming the peanut inside while discarding the shell on the ground. "Are you waiting for me for something?" Zhang Ten asked as he passed by her, placing the shopping bag down to retrieve his keys and unlock the door. Xiaobai stood up, brushing off the peanut shells from her clothes and patting her little bottom, clutching a glass jar shaped like a fish as she followed Zhang Tan, exclaiming, "I'm here to chat with you." With a crisp sound, the door swung open, prompting Zhang to pause and inquire of Xiaobai, What does this mean?" "It's just chit-chat," came the reply. Zhang, slightly exasperated, remarked, "You could have simply stated chatting, instead of leaving me to ponder if it was some significant matter." "Come in, please." Zhang gestured. "Here are your little slippers." "My little slippers have grown even cuter," Xiaobai exclaimed in admiration. Zhang chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Unless the slippers had somehow come to life. "Uncle, could you pass me the broom? I need to sweep up the peanut shells." Xiaobai remained at the threshold rather than entering. Zhang replied, "Allow me to tidy up. I was the one who ate them." "All right then. It's commendable that you have such awareness," Zhang remarked as he fetched a broom and dustpan for Xiaobai. The child adeptly swept the scattered peanut shells into the dustpan, displaying a level of skill that suggested he often engaged in such chores at home. Once the area was clean, Xiaobai finally entered the room, cradling a glass bottle shaped like a fish. After admiring his little slippers for a moment, he trailed into the kitchen, curious to watch Zhang prepare a meal. "Uncle, didn't you eat mangmang?" Zhang began to unpack the ingredients he had purchased, preparing to make cold noodles. "Not yet. I'm cooking dinner now. Have you eaten?" This was merely a polite inquiry, as the children had all dined before arriving at the academy, which did not provide meals. "I'm already full," Xiaobai declared, patting his little belly. "Here, have some peanuts." The small hand reached into the jar, retrieving a few peanuts to offer to Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan wiped his hands, accepted them, and peeled one to eat. It was boiled peanuts, seasoned with salt, exuding a delightful aroma. "Delicious. Have you had your meal and still indulged in so many peanuts?" he inquired. "I had peanuts for dinner," came the response. "What?" Zhang Tan asked. surprised to learn that the half jar of peanuts in Xiaobai's embrace constituted her dinner for the evening. Doesn't your aunt prepare dinner for you? Zhang Ten expressed his discontent, astonished at the lack of care for a child, allowing her to subsist on merely half a jar of peanuts. Xiaobai, peeling another peanut, replied, my aunt and uncle had a quarrel, so she didn't make dinner. With a sigh, Zhang Tan took the glass jar containing the fish belly from Xiaobai's hands, saying, stop eating that. I've prepared dinner for us to share. I'm already full, she protested. Then go play some football. You'll soon feel hungry again. Xiaobai, instead of playing football, chose to watch Zhang Tan in the kitchen, assisting him by handing over items, and surprisingly, she was quite adept at it. Although cold noodles appeared simple, they were rather intricate, primarily due to the complexity of the cold noodle broth, which was crucial to its taste. Have you washed the garlic cloves? Zhang Tan inquired. Coming right up, just a moment, Xiaobai replied, standing on a small stool to wash the garlic cloves. Zhang Tan crushed 6 cloves of garlic and minced them finely, adding white sugar, rice vinegar, salt, monosodium glutamate, and beef powder. He then extracted the juice, which he offered to the parched Xiaobai, while the garlic pulp was blended with pear flesh and stirred thoroughly. After pouring in beef broth and allowing it to rest for several minutes, he strained it through a fine mesh, discarding the residue. The cold noodle soup was ready and placed in the refrigerator to chill. Next, he prepared accompaniments such as large shrimp, beef, and cuttlefish. Have the tomatoes been washed? Zhang Tan inquired as he sliced the beef, glancing back at Xiaobai, who was busy washing the tomatoes. All right, no need to rush. This is my forte. Xiaobai replied confidently. With swift efficiency, she turned off the faucet, hopped down from the stool, and presented the vibrant red tomatoes. Zhang Tan accepted them, rinsed the kitchen knife, and began to chop the tomatoes. Xiaobai stood by his feet, tilting her small head to ask, is there anything else you need me to do? Not anymore. It will be ready shortly, he assured her. Xiaobai responded with an "oh," and began to wander behind him, tiptoeing to sneak a glance at the shrimp sizzling in the pot, her little nose twitching at the delicious aroma. Approximately 5 minutes later, the cold noodles, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, were completed, filling Zhang Tan with a sense of accomplishment. He snapped a couple of photos with his phone before serving the dish at the dining table, placing 2 bowls and a pair of chopsticks, one large and one small. Considering that Xiaobai might find it challenging to use chopsticks, he also prepared a fork. Little Bai stood on a small stool and gently twisted open the faucet, causing a stream of water, as thick as a pair of chopsticks, to flow forth. She promptly tightened the faucet, reducing the stream to a mere trickle. With her tiny hands, she washed them under the water, turned off the tap securely, and wiped her hands on her clothes. Supporting herself against the sink, she descended from the stool. As she passed the dining table, she quickly glanced over, letting out a silly giggle or two, before making her way to the living room. In the living room, she spotted her favorite small stool. She crouched down, cradling the glass bottle shaped like a fish belly in her arms. Zhang Tan assumed she was merely fetching the bottle, yet to his surprise, the little girl did not return. Instead, she proceeded to the door, gently placing the fish belly bottle on the ground before bending down to change into her small shoes, seemingly preparing to go out. Curiously, he inquired, Little Bai, where are you going? While changing her shoes, Little Bai opened the door and looked up in astonishment, saying, I'm going back. Her little face bore a perplexed expression, as if questioning why he would ask such a thing. Was it not obvious? If she weren't leaving, would she stay for dinner? Goodbye, uncle. You must be very hungry, right? You should eat quickly. Being hungry feels terrible, she exclaimed, her stomach rumbling incessantly. Without waiting for Zhang Tan to respond, she picked up the fish belly bottle again and stepped outside. Turning back, she stood on her tiptoes, grasped the doorknob, flashed a grin revealing her 2 rows of tiny white teeth, and casually closed the door behind her. Zhang Tan called out, wait that, and hurriedly chased after her, opening the door once more. He found Little Bai already at the corner of the staircase, the fish belly bottle in her arms, its lid unscrewed as she popped a peanut into her mouth. Little Bai, don't go. Let us eat together. Huh? Little Bai looked up at him in astonishment, her mouth full of peanuts that she had yet to bite into. Dinner is ready. How can you leave? The sound of crushed peanuts echoed as she chewed, wiping her small mouth. The impoverished do not speak in veiled terms. I have no money, she declared. Zhang chuckled. Who said anything about needing your money? We don't want your money. Little Bai reiterated earnestly, I truly have no money. The impoverished indeed do not speak in veiled terms. Zhang replied, I said we don't want your money. What could a little child like you possibly have? Come, don't you want to eat prawns? At the mere mention of prawns, Little Bai involuntarily gulped, unable to resist the temptation. Her little head nodded uncontrollably, yet her small mouth stubbornly retorted. What do you want me to do? Zhang inquired. What do you mean by that? I called you over for dinner. Haven't you yet eaten? Little Bai patted the glass jar containing fish in her arms, saying, the peanuts are delicious. Zhang mused to himself. No wonder she is so thin. At 4.5 years old, she hardly appears larger than 3.5-year-old Meng Chengqing. While snacks are fine, they cannot replace meals. Otherwise, the child will not grow properly. Little Bai hesitated, placing the emptied peanut shells into her pocket. Isn't this not good? Zhang perceived her wavering interest. He approached her, gently patting her head. You have been bustling about, exerting much effort. We prepared dinner together, so you are not a guest. Come, I cannot finish it alone. As he spoke, he took her small hand and led her back. Little Bai, still unconvinced, replied, but I really have no money. Zhang Tan, your assistance just now has already settled the matter. There is no need for further payment. As Xiaobai was being led back, she chattered hesitantly, lost in her thoughts. By the time she came to her senses, she found herself back in the living room, exclaiming, oh, then let us eat. I only want a little bit of spice. Zhang Tan took the glass jar of fish belly from Xiaobai's hands and placed it on the coffee table. Come, let us head to the dining room. Dinner is ready. Xiaobai stood there, giggling foolishly. Isn't this inappropriate? Observing her shy demeanor, Zhang Tan felt amused and nudged her towards the dining area. What is inappropriate about it? We've prepared so much together. I can't finish it all alone. Just lend me a hand. As Xiaobai was pushed to the edge of the dining table, she found herself staring at a large bowl of cold noodles, topped generously with 3 crispy, red prawns and several slices of beef, an abundance to behold. The sight of such culinary delights made her involuntarily swallow, and she exclaimed, the aroma is heavenly. Zhang Tan urged, quick, sit down, indulge as you please. With Zhang Tan's warm invitation, Xiaobai reluctantly took a seat at the table. Gazing at the cold noodles before her, she wore an expression of bliss, but upon noticing Zhang Tan's gaze, she felt a twinge of shyness. Zhang Tan was taken aback. What was happening? Was this the same Xiaobai who had chased after him, calling him names and fiercely confronting Luo Zikong? She was actually shy. Xiaobai, come sit here. There is no need to be so formal. I'm not being formal with you. Zhang Tan glanced at the small bowl before him, and then at the larger bowl belonging to Little Bai. Should he remind her? This small bowl was meant for her. A child certainly did not require such a large vessel. However, considering she was a guest, he silently fetched a larger bowl to replace his own. He served Little Bai half a bowl, including shrimp, beef, and cuttlefish, and inquired, do you eat chili? What? She replied, just a little. Then let me add some spicy pickled cabbage for you to try. It's quite hot. He sampled the cold noodles first and found them quite delightful. Though they could not quite compare to those from Old Li's establishment, still, they were satisfactory. You should eat, he encouraged, noticing Little Bai merely watching him, her chopsticks unmoving. Little Bai grinned widely. Thank you, uncle, I'm about to eat now. Go ahead, he urged. Observing her deftly maneuver the chopsticks to retrieve a large shrimp, she took a gentle bite. Is it delicious? Zhang Tan asked. Without hesitation, Little Bai nodded. It's wonderful. What does that mean? It's extraordinarily tasty. I'm glad you enjoy it. Noticing her fondness for the shrimp, he offered her 2 from his bowl. However, upon looking up, he saw Little Bai still staring at him, her chopsticks idle. What's wrong? Why aren't you eating? He inquired. In silence, Little Bai picked up one of the large shrimp and returned it to his bowl. This is for you, Zhang Tan said. Little Bai, still without a word, picked up another shrimp and placed it back on his plate. Uncle, you should eat. You haven't had any mang mang yet. Don't you like it? I've had mang mang. I'm not hungry anymore. You merely consumed a few peanuts. How can that be considered dinner? Zhang Tan remarked to Xiaobai, expressing his aversion to shrimp. His initial intention was to encourage her to indulge in a few more, yet he was unprepared for the earnest admonition from the young girl. She pointedly questioned why he would purchase something he disliked, deeming it a waste, particularly since it was rather expensive. To Zhang's astonishment, Xiaobai was aware of the shrimp's high price. Upon inquiry, he learned that she had gleaned this information from her aunt, as they had bought shrimp for her uncle's recent birthday celebration, marking her inaugural experience with the delicacy. Shrimp could only be savored on such special occasions, hence their considerable cost. Zhang Tan humbly accepted the lesson. I shall be more mindful in the future. However, Xiaobai, since we have already purchased it, you might as well enjoy it. Xiaobai demurely nodded, offering to assist. She concluded with a gentle reminder. Please refrain from such behavior in the future. Understood. I shall remember, he replied. Xiaobai's demeanor was quite delightful. After she relished the shrimp, Zhang Tan added 2 generous slices of beef to her bowl. Unsurprisingly. Xiaobai paused, looking at him quizzically. What are you doing? Uncle, why aren't you eating? Zhang Tan replied. I have already consumed 3 pieces. If I eat more, I might gain weight, and I am a bit concerned. Please help me with this. Xiaobai scrutinized Zhang Tan seriously, then glanced at herself, her petite arms and legs, coupled with her round little belly. Do you wish for me to end up like Luo Zikong, that foolish boy? Zhang Tan chuckled. That was not my intention. Then what do you mean? She pressed. You appear somewhat slender. You ought to eat more meat. I am not slim. I am strikingly beautiful. What do you mean by that? It signifies nothing of consequence. Indeed, you are quite well behaved. My reluctance to indulge arises from a fear of gaining weight. Perhaps I shall consume other dishes instead. Uncle, you appear somewhat portly. Encouraging Xiaobai to eat vegetables proves to be quite a challenge, necessitating a plethora of excuses, and there exists the potential for self-harm. Zhang Tan refrains from further persuasion, opting to consume his own meal, observing. Xiaobai first devoured 2 large shrimp, followed by the beef, and then swiftly polished off the spicy cabbage. Uncle, shall I have some vegetable leaves? Is that all right? Of course. What do you mean by vegetable leaves? Xiaobai gestured towards the spicy cabbage, indicating that. Zhang Tan served her a bit more spicy cabbage and sampled some himself, remarking on the heat. After a short while, Xiaobai inquired again, Uncle, may I have more vegetable leaves? Is that all right? Does it not burn? Zhang Tan asked, his concern evident, for he dared not consume too much. Comforting, she explained. Accustomed to his silly demeanor. It means it is delicious. Then I shall serve you some more. Zhang Tan moved the spicy cabbage closer to her and poured her a glass of icy pear juice to alleviate the spiciness. Shortly thereafter, Xiaobai finished the spicy cabbage and reached for more with her chopsticks. Zhang Tan, still uneasy, asked, Are you truly not feeling the burn? Eating too much could lead to a stomachache. Xiaobai awkwardly chuckled. Hee, then I shall refrain. I am not forbidding you from eating. I merely worry that it may upset your stomach. It is not spicy. Just a little more. Just a little more. Oh dear. What happened? I bit my lip. Let me see. Little Bai, in his haste, accidentally nipped his own lip, causing a trickle of blood to surface. Woe is me. I feel utterly unfortunate. Do not fret too much. It's merely a minor scrape, but you must refrain from consuming spicy food. Upon hearing this, Little Bai, more resolute than ever, declared, I knew I was doomed. Here, have some chilled pear juice. The incident of biting his lip marked a turning point. Thereafter, Little Bai ate with utmost caution, his vigor diminished to a mere 80%. Together, they polished off all the cold noodles, leaving not a single strand behind. Zhang Tan surveyed Little Bai, sprawled on the floor with a noticeably swollen belly, and then glanced at the empty saucer on the coffee table that had once brimmed with spicy pickled cabbage. Now entirely devoured by this little one who claimed to eat only a tad of spice. A child from Sichuan, even at the tender age of 4.5, seems innately predisposed to relish spiciness, surpassing Zhang Tan by several streets. Observing Little Bai motionless on the floor, Zhang Tan, filled with concern, inquired, Little Bai, are you all right? Is your tummy bothering you? Little Bai was not in pain. She merely wished to relieve herself. Zhang Tan escorted her to the restroom, and before long, melodious singing wafted out from within. This little one was indeed singing, starting with a beloved classic, Malinois, followed by a new tune, both sharing a commonality of being quite cheeky. I reside upon the Lust Plateau. My father is my mother's cousin. Before they were together, they clandestinely engaged in their affair, and inadvertently, I came into existence. This is quite the whimsical tale, and I am unsure where she gleaned such notions. I am not a playboy. After dinner, Xiaobai relieved herself, and upon exiting the restroom, accompanied by melodies, she confided in Zhang Tan her intention to leave a glass jar of fish belly and half a jar of peanuts with him as a token of gratitude for his dinner invitation. Immediately, the young child lavished praise upon Zhang Tan, declaring that his noodles were exceptionally delectable, unlike anything she had ever tasted before, particularly with the addition of the crispy fish and shrimp. She categorized the shrimp alongside the fish, revealing her fondness for meat. With a mature demeanor, she expressed her astonishment at Zhang Tan's culinary prowess, inquiring if this was indeed his specialty. Zhang Tan, with a hint of pride, replied, I possess many talents. This is merely one of them. Tell me, is this not the quintessential fish banquet? Xiaobai nodded initially, then confidently asserted that her cooking was equally commendable, claiming that cooking was among her strengths as well. And did he not recall how well-fed she felt that day? Well-fed, indeed, Zhang Tan mused. For he had barely satisfied his hunger that day. He had discarded the pasta and, in the dead of night, resorted to devouring 2 loaves of bread before finally falling asleep. He was even tempted to sneak down to the first floor that night to deflate the soccer ball, depriving Xiaobai of her plaything the following day in a fit of vexation. I am off to play with my friends now. Goodbye, uncle. Very well, farewell then. Shall I assist Xiaobai with the dishes? I can manage it myself. Oh, how delightful. As the little one was sent out, Zhang Tan anxiously reminded Xiaobai, listen carefully. Whenever you skip dinner or feel hungry, you can always come to me, all right? Isn't that good? We are practically family, after all. What do you wish for? I mean, let us not be overly polite. Oh, I understand. Thank you, uncle. You are truly a good person. When I grow up and earn money, I will take care of you, Xiaobai replied. Such ambition. But really, it's just a meal. No need to make such a fuss over it. That night, Xiaobai displayed her exuberance after a hearty meal, refusing to sleep, full of energy and vitality, persisting until 1 a.m., when her aunt finally took her away, seemingly. Only her aunt could handle her. In the following days, Zhang Tan busied himself with the script writing for the 2nd season of The Flame Bearer. This was not solely his endeavor. Songwon was also involved. The two engaged in continuous discussions, and after over a week of effort, they finally completed the script for the 2nd season. Upon presenting it to Director Lee, they received his approval, marking the conclusion of the scriptwriting process. To express her gratitude, Songwon treated Zhang Tan to a meal. Thank you for helping me with the script. This was originally my responsibility, and I appreciate your assistance, she expressed. Initially, Zhang Tan only needed to adapt her comic into a script, as he had done for the 1st season. However, in the 2nd season, he collaborated with her in crafting the narrative, effectively making him a co-author. It's all for the sake of work. My name is on the script as well. Although Zhang Tan's name is not credited in the comic, it is indeed mentioned in the animation script. Regardless, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to you for imparting so much knowledge during this time. You are truly remarkable. As the two indulged in their meal, engaging in lively conversation, Songwon proposed a stroll by the seaside. The restaurant where they dined was situated along the coast. As the clock struck 7, the shoreline illuminated with a kaleidoscope of lights, while the sound of ocean liners' whistles mingled with the refreshing sea breeze. The atmosphere was somewhat enchanting, with Songwon occasionally drawing nearer to him, only to retreat moments later, their arms brushing against each other several times. After a while, Zhang Tan's phone rang, and he discreetly exhaled in relief. All right, I'll be home in half an hour. Once he hung up, he turned to the already prepared Songwon and said, I'm sorry, but I have some matters to attend to at home. Allow me to escort you back. Having heard Zhang Tan mention a half-hour return, Songwon realized that if he dropped her off, he would undoubtedly take longer than that. Moreover, since she had driven herself, she could only express her regrets and insist on returning alone. While driving home, Zhang Tan received another call from an unknown number, the same one that had just attempted to reach him. He ignored it. After a moment of silence, the call ended, followed by a notification of a new text message. He chose to disregard it, only to open it once he arrived home. Zhang Tan, are you unwell? What nonsense were you spouting on the phone earlier? And why have you been avoiding my calls and messages lately? You returned to Pujiang without contacting me. This message came from a girl named Tang Yu, but Zhang Tan paid it no mind and deleted the text after reading it. Coincidentally, Songwon's message arrived as well, informing him that she had safely reached home. Zhang Tan simply replied and put down his phone. This girl had an interest in him, and over time, he had increasingly sensed this. Just moments ago, he intentionally answered a call to create an excuse to leave, fearing he might lose control of the situation, especially since her arm had brushed against him several times. He was no longer the old Zhang Tan, unable to remain passive and indifferent. He certainly could not embody the role of a heartthrob. Therefore, if he did not share the same feelings as the girl, he believed it wise to refrain from any expressions of affection, quelling any budding emotions at their inception. This was a responsible approach for both parties. Fortunately, the script for the lamp bearer had been entirely completed, which would reduce his interactions with Songwon in the future. During this period, his account on the streaming platform had amassed over 100,000 followers, and he had produced 7 videos, garnering considerable attention through his professional commentary. He selected a film and settled onto the sofa to unwind. After watching He pondered how to narrate the film and then sat at his desk to draft the video script. An hour later, at 11 o'clock in the evening, he descended to check on Xiaobai, who was soundly asleep in her little bed, a small water gun tucked into her waistband. This little one had overindulged the previous evening, leading to a restless night. As she recounted the next day, her aunt, Ma Lanhua, had given her a good talking to. And for the following days, she had been relatively well behaved, sleeping when she ought to. Leaving the children's dormitory, he ventured to the first floor. Although Xiaobai was already asleep, the area was still lively. A slightly plump woman was reading a picture book to her daughter, narrating a story. Just then, the little girl rose from her small stool and tugged at her mother to go play on the slide. Her mother, burdened by a black backpack, stood by her side, stifling several yawns, revealing her exhaustion. Working late into the night while also caring for a child had left her physically and mentally drained. Zhang Tan recalled the name of the little girl, Shen Lulu, who at 3.5 years old was among the youngest in the kindergarten. Full of energy and mischief, she was one of the most rambunctious. It was common to see her trailing behind Xiaobai, just like Meng Chenqing, one of Xiaobai's little followers. A colorful ball rolled down the slide and came to rest at Zhang Tan's feet. He was about to sneak away but had no choice but to pick it up. And Shen Lulu noticed him, joyfully calling out in her sweet voice, "Huh? Boss Zhang." The nickname Boss Zhang had recently circulated throughout the kindergarten, allegedly originating from Xiaobai. It was akin to the previous moniker Pihui He, which had been given in secret due to Zhang Tan's interference with Xiaobai's pursuit of Xiaomi. Boss Zhang was attributed to a particular incident involving cold noodles, and he only learned of it after the fact. Xiaobai vehemently denied coining Pihui He, despite all the children in the kindergarten knowing it was her doing, as she was the only one to speak of it. Even after reconciling with Zhang Tan, she maintained her innocence. Similarly, she denied any connection to Boss Zhang, feigning innocence when questioned, claiming she was just a child who knew nothing. While Pihui He had cast a shadow over Zhang Tan for a time, he remained uncertain whether Boss Zhang was a compliment or an insult. Yet it did little to lift his spirits, as the name was undeniably unflattering. Zhang Tan habitually reached out to tug at Shen Liu's pigtail, but suddenly remembered her mother was present. His hand, already extended, changed course to gently pat her little head instead. "Is your mother here to take you home?" "It's time to stop playing with the ball and head back," he said. As he approached, he noticed the weariness etched on Shen Liu's mother's face, her complexion pale. "Concerned?" he inquired. "Liu's mother, are you feeling unwell?" This was his first encounter with Shen Liu's mother, who stood about 168 centimeters tall, slightly overweight, and bore the same single eyelids as her daughter. "I'm fine, thank you," she replied. "And you are?" Shen Lulu, clutching her ball, enthusiastically introduced Zhang Tan to her mother, referring to him as Boss Zhang, oblivious to details such as his name, gender, age, or occupation. Zhang Tan felt compelled to introduce himself. "I am Zhang Tan. I just started this month, so you may not have seen me before." "Oh, hello. I am Liu's mother, Zhu Xiaojing," she responded. Zhang Tan urged the little girl to return home with her mother soon, then bid farewell to the mother and daughter. Shen Lulu, brimming with energy and having already taken a nap, was reluctant to leave the academy. She frolicked about, bouncing with vitality, playing with the ball, sliding down the slide, clutching her picture book, and babbling to her stuffed dolls, all in a delightful whirlwind of activity, as if wound up like a toy. Her mother, with a pallid complexion and furrowed brows, instinctively placed her hand on her abdomen, seemingly reluctant to move. Eventually, she sat down, retrieved a thermos from her backpack, took a sip of warm water, and watched Shen Liu play, admonishing her not to stray from her line of sight. "Mom, look, the little horse is so cute. Come sit with me." Shen Liu cheerfully waved at her. In front of the child, Zhu Xiaojing managed to smile. "Play by yourself for a while. Mama needs to rest." After a brief period of solitary play, Shen Liu returned, tugging at her mother's hand, pleading for companionship. "Liu, shall we head home? It's getting late." Zhu Xiaojing's discomfort in her abdomen intensified, and all she yearned for was to lie down and rest. "Just a little longer, please." Zhang Tan returned to his room, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and lay down to sleep. The window was not tightly shut, and the incessant chirping of cicadas from the mulberry tree grew increasingly irksome. He rose to close the window, just in time to see Shen Liu holding her mother's hand, leading her into the courtyard, bouncing with joy, finally ready to return home after a day of play. Upon reaching the entrance to the school, Zhu Xiaojing paused, clutching her abdomen, crouching down. From a distance, she was not clearly visible, but Old Li from the guard booth rushed out to speak with her. Zhang Tan hurried downstairs, noticing both Old Li and Teacher Lu present. Zhu Xiaojing felt a twinge of embarrassment upon seeing him. Old Li called Zhang Ten aside, instructing him to leave the situation in teacher Lu's capable hands. Zhang Ten surmised that it was likely a case of menstruation, exacerbated by late nights and overwork, intensifying her discomfort. Teacher Xiaolu took her back to the room for a brief respite. When she re-emerged, Zhang Tan had brought along the mischievous little girl, Shen Lulu, who was still eager to play and refused to go home. After a gentle tug on her pigtails, she settled down. Zhang Tan offered to drive them home. Since Zhu Xiaojing had arrived on an electric scooter, she was unable to ride in her current state. To alleviate any awkwardness, Zhang Tan invited teacher Xiao Lu to join them, and they set off together, taking over half an hour for the round trip. During their conversation, Zhang Tan discovered that Zhu Xiaojing was a journalist, having just begun her career 3 months prior and still in her probationary period. She was determined to prove herself and often worked overtime. Her husband had been relocated for work and now resided over 200 kilometers away in Yuhang, returning only on weekends. During the day, Shen Lulu remained at kindergarten, and in the evenings, she was taken to the Little Red Horse Academy. Upon returning to the academy, they learned that Xiao Bai had already been picked up by her aunt. Zhang Tan then retired to his room to sleep. As it was nearly midnight, and he had worked the following day, in the middle of the night, he was stirred from his slumber by the sound of a child's cries. Startled awake, he stared at the dimly lit ceiling, the sound of weeping still resonating in his ears. The shadows of the trees outside danced gently in the breeze, creating an unsettling atmosphere. It was not merely a dream. Someone was indeed crying in the night. Zhang Tan lay in bed listening for a while, realizing the cries were coming from downstairs, belonging to a little girl. He reached for his phone on the bedside table. It was 3:30 in the morning. At this hour, the only girl in the academy was indeed Xiaomi. The sound of crying persisted for a while without abating. Zhang Tan turned on the bedside lamp, changed his clothes, and picked up his phone to activate the flashlight feature. He opened the door, and the motion sensor light in the hallway illuminated automatically. The dormitory on the second floor was deserted. The children had all left. The cries echoed from the staff quarters and also from the end of the corridor on the second floor. The lights along the corridor flickered to life, responding to the wails. Today, it was likely teacher Xiao Lu who remained at the academy to keep company with Xiaomi. Perhaps the child had experienced a nightmare that frightened her into tears. Feeling uneasy, Zhang Tan prepared to knock on the door. Just then, the door swung open, revealing teacher Xiao Lu in her pajamas, her hair disheveled, and her eyes bleary with sleep. Startled by the sight of someone standing in the corridor, she let out a shriek. It's me, Zhang Tan. Teacher Xiao Lu, please don't be afraid, he hurriedly explained. He was momentarily taken aback by the piercing sound of her scream, which also caused Xiaomi's crying to pause momentarily. Boss, teacher Xiao Lu asked hesitantly. Zhang Tan took a couple of steps forward, allowing her to see him more clearly. It's me, Zhang Tan. I heard Xiaomi crying and came to see what was happening. Did she have a nightmare? Teacher Xiao Lu let out a deep breath, clearly startled by Zhang Tan's sudden appearance, and then glanced down at her own attire with a hint of embarrassment. I'm sorry. Xiaomi had a nightmare and cried quite sorrowfully, waking you up. It's all right. What were you about to do? Zhang Tan inquired. Teacher Xiao Lu replied. Xiaomi's doll is in the collective dormitory with the other children. It was left for her by her mother, and she is now crying for it. Do you need my assistance? Zhang Tan offered. No, it's unnecessary. You should go rest. I will take good care of Xiaomi very well. I shall return to my room first. Zhang Tan noticed that teacher Xiao Lu appeared somewhat embarrassed. After all, girls often wish to present themselves beautifully in public and dislike revealing their bare faces. Wait a moment, boss, could you please hold on? Teacher Xiao Lu called out to Zhang Tan, looking apologetic. Could you accompany me to the dormitory to find Xiaomi's doll? I am a bit frightened. Zhang Tan glanced into the spacious, empty dormitory, which appeared like a dark abyss at night, indeed a source of trepidation. He reached for the switch on the wall, illuminating the room fully before beckoning teacher Xiao Lu to enter and search for Xiaomi's doll. It was a vintage plaything, yet it held great sentimental value for Xiaomi. After locating the doll, Zhang Tan turned off the lights once more and closed the door, escorting teacher Xiao Lu back to the dormitory. To his surprise, Xiaomi emerged, clad in a blue and white striped nightgown, standing at the entrance in tears, looking utterly helpless. Teacher Xiao Lu rushed to her, enveloping her in an embrace, and waved goodbye to Zhang Tan as they entered the room. Payday has arrived. Zhang Tan spent his mornings with the project team and returned to the office in the afternoons. There was little else to occupy his time, as the production company typically did not assign additional tasks while he was on set. The mornings with the team were quite relaxed. with Director Lee stating that he could manage his time freely, implying that his presence was optional. However, Zhang Tan was mindful of the impression he left. As a newcomer, he did not wish to come across as lazy, but rather as diligent and eager to learn. Moreover, he yearned to grasp the intricacies of the animation production process. Observing from the outside was a far cry from active participation. Awakening from his midday slumber, Zhang Tan found himself enveloped in tranquility, the only sound being the gentle hum of the air conditioner. Habitually, he cast a glance towards the corner opposite him. Finding it empty, Luo Ming had yet again failed to return for lunch. Stretching languidly, he rose from the foldable bed, tidied up his belongings, and made his way to the bathroom to wash his face, seeking clarity. As he wandered through the hall, he observed a myriad of activities taking place. Some were painting, others crafting 3D models, and still others meticulously creating figurines of anime characters. Zhang Tan couldn't resist pausing to watch. Is it beautiful? Suddenly, the creator looked up, a cheerful smile gracing his face. Zhang Tan responded, "Your craftsmanship is remarkable. I am truly impressed." The individual before him was Lu Dan, a familiar acquaintance, serving as a designer of figurines. In his hands, he held an unfinished anime character, a grotesque yet captivating figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. Its menacing beauty already evident, which had piqued Zhang Tan's interest. Lu's desk was adorned with an array of figurines, some completed, some in progress. Some deemed failures, ranging from human forms to animals, some charming, others fearsome. With a sigh, Lu Dan tossed the half-finished grotesque figurine onto the table. Zhang Tan, curious, inquired, "What is the matter? Is it damaged?" Lu Dan nodded. "It's not right. Look here." He retrieved the figurine, pointing out the flaws to Zhang Tan. There were several imperfections, not just one. Zhang Tan remarked, "If you hadn't pointed them out, I would have never noticed. Surely it can still be salvaged?" Lu Dan gazed at him, sighing deeply. "Had I never seen the sun, perhaps I could endure the darkness." The ostentatious display made the hair on Zhang Tan's arms bristle. "Care for it?" "It's yours," Lu Dan said, offering the figurine to Zhang Tan. "Wouldn't that be inappropriate?" "Nonsense. Take it and enjoy it. Otherwise, I'm just going to destroy it anyway." Zhang Tan accepted the figurine and examined it in his hand. It was small and compact, fitting perfectly in his palm. "Which anime is this character from?" he inquired. Lu Dan rummaged through the plethora of figurines on the table, replying, "I designed it myself." "Impressive. Thank you, I'm off now." "Hey, Zhang Tan, come over here, come here." Lu Dan beckoned Zhang Tan back with an air of secrecy, his eyes darting around as if afraid of being overheard. Zhang Tan responded with a questioning look. Lu Dan once again surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was paying attention. He bent down, retrieved his work bag, and produced an exquisitely alluring figurine with a secretive gesture. He raised his eyebrows at Zhang Tan with a sly grin and whispered, "A masterpiece, isn't it?" Zhang Tan had to concede, sensational. Lu Dan, clearly pleased, proudly declared, "This is my Alize, and you are only the second man to witness her true form." "Oh, is that so?" "Indeed, I have never shown her to another man. I am honored." Luda. Chapter 36. Don't provoke drunks. As Zhang Tan was preparing to leave after work, Luo Ming hurried over. "You're still here. Perfect. I have something to tell you. You received your salary today, right?" "What? Does what you want to say have something to do with the salary?" "I received the email. It transpired that midway through." Lu Dawei abruptly entered, and upon seeing Luo Ming, he awkwardly retreated. "I will send you the materials via WeChat. There is ample time, so there is no need for haste." After Luo Ming spoke, he hurriedly departed, as he needed to pick up his daughter from school. Tomorrow is the weekend, and he plans to take his wife and children on a holiday to an island. Once Luo Ming left, Zhang Tan changed the water for the pot hose and lucky bamboo in the office, locked the door, and exited. Lu Dan, who had previously come to see him, was already gone, and the reason for his visit remained unknown. Upon exiting the film studio's gate, he encountered someone waiting. "Jiang Rong. Let's go, today's payday. Let's dine together." "Must we? Another meal treat? How stingy. I'll treat you." "What about He Chao?" "He Chao has a girlfriend. Unlike us, he is not a singleton." After dinner, Jiang Rong insisted on paying, but Zhang Tan promptly took care of the bill. "What is your salary even?" Zhang Tan remarked. Although Jiang Rong came from a wealthy background and drove a luxury car, her salary was indeed low, even less than Zhang Tan's basic pay. "Shall we go to a bar for a bit?" Jiang Rong suggested eagerly after leaving the restaurant, indicating her playful nature, somewhat akin to Zhang Tan's. "Let's not. I have other matters to attend to." Zhang Tan was not fond of bars, having once experienced a night of drunkenness there, which made it difficult for him to enjoy such places. Jiang Rong curiously inquired, "Do you simply go to work and return home every day? As if you were already settled down? Are you considering marriage? Is there a child at home?" Zhang Tan chuckled, "Not only do I have children at home, but I have many, dozens to take care of daily, leaving me with no time for leisure." Jiang Rong cast a glance at him and waved her hand, urging him to leave, stating, Go back. You are such a homebody." Zhang Tan chuckled as he bid her farewell. "Hey, you." Jiang Rong did not anticipate that Zhang Tan would actually turn and walk away without a moment's hesitation. Was she truly so unappealing? Upon returning to the urban village, after parking his vehicle, he strolled back to the Little Red Horse Academy. As he walked alongside the outer wall of the academy, Zhang Tan was greeted by the sound of children's laughter, a delightful giggle that echoed around him. Looking around, he saw no one. Yet the laughter was unmistakably emanating from within the academy. Upon closer inspection, he discovered 2 young children nestled at the base of the wall, cleverly concealed by a row of towering sycamore trees. They were stifling their giggles, attempting to keep quiet, yet their merriment was audible, likely because their joy was simply too exuberant to contain. "What are you doing here? Aren't you afraid of mosquito bites?" Zhang Tan inquired, addressing the 2 children before him, one with short hair, Xiao Bai, and the other, Chen Lulu, who sported lively pigtails. The academy's wall bordered West Chang'an Street, and thus a row of lush sycamores had been planted within the grounds, creating a verdant shelter. Standing beneath the trees, coupled with the dimming light of dusk, the little ones were indeed quite difficult to spot. "Uncle, good-hearted uncle," the children exclaimed, bouncing with excitement upon being discovered. This was the quintessential reaction of children playing hide-and-seek, a surge of thrill accompanying their revelation. Zhang Tan urged them to return home quickly, cautioning them against lingering under the trees at night due to the abundance of mosquitoes. "Uncle, look, there's a peculiar person over there," Xiaobai whispered, gesturing discreetly behind him. Zhang Tan glanced back and saw the peculiar individuals that Xiaobai mentioned, 3 young men, stumbling as they walked and shouting boisterously. As they approached, a strong scent of alcohol wafted toward him. Zhang Tan could easily deduce that these 3 had just emerged from a bar, clearly inebriated. On the street, it was common to encounter drunken patrons exiting the bar at night. "We should hurry back. If they hear you calling them peculiar, they might become quite irate." "They won't catch me. Fleeing is my forte," Xiaobai retorted. "Then I shall enter and see if you can indeed escape." Zhang Tan turned into the Xiahongma Academy and chanced upon Xiaobai, who was dragging Shen Lulu, making a swift dash into the building. They were remarkably quick. Old Li chuckled. Xiaobai often hides under the trees to observe those who are intoxicated. Zhang Tan remarked, "She possesses quite the audacity. She doesn't fear the drunken antics of others, nor does she shy from the potential mischief of children." Old Li nodded. "I shall be more vigilant henceforth, ensuring she refrains from such behavior. It is unsafe beneath the trees at night. The mosquitoes are abundant. Indeed, summer brought forth a swarm of mosquitoes, particularly around the trees. I will keep a close watch on Xiaobai. As long as she leads, the others will likely follow suit." Before you arrived, Xiaomi and Ming Chenqing were here. Later, teacher Xiaolu came to call them, and the 2 children departed, leaving only Xiaobai and Shen Lulu. "That little one, Lulu, is quite mischievous. She may prove to be even more unruly than Xiaobai in the future. Shen Lulu is indeed a handful." Zhang Tan was merely teasing Xiaobai, having no intention of capturing her. He returned home, and barely had he stepped inside when there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Xiaobai standing there. "Uncle, I run quite fast, don't I?" With a sense of pride, Xiaobai inquired, asserting that the uncle could only consume her ashes. Indeed, she was remarkably swift. "I run as fast as a serpent," she exclaimed, referring to the term shualao air, which means snake, a fact Zhang Tan discovered online. "Come in and sit a while." "All right." Just as she was about to remove her little shoes to enter, she hesitated and cautiously asked, "Uncle, have you been drinking?" "No." "Then I shall come in." "Uncle, here, this is for you." Xiaobai changed into her slippers and handed Zhang Tan a glass jar filled with preserved fruits. "So sweet." Zhang Tan exclaimed as he pinched one and asked, "Do you enjoy eating these?" Xiaobai nodded, taking one for herself. As she savored it, her eyes squinted in delight, appearing to sparkle with joy. Her smile was irresistibly cute and sweet, her eyes resembling 2 crescent moons. Those who had never witnessed her temper would undoubtedly assume she was merely a sweet girl, exuding a gentle charm. "Thank you, uncle. No need to be overly frugal. Indulge yourself." I have plenty more. I will prepare some for you shortly. These preserved fruits were a gift from Zhang Tan to Xiaobai, a gesture of reciprocity after she had previously gifted him half a jar of salted peanuts. After finishing the peanuts, he had filled a jar with preserved fruits to return the favor. The treats were indeed delightful. Prompting Zhang Tan to pour himself a glass of water and inquire, "Would you like some water?" Xiaobai nodded and asked if she could fetch it from the kitchen. "Of course. Is your water there?" Xiaobai dashed to the kitchen, climbed onto a small stool, and turned on the faucet to drink directly from it. "Wait. Don't drink that." Zhang Tan hastily lifted Xiaobai off the ground and advised, "Do not drink the water here. It is untreated. Such water may cause a stomachache for children." Yet, Xiaobai had been accustomed to drinking it this way at home, without much concern. Turning off the tap, Zhang Tan led her out of the kitchen and retrieved a can of honey bear beverage from the refrigerator, twisting it open for her. "Drink this instead." He intended to caution her against drinking water in such a manner in the future, but the words lingered on the tip of his tongue. Perhaps it was futile. Given the circumstances at Xiaobai's home, it would be more effective to speak with her aunt. "Another honey bear," Xiaobai exclaimed joyfully, embracing the drink. Children universally delight in honey bear beverages. She took a sip through the straw, smacking her lips and squinting her big eyes, repeatedly exclaiming how delicious it was. After several sips, she stumbled over to Zhang Tan, grinning widely as she clung to his leg, proclaiming, "I'm tipsy. I'm a silly goose." Zhang Tan replied, "What are you doing? Being tipsy will make you vomit, and that stinks." Xiaobai cheerfully responded, "Then I'll just vomit on your feet." She then bounced up, lively as ever, and settled onto a small stool. "Uncle, I was just teasing you." Honk, honk, honk. Amused, Zhang Tan remarked, "You little rascal pretending to be drunk. Let me tell you, stay away from those drunks on the street. They can be violent. Even children can be aggressive. You must be careful." Hearing this, Xiaobai's little face turned serious as she nodded and declared, "Indeed, my uncle is just like that, so very sharp." Zhang Tan had never met Xiaobai's uncle. She had only heard her mention him a few times and had the impression that he enjoyed drinking. Prior to this, Xiaobai had been quite concerned about whether he had been drinking, and on one occasion, upon learning that he had, she discreetly slipped away. Hearing Xiaobai speak of him again, Zhang Tan couldn't help but inquire cautiously, "Has your uncle ever struck you when intoxicated?" Xiaobai replied boldly, "Strike me? Nonsense. I am quite fearsome." As she spoke, she mimicked the growls of a feral dog, snapping at the air with exaggerated ferocity, demonstrating just how fierce she could be, more so than any inebriated individual. Who would dare to strike her? Even the air would be torn to shreds. Not to be trifled with. After a spirited display of her faux ferocity, Xiaobai paused, eagerly asking Zhang Tan if she was indeed intimidating. "Intimidating? Absolutely. You are exceedingly fierce," Zhang Tan responded, keen to flatter her, thinking to herself how adorably fierce Xiaobai appeared. Pleased with Zhang Tan's reaction, Xiaobai felt a sense of satisfaction, both with the affirmation and her own performance. She had successfully frightened off many who sought to bully her, including her uncle. Once, after she had playfully attacked him, he had refrained from provoking her again and often referred to her as Spicy Girl. Xiaobai clutched a bear-shaped beverage, reluctant to take a sip. Scrutinizing the bottle and asking Zhang Tan if it was expensive, Zhang Tan replied, "It costs 5 yuan per bottle." "Too pricey," Xiaobai declared decisively. She continued, "Do you know how much 5 yuan is? My aunt needs to clean shoes twice for that." Xiaobai's response left Zhang Tan momentarily at a loss for words. "Not drinking it then?" Xiaobai returned the bear-shaped drink to Zhang Tan. "What's wrong? Don't you like it? Just a moment ago, I was relishing my drink, my heart brimming with joy. I shall indulge again tomorrow." After inquiring about the price, Xiaobai deemed the bear beverage exorbitantly expensive, noting that her aunt would need to clean shoes twice just to afford a single bottle. It truly seemed overpriced. She hesitated to indulge, having consumed less than half the bottle, which she carefully returned to the refrigerator for tomorrow's enjoyment. Zhang Tan reassured her that there were more in the refrigerator and that it was perfectly fine to finish this bottle in one go. Yet, Xiaobai was reluctant, having never tasted anything so costly. The only time she had a comparable experience was when her aunt snuck into KFC for leftover hamburgers and cola. That cola had become the finest drink she had ever tasted. Uncertain of what to say, Zhang Tan gently patted her head and placed the remaining half bottle of bear beverage into the refrigerator, adorning it with a small sticker bearing Xiaobai's name. "What do you do, uncle?" Xiaobai inquired curiously after she shut the refrigerator door, noticing the abundance of bear beverages, which made it seem as though he possessed great wealth. Zhang Tan replied that he was a storyteller, a screenwriter, terms that Xiaobai struggled to comprehend. Her face lit up with envy as she remarked on how captivating his tales of the windmill were and expressed her aspiration to become a storyteller when she grew up. So, is your dream to be a storyteller like me? Zhang Tan asked. At her age, children typically began to cultivate their dreams of becoming scientists, doctors, or police officers. However, Xiaobai seemed to have forgotten her earlier ambition of storytelling and instead declared, "My dream is to grow up quickly." To grow up quickly? That's not quite a dream. A dream is about what you wish to become in the future, like a teacher or a police officer. Xiaobai expressed her aspiration to become a police officer when she grows up. Zhang Tan, not overly concerned with whether she meant a male or female officer, acknowledged her ambition to join the ranks of law enforcement. Before Zhang could inquire further, Xiaobai eagerly elaborated that as a police officer, she would wield a firearm, ensuring the safety of good people, her grandmother, and herself, standing against any who might seek to bully them. Moreover, she emphasized her ferocity, claiming that her aunt believed she had the right temperament for apprehending wrongdoers. Seemingly enthused by the topic, Xiaobai continued to engage Zhang Tan in a lively conversation about police work, although her knowledge was somewhat limited, with Zhang providing the necessary insights. Once their discussion on law enforcement reached a natural pause, Zhang invited Xiaobai to the sofa to prepare for a movie. However, upon the mention of the film, Xiaobai suddenly exclaimed in alarm, remembering that Lulu was still outside. She dashed to the door, flung it open, but found no sign of Shen Lulu. Rushing out, she turned towards the staircase, where she discovered a tiny figure seated on the steps, facing away from the door, evidently bored. Zhang Tan welcomed Shen Lulu into their home, casting a bemused glance at Xiaobai, who wore an awkward smile. It turned out that the two children had snuck into the teaching building together, arriving on the third floor for a visit. However, Shen Lulu, unfamiliar with the surroundings, felt a bit apprehensive and had asked Xiaobai to scout ahead for any potential dangers. Unfortunately, Xiaobai had forgotten her companion, leaving Shen Lulu to sit in solitude on the stairs for quite some time, nearly dozing off. Shen Lulu was lively and mischievous, unafraid to accompany Xiaobai to observe drunken individuals, a venture that Xiaomi and Meng Changcheng would not dare to undertake. Zhang Tan reassured them, saying, "Make yourselves at home. Feel free to treat this place as your own." Shen Liuli raised her little head to glance at him, nodding as she said, "I won't be polite. Good uncle. Hurry over, the little one wishes to watch an episode of an animated show." Indeed, she was unreserved. Zhang Tan had initially intended to watch a popular film, but now, in order to indulge the child, he had no choice but to select an animated feature. He arranged for the two little ones to sit comfortably on the sofa, preparing an assortment of fruits for their convenience. Shen Liuli nestled into the sofa, diminutive and resembling a baby hamster. She eyed the fruits beside her, then glanced at Zhang Tan, and once more at Xiaobai, licking her little lips, torn between desire and the hesitation to reach out. It was only when she observed Xiaobai plucking a grape to eat that she swiftly sprang up, grasping two grapes, one in her hand and one stuffed into her mouth, before burrowing back into the sofa, her little feet trembling with excitement. As the animated show commenced, Xiaobai rose from the sofa, approaching Zhang Tan with a hushed voice, announcing her intention to fetch her drink for Liuli. "You can hardly bear to drink it yourself, yet you wish to give it to Liuli?" Zhang Tan inquired. "She doesn't have a father," Xiaobai replied mischievously. "Who told you that Liuli has no father? He is simply away for work." Zhang Tan refrained from further comment, retrieving the half bottle of bear-shaped juice she had just saved, along with a new bottle. "This one is yours, continue enjoying it, and this bottle is for Liuli. Off you go." Xiaobai paused, lost in thought for a moment, before conceding, realizing that watching an animated show without some snacks would feel incomplete. The two children settled back into the sofa, engrossed in the animation, while Zhang Tan sat nearby, engrossed in a book. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Zhang Tan, it's me. Is Xiaobai here?" Upon hearing the voice, Xiaobai was taken aback. She recognized it as the kind voice of the director. "Oh no, oh no," she whispered in alarm. Shen Lulu also discerned the voice, echoing, "Oh no, oh no. What shall we do? Could we be in peril?" Zhang Tan felt a cold sweat beat on his forehead. Surely, the situation was being overstated. The director was so amiable, how could she possibly endanger them? He pondered why they harbored such fear of her. "Should we hide?" Zhang Tan inquired. Xiaobai immediately crouched down on the sofa, wedged herself into the farthest corner. Observing this, Shen Lulu quickly joined her, burying her head and pretending to be a baby ostrich. Remarkably, given their diminutive size, they were indeed difficult to detect nestled in the sofa. Moreover, due to the angle from which Aunt Huang stood at the doorway, she remained oblivious to their presence upon opening the door. However, once Aunt Huang departed, Xiaobai and Chen Lulu hastily scrambled down from the sofa, abandoning their animated show, eager to rectify their previous oversight. "We'll return tomorrow, dear uncle." The two little ones, hand in hand, exited, not forgetting to wave with their free hand to the host family, ensuring they would arrive promptly the following day. The next day dawned, a Saturday, and at 7 in the morning, the alarm clock remained silent, yet Zhang Ten naturally awoke. Outside, the cicadas perched on the mulberry trees were already chirping, heralding a splendidly sunny day. After refreshing himself, Zhang Ten donned his shorts and short-sleeved sportswear, running 10 laps in the courtyard before venturing out to procure breakfast. The streets were bustling with vehicles, showing no signs of diminished activity despite the weekend. On Xichongan Street, numerous mobile breakfast vendors have emerged. The exorbitant rent for permanent establishments renders them unaffordable, yet the demand from commuters is substantial. Consequently, many of these mobile breakfast stalls are operated by vendors from urban villages, who prepare breakfast in their shops, load it onto carts, and push them onto the bustling streets. Zhang Tan, having purchased breakfast from the village, returned to find the guard booth tightly shut. Oldly had yet to arrive for his shift. Ascending to the second floor, he encountered teacher Xiao Lu just as she stepped out. Upon seeing him, she momentarily froze, instinctively appraising her unadorned appearance. Once again, she was without makeup, not expecting to run into Zhang Tan, especially since, at this hour on a typical day, he would already be at work. It then dawned on her that today was the weekend. Alas, teacher Xiao Lu had resigned herself to this fate. Every encounter with Zhang Tan found her in her natural state, unembellished and decidedly plain. "I bought breakfast for you and Xiaomi," Zhang Tan announced, presenting 2 portions to teacher Xiao Lu. Surprised by the gesture, she responded, "Oh, thank you. How much do I owe you? I'll pay you back." Since Xiaomi stayed at the academy overnight, she would only have breakfast here before being picked up by the police officers, who would return her in the evening. "This is my treat. You've worked hard this week," he insisted. "It's nothing, really. It's the least I could do." In truth, this week had been quite arduous, caring for Xiaomi. It was that Xiaomi was disobedient. Rather, she missed her mother and would wake up crying every night. "Is Xiaomi still asleep?" Zhang Tan inquired. "Oh, she is sleeping quite soundly," teacher Xiao Lu replied. "Did she wake up crying again last night?" Zhang Tan asked. To which teacher Xiao Lu nodded. Every night, Xiaomi would suddenly awaken, crying out for her mother. Zhang let out a sigh and remarked, "I truly appreciate your help." This week, it was Ms. Xiao Lu's turn to stay at the academy to care for Xiaomi. Next week, someone else would take over. Since it was additional work, there would be no bonus involved. Ms. Xiao Lu cherished Xiaomi deeply, for the 4-year-old had lost both her parents, which was indeed a tragic plight. Yet, the exhaustion was palpable, and she struggled to sleep well at night. However, Zhang's concern immediately melted away any lingering grievances in her heart. "You should go have your breakfast. If Xiaomi wakes up, there might not be time left," she suggested. "Oh, all right. Thank you, boss," he replied. "From now on, just call me Zhang Tan." After watching Zhang ascend the stairs, Miss Xiao Lu softly responded, "Very well, Zhang Tan." Upon returning home, Zhang set the breakfast on the dining table, washed his hands, and turned on the television in the living room to catch the morning news. After finishing his meal and tidying up, he took a shower, changed his clothes, turned off the television, and returned to his desk. He opened his computer and spent a little more time watching the news before finally opening a document on his desktop titled Advertising Copy. This document was intended to introduce a new entrepreneurial loan financial product launched by a bank, along with the requirements for the advertising copy. It had bing handed to him by Luo Ming just before he left work yesterday. The bank was set to promote a financial product named Entrepreneurial Loan and needed to draft an advertisement for it. In the realm of screenwriting, it is quite common for full-time writers to engage in freelance projects during their spare time, supplementing their income to sustain their livelihoods. Not every full-time screenwriter has the privilege of entering prestigious enterprises such as the Pujiang Film Studio. In many entertainment companies, projects are scarce, and full-time writers often find themselves reliant solely on their base salary. After years in the industry, Luo Ming has cultivated his own network, allowing him to take on more lucrative projects during his off hours. This time, he has a commitment with Under Tianyu Mountain, and, with plans to take his wife and children on a weekend getaway, he has no time to spare, thus passing the project on to Zhang Tan. The remuneration for this assignment is 10,000, requiring a narrative of approximately 1,000 words, an advertisement disguised as a story, appealing to a youthful audience. Zhang Tan has never ventured into writing advertising copy, so he diligently sought examples online. Essentially, The task involves crafting a brief tale culminating in a surprising twist, seamlessly incorporating the advertisement. Compared to traditional advertisements, such soft promotional pieces are not only more cost-effective, but also yield impressive results within targeted demographics. The evolution of online advertising content has emerged as a response to the oversaturation of print media. Once prominently featured in newspapers, advertisements have now inundated these platforms, leading readers to consume news alongside an overwhelming barrage of ads, much to the disinterest of younger audiences, who are gradually turning away from print in favor of digital realms. After perusing several examples of advertising soft texts, Chen inadvertently found himself engrossed in entertainment news. It wasn't until nearly half an hour had passed that he realized he had veered off course. He promptly closed the web page, refocusing his attention on crafting the copy, which is due on Monday. For Chen, weaving a narrative is a straightforward endeavor. He merely needs to fill in the details according to the 8 essential elements. After pondering for less than 10 minutes, Zhang sighed, his heart brimming with confidence as he began to write. The first time I kissed her. Just as our lips were about to meet, she suddenly said, "Wait a moment." I was puzzled about her intentions when she retrieved 3 candies from her pocket, those little bear-shaped ones with strawberry, apple, and lychee flavors. She urged me to choose one, and I pointed to the lychee flavor, inquiring about her motives. Without uttering a word, she swiftly tore open the wrapper and popped the candy into her mouth, then rose on her tiptoes and kissed me. Our lips met, enveloped in the sweet essence of lychee. Later, she confided in me that life is long, and she lacked the confidence to be unforgettable. However, since I enjoyed lychee-flavored candies, she wished to ensure that I would remember our kiss as being infused with that flavor, so that every time I tasted lychee, I would think of her. Now that we have parted ways, indeed, every time I savor something lychee-flavored, memories of her flood back. Eventually, I could no longer suppress the emotions within me and resolved to seek her out. After much inquiry, I discovered that she had secured a stable job after graduation, only to resign years later to open her own candy shop, achieving modest success. One day, I finally found her, and my opening line was, "Do you still remember the taste of that lychee candy?" With tears in her eyes, she replied that she had never forgotten, otherwise, she would not have opened a candy shop. Overwhelmed with emotion, I then asked, "Where did you obtain the funds to start your business after resigning?" She responded, "A friend introduced me to a startup loan product at Big Bear Bank, managed by Mr. Liu. You can reach him at 138XXXXXXXX if you're looking to start a business." After reading it through and revising it twice, I sent it to Luo Ming. Initially, I presumed that Luo Ming would not provide feedback so promptly. However, to my astonishment, he replied within a mere 10 minutes. "Great. I have forwarded it to the other party and await their response." That very evening, Luo Ming responded once more, informing me that the counterpart had expressed approval and had directly transferred 10,000 yuan. Engaged in this venture, I unexpectedly earned a substantial sum, prompting me to treat Xiao Bai to a bottle of Little Bear beverage that night. Despite her persistent refusals, vehemently claiming her lack of funds and poverty, I remained undeterred and opened the drink, handing it to her. As she protested that it was inappropriate, she simultaneously relished the beverage with delight. Upon learning of my earnings for the day, Xiao Bai expressed her admiration and subtly inquired if I could impart to her the secrets of making money. She clarified that she did not wish to earn a significant amount, merely enough to afford a bottle of Little Bear daily, for she had grown fond of it. Upon discovering that the Little Bear brand also offered cigarettes, she even suggested that she might be willing to try those. Without hesitation, I declined, remarking that she would truly transform into a big shot. On the brink of a new week and a new project, I arrived at the office, tending to the plants and brewing tea while awaiting Luo Ming's arrival. He presented a commendable piece of work, to which the recipient expressed satisfaction. Luo Ming mentioned that he had composed the advertising copy over the weekend. I filled his thermos with water from the kettle and remarked with a smile, "It's relatively straightforward. Were it my turn, I would find it beyond my capabilities. I have outgrown that phase." "You are far too modest, Teacher Luo," I added. After a brief conversation, Luo Ming took his thermos and departed for the Tianyu Mountain project team. I tidied up, gathered my laptop and teacup, and proceeded to the Torchbearers project team, where an early morning meeting awaited me. Under the guidance of Directorly, the heads of various segments reported their progress. When it was Zhang Tan's turn, he hesitated momentarily before stating, "I have nothing to report. There are no modifications needed for the script." Directorly nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. After the meeting, Zhang Tan wandered around the project team, engaged in a brief discussion with the illustrators about their work, and leisurely returned to his office. Observing the bustling activity around him, he felt akin to a retiree, seemingly devoid of purpose. He settled down, opened his computer, and began drafting a video script to update his latest film commentary. After nearly a month of diligent effort, the Tanweiguan account had amassed 150,000 followers, with precisely 10 videos produced, averaging one every 3 days, a commendable pace. Yet he still faced daily requests for more. Recently, his evening viewing time had been curtailed as Xiaobai persistently brought Chen Lu to watch animated series. The two mischievous children tiptoed around, terrified yet unable to resist their mischievous impulses, disregarding the director's admonitions. In contrast, with Xiaomi and Meng Chengcheng, they exhibited a sense of restraint, perfectly illustrating the adage that fortune favors the bold while the timid perish. Xiaobai and Chen Lu reveled in their animated escapades, indulging in snacks and sipping on bear-shaped beverages, their little feet bouncing with excitement. The latest video Zhang Tan prepared focused on a film released this year, which, unlike the earlier The Chaser, had received scathing reviews, earning a dismal score of merely 3 points. Paradoxically, it had grossed over 400 million at the box office, leaving many skeptics utterly astonished. After watching this film, Zhang Tan was truly astonished. He had encountered poor movies before, but never one as abysmally dreadful as this. It was even inferior to the animated films enjoyed by novices like Xiaobai and Xiaomi, lacking the most basic cinematic knowledge. It resembled a PowerPoint presentation more than a film. However, it did excel in one aspect. Its target audience was unmistakably defined. Those who condemned it as a terrible film were not mistaken. It absolutely was, yet it was never intended for their viewing pleasure. It was crafted specifically for its devoted fan base. In this regard, this film surpassed the majority of other poor productions, as those typically fail both at the box office and in reputation, while this one at least achieved some financial success. Zhang Tan critiqued the film thoroughly, outlining its shortcomings. Yet he also acknowledged its merits, which could be summarized in 3 points: a clear positioning, demonstrating a level of competence surpassing that of some self-important directors. He wondered if his analysis would incite a wave of heated debate or even backlash, reminiscent of the discussion sparked by his commentary on The Chaser. The office fell silent, save for the sound of keyboard clacking. The door swung open, and a middle-aged man in a white shirt peered in, spotting Zhang Tan and saying, "You're here." Zhang Tan quickly rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Team leader." This man was Feng Dong, Zhang Tan's superior and the head of their writing team at the Pujiang Film Studio, where screenwriters were organized into groups, with Zhang Tan belonging to the third team. "Busy?" Feng Dong inquired, surveying the office before adding, "It used to feel barren when only Luo Ming was here, which was quite uncomfortable to behold. Now, with the addition of some flowers and greenery, it looks much more inviting." Zhang Tan, 40, remarked, "Unlucky bear, little white shoes." Zhang Tan covered his face and exclaimed loudly. Little Bai responded cheerfully, completely oblivious to the anger in Zhang Tan's voice. "What are you doing? Where's your clothing? Where's mine?" "I'm asking you." "I took it off," she replied. "Why did you take it off? Hurry and put it back on, will you?" "It's dirty. My clothes are dirty. I washed them," Little Bai asserted defiantly, prancing before Zhang Tan without a hint of embarrassment. Zhang Tan was at a loss for words. This little girl was without her shirt, exposing her round little belly, and appeared quite proud of it. "Your clothes are dirty? Where? You still need to wear something when you come out. How can a girl run around without clothing? Aren't you ashamed?" Zhang Tan's words seemed to evoke a tinge of embarrassment in Little Bai. After a moment of contemplation, she stuck out her tongue and dashed away. Zhang Tan took a few steps to follow her, asking, "Where are you going? Put your clothes on before running off." "I know. I'm going to get dressed," Little Bai replied. In a flash, she disappeared at the staircase. Zhang Tan, feeling slightly uneasy, followed her down and saw Little Bai enter Teacher Lu's dormitory. The voice of Teacher Lu reached his ears. It was evident that Little Bai had been discovered for her audacious act of running around without clothes, and she would surely face reprimand. Seeing Teacher Lu present, Zhang Tan refrained from proceeding further and returned home. After a while, Little Bai knocked on the door, finally dressed. Though it was clearly not her own attire, it was oversized, giving her the appearance of a performer ready for a comedic act. Noticing Zhang Tan examining her, Little Bai proudly declared, "Xiaomi said I look stunning." "Xiaomi must be flattering you," Zhang Tan remarked. "Whose clothes are these?" Xiaobai slipped into a pair of slippers and entered the room, mentioning that they were provided by Teacher Xiao Lu. These garments belonged to Teacher Xiao Lu, who initially intended for Xiaobai to remain indoors until the clothes dried, after which she could change and come out. However, this little one could hardly contain her excitement, especially upon spotting Zhang Tan's return, prompting her desire to dash out. In exasperation, teacher Xiao Lu eventually fetched one of her own outfits for Xiao Bai. "How did your clothes get dirty?" Zhang Tan inquired. Xiao Bai rambled on, explaining that she had stumbled in the sandpit. A brief shower in the evening had filled the sandpit with water, and as she fell, her clothes became soiled, necessitating their removal for washing. She had taken a small stool to stand beneath the faucet to wash them herself, then hung them in teacher Xiao Lu's dormitory. With no other garments to wear, she had no choice but to remain patiently in the dormitory. The room was devoid of a television, other children, picture books, or even a football, nothing at all, making Xiao Bai feel as though she were imprisoned. She constantly devised ways to escape, and when Zhang Tan returned, he happened to catch her eye, leading to the earlier encounter. "You really are quite something," Zhang Tan remarked with a hint of resignation. "You can't go out without clothes, you understand? It's rather embarrassing." Xiao Bai, somewhat bewildered, nodded, rummaging through her pockets until she produced a steamed egg, offering it to Zhang Tan. "Is this what you saved from dinner?" Zhang Tan asked. Xiao Bai nodded enthusiastically. "How did you know?" "I guessed. You should eat it yourself. I've already had my dinner and I'm full." "This is for you, uncle." With that, Xiao Bai placed the egg on the table and scampered away. Zhang Tan watched as Xiao Bai's silhouette vanished at the doorway, shaking his head with a wry smile. He held the warm, steamed egg in his hand, feeling a warmth rise within him. He found a bag and filled it with several small breads, a tiny jar of cookies, and 2 bottles of beer-shaped drinks. Approaching the door of teacher Xiao Lu on the 2nd floor, he was about to knock when he heard Ani Huang's voice behind him. Zhang Tan. Turning around, he replied, "Ani Huang." Ani Huang had a peculiar expression on her face and asked, "Is this teacher Xiao Lu's dormitory? Are you looking for her?" "Yes. I am looking for Xiao Bai." Auntie Huang's expression grew even more strange. Why would Xiao Bai be in teacher Xiao Lu's room? Xiao Bai is either playing on the 1st floor or running around in the yard. "I'm really looking for Xiao Bai," Zhang Tan insisted, sensing Ani Huang's discomfort. "Oh please don't he at me. I genuinely need to find Xiao Bai. If you don't believe me, I can show you." In his eagerness to prove his sincerity, Zhang Tan knocked on the door, and soon teacher Xiao Lu answered. "Is Xiao Bai here? Please call her." To his surprise, teacher Xiao Lu replied, "Xiao Bai is not here." Zhang Tan was taken aback. "But just a moment ago, wasn't Xiao Bai hanging clothes in your room?" He glanced at Ani Huang, who smiled knowingly, her expression suggesting she understood the situation all too well before she departed. Wait, didn't Xiao Bai just stay here? He recalled that she had washed her clothes and was hanging them up. Since she had no clothes to wear earlier, she had remained in the room, but after changing, she had gone off to play. Meanwhile, as Director Huang arrived on the 1st floor, she spotted the closely nestled figures of Xiao Bai and thought to herself, indeed, Zhang Tan was being dishonest. Xiao Bai was clearly present here. "Xiao Bai, how many times must I remind you not to engage in such familiar gestures? What do you think you are doing?" Xiao Bai quickly withdrew her hand, chuckling awkwardly and obediently acknowledging her mistake. Xiaomi and Shen Lulu also stood by, hands at their sides, behaving themselves. "What sort of attire are you wearing? It seems rather oversized," inquired the director. Xiao Bai immediately beamed with pride, exclaiming, "It's simply stunning." Director Huang oversees children, but she does not govern their clothing choices. Thus, her inquiry was merely curious, accompanied by a few additional glances. As Xiao Bai watched the director depart, she triumphantly remarked to Xiaomi and Shen Lulu, "The director always notices me." Shen Lulu flattered, "Xiao Bai, you truly look magnificent." Xiao Bai, in her innocent delight, was overjoyed. This little girl genuinely believed that donning teacher Lu's attire rendered her extraordinarily beautiful, to the point of proudly showcasing her lovely garments to anyone she encountered. On Wednesday, Zhang Tan finally completed the story outline for the new project, printed it in the office, and submitted it to Feng Dong for review. "Is it finished? Did everything go smoothly?" Feng Dong inquired. Anyone who had spent time with Zhang Tan praised his talent. Otherwise, Feng Dong would not have recommended him to represent the screenwriting team in submissions. Lately, Feng Dong had been quite hopeful regarding Zhang Tan, pondering the nature of the script he would produce. However, upon receiving a moderately thick stack of papers, 3 bold black characters caught his eye, leaving him astonished. "Unlucky bear?" In stark black and white, the words "Unlucky bear" stood out prominently. It seemed almost surreal as Feng Dong gazed up at Zhang Tan, pondering whether he might have mistakenly picked up the wrong script. How could it possibly be a script about an unlucky bear? After all, the Puzhong television station was celebrating its 50th anniversary, a jubilant occasion indeed. Writing about an unlucky bear seemed almost like a slight against them. Yet, Zhang Ten nodded, shattering Feng Dong's fleeting hope. Indeed, he had not erred. The script was unequivocally about the unlucky bear, tailored for the grand celebration of Pujiang Television's half-century milestone. Years of life experience enabled him to maintain an impassive expression, though a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his inner turmoil. Was this the folly of youth? A self-importance that sought to stand out? He refrained from expressing his frustration and instead turned to Zhang Tan, awaiting an explanation. Team leader. Zhang Tan began, though it bears the name Unlucky Bear, the content is decidedly celebratory. Upon hearing this, Feng Dong's countenance returned to normal. His earlier anxiety dissipated as he reflected. Zhang Tan would not jest with him. Listening to his words, he grasped the essence of the script. The storyline was quite simple. Revolving around Qiqi's journey from the distant mountainous regions of Sichuan to the bustling metropolis of Pujiang, leading to a series of hilarious and absurd events. In crafting Qiqi's character, Zhang Tan adhered to the foundational attributes provided by the Pujiang television station, enriching and elaborating upon them extensively. Much like composing a character biography for Feng Jia, he developed a detailed narrative for Qiqi, encompassing his background, upbringing, interests, personality traits, and significant life experiences. Qiqi's unique talent was his roar, and he had quite a few friends: a little lizard, a male penguin, his girlfriend, a small dog, and a young boy. Zhang Tan presented the script for the first 5 episodes to Feng Dong. Each episode lasts under 3 minutes, and the scripts are succinct. The inaugural episode features Qiqi skydiving from an airplane, initially exuding confidence and bravado. However, when it comes time to deploy the parachute, he realizes he has forgotten to bring it. Instead, he is burdened by his backpack filled with assorted snacks. After much effort, he manages to find an umbrella, which he uses to make a precarious landing, narrowly avoiding disaster. Zhang Tan noticed that as Feng Dong continued to read, a smile gradually emerged on his face, signifying a sigh of relief. Perhaps the script would pass muster after all. "What kind of bird are you?" Feng Dong finally remarked. Having patiently finished reading the script for Unlucky Bear, he exhaled deeply and gently tossed the script onto the desk, where it slid to the far end, within Zhang Tan's reach. Leaning back in his executive chair, Feng Dong rubbed his eyes and glanced at a lucky bamboo plant on the desk, remaining silent. Zhang Tan refrained from further explanation, quietly sitting in his chair, awaiting the team leader's contemplation. The leader, an experienced screenwriter, required no additional clarification, having perused the initial scripts. He was well acquainted with the story and its style. After a moment, Feng Dong turned to Zhang Tan and stated, "There are 8 individuals writing scripts for this project, and each group will recommend one. Once your script is submitted, it will not only represent you, but also our screenwriting team. Do you understand?" Zhang Tan replied, "I understand. Unlucky Bear is a concept I have thoroughly contemplated. I believe it is sound." Feng Dong had just come to a realization, and with a newfound determination, he stated, "I cannot ascertain the fate of your script. It may falter at the first hurdle, or it might shine brilliantly, for it is exceedingly unique. Celebrating 50 years. To feature the mascot as a misfortunate bear not only requires confidence from the production studio, but also an open-minded acceptance from the television network." "What do you mean?" Group leader? Feng Dong replied, "Let us submit this." He continued, "What other options do we have at this juncture? We cannot simply refrain from submitting a script for our group." These words appeared to be more for his own reassurance, solidifying his resolve. Indeed, what would hesitation accomplish? With no alternative, he had to submit Zhang Tan's unfortunate bear. "The script is with me. I shall submit it shortly," Feng Dong declared. "Thank you, group leader." After Zhang Tan departed, Feng Dong propped himself up, reaching for the script resting on the edge of his desk, casually thumbing through it. Zhang Tan possessed audacity, unafraid of the possibility of failing even at my scrutiny. It seemed he was bolstering his own confidence. He perused the script once more, focusing on its merits. After gathering his thoughts, he rose, took a hearty sip of tea, exited, and sought out the supervisor to submit the script. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the supervisor convened a meeting with the heads of the writing team to collectively discuss the scripts. Each manuscript bore a seal concealing the author's identity. Feng Dong was the first to arrive in the conference room, where a stack of papers lay before him, revealing the 8 scripts under review. As he flipped to the penultimate script, titled Unlucky Bear, a pang of anxiety surged within him, uncertain of how the others would perceive it. Once all 8 script group leaders had assembled, the supervisor remarked, "Please hold on a moment. I've also summoned Old Lu from the evaluation team." No sooner had he spoken than Old Lu arrived. and with everyone present, the supervisor elaborated on the significance of this project. The Pujiang Film Studio and Pujiang Television Station are brother units, and such familial celebrations demand utmost diligence. As Mr. Ma stated, for this project, we cannot expect profit. Our aim must be to create a masterpiece. Now, you each possess 8 scripts. The purpose of gathering is to deliberate, ultimately selecting 3. After which we will negotiate with the authors to retain 2 for the television station. The supervisor glanced at the clock on the wall and said, "Let us first review the scripts. We will discuss them one by one in half an hour." The meeting room buzzed with chatter before swiftly descending into silence as everyone bowed their heads over the scripts, the only sound being the rustling of pages. It is said that Zhang Tan handed the script to Feng Dong, preoccupied with this matter and unable to focus on anything else. In the afternoon, Jiang Rong visited and casually shared some news. Old Lu, the head of the script evaluation team, had gone to review the scripts, as he had informed her before leaving. Old Lu was affable and easily connected with the younger generation, expressing to Jiang Rong that there was indeed a possibility. Unbeknownst to Jiang Rong, Zhang Tan had also entered the competition with a script. Upon hearing this from Zhang Tan, she felt a mixture of envy and resentment. Lamenting the fact that although they were classmates, she was still in elementary school while he had already graduated from university. She resolved to turn back and have a word with Lao Lu, inquiring if he might allow her some time to engage in training, rather than subjecting her to ridicule during every evaluation meeting by highlighting a plethora of issues. Zhang, upon learning that the afternoon was dedicated to script reviews, felt a stirring anticipation, uncertain if any results would materialize that day. After a long, restless afternoon, as the clock struck 5:30 and the workday concluded, he contemplated that the outcome might be postponed until the following day. Just then, a call from Feng Dong interrupted his thoughts, requesting his presence. Zhang sensed that this was the moment of revelation, and with a flutter of nerves, he made his way to Feng Dong's office. Feng Dong stood by the window, sipping tea from a gray thermos, gazing out at the bustling traffic below. "You've arrived? Please, take a seat," he said, though he himself remained standing, pacing in front of the window, weary from an afternoon of sitting. "Group leader?" Zhang inquired. "We reviewed your scripts this afternoon and ultimately selected 2. One of which is yours," Feng Dong replied, his tone light and devoid of the earlier tension. Zhang tightened his hands at his sides into fists for a moment before relaxing them. Feng Dong continued, "Tomorrow at 9:30, you will meet with the supervisor. It may involve negotiations with Pujiang Television. Whether you secure the final selection depends on their disposition, so be sure to prepare thoroughly." Zhang nodded in understanding. The company had chosen 2 scripts to provide the television station with options, suggesting that the other selected script would undoubtedly differ in style from Unlucky Bear. "Thank you. Group leader, I will be well prepared. Go on now, put in the effort. It's looking promising," Feng Dong encouraged. As Zhang drove down Shichongan Street, he noticed a small electric scooter veer into the entrance of the Little Red Horse Academy and come to a halt. In a car, a stout man clad in dress trousers and a white shirt tenderly shielded a little girl, Meng Chengqing, who clutched a small backpack adorned with a ladybug motif. She appeared innocent and bewildered, on the verge of tears. "Don't cry, darling. Hurry inside. It's hot outside, and Daddy must go to work." Her father gently wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, while his own face glistened with sheen, the back of his white shirt dampened. The car eventually drove away, parking in the underground lot of the urban village. Zhang Tan strolled through the alleys, making his way back to the academy. As he ascended the stairs, he paused to glance at the activity area, where the children were engaged in play. Little Bai was vociferously declaring, "Who wants to be my chick?" What was happening? Zhang Tan had intended merely to take a cursory look, but upon hearing her words, he halted. The children were once again playing the game of eagle catches chicks. This time, Little Bai was not the eagle, but rather the mother hen, safeguarding her chicks. Newly arrived at the academy, Meng Chengqing stood dazedly to one side, while Little Bai recruited chicks and instructed Meng Chengqing on how to portray the eagle. Was this an attempt to wear Meng Chengqing out? She was so timid and endearingly naive, capable of only catching her own little tail. Who else could she possibly catch? "You must be fierce, do you understand?" Little Bai imparted her wisdom, asserting that regardless of whether one played the role of the eagle, every child needed to be a bit fierce so that others would not dare to bully them. Meng Chengqing gazed at her, as if deciphering an ancient text. "Do you understand?" "Chengqing, speak up, don't be a coward, nod your head." Finally, Meng Chengqing nodded, her eyes reflecting fear, as she clutched Little Bai's garment tightly. Xiaobai wrenched her small hand free and encouraged, "Do not merely grasp me. Do you wish to devour me? I am the mother hen, but do you know what bird you are? You are an eagle." The chicks behind her inquired, bewildered by the size of this little eagle, who seemed incapable of overpowering them. Xiaobai turned back fiercely and exclaimed in a strong dialect, "You silly little ones. Do you not comprehend? This is a baby eagle. Even the great eagle was once a fledgling. If you desire a full-grown eagle, I shall summon the headmistress. She can transform into a mighty eagle and feast upon you. Do you fancy that? Are you afraid?" The chicks fell silent for a moment, before chattering again. Yet none dared to challenge the diminutive Meng Qingqing's status as a baby eagle. Zhang Tan found the scene amusing, his stomach grumbling, and decided to return home to prepare dinner. That evening was originally meant for updating the breathtaking account, yet due to preparations for tomorrow's interview, Zhang Tan had to postpone. Surprisingly, Subai did not come to visit that night, having exhausted herself playing eagle and chick, which led to the unfortunate consequence that Meng Qingqing wet the bed. It was Meng Qingqing who wet the bed, not Xiaobai. Meng Qingqing was captured by Xiaobai in her role as the eagle, but despite her efforts, she could not catch a single chick. The chicks were well guarded by Xiaobai, and Meng Qingqing was simply no match for them. Had it not been for Xiaobai allowing a few of the chicks to escape, Meng Qingqing would have been at it until dawn. The children had played hard, and the result was an accident. Xiaobai, on the other hand, seemed to be just fine. Perhaps she was also weary, as she chose not to linger in the reading area with picture books, but rather went to bed with the children. The following day, upon arriving at work, Zhang Tan was informed by a staff member to report to the conference room at 9:30, as his supervisor sought him. He proceeded with his usual routine of watering the flora, brewing tea, and savoring a cup before confidently making his way to the conference room. Upon entering, he discovered someone already seated, their back turned as they perused documents. Upon hearing the door creak open, the individual turned to face him, and their eyes met in mutual surprise. Zhang Tan quickly regained his composure, nodded, and smiled, greeting, "Hello, Su Jian." The person seated across from him was indeed Su Jian, who had previously collaborated with Zhang Tan on the Flame Bearer project. Su Jian's expression was one of astonishment, a wave of inexplicable emotion washing over him. As he examined the situation, he sensed an unsettling intuition. How was it possible to encounter Zhang Tan here? He inquired, "Zhang Tan, I didn't expect to see you. Did you write Unlucky Bear?" He raised the materials in his hand, which included the script just distributed by the staff, featuring both Zhang Tan's Unlucky Bear and his own copy. "Indeed, the other script is yours, isn't it?" Zhang Tan replied. Su Jian's heart sank momentarily, realizing the implications. Had the Flame Bearer project concluded? How had they transitioned into competitors? Was there an intention for mutual destruction? This seemed excessive. He begrudgingly asked, "By the way, have you completed Flame Bearer?" "The screenwriting portion is finished," Zhang Tan responded. Su Jian, somewhat distracted, engaged in casual conversation with Zhang Tan, contemplating the stark contrast between the concept of Unlucky Bear and his own work, each representing entirely different styles. He pondered which aesthetic the television executives would favor. Considering that this marks the 50th anniversary of the television station, it is unlikely that anyone would choose the unfortunate bear, as it is deemed inauspicious and stylistically mismatched. Su Jian's confidence has significantly regained its strength. Shortly thereafter, the head of the screenwriting department arrived to discuss matters pertaining to the script, followed by the introduction of Yang Sunlin, the head of the animation division at the production plant. "Let us proceed." After exchanging only a few words, Yang Sunlin instructed everyone to depart. It was then that the supervisor informed Zhang Tan and Su Jian that they were to visit the counterpart's representative at the Pujiang television station. Both the Pujiang Film Studio and the Pujiang television station are state-owned enterprises under the supervision of the Pujiang City Propaganda Department, located within the same JA district, merely a quarter-hour's drive apart. In addition to Zhang Tan and Su Jian, the party included the screenwriting supervisor, the head of the animation division, the public relations director, and an animation director. The company had arranged transportation to convey them to their destination. Upon arriving at the television station's entrance, they were met by someone who had been waiting, who confirmed their identities before leading them into the elevator, ascending to the 16th floor and entering the conference room. Within the conference room stood or sat 6 individuals, both men and women, with a woman, appearing to be no older than 30, occupying the principal seat. After the introductions, it became apparent that she was the person responsible for this animation project on the television station side, addressed by Yang Sunlin as Director Wang. The two were evidently acquainted, engaging in light-hearted banter, while Zhang Tan and Su Jian exchanged glances, feeling entirely out of the loop, as if they were merely filling space. It was not until the pleasantries concluded and they settled down that the attendees introduced themselves, at which point the individuals across the table greeted Zhang Tan and Su Jian with cordiality, expressing their admiration for their talents. The two scripts had been sent to the other party the previous night, thus they were already familiar with the content. When Yongsan inquired of Director Wang whether he had a preference between the two scripts, Zhang felt a flutter of anticipation. Su Jian retrieved a laptop from his bag, opened a blank document, and poised his fingers above the keyboard, quietly observing the conversation, seemingly ready to note down the words of his interlocutors. Both are excellent, Director Wang remarked with a smile. Zhang immediately noticed Su Jian randomly typing a few letters, LKJH, before hastily deleting them. Especially unlucky bear, Director Wang added, glancing at Zhang, who in turn caught Yongsan's sidelong gaze. Su Jian's fingers danced lightly over the keyboard, exerting little pressure, yet no words emerged. Yongsan proposed, how about this? Let Zhang and Su discuss their scripts, and you, Director Wang, can listen to the writer's thoughts to facilitate your decision. Very well, Director Wang replied. Yongsan then asked Zhang to begin the introduction, while the supervisor stood up to retrieve the printed and bound scripts from his bag, distributing them to those across the table. Observing this, Su Jian promptly rose to assist. As Zhang stood, Director Wang remarked, there's no need to stand. You can sit while presenting. Standing allows for a louder voice, Zhang replied, commencing his introduction of the concept behind Unlucky Bear. After he finished, it was Su Jian's turn, following which the others posed several questions, some pertaining to Unlucky Bear, others regarding Su Jian's marvelous adventures. Let us deliberate, Director Wang suggested. Of course, please proceed. Director Wang and her team then departed the conference room to confer in the adjacent office. What are the opinions? She inquired. Both scripts are commendable. We could select one from the two. Is everyone in agreement? Indeed, they are both quite impressive. Director Wang inquired, which of the two books shall we select? Everyone shared their thoughts. I believe Kiki's Marvelous Adventures aligns more closely with our needs. I too lean towards Kiki's Marvelous Adventures. Let us choose Kiki's Marvelous Adventures. Although Unlucky Bear is quite amusing, it poses greater risks. Indeed, Kiki's Marvelous Adventures it is. Were it not for the anniversary celebration, I would have opted for Unlucky Bear. Among the 6 individuals present, aside from Director Wang, all favored Kiki's Marvelous Adventures. Director Wang remained silent for a moment, lost in contemplation. After more than 10 minutes, he returned to the conference room with his team. Yang Sunlin asked, Director, have you made your choice? Yes, we have decided. Su Jian closed the web page and opened a blank document, his eyes fixed on the computer screen. Fingers poised over the keyboard, awaiting the recording of information. Zhang Tan glanced at Su Jian's document, which bore no content, before turning her attention to Director Wang. With her short bob and a tailored light blue suit, she exuded an impression of sharpness. We choose Unlucky Bear, she declared. Yang Xinlin's gaze shifted from the bowed Su Jian, who was intensely focused on the screen, to Zhang Tan, his expression a mix of surprise and relief. For him, whether it was Unlucky Bear or Kiki's Marvelous Adventures mattered little. Both were scripts from the production house, and the choice was inconsequential as long as a selection was made. The priority was to secure the project. The most disheartened in the room was undoubtedly Su Jian. Zhang Tan, you must dedicate yourself to the subsequent script, as I have placed my bets on you. Director Wang remarked, half in jest. Moments ago, while others opted for Chi-Chi's Marvelous Adventures, she expressed a preference for Unlucky Bear. A choice that is certain not to disappoint you, Zhang Tan assured. Zhang Tan successfully secured the project for the anniversary celebration of Pujiang Television Station. The head of the animation department immediately initiated the formation of a project team, with director Li Liang overseeing the entire endeavor. Zhang Tan assumed the role of screenwriter, facing 2 significant tasks. First, to determine the members of the project team and establish a solid foundation. Second, to expedite the script development. The script submitted by Zhang Tan consisted of a story outline, character designs, and the plot for the first 5 episodes, while the remainder remained unwritten. Now that Unlucky Bear has been confirmed, it is imperative that the subsequent script be finalized promptly. Otherwise, the entire project cannot progress. Unlike Under Tianyu Mountain and The Lantern Bearer, the former led by chief editor Luo Ming and the latter being an adaptation of a manga. Unlucky Bear is under the stewardship of Zhang Tan, featuring entirely original content. Zhang Tan drew inspiration for Unlucky Bear from a similar story he had encountered in his past life, though he could not recall the plot. He only retained knowledge of the story's premise, necessitating the creation of entirely original narratives for the following episodes. The supervising screenwriter urged Zhang Tan to swiftly assemble a team of writers, allowing him the freedom to select members as long as he could persuade them. Upon returning to the office, he was summoned by Feng Dong, who indicated that priority must be given to selecting individuals from the third screenwriting group, emphasizing the principle of keeping resources within familiar territory. Unlucky Bear is structured as a series of small theatrical animations, with each episode featuring relatively independent plots, loosely connected by the character of the Unlucky Bear. To ensure a wealth of humor in each episode, Zhang Tan would undoubtedly require assistance, as it would be impossible to achieve such creativity alone. I am seeking 4 individuals, one of whom I wish to invite is Su Jian, Zhang Tan remarked. Su Jian does not belong to the screenwriting group 3, thus failing to meet the leader's criteria. The other 3, I shall select from within the group. Feng Dong gazed at him in astonishment and said, "Isn't Su Jian the one competing against you this time? You both went to the television station together. Would he agree to your invitation?" Zhang Tan replied, "Let's give it a try." Although Su Jian's work, Chi Chi Jin Chi Miao, is stylistically divergent from Unlucky Bear, they share a common thread: humor. Zhang Tan had perused his script and found it to be both humorous and engaging. Thus there would be no issue in his writing for Unlucky Bear. After a moment's contemplation, Feng Dong acquiesced, stating, "As long as you can persuade him." Upon exiting the leader's office, Zhang Tan discovered Luo Ming had returned and was perusing the script for Unlucky Bear. Upon seeing him, he joyfully exclaimed, "I just heard the news. Congratulations, Zhang Tan. I never anticipated your rapid advancement." Previously unaware of Zhang Tan's participation in the television project competition, Luo Ming had only learned during lunch that Zhang Tan, a newcomer from Screenwriting Group 3, had secured a significant project for the company. Some speculated it was due to Luo Ming's assistant, which prompted Luo Ming to hastily return to the office for clarity. "You have not been back these past few days, so I refrained from mentioning it. I lacked confidence and thought I was merely filling a quota, never imagining I would succeed," Zhang Tan explained. Luo Ming chuckled, saying, "You must have confidence in yourself. I am genuinely pleased, knowing you could rise, though I did not anticipate it would happen so swiftly. I too share in this honor." The former project assistant's increasing excellence brought a glow to his face. "Who would have thought you excelled in writing humorous scripts? This is quite different from the impression I had of you." Zhang Tan chuckled. "Isn't it said that everyone harbors a whimsical side deep within? Writing Unlucky Bear is merely the fulfillment of a personal aspiration. We should indeed establish a screenwriting team. It is quite taxing for one individual to compose such an extensive script. Not only is it exhausting, but the ideas are also insufficient. 3 heads are better than 1, so we certainly require more personnel. You must be bold and request additional members from the team leader. It has already been confirmed that we will form a group with 5 individuals, including myself." "Oh, that sounds promising. Have any candidates been selected?" "Not yet. Do you have any recommendations?" Zhang Tan had only recently joined, and these screenwriters often worked in different locations, making it challenging for him to familiarize himself with the writers of the 3 teams, let alone grasp their unique characteristics. Luo Ming pondered for a moment and replied, "In terms of style, there are a few suitable candidates. Lu Shi and Jia Yulin would be quite fitting. You might want to consult them." Zhang Tan quickly recalled the 2 individuals. Lu Shi was a young man who had been with the Pujung Film Studio for 3 years, while Jia Yulin, being older in his 30s, had dedicated over a decade to this field as an experienced screenwriter. Although he had never interacted with either of them, he considered it inconsequential. Luo Ming and Zhang Tan engaged in conversation for quite some time until they were interrupted. Just as Zhang Tan settled down, Lu Don arrived. With no ulterior motives, he had come to congratulate Zhang Tan upon hearing that he had secured a significant project for the company. "I had intended to ask you to craft a backstory for Fingjie, but it seems you are undoubtedly pressed for time. I suppose I shall handle it myself. After spending so long with you screenwriters, I have absorbed enough to manage. Indeed, today I shall present to you a novel figurine, the sibling of Fingjie." Lu Don was engrossed in female figurines, leading Zhang Tan to maliciously speculate that he must have a collection of inflatable dolls. After bidding farewell to Lu Don, Zhang Tan ascended the staircase to the 8th floor, seeking out Old Lu, the head of the script evaluation team. Old Lu, with his seasoned sagacity, greeted him with a knowing smile, preemptively stating, "Come to poach someone, are we? Who has caught your eye?" Zhang Tan placed a canister of tea upon old Lu's desk. Chuckling, "This year's freshly picked tea, Lushan Yunwu. I implore you to sample it." Old Lu, a connoisseur of tea, responded, "Ah, a canister of tea, an individual. Choose your pick. I desire Jiang Rong." Predictable. Jiang Rong, with her vivacious and unconventional character, brimming with ingenious ideas, was ideally suited to participate in the screenwriting team for Backcom. Old Lu reached for the telephone on his desk, then hesitated. "Never mind. I shall summon her myself." He rose, opened the office door, and called out, "Jiang Rong, come hither." Jiang Rong's voice echoed from nearby, "Coming?" She promptly entered, inquiring, "Boss, what is it that you require?" "Oh, Zhang Tan, what brings you here?" Old Lu busied himself with savoring the Lushan Yunwu presented by Zhang Tan, allowing Zhang Tan to converse with Jiang Rong directly. "I accept. Zhang Tan, I accept." Upon hearing Zhang Tan's proposition, Jiang Rong responded without hesitation, with unwavering conviction, her gaze resolute, as if the exchange of rings was imminent. Old Lu, upon hearing this, shook his head with resignation. These youngsters, one and all, yearned to depart from this place as if they had wings, leaving him, the team leader, in a quandary. They should at least feign reluctance, allowing him to earn another canister of tea. Emerging from Old Lu's office, Zhang Tan was taken aback by the throng of people gathered outside. "What is happening here?" he inquired. The crowd buzzed with excitement. "Zhang Tan, I heard you secured the television station project. Is that true? How impressive. What is the name of the show?" After work, Jiang Rong invited Zhang Tan to dinner, expressing her gratitude for his recognition of her talents. Upon learning that Zhang Tan had won her over with merely a jar of tea, she resolved to confront him and seek an explanation. Accompanying them were He Chao and others. After their meal, the group ventured out to sing. Jiang Rong finally got her wish, though her attempts to get Zhang Tan to sing had previously gone unheeded. Jiang Rong had a delightful voice, and Zhang Tan was no slouch either. Amidst the playful encouragement of their friends, the two harmonized on a duet titled Ai Yu Wichu. They called for a designated driver to return to the Little Red Horse Academy. While the bustling and vibrant West Chang'an Street thrived with noise, the academy itself was enveloped in tranquility. The lights blazed brightly within the academy as cicadas, hidden among the great trees in the yard, serenaded the evening with their melodies, while unseen insects in the corners contributed their own sounds. This symphony of nature rendered the academy even more serene, bringing a sense of peace to the heart. As the night deepened and the clock struck 10, the children concluded their activities and obediently returned to their dormitories to prepare for sleep. Just as Zhang Tan was about to ascend the stairs, he spotted Xiao Bai standing at the classroom door, one hand clutching a picture book and the other beckoning him. Reminiscent of a beckoning fortune cat, in her distinct Sichuan accent, she called out, "Hey, uncle, come here, let us chat." "Why are you crying, Ching Chung? It's late." "And you should be asleep," Zhang Tan asked. Xiao Bai replied, "Let us chat." Zhang Tan was perplexed. What does that mean? Xiao Bai rephrased, "It's just chatting." Zhang Tan was even more confused. Though he had heard of bilngmnzhn, he was unaware of its meaning, and had no understanding of chu ku ku. With a sigh of exasperation, Xiao Bai, in her typically fiery manner, exclaimed, "It means just chatting." She then mumbled something about HBO. Feeling aggrieved, Zhang Tan retorted, "You want to chat with me, yet you raise your voice and yell." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai reflected on her impatience with those she deemed less intelligent, offering a nervous chuckle. "Uncle, you really ought to study more. With such an age, he should be diligent in his studies." Even the children understood what was being said, while that silly Chung Chung could grasp it. Of course, Xiao Bai only chose favorable comparisons. Her Sichuan dialect was comprehensible to the simple-minded Meng Ching Chung, while the mischievous Shen Lu Lu was utterly lost and required translation. Zhang Tan was taken aback. He had just been impressive at work, yet here, back at the academy, he was being scolded by a 4.5-year-old child and admonished to improve his learning capabilities. Was this a challenge to his intellect? It was late. What was the point of discussing trivial matters? He urged her to sleep. Grabbing Xiao Bai, he attempted to lead her away, but she clung to the classroom door, protesting. "What do you mean by that? What do you want, uncle?" Zhang Tan was at a loss for words, insisting she go to bed, feeling as if he were trying to herd a little pig into a pen. Realizing that this child often roamed about at night instead of sleeping, he decided not to press the matter further. "Since you are unwilling to retire for the night, I shall take my leave. It is quite late, and I must bid you adieu." Bai, in lockstep, shadowed his departure. "Uncle, What did you occupy yourself with today? She inquired. Today, I engaged in a quarrel with that simpleton Luo Zikong and emerged victorious. Ha ha ha. Why is Luo Zikong invariably so foolish? Uncle, have you partaken of sustenance? Speaking of repasts, Bai, as if struck by a sudden recollection, darted away with a whoosh. As Zhang Tin opened the portal, the impetuous Bai arrived, bearing the fish-belly glass jar. Uncle, behold my forte, she exclaimed, presenting the jar as if it were a precious artifact. Have you exhausted your supply of candied fruit? What resides within? Zhang Tin scrutinized the jar and discerned a cicada. Bai emitted a series of joyous sounds, akin to a chorus of geese. A lazybones captured by Bai. This is my forte. Lazybones denotes a cicada. Zhang Tan and Bai entered the abode, closed the portal, and activated the air conditioning. You captured it? Did you ascend a tree once more? Bai promptly shook her head. She was under strict orders to refrain from climbing trees. This injunction was not issued by Zhang Tan, whose commands were as inconsequential as if they had never been uttered. It was Huang Yi who personally imposed the restriction, and only Huang Yi possessed the authority to deter her. Even teacher Xiao Lu fell short in this regard. The lazybones was prostrate on the ground, and I seized it. Am I not remarkable? Bai proclaimed triumphantly. Zhang Tin offered a few perfunctory words of praise, while his thoughts were preoccupied with the fact that the glass jar, which had recently contained candied fruit, was now housing a cicada. Previously, it had served as a repository for dragonflies, earthworms, beetles, mosquitoes. Why this penchant for capturing small insects? Zhang Tan switched on the television for Xiao Bai, allowing her to settle on the sofa while he proceeded to take a shower. Feeling uncomfortable with the sweat clinging to his skin, Xiao Bai sat upright, clutching a glass bottle shaped like a fish, and vowed, Uncle, you go take your shower. Xiao Bai won't steal your things. Zhang Tan, at a loss for words, opened the refrigerator, retrieved a bottle of bear-shaped drink, inserted a straw, and handed it to her, saying, Of course, I know you won't steal. You are a good child. Enjoy this while I shower. Although her gaze was fixed on the bottle, Xiao Bai politely replied, But this seems inappropriate. Zhang Tan placed it in her arms, seeking to dispel her concerns, and remarked, I earned some money today. This is my treat. Xiao Bai readily accepted it, her spirits soaring as she exclaimed, Uncle, you've made money again. Earning money is your forte. Just a bit careless. I merely excel in it, he replied modestly. As Zhang Tin entered the bathroom, Xiao Bai glanced around, peering beneath the sofa, and upon finding no one else, she contentedly nestled into the cushions, clutching the bear drink, her eyes glued to the animated show on the screen. Overjoyed, her little feet began to bounce with excitement as she sipped the drink, humming a tune. Tang Xing rides the horse, dong, dong, behind him follows Sun Wukong. When Zhang Tin emerged from the bathroom, Xiao Bai was already singing about the old witch, truly wicked, having deceived Tang Xing and the 8 monsters. She was oblivious to his presence, lost in the fervor of her own melody. What are you singing? Zhang Tan inquired. The sudden sound startled Xiao Bai, causing her to shiver. Chop, you gave me quite a fright. I'm sorry. I forgive you. The little bear drink is truly delightful, so refreshing. This is what my grandmother taught me. Would you like to learn? Xiao Bai can teach you. Zhang Tin expressed his interest, saying, Sing it for me. Xiao Bai took a deep breath, filled her belly with the little bear drink, stood up straight from the sofa, and earnestly began to sing. Tang Xing rides a horse, dong, dong, followed closely by Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong runs fast, followed by Zhu Beiji. After finishing, Xiao Bai unabashedly asked, So what do you think? Do you believe this is my forte? Impressive. Indeed it is your forte, Zhang Tan praised. You sang splendidly. The rhythm was exquisite, and it resonated beautifully. Flattered by his compliment, Xiao Bai burst into laughter. Zhang Tan encouraged her to sing 2 more songs, which she chose herself. One was Jumping in the Mud Puddle, and the other was I Love to Bounce. The song selections were not particularly remarkable, but her singing was truly exceptional. Zhang Tan felt that this might genuinely be Xiao Bai's strong suit. Uncle, you've flattered me so much. Once you've praised me, I shall take my leave. After Zhang Tan showered her with compliments, Xiao Bai, having laughed enough, immediately stood up and waved goodbye. She departed without hesitation. Aren't you going to sit a while longer? Uncle, you should rest. See you next year. You mean tomorrow, right? All right. You forgot to take your glass bottle. The languid child has gifted you something. Thank you for your little bear. I possess no money, so I bestow upon you my cherished languid companion. Little Bai waved her small hand, unhesitatingly departing. Zhang sighed, holding a glass jar filled with cicadas, pondering its purpose. Should I release them? If I do, will Little Bai weep? Little Bai did not cry, however. At 11 o'clock that night, Meng Chengqing lay on her small bed, sobbing softly. Each night at this hour, she would awaken promptly, for it was the time her father came to fetch her. Over time, she had developed a biological clock, waking at the designated hour without the need for a teacher as reminder. Yet today, upon awakening, she saw no sign of her father. After waiting for a while without his arrival, she could not help but cry. Little Bai wandered from the first floor to the second, discovering Meng Chengqing in tears, and stayed to comfort her, like an older sister. Concerned for Chengqing, Little Bai insisted they wait for her uncle to arrive before they returned home. Malinhua, having toiled throughout the day, was weary and longed to return home to rest, tugging her along. Wait a moment, let us wait for Chengqing's father. Little Bai pleaded loudly, her feet anchored to the ground, reluctant to leave, but being small and weak, she was dragged away, stumbling in her steps. Let us go home soon, it's so tiring. Wait a moment, Chengqing's father is on his way. What a nonsense. You foolish child worry all day long. How did I become a foolish child? If you are not a foolish child, then who is? Luo Zikong is a foolish child. You are too. What an absurd notion. How have I been absurd? Infuriated, she felt a surge of frustration. How dare you speak back to me? Do you believe that I won't make you regret it? The sound of Meng Chengqing's cries grew more intense. Xiaobai was pulled to the dormitory entrance, where she saw Chengqing gazing at her, tears streaming down her face. Hastily, she waved and said, Chengqing, goodbye. See you next year, and I promise to let you be the little eagle again, all right? Please stop crying. Your father has arrived, and I can see him. Xiaobai, you should go home. I will take care of Chengqing, spoke Jiang Bin, the eldest boy in the academy at 8 years old. Xiaobai had already distanced herself, her voice drifting back. All right, thank you so much. The second floor was filled with commotion, and Zhang Tan, hearing Meng Chengqing's sorrowful wails from the third floor, stepped out to investigate. Just then, he caught sight of Xiaobai running swiftly, following her aunt out of the academy, turning a corner, and vanishing into the night beyond the walls. What is happening? Why is she crying so heartbreakingly? Zhang Tan inquired. Meng Chengqing was known for her tearful disposition, typically whimpering softly, unlike her current loud sobs. Her father hasn't arrived yet, explained teacher Xiaolu, adding that Xiaobai's presence had significantly affected Chengqing. She would likely feel much better with Xiaobai around. Jiang Bin stayed by Meng Chengqing's side, wiping her tears, occasionally patting her head and back, concerned she might choke on her sobs, fulfilling the role of a caring older brother. As the midnight chimes resonated through the academy, Meng Chengqing's father, Meng Guangxin, hurriedly approached, weary from his journey. Upon encountering Zhang Tan and teacher Xiao Lu, the daughter, obediently engrossed in watching television, exhaled a profound sigh of relief. Maintaining a distance of 5 or 6 meters, she hurriedly bowed and apologized to Zhang Tan and teacher Xiao Lu, offering an explanation for her tardiness. Work had delayed her. Upon hearing the commotion, her father, Meng Guangxin, lifted his melancholic expression upon seeing her, joyfully called out, and rushed towards her. Meng Guangxin cast aside his work bag and, with some effort, crouched down to embrace his plump daughter, Meng Chengqing, his face, smeared with sweat and grease, radiating a newfound brightness, fatigue vanishing in an instant. Has Chengqing been well behaved? He inquired, his voice tinged with affection. Tears welled in Meng Chengqing's eyes as she nestled against her father's chest, wiping his brow. Meng Guangxin, beaming with joy, held her close, gently tousling her hair, expressing gratitude to Zhang Tan and teacher Xiaolu. I shall take Chengqing home now. Thank you, he said appreciatively. You're too kind. Goodbye, Chengqing, they replied, with great effort. Meng Guangxin bent down once more to retrieve his work bag, cradling Meng Chengqing as he narrated stories, departing into the night. Zhang Tan and teacher Xiao Lu watched them ride away on their small electric scooter, fading into the darkness. At that moment, only 2 children remained in the entire school. One was Xiaomi, who had fallen asleep in teacher Xiao Lu's room, and the other was the oldest boy in the school, 8-year-old Jiang Bin. Noticing Zhang Tan and teacher Xiao Lu's simultaneous gaze, he clenched his palm and said, Teachers, you should go to sleep. I'm not afraid. I will wait for my dad here by myself. Teacher Xiao Lu replied, that won't do. Typically, Jiang Bin's father would arrive around 11 o'clock to pick him up. But today he was over an hour late, even later than Meng Chengqing's father. Teacher Xiao Lu, you should take a rest. I will keep Jiang Bin company. Zhang Tan remarked, noting the late hour and the fatigue that could not be concealed on Xiao Lu's face after a long evening of work. However, Xiao Lu steadfastly refused. As Zhang Tan's subordinate, it was her duty, and she could not allow her superior to assume her responsibilities. Suddenly, the sound of a small electric scooter horn echoed from the courtyard. Jiang Bin sprang to his feet and looked out the window, exclaiming joyfully, "Teacher, my dad is here. I'm off now, goodbye." He dashed downstairs in a flash. "Slow down, be careful not to fall," Xiao Lu admonished with concern. This was Zhang Tan's first encounter with Jiang Bin's father, a slender man clad in a safety helmet and a blue and white vest, resembling the driver who had brought him home that day. After successfully sending all the children home safely, the tasks of the evening at the academy came to a close, and Zhang Tan and Xiao Lu exchanged goodnight wishes. The following morning, Zhang Tan prepared to head to work, but his attention was drawn to a glass jar on the coffee table in the living room. Inside, a small, dark creature was perched, a cicada. He pondered for a moment, disregarding whether Xiao Bai might cry, and released the cicada from its confinement. He feared it might perish if kept inside the jar all day. The cicada fluttered its wings and took flight, only to fall to the ground. After a brief pause, it soared again, tracing a crooked flight path before landing on the mulberry tree outside the balcony. Upon arriving at the office, Zhang Tan noticed that someone had arrived even earlier than he. It was Zhang Rong. "Boss, you're here. I've brewed some tea for you. Please enjoy," she offered with a beaming smile. "What is this?" Zhang Tan inquired, puzzled. Zhang Rong. "Haha, I am now part of the crew. I am no longer with the evaluation team, but rather a member of the unfortunate bear production team. Thus, it is only natural for me to work alongside you for convenience." Zhang Tan was taken aback as he observed her comfortably settling into her designated spot in the office. The space, measuring 25 square meters, accommodates 4 individuals. "You need not worry, my superior. I have already informed Teacher Luo. He is aware of my arrival." Zhang Tan was momentarily stunned. "Your connections are quite extensive." "Oh, it's nothing exceptional," she replied with a chuckle. "Please, do not call me superior, just address me as Zhang Tan." Before long, Luo Ming arrived, and, upon seeing Zhang Rong, greeted her with a smile, remarking that the office had finally welcomed fresh talent, implying that Zhang Tan was no longer considered new, having been there for less than a month. He handed Zhang Rong the outline of Unfortunate Bear along with the scripts for the initial episodes, encouraging her to study them. Zhang Tan then stepped out to seek out Su Jian, who was part of the second writing team located on the 10th floor. This was Zhang Tan's first visit to the 10th floor, which housed both the second and first writing teams, while his own, the third and fourth writing teams, were situated on the 9th floor. The 8th floor was dedicated to the script evaluation team, and below that were various project teams. "Excuse me, could you tell me where Su Jian is seated?" Zhang Tan inquired of a nearby young woman. She regarded him with curiosity, glancing at the name tag hanging from his chest. "Oh, you are Zhang Tan. Su Jian is over there, by the window." It seemed that he recognized him. Zhang Tan did not inquire further. After expressing his gratitude, he proceeded forward and found Su Jian seated by the window, engrossed in typing on his computer while wearing headphones, presumably listening to music and entirely oblivious to his arrival. A male student seated opposite Su Jian tapped on his computer, gesturing towards Zhang Tan behind him. Su Jian removed his headphones and turned around, astonished. Zhang Tan? My apologies, I didn't catch that. Were you looking for me?" Zhang Tan smiled and replied, "Yes. Do you have a moment? I'd like to chat." Su Jian hesitated, then set down his headphones, stood up, and said, "Let us move to the conference room." He was uncertain about Zhang Tan's purpose for the conversation, especially after having just been outperformed by him the previous day. It didn't seem likely that Zhang Tan was there to boast. He had a favorable impression of Zhang Tan. When he learned that Zhang Tan was inviting him to join the scriptwriting team, Su Jian was taken aback, taking some time to come to terms with the fact that Zhang Tan was not jesting. "Why me?" Su Jian inquired. Zhang Tan explained, "With all the humorous segments and plots in Chi and Qimiao with a few modifications, they could easily fit into Unlucky Bear. This indicates that your style aligns well with Unlucky Bear. Let us collaborate on this. It's a lengthy series, and I cannot manage it alone. I urgently need creative and engaging individuals." Su Jian pondered for a considerable time before ultimately agreeing. He had invested so much effort into Chi and Qimiao that it would be a pity to abandon it. "Prepare yourself and come back tomorrow," Zhang Tan suggested. "No need," Su Jian replied. "I'll come over this afternoon. I have no other commitments here." Having successfully persuaded Su Jian, Zhang Tan still required 2 more individuals. Yesterday, Luo Ming recommended Lu Shi and Jia Yulin, both from Group 3. Upon returning to the 9th floor, Zhang Tan first approached Lu Shi. who was quite astonished by the invitation, as their interactions had been minimal previously. However, this was a positive sign, and he had no reason to decline. The only remaining individual was Jia Yulin, who was not present in the office. A colleague who shared the office with Jia suggested, why not give him a call? Zhang Tan obtained Jia Yulin's phone number and, upon dialing, explained his purpose. I'm sorry, but I'm busy. Perhaps you should find someone else, Jia Yulin replied curtly. Undeterred, Zhang Tan continued to extend the invitation, yet Jia remained resolute in his refusal. Reluctantly, Zhang Tan expressed his regrets and sought alternatives. Just as he left, Jia Yulin returned to the office. Old Jia, someone was looking for you. A newcomer named Zhang Tan, apparently inviting you to join the crew of Unlucky Bear, his colleague remarked. Jia Yulin chuckled. I've already declined. I haven't even completed my current projects. After Jia's refusal, Zhang Tan sought another individual from Group 3, thereby officially assembling the writing team for Unlucky Bear. The first order of business post-formation was to convene a brief meeting to clarify certain matters. In the afternoon, Zhang Tan met with Director Li Liang, and they engaged in extensive discussions. The most pressing task was to swiftly compose the screenplay, ensuring a narrative of 50 episodes. A responsibility entrusted to Zhang Tan. Meanwhile, Li Liang began assembling the project team, realizing the number of personnel he required had significantly increased for a serialized animation. The team size could range from 50 to 100 individuals, and for larger projects, it could exceed 300. These individuals all require Li Liang's assistance, with the crucial aspect being compatibility and synergy. In comparison, Zhang Tan's writing team appears to have a considerably lighter burden. The production of Unlucky Bear has currently been confirmed for 50 episodes, with a total investment of 50 million yuan. As for the possibility of a 51st episode, that remains uncertain and will depend on the show's reception. After concluding discussions with Zhang Tan, Li Liang proceeded to meet with the writing team, encountering several others. Such a significant project relies heavily on the initial efforts of these 5 individuals, and the weight of responsibility rests heavily upon their shoulders. Zhang Tan has previously participated in numerous large-scale film projects, yet this marks his inaugural venture into animation. He is acutely aware that, although the higher-ups have entrusted the project to him, their confidence may be wavering due to his youth, particularly with a 50 million yuan investment at stake. Possessing considerable experience, Zhang Tan proactively reported to his superiors that very afternoon, beginning with Feng Dong, followed by the head of the writing team. This was merely the first day, and there was little to report. He simply informed them that the writing team had been established and shared his work plan. At this juncture, the content of the report was of less significance. What truly mattered was that he took the initiative to report, thereby instilling a sense of assurance in his superiors. This is why some individuals in the workplace frequently seek out their leaders' offices to report on matters, both large and small. While some may perceive such individuals as sycophants or lacking in responsibility, believing that leaders are too occupied to entertain these discussions, it is often the case that those who enjoy reporting are the ones who earn their leaders' appreciation. This is because leaders are kept informed about their daily thoughts and actions, ensuring they are not left wondering what these individuals have been up to recently, thus avoiding any potential mishaps. As the day drew to a close, Luo Ming made a special trip to inform Zhang Tan to report thoroughly on every detail, assuring him that it would be prudent. Upon returning home in the evening, Zhang Tan retrieved his formal attire. Tomorrow marked the official signing of the Unfortunate Bear project, an event destined to be grand, with a multitude of media reporters in attendance. As the lead screenwriter, his presence was mandatory, and everyone was expected to don formal wear. He discovered that his clothes were somewhat wrinkled and contemplated ironing them, but could not locate the iron. Thus, he set out to purchase one from the mall on Zichangan Street. While descending the stairs, he encountered Xiao Bai, who was ascending, followed closely by Meng Changqing. "Uncle, have you eaten?" She greeted him with a familiar rural charm. "Yes, I have. And you?" "I have eaten as well. Are you going out?" It appeared Xiao Bai was indeed looking for him. "I'm heading to the mall to buy something, but I shall return shortly." "The mall?" Xiao Bai's eyes brightened. "Yes, what's the matter?" Xiao Bai circled around his feet, her eyes glistening with hope. "Uncle, would it be all right to take Xiao Bai to the mall?" "Absolutely not," Zhang Tan promptly declined. "We aren't close enough for that, Xiao Bai. It wouldn't reflect well for a boss to take the kindergarten children shopping. What would the parents think? What would the young ladies in the mall say? I would surely never receive another note from them." Upon hearing Zhang Tan's refusal, Xiao Bai pouted. "Why not take me, uncle? I promise to be very good. It is currently study time. Hurry and find your teacher. Do not loiter here." What if you lead Chen astray? Zhang Tin spoke while swiftly exiting the courtyard. Glancing back, he noticed Xiaobai and Ming Chen standing hand in hand in the corridor, gazing in his direction. A mere 5-minute walk from the academy brought him to a large shopping mall, where he purchased an iron. Spotting a delicatessen, he filled a paper bag with chicken strips and cold beef, and also carried a case of bear-shaped beverages, returning home laden with goods. Yet he had not received any little notes from the young ladies. Upon returning to the academy, he did not encounter Xiaobai, leaving him puzzled about her whereabouts. However, he felt assured that she would soon find him, as if she were a little dog capable of sensing his return. Indeed, Xiaobai arrived, accompanied by Ming Chen. The petite girl appeared timid, as though Zhang Tan were a villain, lingering behind Xiaobai and partially concealing herself. "Oh dear, uncle, have you been sent back by the police?" Xiaobai exclaimed gleefully. "Did the mall refuse you entry?" Zhang Tan chose not to engage with the little one as teasing and welcomed them inside. "I bought everything and returned on my own." "What? Are you joking?" The little girl expressed her astonishment, for a trip to the mall was indeed a delightful adventure that could take half a day. Come. Do you want to watch television?" Zhang Tan inquired. Xiaobai rummaged in her pocket and produced a candy, handing it to Zhang Tan with a mysterious air. "Uncle, have a sweet. It's so delightful you might call for your mother." "Thank you," he replied, amused by her metaphor. "You can keep it. I don't have a taste for sweets." Little Bai murmured softly, "Even Tang Tang doesn't eat it. Doesn't she know that the most delectable treats in the world are Tang Tang and Gaga?" Not wishing to impose, she tucked the candy back into her pocket and said, "Uncle, please welcome Cheng Cheng." "Huh? Welcome Cheng Cheng? She has never been to your home, haha." Zhang Tan was uncertain about the children's game, but still smiled at Ming Cheng and said, "Cheng Cheng, welcome to my home. Feel free to sit. Don't stand on ceremony." Cheng Cheng gazed at him blankly, offering no response, her fragrant presence reminiscent of a sweet melon hanging from a vine. Zhang Tan. Little Bai patted her head and said, "Cheng Cheng, you silly girl, the uncle is welcoming you. Don't be afraid, move a little, quickly, or you might turn into a stick." Truly, it was a heartfelt concern, yet Ming Cheng seemed resolute in her decision to remain a stick. Motionless and with an expression of astonishment, Zhang Tan retrieved the freshly purchased cold beef salad and chicken strips, placing them on the coffee table, calling the two little friends to eat. Little Bai circled the table, inquiring about the dishes, and after learning what they were, swallowed several times and chuckled awkwardly. Little Bai has no money. Zhang Tan also brought over 2 cans of bear-themed beverages, tore them open, inserted straws, and after a moment's thought, retrieved another can for himself. Little Bai fixated on the bear design on the can, recognizing it as the delightful bear drink, and swallowed again, emphasizing, "I truly have no money. So don't worry about it." Rather than addressing Zhang Tan, it felt more like a reassurance to herself. "No need for money. I'll treat you." Xiaobai, with a playful elongation of his tone, remarked, "This one tea do." Zhang Tan, already familiar with Xiaobai's demeanor, refrained from further banter and boldly declared, "I made some money today, so I'll treat you all." Xiaobai was quite taken with this declaration, filled with envy. "How is it, uncle? You've earned money again. You're truly impressive. Please, sit down and let us toast." Zhang Tan picked up a can of little bear drink, handed one to Xiaobai and another to Meng Cheng, grasping their small hands to clink their drinks together. "Cheers." Xiaobai corrected him. "This isn't a cup. It's a bottle. Let us toast with bottles." "All right, you're right. Cheers with bottles. Cheng, you should drink too." Meng Cheng, cradling the little bear drink, looked at him shyly. Finally, she spoke, her voice barely audible, even less than the cicadas outside, only comparable to the buzzing of a mosquito. "I don't have any money." She opted for Xiaobai's dialect instead of proper Mandarin. Zhang Tan turned to Xiaobai. "You should talk to Cheng, encourage her." Xiaobai nodded in agreement, playfully tugging on Ming Cheng's cheek and teasing her baby fat. "You silly girl, you don't know how delicious little bear is. Just take a sip, and you'll be calling for your mother." The little bear drink is undoubtedly delightful, that much is certain, however. Meng Cheng did not find it so delightful as to call for her mother. In a soft voice, she managed to exclaim, Wow. Zhang Tan noted. That exclamation lacked enthusiasm. The insincerity was too evident. Yet it appeared that Ming Chen was not one to engage in such superficial niceties. The naive little melon suddenly uttered a phrase that felt quite discordant, more akin to something a novice would say. It was evident that she had learned it from the novice. The novice and Ming Cheng were engaged in hushed conversation, exchanging thoughts on the taste of a certain beverage, while Zhang Tan rose to dismantle the iron he had just purchased. He plugged it in, laid his suit on the desk, and began to smooth it out. "What are you doing?" came a voice from behind. The curious little novice stood there, observing his efforts. "I'm ironing clothes," Zhang Tan replied, quickly finishing the suit, hanging it on a hanger, and then spreading out a white shirt. "Why do you need to iron clothes?" the novice inquired, her expression one of innocent curiosity. "It's not just ironing. It's about making the clothes look more presentable," Zhang Tan explained. The novice responded with a thoughtful "oh," then asked if she could have her clothes ironed too, as she wished to appear more charming. "Iron your clothes?" "Certainly. Bring them tomorrow," he said. "Children's clothing is small, and it wouldn't require much effort." "No, let us do it today," the novice insisted, preparing to remove her red top. Startled, Zhang Tan quickly intervened. Wait. Not like that." He feared a misunderstanding that could not be cleared even by jumping into the Yellow River. "What are you doing? Don't you want to help me iron?" The novice maintained her pose of undressing, prompting Zhang Tan to gently remove her hand, hoping to provide her with a sense of security without further tugging at her clothing. "If you take off your clothes, you'll be bare-chested. That is not acceptable." "I can do it." "That is not allowed." "I can." "You cannot." In a fit of rage, Xiaobai exclaimed, "You, Chan, asked me to help you iron clothes. Yet you are not keeping your word. Are you bullying me, a mere child?" Zhang Tan protested. "How could I dare? You are now the formidable little red horse, and I must rely on your protection. I will comply with your every request, but please do not remove your clothes, or I shall feel utterly wronged." As the two remained in a stalemate, a glance revealed Meng Chen seated on the sofa, observing them with amusement. She smiled briefly, but when Zhang Tan and Xiaobai turned their attention to her, she appeared dazed, much like a small melon. It seemed she merely sought to assert her presence. Yet it caught Xiaobai's eye. In a whimsical turn, Xiaobai rushed to remove Meng Chen's clothing, reasoning that if she could not assist with ironing, she might as well help Chengqing. Zhang Tan hurried to intervene, but Xiaobai, infuriated, took Meng Chengqing away. I was seething with indignation, thinking it better not to engage further. Zhang Tan made no attempt to retain them, escorting them out, as Xiaobai led Meng Chen, having changed into her little shoes. They stepped outside. Upon seeing Zhang Tan close the door, she scratched her head and muttered, "Why didn't the Pa say that Xiaobai should not leave?" Nearby, Meng Chen, resembling a small melon, chimed in, "The little bear drink is quite delightful." "Oh, you silly child, if it's so good, why don't you call for your mother?" The two of them, each clutching a can of Little Bear beverage, sipped contentedly, remaining seated on the steps of the staircase. The signing ceremony for the Unlucky Bear project was held at Pujiang television station. Zhang Tan drove there early in the morning, arriving precisely at 8 o'clock. The event was scheduled to commence at 8:58, leaving nearly an hour to spare. The event is hosted by Pujiang television station, with assistance from the public relations department of the production company. Familiar faces from the PR department are visible, though their names elude me. They belong to that category of acquaintanceship where one merely nods in recognition. Suddenly, a person springs up beside me, greeting me with a radiant smile. It is Jiang Rong, dressed in a tailored black suit. The attire is decidedly feminine and exudes a sense of maturity. "You look sharp, boss," she remarks, her eyes sparkling as she sizes up Zhang Tan, who also dons a black suit, complemented by a white shirt and a blue and white striped tie. "Isn't this a requirement?" Jiang Rong waits a moment before inquiring, "Is that all? Aren't you going to return the compliment and say I'm beautiful?" Zhang Tan responds, "You remind me a bit of Xiaobai. That little one would iron his clothes just to appear cuter. Look, Su Jian has arrived." Zhang Tan waves at the newly arrived Su Jian, inviting him over. Today, the entire screenwriting team is present at the venue. As time passes, the atmosphere becomes increasingly lively, with personnel from both the television station and the production company gathering. The two organizations share a fraternal relationship, having always maintained good rapport. Thus, the prominent figures from both sides will partake in this project signing ceremony. Zhang Tan spots Feng Dong's arrival and then notices Director Yang from the animation department accompanying a middle-aged man who appears familiar. Su Jian interjects, "That's the party leader from the production company, Director Lin Hongyi." Oh, it was Zhang Tan's first encounter with a real person. He had only seen Director Lin's photograph on the production company's official website before, which explained why he seemed somewhat familiar. While Zhang Tan was scrutinizing the other man, Minister Yang suddenly pointed at him, prompting Director Lin to turn in the direction of the gesture. Director Lin had graying hair at the temples, a square face, and a tall stature. Despite his age, he exuded vitality and spirit. Minister Yang waved Zhang Tan over, and Jiang Rong reminded him, "Boss, Minister Yang is beckoning you to meet the director. Hurry up." Zhang Tan cleared his throat and walked over. Director, this is Zhang Tan, the head screenwriter for this project. Minister Yang introduced him to Director Lin. Director Lin appraised Zhang Tan, his voice resonant, proclaiming, a fine-looking young man. Our production company needs individuals like him. After engaging in conversation with the venerable director for a while, Zhang Tan noticed some individuals from the television station approaching to greet Director Lin. He instinctively stepped aside, and Minister Yang nodded at him, signaling that he had performed well. Shortly after, Lin Hongyi arrived, followed by the station director of the television network. The two were of similar age and stature, exchanging pleasantries. Zhang Tan spotted Supervisor Wang nearby, and upon meeting his gaze, smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. By 8:50, everyone had found their seats. A considerable number of media representatives were present, with cameras and equipment set up. As Pujiang Television is part of the media industry, they had many friends in the circle, and their invitations were well received, lending the event an atmosphere that was almost comparable to a film premiere. At 8:58, Lin Hongyi and his companions emerged from the backstage and took their seats at the podium adorned with red cloth. The host of the signing ceremony was Director Wang, and it was only after hearing her self-introduction that Zhang Tan learned her full name was Wang Zhen. The signing segment of the ceremony was rather straightforward. Both side senior leaders delivered speeches, followed by the signing between the deputy factory director and the counterpart's deputy director, culminating in a group photo to commemorate the occasion. Once the signing concluded, a press conference commenced, in which Lin Hongyi and his companions chose not to participate, while Minister Yang, Director Wang, and Director Li Liang attended. The media journalists surged forward, and Zhang Tan, who had initially occupied a front row seat, modestly retreated to the back, observing the lively scene through the crowd. Jiang Rong approached him, her gaze fixed on the bustling atmosphere ahead, expressing her discontent. Boss, our position as screenwriters is quite lacking. As the primary author of the story, you aren't even on stage. Zhang Tan maintained a rather composed demeanor. It's not that the screenwriter's status is diminished. Rather, we lack a project worthy of showcasing. Jiang Rong turned her head to look at him, somewhat astonished by his clarity of mind during such a momentous occasion. Boss, tell me, don't you think I look beautiful? Over the next few days, Zhang Tan followed the news regarding Unlucky Bear online. The summary was simple. After a brief flurry of activity, it faded away. An animated film without any star participation struggles immensely to maintain media momentum. However, he inadvertently stumbled upon a soft advertisement for a bank's entrepreneurial loan. Indeed, it was something he had previously written. According to Luo Ming, this promotional article was disseminated across various online forums, relying on netizens' organic sharing, which proved to be quite effective. As there was a substantial amount of criticism, Zhang Tan logged into a frequently used forum, and indeed, the disparagement was abundant. The crude individuals tarnished a beautiful love story with their base remarks. Zhang Tan chose to ignore it, closing the forum. For even criticism could be seen as a form of achievement. The Unlucky Bear project was progressing fervently, with the project team convening brief meetings every morning to report on their work's progress. Zhang Tan, leading the screenwriting team, was diligently crafting the script. And the advancement was remarkably smooth, having completed half of it in just 3 days. The script for Unlucky Bear was relatively easy to write, with each episode lasting no more than 3 minutes, featuring independent stories. Thus, those skilled in crafting jokes could achieve remarkable efficiency. Zhang Tan's career had officially entered a promising phase, showing signs of improvement. Upon hearing of his significant project, Aunt Huang prepared a sumptuous dinner to celebrate his success. After work, Zhang Tan purchased some modest gifts from the mall and, under the cover of night, made his way to Aunt Huang's home. Uncle Huang was engaged in a game of chess with Huang Mimi, who clattered the pieces against the wooden board with a resounding thud, exuding a formidable presence, while Uncle Huang sat opposite her, deep in contemplation. This clearly illustrated the dynamics of their game. Zhang Tan is here. Come quickly, let me pour you some tea. Uncle Huang exclaimed, rising hastily. Huang Mimi grasped him firmly, declaring with zest, finish this game first. Uncle Huang admonished her, Zhang Tan has arrived. Huang Mimi waved at Zhang Tan, saying, so what if he is here? He is not a stranger. Zhang Tan, consider this place your home. Feel free to act as you wish, don't hold back. Immediately, he turned to Uncle Huang and said, do not even think of escaping. Either you concede defeat or settle the debts incurred thus far. The two engaged in a heated argument over a mere 1,000 yuan, nearly jeopardizing their father-daughter relationship. Aunt Huang, busy in the kitchen, emerged wielding a spatula, admonishing, Are you all so idle? Someone come in and help me wash the vegetables. Dad, you should go, urged Huang Mimi, encouraging Uncle Huang to take action. Yet, Uncle Huang was reluctant, providing a compelling reason for his refusal. I am drenched in sweat from the game. I need a moment to recuperate. You go instead. Indeed, his argument was quite valid. If you refuse to pay, then you ought to assist in the kitchen, Huang Mimi asserted. This reasoning was sound. If money was not forthcoming, labor would suffice. My mother? Uncle Huang erupted in anger. Huang Mimi promptly evaded his gaze. My mother, she chuckled. Neither was willing to enter the kitchen to lend a hand. Observing this, Chen rolled up his sleeves and ventured into the kitchen. As he reached the entrance, a thunderous voice echoed, "Where are you?" Moments later, Aunt Huang emerged, brandishing her spatula, startling Chen, who found himself nearly face-to-face with the glistening utensil, reminiscent of ancient tortures involving searing hot metal pressed against one's skin. A wave of embarrassment washed over Aunt Huang, and her stern expression quickly morphed into a warm smile, transforming her back into the amiable Principal Huang. Chen, you sit down. We do not require your assistance here. Lao Huang, come over. Uncle Huang inquired, what is it? Wash the vegetables. What do you think I mean? Will you come or not? Faced with the prospect of Aunt Huang's wrath, Uncle Huang dared not refuse, having already quarreled with his daughter. To confront his wife would render him homeless. All right, he relented. Huang Mimi called out to his retreating figure, you owe me 1,000 yuan. Make sure to note it down. Uncle Zhang muttered under his breath about the unfilial daughter, shaking his head with a sigh. Feeling his standing at home diminishing with two women around. Is Chen coming? Huang Mimi was contemplating a scheme involving him. Chess. Ah, yes, quite simple, isn't it? Shall we have a game? Certainly, Chen replied. Huang Mimi instantly beamed and urged him to take a seat, meticulously arranging the chess pieces without requiring any assistance from Chen. As the guest, you may take the first move, Huang Mimi said. Chen, not one to hesitate, advanced a pawn, a small step forward, a significant leap for civilization. Suddenly, Huang Mimi stood up and announced, please wait a moment. I need to use the restroom. Upon her return, she casually suggested, let us add a wager to make it more interesting. How about 100 per game? I heard you landed a big project. Surely, you can afford to lose. With such encouragement, Chen could hardly decline and readily agreed. 2 minutes later, he suffered a dismal defeat. This is illogical, Chen mused. Though not particularly skilled at chess, he was certainly competent. Yet, this loss was alarmingly swift. Huang Mimi, adding salt to the wound, remarked, my father once endured the worst defeat for over 3 minutes. You, on the other hand. Observing Huang Mimi's round face, Chen noticed that since her return from a business trip, her face had grown even rounder. She had undoubtedly gained weight. This round visage stirred memories from the depths of his mind. The young woman before him was not only known for her appetite, but also for her prowess in chess. He recalled how she had participated in a special training program during her childhood, dominating her school competitions throughout elementary, middle, and high school. Having come to this realization, Zhang's doubts dissipated, and he regained his confidence. With a flourish, he produced his wallet and placed a 100 yuan note on the table, exuding an imposing presence reminiscent of Huang Mimi's earlier display. Huang Mimi chuckled, so decisive? Here, take this, perhaps you'll triumph in the next round. At that moment, Uncle Huang emerged from the kitchen with a dish in hand. Observing Huang Mimi's mischief at Zhang's expense, he revealed her ulterior motives. Zhang, do not be deceived. This woman has played me for a fool, and I unwittingly lost 10 games. Fuming, Huang Mimi retorted, what have I deceived you about? Did I force you to lose? Is it not merely a matter of skill? We are all adults, capable of our own judgment. Uncle Huang found himself at a loss for words and quietly retreated to the kitchen, where he felt more at home. Zhang, let us play again, he urged. Zhang, now cautious, declined. No, I am not your match. I will not play anymore. He was resolute, understanding that the loss of money was trivial compared to the blow to his confidence. Acknowledging that he would likely lose, and yet still feeling compelled to participate, he recognized he had no inclination for self-deprecation. Fortunately, dinner was ready, and everyone washed their hands to eat, while Zhang introduced the Unlucky Bear project. And Huang was delighted for him, her spirits soaring as she eagerly served him more food. After dinner, the task of washing the dishes fell upon the triumphant Huang Mimi. Aunt Huang and Zhang returned to the academy, prompting Uncle Huang to wander the village, concerned about potential pressures at home. leaving Huang Mimi to sigh in solitude. Upon reaching the academy, Zhang suddenly halted as they passed through the courtyard, asking Aunt Huang to return first while he took a leisurely stroll to clear his mind. As I watched Aunt Huang depart, Zhang Tan wandered beneath a row of sycamore trees lining the wall, addressing the dimly lit corner. "Come out, I can see you." The cicadas chirped melodiously from the branches above, while a small insect in the corner hummed along, and the air fell silent for a brief moment before a sweet, childlike voice broke through. "Which one do you see?" The thick accent posed a challenge to Zhang Tan's intellect. "I see you, little white mulberry flower. What mischief are you up to this time?" With a gleeful goose, 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 Little Bai emerged from beneath the sycamore, her curiosity piqued as she asked, "How did you know I was here, uncle?" "First, tell me what you are doing here," Zhang Tan replied. Little Bai tilted her head, surveying the large mulberry tree nearby. Her eyes sparkling with hope as she declared, "I want to climb the tree." It was not a question nor a plea, but a resolute statement. Without hesitation, she embraced the tree trunk, ready to ascend. Climbing was not a trivial pursuit for her. Observing her nimble movements, Zhang Tan noted that although she may not be as agile as a monkey, she certainly could match the energy of a young one, displaying a proficiency that suggested she had climbed many times before. "Isn't this unwise, Little Bai? It's quite dangerous," Zhang Tan cautioned, feeling an urge to pull her down. Yet he feared her rebellious spirit would flare, possibly leading to a bite. "This is my forte. I'm adept at scaling heights," Little Bai replied, panting with excitement. "Why do you wish to climb the tree?" Zhang Tan asked, now meeting her gaze as she had reached a considerable height. "Just for fun," she replied, meaning that her desire to climb was driven solely by whimsy. Where the heart leads, the feet follow. Embark on a journey where one can ascend the trees at will. "This may not be wise, little one. It is darkening, and the branches pose great peril. Besides, your attire is now soiled." Zhang Tan was poised to intervene, ready to retrieve the child, as she was on the verge of slipping from his grasp. "Fear not. There is no danger above. Come along, dear uncle." The headstrong little one not only persisted but also endeavored to rally him to join her. Just as she seemed poised for success in her ascent, Zhang Tan decisively intervened, bringing her back down. "What are you doing? Don't you dare. Stay away from me." Little Bai flailed about in frustration, discontented at her thwarted efforts. She glared fiercely at Zhang Tan, as if ready to leap upon him and rend him to pieces. Zhang Tan instinctively shielded his briefcase before him, a meager barrier against the spirited pup. "Do not climb the tree. It is perilous, and you are but a child." Fuming, Little Bai shot him an indignant glare, exclaiming, "You make me so furious I could breathe fire. Now move aside." Zhang Tan remained unfazed, chuckling gently. "No need for anger, no need for anger. How about watching some cartoons at my place? I have some bear-shaped drinks waiting for you." Upon hearing this, Little Bai's interest was piqued, and her ire began to wane. Yet, she shook her head in refusal. "What is this? Do you not enjoy watching cartoons?" "I do." "Then you do not like the bear-shaped drinks?" "I do." "Then why the refusal?" "The bear-shaped drinks are delightful, but I have no money." "What use is that?" "I shall treat you. It will cost you nothing." Little Bai shook her head, remaining silent, and scuttled back to the tree's edge, preparing to ascend once more. Zhang Tan blocked her path. "Do not climb the tree. I will take you for those bear-shaped drinks and cartoons. Is that not enticing?" Xiao Bai evaded him, irritably exclaiming, "What is all this fuss about fragrance? I've told you, I'm broke. No money, no drinks." How infuriating. Even offering her a beverage provoked her ire. She was quite the challenge to manage. Zhang Tan observed her climbing yet again and decided to summon Teacher Xiao Lu. From a distance, Teacher Xiao Lu was about to call out to halt her. But Zhang Tan quickly interjected, "Be careful not to startle her. She might fall." Indeed, Teacher Xiao Lu hurried over. But Xiao Bai had already spotted her and exerted all her strength to hasten her ascent, climbing quickly, climbing high. Though Teacher Xiao Lu attempted to catch her, she was a step too late, managing to seize her just in time, bringing her down and firmly ordering her back to the classroom. Xiao Bai, grumbling and sulking, was escorted away, while Zhang Tan watched their figures retreat, feeling a sense of accomplishment for averting a potential mishap. Upon returning home, Zhang Tan refreshed himself, feeling considerably rejuvenated. Just as he settled onto the sofa to watch a film, he suddenly recalled that his public account had gone days without an update. He imagined the scolding he would receive. Opening the video platform, he noticed over 50 unread messages in the upper right corner of his account. Upon reviewing them, he found they were all urging him to update and inquiring about his silence. One message stood out distinctly. "I am Li Rie. the planning manager of Yonglong Cultural Entertainment Company. I would like to discuss a collaboration. If interested, please add me on WeChat. Yonglong Cultural Entertainment Company? Planning manager? Zhang Tan pondered for a moment, refraining from making an immediate decision. After browsing through the other messages, he returned to this one, contemplating that if it were not a scam, it might be an invitation for advertising collaboration. Zhang Tan opened his account and was astonished to find that his follower count had reached an impressive 160,000, bestowing him with considerable advertising potential. Most importantly, he operated a professional film and television account, while the other party claimed to be from Yonglong Entertainment Company, which, by its name, appeared to be a film enterprise. During the late nights spent creating videos for his Xiaoyu account, he had aimed solely to attract advertisements, and now, his efforts bore fruit. Zhang Tan began by searching for Yonglong Entertainment Company online. To his delight, he discovered that such a company indeed existed. Its official website revealed a substantial operation engaged in film and television production. Upon perusing the list of released works, he recognized one title he had seen and was aware of two others. This was a legitimate company with notable strength in the industry. Zhang Tan sent a WeChat request to Li Rui, and within a minute, it was accepted. Hello, are you the renowned up master, Tan Weigua? I am Li Rui, the marketing manager at Yonglong Entertainment Company. Zhang Tan refrained from responding immediately and instead browsed through the other party's moments, encountering numerous posts related to film and television, even including photos with celebrities. Although he understood that if the individual were a fraud, their moments would likely be meticulously curated to conceal any flaws. He found himself inexplicably inclined to extend a measure of trust. Hello, Manager Li, my name is Zhang Tan. What can I do for you? The other party succinctly conveyed his intentions, aligning perfectly with Zhang Tan's suspicions. They wished to place advertisements on his public account. Mr. Zhang, would you be available for a phone call? We can discuss this in detail. Zhang Tan took the initiative to initiate a voice call, noting that the other party sounded relatively young. After a conversation lasting over 10 minutes, they concluded their discussion, agreeing to meet the following evening at 7 p.m. in a CAF on Shichang'an Street. Specifically, Yonglong Entertainment Company has produced a film that has recently premiered and is currently engaged in promotional activities, catching the attention of Zhang Tan on this platform. Zhang Tan discovered the film mentioned by Li Rui, titled Tomorrow's You, a youthful romantic tale, produced by Yonglong Entertainment Company with an investment purportedly amounting to 80 million. The lead actors and director are quite renowned. Uncertain of what tomorrow may unfold, he dismissed such thoughts, closed the webpage, and prepared for a new video. Regardless of whether today's advertisement proves fruitful, it signifies that as long as there are fans, advertisers will inevitably seek him out, and the prospects for financial gain are indeed promising. Energized, Zhang Tan busied himself until a knock at the door interrupted him. It was most likely Xiao Bai, the only one who would come knocking at this hour. Upon opening the door and looking down, indeed, it was Xiao Bai. Uncle, here are some fries for you, he said, presenting a small paper bag filled with a handful of fries. Are these for me? Ah, thank you. Zhang Tan sighed in relief, fearing that Xiao Bai might have come to confront him for reporting to teacher Xiao Lu. In a spirit of reciprocation, he welcomed Xiao Bai with warmth. Come in. Come in, have a seat. Where did you get these from? I thought you were short on cash. Xiao Bai did not enter, but instead placed the fries in Zhang Tan's hands. These are from Chen Cheng's dad. Ah, Chen Cheng's dad? Zhang Tan exclaimed in surprise, noticing Xiao Bai's innocent expression, and quickly inquired with a hint of humor, what does that mean? Perhaps the playful banter had bridged the gap between them. As Xiao Bai giggled and explained, it means dad. Dad, I thought it was from a strange uncle. Did Cheng Cheng's father just drop these off? Xiao Bai nodded in agreement, revealing that Ming Cheng's father had just taken the little one away, leaving behind the purchased fries and chicken wings. We had already devoured the chicken wings. Xiao Bai candidly expressed that the wings were no longer an option for Zhang Tan. The fries, however, were her saving grace. Otherwise, Zhang Tan would have been left empty-handed. Glancing at the clock, Zhang Tan noted it was already 10 p.m., astonished by how early Ming Cheng's father had come today, as he usually didn't finish work until after 11. Have you eaten? Zhang Tan inquired. Go ahead and eat, was the reply. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai's expression soured slightly as she waved her hand dismissively. I saved this for you. Just eat it. Why the fuss? I will eat, of course. I particularly enjoy fries. This declaration instantly brightened Xiao Bai's mood, and she twirled around Zhang Tan's feet in delight. The meaning behind her actions eluded comprehension. A perplexing behavior indeed. Take your time eating. I must be off now. Come and sit for a while, she suggested. Zhang Tan refrained from mentioning the little bear drink, fearing it might backfire. With a graceful wave of her tiny hand, Xiaobai departed without a trace of gloom. Clad in a white princess dress, Cheng looked charming, while Xiaobai donned a blue sports outfit, bouncing down the stairs, her cheerful footsteps awakening the hallway lights. Upon reaching the corner, she glanced back at Zhang Tan, flashed a smile, and hopped away, vanishing from sight. It was the first time Zhang Tan had witnessed her smile today. After waiting a moment to confirm that Xiaobai would not return, he closed the door and settled at his desk, extracting a warm fry from the small bag left behind. The flavor was delightful. Zhang Tan found himself devoid of the desire to create a video. The enticing little packet of fries commanded all his attention and sentiment. Before him stood a window, through which the sounds of voices drifted in. Zhang Tan observed a plump man leading a little girl away. The man turned back, waving and saying, "Goodbye, Xiaobai, see you tomorrow. I will take Cheng home now, and you should head home early too." It was Meng Cheng and her father. Had they not already departed? Why were they still here? Xiaobai had just mentioned this. Cheng's father had brought fries and chicken wings, taken her away, and then she had delivered the fries. However, it now appeared that Meng Cheng and her father had only just left, remaining downstairs all along. Dressed in a white princess gown, Meng Cheng resembled a little princess, her smile radiant as she nestled closely against her father, her innocence blooming like a delicate flower on this evening. Zhang Tan watched as Meng Cheng and her father vanished beneath the streetlight at the entrance of the Little Red Horse Academy. He wrapped up the unfinished fries to save for later, retrieved a watermelon and a cantaloupe from the refrigerator, and cut them into small pieces in the kitchen. He packed them into a disposable container, prepared 3 fruit forks, and stepped outside. The first floor was brightly lit, yet eerily quiet. The children had already gone upstairs to sleep. Nevertheless, Zhang Tan knew there was still one child remaining. In the corner of the reading area, he found Xiaobai, engrossed in a picture book. Hearing footsteps, Xiaobai looked up, and upon seeing Zhang Tan, exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle, why aren't you asleep yet?" Zhang Tan sat beside her on a small stool, opting instead to sit on the floor, and opened the fruit box. "Have some watermelon and cantaloupe," he offered, adding, "No saying you have no money. This is my treat. I finished your fries. They were delicious." Xiaobai gazed at him, her eyes wide and innocent. Zhang Tan gazed at her for 3 or 4 seconds, during which neither spoke. "Children shouldn't overthink. Don't you feel thirsty after eating fries?" "I certainly do." He produced a fruit fork, speared a piece of watermelon, and offered it to Xiaobai. "Here, take it." Xiaobai placed her picture book on her lap, grasping the fruit fork with her right hand while her left hand supported the fruit below to prevent any juice from dripping onto the floor. Zhang Tan chuckled. "A watermelon-loving child." Xiaobai's eyebrows twitched. "Claws? Did you say claws?" No, I said nothing of the sort. I meant to say we all adore watermelon." "Humph. Uncle, tell the story of the windmill and AFO." Zhang Tan noticed the book resting on her lap was indeed AFO the field mouse. "Do you really enjoy this picture book?" He had often seen Xiaobai engrossed in AFO the field mouse. Xiaobai nodded affirmatively, expressing her fondness for it. Zhang Tan lifted the book from her lap, opened to the page she was reading, and began to narrate. One day, the field mice saw AFO sitting there, staring blankly at the vast prairie. They asked him, "AFO, why aren't you working? What are you doing?" AFO replied, "I am collecting colors." The other field mice inquired, "What colors are you collecting?" Xiaobai, munching on the watermelon like a little mouse, interjected, "The green of the prairie." Zhang Tan praised her. "Xiaobai, you are truly clever." "Indeed, AFO is collecting the green of the prairie." The other field mice then asked, "Why do you need to collect green? Isn't it right before your eyes? There's no need for you to gather it." Xiaobai chimed in once more. "Because winter is gray. Why collect the verdant essence of the grasslands? For winter is rather dreary. Have you seen that episode? Just a guess on my part." Little Bai, with a beaming smile, wiggled her tiny feet, evidently delighted and proud, yet soon questioned whether the uncle was merely teasing her. She leaned in to inspect the picture book. "What does it say inside?" Zhang Tan pointed out the text. "These words, 'Winter is dreary,' do they not echo your thoughts?" Little Bai pondered for a moment, then earnestly nodded. "Indeed, splendid. This is my forte." Zhang Tan, amused by her pretense, stifled a laugh. Diverting his gaze back to the picture book, which stated, "Ah Fu said, because there is no food in winter." "But Little Bai, aren't you illiterate? How has it suddenly become your forte?" "A child must embrace humility." He had long understood that Little Bai typically relied on guessing, interpreting images, or seeking explanations from her peers. Why are you laughing? Little Bai fixed her serious gaze upon him, seemingly having caught Zhang Tan in a chuckle. He quickly adopted a solemn demeanor, vehemently denying, "No, absolutely not. I did not laugh." "Really, did you not laugh?" "Truly, I did not laugh. What would I laugh at? How could I know what you find amusing? Are you laughing at my illiteracy?" Zhang Tan swore to the heavens. "I absolutely did not. Why would I mock such a thing? You are still a child, merely 4 years old. It is quite normal not to read. Many children do not know how to read. With time, as you grow, you shall learn." "Is that really true?" "Indeed, it is. Are you not just teasing Little Bai? Am I amusing you? You nearly made me chuckle. I assure you, I am not jesting. Instead, I could teach you to read." "Why, you ask? What do you mean by why? Why should I teach you to read when you are not my close friend?" "Oh, it appears that despite our current state, we are not considered good friends. It makes me want to weep." Perhaps it is because upon seeing Zhang Tan, my expression fell, and Xiaobai added, "You are too grown up. All my good friends are rather naive." "What are you then? Do your close friends have to be of a diminutive stature? Does my size disqualify me? After all, I am a person. Can't you see that I am indeed a human being?" Let us return to reading the picture book. As they munched on watermelon, engrossed in the tales within the book, teacher Xiao Lu arrived. Upon noticing Zhang Tan and Xiao Bai deep in conversation, she quietly retreated. At the stroke of midnight, Xiao Bai yawned. Zhang Tan set down the picture book and suggested, "You must be tired. Perhaps you should rest in your dormitory for a while." Xiao Bai shook her head, gazing towards the door. Her aunt was on her way. Indeed, within moments, Xiao Bai's aunt emerged from the shadows of the night, vanishing just as quickly, this time accompanied by an additional child. Strolling through the quiet alley, the dim yellow streetlights cast a soft glow upon the cobblestone path. Xiao Bai hurriedly scampered along, occasionally breaking into a light jog to keep pace with her aunt. "Aunt, are you tired today?" asked Xiao Bai. Ma Lanhua, holding her small hand, barely glanced at her, eager to return home. "Claus, why do you ask such a thing? Just showing concern for you. Aren't you feeling well? You, foolish child, I am well aware of your desires. What mischief are you planning? Is your tongue silenced? Have I struck a nerve, you silly one? My irritation flares like an inferno. Speak once more, if you dare." Tang Sung rides his horse with a rhythmic thud, trailed by Sun Wukong. "Have you taken to singing again?" Today, Auntie dressed Chung Chung in a princess gown, looking utterly delightful. Let us refrain from these trivial matters and return home to rest early. Little Bai has fallen silent, the only sound being the echo of footsteps. After a while, "Auntie, are you feeling weary today? What do you wish to discuss?" Luo Zikong remarked that my attire is suited for spring, yet we are now in summer. I lament the heat. I once smelled as sweet as Chung Chung, but now, having perspired, I have turned rather unpleasant. "Ah, indeed, you are still clad in long sleeves. When you get home, I shall find you some summer garments." "Ha, there is a princess dress. And a hammer." The next evening, Little Bai donned that striking red attire once more, but unlike yesterday, her sleeves were rolled up. Nevertheless, the child was still perspiring profusely, and with her penchant for running about, she quickly transformed from fragrant to foul. To mitigate further odor, she was compelled to remain in the classroom, seated beneath the air conditioning, perusing picture books, or engaging in games and songs with her peers. Alas, playing football was out of the question, such a pity. The sun had yet to set, and the summer evening was adorned with a resplendent twilight, as the golden rays of the sun spread across the sky. In the Xiaohongma Academy, the lush greenery cast dancing shadows, while unknown birds chirped softly from within the leaves, creating a picturesque scene that perfectly suited the children who ran about joyfully, their laughter ringing out. However, Little Bai could only remain at home, dutifully waiting. He went to seek out Zhang Tan, knocking on the door, but no one answered. Zhang had not yet returned. After work, Zhang Tan, as per their arrangement, was to meet Li Rue from Yonglong Entertainment Company at a CAF on West Chang'an Street. He arrived 10 minutes early and had just settled into a seat when a young man approached him, inquiring, "Are you Mr. Zhang Tan?" Zhang scrutinized the individual, who appeared to be no older than 30, with an unremarkable physique and appearance, donning a pair of black-rimmed glasses and carrying a black leather bag. Rising to his feet, Zhang replied, "That would be me." "Are you manager Li?" "Indeed, I am Li Rue." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Zhang," came the response. Zhang invited him to sit. "You look quite youthful, and your videos are excellent." Zhang ordered 2 cups of coffee, and they began discussing the potential collaboration. Without unnecessary preamble, Li Rui presented his offer, a request for Zhang to create a commercial advertisement spanning 5 consecutive episodes for a remuneration of 30,000. Although Zhang had never engaged in advertising before, he had done his research and had certain expectations. Li Rui's offer was reasonable, though not particularly high. After some negotiation, they ultimately agreed upon a sum of 40,000 for the 5 episodes of the advertisement. The advertisement was to promote the film Tomorrow's You, which was set to premiere soon, coinciding with the latter half of the summer blockbuster season. Li Rui retrieved a contract from his briefcase and, upon signing with Zhang Tan, concluded their meeting and departed. Commercial advertisements represent one of the myriad forms of advertising, alongside others such as in-credits ads and specialized videos tailored for Tomorrow's You, among various covert promotional endeavors. However, Zhang Tan possesses a keen awareness of his standing. As a modest content creator, he recognizes that advertisers may not accord him significant attention, and securing any advertising opportunities is already a considerable achievement. In contrast, Li Rui's proposal is notably sincere. Should the effectiveness of these 5 advertisements prove fruitful, there may be prospects for a deeper collaboration in the future. The initial payment of 30,000 yuan is to be made, with an additional 20,000 yuan to be settled upon the conclusion of the 5 ad placements. The counterpart has stipulated a requirement. The subsequent 5 videos must be completed within a fortnight. Currently, Zhang Tan averages 1 video every 3 days, yet due to the recent initiation of the Unfortunate Bear project, there might be a slight delay. Nevertheless, he has now regained momentum, as the scriptwriting has entered a productive phase, with 5 individuals collaborating seamlessly, relieving him from the burden of solitary brainstorming, thus allowing ample time amidst their other commitments. Having earned a profit, Zhang Tan decided to purchase a case of bear beverages. Upon returning to the urban village and parking his vehicle, he encountered Huang Mimi on her way home. The young lady was dressed quite formally in a tailored women's suit and a fitted skirt. She first greeted Zhang Tan. Then her gaze shifted downward to the bear beverages he was carrying, whereupon an enormous, adorably embarrassing bear caught her eye. Huang Mimi immediately displayed a look of disdain, and Zhang Tan could almost hear a peculiar scoff. "No more alcohol, now drinking bear?" she inquired. "Occasionally, but primarily for the children," Zhang Tan clarified. "Oh, come on. Can't an adult male drink beer?" "Xiaobai enjoys it," she retorted. "Xiaobai." Huang Mimi, taken aback, pouted, assuming he was unaware of her sentiments. Zhang Tan and Xiaobai had never gotten along, and Zhang Tan had even been bitten by Xiaobai. Would he truly purchase a teddy bear for Xiaobai? Observing her expression, and recalling the previous incident where he had bought socks for children, he surmised that in Miss Huang's eyes, he had become somewhat of a weirdo. He could not be bothered to explain. "Let us go." With a click of her high heels, Huang Mimi followed closely, inquisitively asking Zhang Tan, "Guess who I ran into today?" "Who?" "Guess." "I, huh? But you ran into me. How dull." Noticing that Zhang Tan showed no interest in guessing, she reluctantly divulged. "It was Tang Yu." "Tang Yu?" Zhang Tan pondered, recalling the individual who had messaged and called him several times. He had responded to a few texts, but never answered her calls. "What is up? Remembering now? Isn't she your ex-girlfriend?" Huang Mimi probed with curiosity. Zhang Tan replied succinctly, "As you said, she is my ex-girlfriend, so what is there to discuss? Let us not gossip, let us go goodbye. Oh, by the way, a small piece of advice, refrain from wearing that short skirt. It makes your backside appear quite large." Huang Mimi stood frozen, tilting her head to assess her figure, but could only glimpse a fraction of it. Indeed, it did seem rather pronounced. She hastened to catch up with Zhang Tan, asserting, "A larger backside looks better." "EW." Zhang Tan retorted in disdain, "It appears rather vulgar." Zhang Tan had already quickened his pace to escape. Upon returning to the academy, Zhang Tan encountered a multitude of children chattering excitedly in the classroom, engaged in games. Although he could not locate Xiaobai, her cheerful voice was unmistakable amidst the crowd. After arriving home, he unpacked an entire box of teddy bear beverages and placed them in the refrigerator. Following a refreshing shower and a change of clothes, he settled back at his desk, immersing himself in video production. Only under pressure does one find motivation. Otherwise, he might have postponed his tasks once again. At 10:30 in the evening, he shut down his computer and descended the stairs for a stroll, intending to check on Xiaobai, only to learn that she had already gone to bed. With Xiaobai absent, the first floor felt eerily vacant. The children had either been picked up or were asleep on the second floor. As Zhang Tan meandered through the courtyard, He was approached by a portly man. His yellowed white shirt stretched to its limits, almost bursting at the seams. "Hello, Mr. Zhang," the man greeted. Zhang Tan recognized him as Meng Guangxin, the father of Meng Chengqing. "Good day, here to pick up Chengqing? You're earlier than usual today." "Finished my tasks, so I took off work early," Meng Guangxin replied. "Are you on the night shift?" "Night shift? No, it's a 9 to 5 job, haha. Then this overtime is rather extreme. Not 996, but rather 007, Zhang Tan chuckled, skillfully redirecting the conversation. "Chengqing is currently asleep. Perhaps you should go check on her." "All right, goodbye, Mr. Zhang. Farewell." Zhang Tan watched as Meng Guangxin entered the building, noticing the man's back drenched in sweat, clinging to his skin. Soon after, Meng Guangxin emerged, cradling Chengqing, who was adorned in a lovely princess dress. Nestled in her father's embrace, peacefully slumbering like a little kitten. Zhang Tan was certainly aware of the voluminous skirt. The entire staff and children at Little Red Horse Academy were well informed. On the very first day Meng Chengqing arrived, she became the center of attention. Little girls were envious. Little boys found her delightful, and the teachers praised her cuteness. The bashful Meng Chengqing often sported a flushed face these days, her eyes shimmering with light, and she exuded a sweet fragrance, reminiscent of a blossoming cantaloupe. Meng Guangxin exchanged a silent smile with Zhang Tan as he cradled Meng Chengqing and gradually departed from the academy. As the clock approached midnight, Xiaobai was picked up by her aunt. She sulked in silence, refusing to converse with her aunt, who had promised her a summer outfit the previous day but failed to deliver, merely teasing her instead. Once home, Xiaobai hurried into the bathroom for a shower, remaining inside for quite some time. Ma Lanhua called out, "Xiaobai, what are you doing in there? Washing up? After all this time? Are you not finished? Do you have such a large face that it takes this long? You're being ridiculous. Will you come out or not? I'm telling you to come out. You little rascal. Come out." Suddenly, a playful tune escaped her lips. Tang Sung rides his horse, Dong Dong, followed by Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong runs fast, closely pursued by Zhu Beiji. Ma Lanhua exclaimed, "Why are you singing now? You little rascal, come out." The door to the bathroom was forcefully pushed open by Ma Lanhua. Upon seeing Xiaobai crouched on the floor playing with water, she shouted furiously, "You little rascal! What nonsense are you singing? Behold you, feigning to cleanse yourself, yet merely frolicking in the water. Does your posterior itch for a reprimand?" Swoosh, nimble as a sprite, Bai extricated herself from beneath her aunt's arm, darting with alacrity to her diminutive bed. There, ensconced in a nook, she brandished her miniature water pistol, casting a fierce gaze upon her aunt, feigning a menacing demeanor. "Dare not provoke me," she lisped, "for my tiny water gun possesses formidable power. Rest assured." The diminutive weapon was replete with aquatic ammunition, having been recently replenished, and harbor no doubt, should one incur her displeasure, she would discharge its contents with unwavering resolve. Precedent existed, albeit each instance culminated in a spanking. Yet, provocation would invariably elicit a renewed aquatic assault, drenching the transgressor's visage. This cherished instrument of aqueous warfare had been bestowed upon her by her beloved grandmother, ostensibly to safeguard her person. Thus, upon encountering individuals of dubious character, she would unhesitatingly deploy her liquid arsenal. The aunt pursued, exclaiming, "Ah, so you brandish your water pistol at me once more, do you? Do you intend to douse me? Should you dare, I shall retaliate with tenfold spanks upon your posterior." Bai retorted fiercely, "Withdraw yourself, and I shall refrain from dousing you." The aunt, incensed, exclaimed, "You impudent scamp, you ignite my ire." Bai, equally defiant, countered, "Nay, it is I who am consumed by indignation. How dare you feign indignation? You revel in aquatic indulgence, yet claim justification?" Bai's gaze darted erratically, as if acknowledging the absence of justification. "Hark, auntie, lend thine ear," she chirped. "Dost thou not perceive the sonorous snores of uncle?" Marigold needed not strain her auditory senses, for the stentorian snores reverberated with thunderous intensity, audible to all. "He is but a swine," she declared. "What shall we do? What manner of course shall we pursue? Uncle, are we not going to sleep? It is rather late. Let us rest. Please pause for a moment. What is the matter? Do you wish to fight? If so, I shall bestow upon you the garments suited for summer. Do not dare to call me a shrew, lest you find your posterior in distress." What? What? Do I truly have new clothes? Honk, honk, honk. Little Bai sprang up with glee, laughter bubbling forth like a honking goose. Malinhua handed her a neatly folded garment, teasingly chiding, "You deny being a simpleton. yet you embody the very essence of one. You silly girl. Little Bai beamed as she admired her new attire, accepting the labels of simpleton and fool with good humor. Anthony added, I have prepared several outfits for you. Startled, Little Bai's excitement surged to new heights as she eagerly inquired, where are they? They are hidden away. Are there any princess dresses? None. Why not? Simply put, there are none. May I see them? Not a chance. You shall have to wait until you are ready to wear them. Aunt, you are exceedingly lovely. Nonsense, I am rather plain. How can you say I'm plain when I compliment you? When I offer you clothes, you say I am lovely, yet when I withhold them, you call me a shrew. Isn't that rather contradictory? Say what you will, I remain unconcerned about your opinions. She was disinterested in banter with her aunt. Her entire focus was captivated by the garment in her hands. This is a short-sleeved garment, adorned in red and white, emblazoned with two prominent digits, 33, and the characters. Little Bai, glancing from left to right, sensed something amiss. She leaped off her small bed and followed her aunt, inquiring, Aunt, why does this resemble a boy's outfit? Her aunt replied, Who says this is a boy's clothing? Little Bai was not easily deceived. She confidently asserted, This is undoubtedly a boy's clothing. I am a girl. How could you be mistaken? Her aunt retorted, Where's the error? You are merely a child. There is no need to distinguish between boys' and girls' clothing. Your hair resembles that of a boy. Little Bai tugged at her own hair, which indeed was short, unlike Ching Ching, Xiaomi, and Lulu. But she was undeniably a girl. I squat to urinate, hence I am a girl, and this outfit is meant for boys. Aunt, what shall we do? Her aunt, growing impatient, said, Do you really need to question it? If you don't want it, then give it back to me. As she reached for the garment, Little Bai quickly dashed away, exclaiming, What are you doing? I am merely expressing my thoughts. Truly, you are so unkind. You just said I look beautiful, and now you claim I am unlovable. You are so unfair. Go to bed. Why must I sleep now? I want to admire my new attire. Look at the time. It's already past 1. Aunt, why isn't it a princess dress? Her aunt, silent in response, abruptly turned off the light, infuriating Little Bai. The sun will rise soon. The rooster will crow. Her aunt, equally frustrated, leapt up from the bed, not waking, but feigning a dramatic resurrection. Go to bed. Tomorrow. I still have to attend to my duties. I do not lead a life of leisure like you. I too am not at ease. I am occupied indeed. What are you so busy with? I. Speak up. What keeps you so occupied? I am engaged in counting the stars. How absurd. How am I absurd? Hush, Annie needs her rest. Auntie, why do you claim I am absurd? You simply are. Why am I absurd? Enough questions. I wish to sleep. Then why do you insist on calling me absurd? If you do not retire soon, beware, for little spirits may come seeking you. The little spirits are just like me. Mere children, we are good friends, so what do I have to fear? If they come seeking you, how will you handle it? You insolent child. You are in need of discipline, aren't you? Then why do you call me absurd? Speak up. In the darkness, the fiery spirit of the melon flower flared in anger, rising to capture Little White unexpectedly. Little White, infuriated, exclaimed, Why did you not announce your arrival? You caught me unprepared. Enough of your nonsense. With a swift motion, 3 playful slaps landed on Little White's rear. Little White, silent through the punishment, seethed with anger afterward, grumbling for quite some time. As sleepiness began to envelop her, the once buoyant Little White, now calmed by a mere garment, finally settled down. At dawn the next day, Little White's uncle and aunt had to rise early, for the construction site commenced work each morning at 6. Malinois prepared breakfast consisting of steamed buns and noodles, placing them upon the dining table and covering them with a food dome. Before departing, she approached Xiao Bai's small bed and gently pinched her little face. The child slept soundly, oblivious to her presence. Malinois pinched her again. Upon opening her eyes and seeing her aunt, Xiao Bai irritably muttered, What are you doing? Little one. We are off to work now. You must behave and stay at home, understood? Understood. You are so comfortable, still sleeping, Xiao Bai replied. But I am just a child. She added, We are leaving now. Do not go back to sleep. Come have breakfast. There are buns and noodles, and we will have the same for lunch. Soon. The sound of the door closing echoed, and the house fell silent. Xiao Bai turned over and resumed her deep slumber. Each day unfolded in this manner. Her uncle and aunt worked during the day while she remained at home alone, only to venture outside after they returned in the evening. For Xiao Bai, the day truly commenced after dusk. The daytime was monotonous, filled with solitude. However, on this particular day, she felt no boredom, for she had new clothes. Countless times, she twirled in front of the mirror, unable to resist admiring herself, giggling foolishly and emitting honking sounds. At the Pujiang Film Studio, another routine morning meeting took place. After its conclusion, Director Li called Zhang Tan aside. Wang Jun from the television station has asked us to wait a moment. She wishes to discuss the project's progress. Wang Jun is the director of Pujiang television station. Very well, Zhang Tan replied. He returned to his office to organize the day's tasks before heading to the television station with Director Li. The script will be completed by next Wednesday, Zhang Tan stated. Wang Jun, so soon? Zhang Tan. It is merely the script. The subsequent production process is what consumes the most time. Li Liang interjected. Indeed, as you are aware, the first 10 episodes of the script have already been finalized, and a team has commenced work on them. We will proceed in groups of 10 episodes, ensuring that the first 10 are completed by the end of the year. The storyline of Unlucky Bear is straightforward, and the characters are rather simplistic, thus making the production relatively effortless. Wang Jun nodded, refraining from further comments. After grasping the situation, she concluded by stating that the television station would assign personnel to the project team, after which she would no longer personally inquire, as she lacked the time and energy to do so. Although Director Li was somewhat surprised, he found it unsurprising. It is quite common for investors to send representatives to the team, and he thought nothing of it. Today, Zhang Tan finished work rather early, went to the market to buy groceries, and prepared to cook dinner for himself. He recalled the cold noodles he had made last time, which had turned out quite delectable. This time he would continue with that, and with the previous experience, his skills would surely improve. Upon entering the academy, he felt a bit awkward about letting old Li see the ingredients for his cold noodles. Otherwise, upon learning of his fondness for this dish, Li would undoubtedly bring it to him again next time. Just as he entered the academy, he was spotted by Xiaobai. This lively little girl bounced over to him, her face beaming with a smile, though she remained silent. Zhang Tan sensed something different about her today, but could not quite place it until Xiaobai tugged at his clothing. Ah. He understood and congratulated her. You're wearing new clothes today. Wow, you look adorable. Today, Xiaobai had finally forsaken her usual attire and donned a red and white soccer jersey, emblazoned with a large 33 and the name Messi. Zhang Tan recognized the home jersey of a certain Premier League team, but the name Messi seemed out of place. How did Messi end up here? Moreover, he was wearing the number 33, a clear indication that it was not a primary player's number. It was undoubtedly a counterfeit jersey, Zhang Tan mused. A product of unscrupulous merchants seeking profit, and clearly a sign of ignorance in football. He refrained from pointing it out. The jersey appeared somewhat oversized on Xiaobai, hanging loosely, the hem reaching her thighs, accentuating her adorable and petite figure, reminiscent of a little sister who had stealthily donned her brother's clothing. Additionally, it was not new. Signs of wear were evident, particularly the number 33, where the second 3 showed signs of abrasion. This shirt feels so cool, Xiaobai exclaimed joyfully, bouncing around the yard like a carefree little bird. Uncle, come play with me. She grabbed a football and, with all her might, kicked it towards Zhang Tan. Following the trajectory of the rolling ball, Zhang Tan deftly flicked it up with his toes, juggling it a few times before gently returning it to Xiaobai. As Xiaobai readied herself, her determination palpable, she struck the ball with a vigorous hey, sending it soaring. Zhang Tan and Xiaobai lifted their heads, watching the ball soar into the distance. It landed outside the school gate. What a powerful kick, Xiaobai. Xiaobai chuckled, a hint of pride in her voice. As if propelled by the wind, she dashed out rapidly, shouting, chase it. That is my ball. Outside the gate, a few middle school students, on their way home, happened to catch the errant football. Standing outside the iron gate, Xiaobai anxiously called out, that's mine. You're so little, can you even kick a football? The boy who found the football gazed curiously at Xiaobai, discussing her jersey with those nearby. Pause. That's my forte, he exclaimed. Ha ha ha, little sister, if you call me brother, I'll return it to you. Give me back my ball, Xiaobai insisted. You call me brother, or I'll tell on you to the teacher. Go ahead and tell our teacher. I'm leaving, he said, attempting to take the football away. Xiaobai anxiously turned to Zhang Tan, who was 3 to 4 meters behind her. Upon noticing her distress, he called out, throw the football back here. Seeing an adult present, the boy refrained from teasing Xiaobai further and tossed the ball back, leaving with a shout, little one, let us play football next time. This remark piqued Xiaobai's interest. Oh, so you are my opponent now? She mused. Beyond just challenges, she was now organizing matches. Zhang Tan urged her to return, explaining that the boy was merely jesting, and that she mustn't take it seriously. Even if he meant it, It's dangerous for someone so small to play on the field. You might get knocked over by the ball. Luo Zikong arrived, and Xiaobai gave a disdainful snort from a distance. Zhang Tin suggested, "Why not go play with Luo Zikong? I need to head back to prepare dinner." However, Xiaobai had no intention of seeking out Luo Zikong. Clutching the football, she trailed behind Zhang Tan, peppering him with questions about what he had eaten, what he planned to have, and whether there were any gaga, a type of food. She followed him all the way to the doorstep, where he invited her inside, but she darted away, not straying far. Instead, she positioned herself beneath the kitchen window, playfully bouncing the ball while continuing her chat with Zhang Tan until other children arrived, prompting her to finally depart. Just as when she first encountered Zhang Tan, Xiaobai was currently boasting about her attire to every child arriving at the academy. Luo Zikong, with a hint of envy, remarked, "Your clothes are far too large." Xiaobai, with a haughty snort, retorted that this allowed her to wear them until she turned 5. Luo Zikong countered, "Your outfit is meant for boys. You're a silly child." Xiaobai swiftly retaliated, rendering Luo Zikong no match for her, prompting him to retreat, unable to contend with this spirited girl from Sichuan. Xiaomi arrived, followed by Shen Lulu, and notably, Meng Chengcheng, who had been the center of attention lately. She floated in wearing a princess-like tulle dress that evoked envy from all the children. However, today another child fancied herself a princess, Xiaobai. Although clad in a sports jersey, she delighted in the game of football, embracing her own version of royalty. Under Xiaobai's leadership, the 3 children frolicked in the courtyard, sharing their exuberance with every passerby, every teacher, and every tiny creature hidden among the trees and grass. Eventually, they gathered beneath the sycamore tree, peering through the iron gate, as they began their daily ritual of observing the pedestrians on the street. Meanwhile, Zhang Tan was preparing cold noodles, the evening meal for that night. The golden sun dipped gracefully into the Little Red Horse Academy, casting its warm glow through his window, almost within reach. He switched off the air conditioning and opened the window. The evening air had cooled significantly. The mulberry tree swayed in the breeze, its palm-sized leaves rustling melodiously, while the refreshing evening wind caressed the greenery. From the vantage point of the kitchen window, he could see Xiaobai and her companions gathered beneath the sycamore tree. Although the sound of their chattering was inaudible, one could easily infer their excitement from their animated gestures. The children, merely 3 to 4 years of age, brimmed with curiosity about the world around them, particularly the bustling West Chang'an Street, which offered a plethora of sights and experiences. The sight of a Siberian husky passing by elicited shrieks of delight, had the dog not been leashed. They might have engaged it in conversation from across the iron railing on that splendid evening. A gleaming yellow Lamborghini, gliding by at a leisurely pace, sparked their critique. As they collectively lamented its unappealing design, Zhang Tan mused that if he could overhear their spirited discussions, the television in the living room could be turned off. For the evening news paled in comparison to their innocent and effervescent chatter. Zhang Tan procured 2 packets of cold noodles, recalling how he and Xiaobai had devoured an entire packet last time, just the right amount. He retrieved one from the refrigerator, opened it, and submerged it in cold water to soak. During Xiaobai's previous visit, she had relished the cold noodles, even going so far as to sing a little tune afterward. With that in mind, Zhang Tan decided to soak an entire packet for her, planning to call her over once it was ready. Then he thought of Shen Lulu and the others. Perhaps he should invite Shen Lulu, Meng Chengcheng, and Xiaomi as well, to ensure no one felt left out. Thus, Zhang Tan opened the refrigerator once more and unwrapped another packet of cold noodles, placing it in the water alongside the first. Even if the children couldn't finish it all, any leftovers could be stored in the refrigerator. Frozen cold noodles would only enhance in flavor over time. The cold noodles required soaking in cold water for over 10 minutes, so Zhang Tan seized the opportunity to prepare the cold noodle soup, following the same recipe as before. He mixed together white sugar, rice vinegar, and crystal white pear, along with a beef broth. Having completed this task, it was time to prepare the supplementary ingredients. Last time, I dined on seafood with Xiaobai, and this occasion would be no different, albeit with a different selection. As I busied myself, I glanced up to see a few elementary school students, backpacks in tow, conversing with Xiaobai beneath the parasol tree outside the wall. Suddenly, Xiaobai dashed away, while the group of boys outside giggled and pointed at her. Noticing this, Shen Lulu followed suit, with Xiaomi and Chengqing trailing slightly behind but eventually catching up. The young students, observing the commotion, gradually wandered away along the perimeter wall. At that moment, Xiaobai emerged from the building, sprinted to the entrance. and shouted something at them through the iron gate. Old Li from the guard station stepped out to speak with the children, sending them away before returning to escort the agitated Xiaobai back inside. Zhang Tin sensed something amiss. Xiaobai appeared overly distressed, and it seemed as though she was wiping away tears. He quickly washed his hands, exited, and hurried to the academy's entrance, where he found Xiaobai in tears, comforted by old Li, with Chengcheng, Lulu, and Xiaomi surrounding her. What happened? Zhang Tan inquired, puzzled. Did those boys bully Xiaobai? I am going to confront them. The boys had not strayed far, and noticing Zhang Tan's intention to pursue, old Li hastily interjected, No, young Master Zhang, that is not the reason. It is something else. Zhang Tan paused to ask, what is the reason? Xiaobai raised her hand to wipe her tears, silent yet sorrowful. Old Li then suggested, come, let us sit in the guard station. He led Xiaobai to the booth, and the other 3 children naturally followed. Zhang Tan noticed that Xiaobai's face was smeared, and he took out a tissue to wipe it for her. However, the little girl snatched the tissue away and wiped her face haphazardly, ceasing her tears, though her expression remained somewhat serious. What could be the matter? Zhang Tan deliberately asked in a Sichuan dialect, successfully capturing Xiaobai's attention. Yet she pursed her lips in silence, displaying her stubbornness. Old Li called Zhang Tan aside to explain the earlier incident. A few elementary school students had passed by the wall and recognized the jersey Xiaobai was wearing. One of them claimed it belonged to his younger brother. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? After all, it was Xiaobai's aunt who had purchased it for her. Zhang Tan glanced at the group of children watching television, and as if on cue, Xiaobai looked over, prompting him to smile at her, which earned him an adorably disdainful glare in return. Old Li whispered, I too suspect it was a mistake, but that's what the boy said. The jersey Xiaobai wore was evidently old and belonged to a young boy. He had inquired with the student about the jersey, and they had originally bought it because it featured Messi's name. However, upon bringing it home, they discovered that it was not the Messi from La Liga, but rather one from the English Premier League, the one from the factory. Zhang Tan chuckled. Which factory has a Messi? Then he paused, realizing there indeed was one. He took out his phone to search, and lo and behold, there was a Messi, the number 3 goalkeeper, with the jersey number being 33. It was absurd. And scrupulous merchants certainly knew how to conduct business. This unfortunate jersey, unique in its kind, often drew laughter when worn outside, which is why the boy had instantly recognized Xiaobai's attire. If the jersey belonged to someone else, how had it come into her possession? Zhang Tan inquired. What does that child wish to do? Is he attempting to retrieve something from Xiaobai? Lao Li shook his head and replied, that is not the case. This jersey was cast into the donation box by them. Zhang Tan immediately comprehended. The discarded clothing was likely retrieved from the donation box by Xiaobai's aunt. Noticing that Zhang Tan had grasped the situation, Lao Li refrained from elaborating further and cast a sidelong glance at Xiaobai, whose oversized jersey made her appear even smaller, leaving him with a tangle of emotions. Zhang Tan steadied his thoughts and asked, what was Xiaobai trying to do just now? Lao Li replied, perhaps she intended to argue. I did not inquire further. Zhang Tan remarked, let us not dwell on it. We shall move past this matter. Understood, he affirmed, rubbing his face before donning a smile and approaching Xiaobai and the others, asking, is the television program enjoyable? Xiaobai remained oblivious, her gaze fixed on the screen. Lulu glanced at him, then at Xiaobai, choosing to follow suit, remaining silent, albeit with a haughty sniff, exuding an air of foolishness. The other children mirrored her demeanor. Zhang Tan thought to himself, what a lack of leadership. After all, I am the head of a 5-member scriptwriting group. I deserve some respect. Undeterred, he continued, I invite you all to my home for a visit. What do you say? Immediately, Shun Lulu responded with enthusiasm, her little feet swinging back and forth. She had previously visited Zhang Tan's home and was quite bold about it. Xiaomi and Chengcheng had also visited, yet they appeared rather shy and timid. After Shun Liu's affirmation, noticing the silence from Xiaobai and the others, she quickly added, the little baby is too scared to go alone. Zhang Tan was aware that if Xiaobai remained silent, the other 3 children would not acquiesce, for she was the adorable yet domineering Xiaobai. When Zhang Tan called her name, Xiaobai finally turned to him, her small face taut with tension. What's the matter? Come over for a visit. What's the matter? I earned some money today and prepared my favorite cold noodles. Would you like to try some? Are you free this weekend? As soon as Zhang Tan mentioned the cold noodles, Shin Lulu was bursting with anticipation, unable to remain seated, fidgeting on her chair and gazing longingly at Xiaobai. as if she wished to pry open her little mouth and prompt her to agree. Ultimately, Xiaobai followed Zhang Tan home to visit. They gathered the 4 children around the table, each with a small bowl. Cheng Cheng was unable to use chopsticks, so a small fork was provided for her. She bowed her head, nearly burying her face in the bowl. Zhang Tan presented the prepared cold noodles. Cheng Cheng, could you shift your little face a bit? He served each of the 4 bowls. Shen Lulu piped up, could I have some meat, please? I want meat. Zhang Tan placed 3 generous slices of beef into her bowl. Is this sufficient? Shen Lulu seemed satisfied, replying, let us leave it at this for now. If I want more, I'll let you know, no need to be polite. Little one, don't be shy. Shen Lulu was indeed unreserved. This little girl was far bolder than Xiaomi and Cheng Cheng, matching Xiaobai's spiritedness. However, she lacked Xiaobai's maturity, often appearing foolishly innocent and blissfully naive. In truth, Zhang Tan's words were intended to be heard by Cheng Cheng and Xiaomi, as those 2 children exhibited a great deal of politeness. Does Cheng Cheng want to eat shrimp? Zhang Tan inquired of Meng Cheng Cheng. Meng Cheng Cheng, momentarily bewildered, was nudged by Xiaobai, who admonished her. Don't be such a blockhead. It was only then that Meng Cheng Cheng comprehended, initially nodding her head before shaking it and softly murmuring, am I going to bankrupt you? Zhang Tan resorted to his bold excuse once more. No, I made some money today. With this assurance, Cheng Cheng consented to indulge in some large shrimp. What about Xiaomi? How about some beef and shrimp for Xiaomi? Xiaomi timidly replied, thank you, uncle. Zhang Tan served her 3 sizable shrimp, adding, in fact, I'm quite young. You can call me brother. However, this remark fell on deaf ears as the children continued to address him as they pleased. Next was Xiaobai, who appeared rather sullen. Whatever Zhang Tan offered her, she accepted without protest, speaking little and only reminding Meng Cheng Cheng when she seemed lost in thought. Since the children had already dined, they soon found themselves unable to eat much more, leaving nearly half of the cold noodles untouched. Zhang Tan neatly packed them away in a container and placed it in the refrigerator, promising the children, let us reconvene tomorrow evening. If you don't come, you're just a little puppy. Shen Lulu, brimming with energy after a hearty meal, began to roam about the house restlessly until Xiaobai intervened, sending her outside to find playmates on the 1st floor. Xiaobai was also preparing to leave when Zhang Tan stopped her. What do you want to do? Xiaobai, unafraid of him after their time together, recognized him as a good man, albeit a bit peculiar. Zhang Tan endeavored to speak in a gentle tone. That little boy made a mistake today. Please don't be upset. Curious, Xiaobai asked, which little boy? It was the one who passed by the school gate, carrying a backpack. Oh, that silly child. Did he mistake someone? What? He misidentified your clothing. Oh, Xiaobai seemed disinclined to converse, and Zhang Tan was uncertain whether she simply did not care or preferred not to engage with him. The last time he volunteered to teach her how to read, the little one had declared that they were not good friends and had turned him down, which was rather disheartening. Perhaps she felt the same now, refraining from sharing her thoughts with him because they were not close companions. After more than a month of interaction, Zhang Tan knew Xiaobai better than any other child in the entire school. Despite being only 4.5 years old, she possessed a remarkable understanding of many things. For instance, whenever she visited his home, she would always bring along a little something, boiled peanuts, candies, eggs, or perhaps some trinkets like little cats, earthworms, or cicadas. Upon reflection, it dawned on him that she might not have simply happened to possess these items. They could very well have been brought intentionally for him. Zhang Tan spoke a few more words, but seeing that Xiaobai was rather reticent, he was unsure if she was absorbing what he said. It was time to head back and play with the other children. Goodbye, uncle, Xiaobai said as she stood up to leave, changing into her small shoes at the entrance. Just then, she caught sight of herself in the full-length mirror by the foyer. Curiously, she scrutinized her reflection and suddenly asked Zhang Tan, Uncle, why did they throw away the clothes? Zhang Tan was perplexed. Why would anyone discard such lovely clothing? Xiaobai repeated her question, her small finger pointing at the size 33 jersey she was wearing. Zhang Tan understood, realizing that he had spoken in vain. Xiaobai had already concluded that the garment in question was discarded by someone else. They had mistaken the situation. This was not their clothing. Indeed, Xiaobai exclaimed, this garment was picked up by my aunt. I am fully aware of that. Ah, you seem to know quite a bit, Zhang Tan remarked. Xiaobai then inquired, Uncle, why did they choose to throw away this clothing? It appears to be in excellent condition. Why discard it? Zhang Tan pondered for a moment before responding. That is because they have outgrown it. This clothing was worn during their childhood. As they grew older, it no longer fit them. Yet the garment is still in good shape, so it is given to children in need. He continued, just like you, at 4.5 years old. When you turn 5, many of the clothes you currently wear will no longer fit you, as they will be too small. What then becomes of those garments? Xiaobai eagerly interjected. They can be given to other little friends to wear. Precisely. They can be passed on to other 3 and 4-year-olds like Qing, Lulu, and Xiaomi. The clothes would fit them perfectly. Xiaobai added. Xiaomi is also 4.5, just like me. Oh, right, without Xiaomi. It's just Qing and Lulu. Look around my home, he continued. This sofa, this television, this stool, and these chairs, each of them has been previously used by others. Aren't they all quite nice? I am very happy using them, wouldn't you agree? All these furnishings were brought over from the old Zhang family residence. They are indeed second-hand. Xiaobai surveyed the surroundings, beginning to grasp the situation. Aren't they picked up by my aunt? Zhang Tan replied. Certainly not picked up, they were donated. Do you understand what donating means? I mentioned to several individuals that I possess a splendid garment which my child can no longer wear. I inquired if anyone with children might be interested in it. Coincidentally, your aunt became aware and remarked that she has a little one named Xiaobai, who is 4.5 years old, and would be able to wear it. She graciously received the garment and was instructed to cherish it, as it is as good as new. Zhang Ten elaborated extensively, convincing even himself with his words, but Xiaobai, with a skeptical gaze, inquired, Uncle, are you trying to deceive me? Your demeanor seems rather suspicious. Zhang Tan replied. Do you see my claws about to cry? Xiaobai asked. Impossible. I merely feel a twinge of heartache. What kind of pain? Heartache. For what reason? Your words have saddened me. What have I said? You claimed I seemed suspicious. I was merely speaking casually. Is that something one can say so lightly? Upon seeing Xiaobai finally smile, Zhang Ten felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet he soon heard Xiaobai say, I believe you are deceiving children. Zhang Tan vowed, I absolutely am not. How about this? Are you free this weekend? I can take you to a place to observe how people donate clothes. Would you like to go? Is it a place where people say they have clothes that their children can no longer wear, wondering if there are any children who might need them? Indeed. It is just such a place. Is it enjoyable? It is exceedingly fun. Would you care to join? What about my aunt? I spoke with your aunt. Oh, then it is settled. I am quite busy, you know. What are you busy with? Counting stars, of course. Are you jesting with me? There are countless stars. It's hard to keep track. So, this weekend, you shall not count stars. Instead, free up some time. And I shall take you out for an adventure. We can first visit the donation center for clothes, and also savor some delicious bear-themed beverages, along with many other delightful treats. Why are you being so kind to me? You think I am adorable, don't you? Zhang Tan, bewildered, could only pinch his nose in resignation upon seeing Xiaobai's unwavering expression. Indeed, I find you exceedingly charming. Very well, Xiaobai cheerfully responded. But Zhang Ten thought she had consented, only for her to add, let me think about it. After sending her off, Zhang Ten tidied the dining table. Reflecting on the conversation he had with Xiaobai, he began to understand why she had cried earlier. It was not the wearing of someone else's old clothes that had brought her to tears, but rather the sorrow of seeing such lovely garments discarded. Why would anyone throw away such fine clothing? Thus, she rushed out, determined to return the clothes to their rightful owner. Zhang Tan felt a sudden pang of empathy for her. The day after tomorrow is the weekend. He must carefully plan an outing for her. Although the little one had not explicitly agreed, a girl typically responds this way when there are no significant objections. Once she sees the seriousness with which he is planning, she will likely acquiesce. However, he must first persuade Xiaobai's aunt, Ma Lanhua. Allowing a stranger to take away Xiaobai is undoubtedly a source of concern. A solution must be devised to assuage her apprehensions. After much contemplation, Zhang Ten suddenly burst into laughter, realizing how it felt as though he were stealthily abducting Xiaobai. Having encountered a young lady, he escorted 4 children downstairs before returning to tidy up the dishes and finally completing the unfinished video. He added Li Rue as a friend on WeChat and received a promotional clip that he affixed to the video, which he first shared with Li Rue for his approval. A WeChat notification chimed. Li Rue remarked, the advertisement is acceptable, but I have some suggestions. Zhang Ten inquired, what do you mean? Li Rue continued. Is the critique in this episode not a bit too harsh? Zhang Tan was taken aback, puzzled by Li Rue's inquiry. Li Rue soon followed up with another message. Shifting from a consultative tone to a more demanding one, Zhang Tan shared the finalized video with him, intending only to confirm the advertisement's placement, not to seek his input on the video itself. The manner and content of the video were his personal choices. Whether it be Li Rui or even the CEO of Yonglong Entertainment, he felt no obligation to heed their opinions. Nevertheless, Zhang Tan refrained from a direct refusal and instead asked, "How should it be modified?" After a brief pause, Li Rui replied, "Perhaps having pondered the matter, you raised 3 points of criticism. Please remove the second and third." This episode involved an analysis of a business war film released the previous year. With a runtime of 20 minutes, 10 minutes dedicated to its flaws, followed by 10 minutes highlighting its merits. Traditionally, 3 shortcomings were noted, yet now, Li Rui insisted on the removal of 2. Is it preferable to present 3 points or just a single one? The young boy is well aware of the answer. Moreover, he had just mentioned a minor adjustment, so how did it suddenly escalate to 2 modifications? Does he think I am not formidable? Regardless of where Li Rui requests changes or deletions, Zhang Tan fails to comprehend why he should concern himself with such matters. Li Rui promptly sent a message to clarify. "You should pay attention to the producer of this film. It is our boss." Zhang Tan responded, "He is your boss, not mine. Besides, I am not criticizing for the sake of criticism. I am merely stating the facts, highlighting both strengths and weaknesses, which cannot be deemed negative news." He replied, "Very well, I shall proceed with this advertisement." After saying this, he disregarded Li Rui and directly uploaded the video onto the website. After a while, having likely come across Zhang Tan's recently published video, Li Rui sent a flurry of urgent messages. Upon opening one, Zhang Tan saw, "Did you not make any changes?" Zhang Tan replied, "Thank you for your suggestion, but I believe this is better. I take responsibility for the video content, and I am well versed in market preferences. In the words of the Navi, you can scoot away." Li Rui ceased responding, leaving the nature of his feelings ambiguous. Zhang Tan ignored him. It was already 11 o'clock, and he prepared for bed. However, before doing so, he made his customary visit downstairs to check on the children. En Huang was present as well, and Zhang Tan encouraged her to go home and rest, for age takes a toll on the body. Yet, En Huang remarked that age does not guarantee sleep, cheerfully returning to the office instead. Next week, a new child would be joining the center. While 2 others had completed their withdrawal procedures, Zhang Tan arrived at the office, signed some documents, and exchanged a few casual words with Aunt Huang. He then ascended to the second-floor dormitory, where he found Xiaobai peacefully asleep. He encountered Meng Qingqing's father and watched him take Qingqing away. Just as he was about to turn back, a soft voice floated from behind him. "My Qingqing is gone." Turning around, Zhang Tan saw Xiaobai, who had just risen from her small bed, her footsteps eerily silent. Her hair was a tousled mess, resembling a bird's nest on a mulberry tree, with her Qingqing being the little bird that had just flown away. "Qingqing has gone home with her father," Zhang Tan explained. Xiaobai just awakened, gazed with a hint of melancholy, her small body still under the influence of sleep, the spirited little girl within her yet to awaken. In a soft, helpless tone, she inquired, "Is Qingqing not coming back?" Uncertain of how to comfort her and momentarily apprehensive of her reaction, Zhang Tan hesitated before mustering the courage to embrace her. Feeling her small, soft frame, he reassured her that Qingqing would return tomorrow. She had merely gone home with her father. Instead of retaliating, Xiaobai eventually pushed him away, freeing herself from his embrace. She lamented that Xiaoling and Wenwen had bid her farewell and would no longer return. Xiaoling and Wenwen were the 2 children who had completed their departure procedures that day. Xiaoling's parents were leaving Pujiang to return to their hometown, while Wenwen no longer needed to attend the Little Red Horse Academy as his grandmother was coming to Pujiang to care for him. Zhang Tan sensed Xiaobai's melancholy and pondered how to console her when, suddenly, she pointed her small finger behind him and exclaimed, "Uncle, there's someone over there." Zhang Tan turned to look and saw a figure leaning against the wall outside the fence, seemingly collapsed. Indeed, there was a person. What could have happened? Xiaobai mimicked his words, then added in her own way, "What is going on?" Although she was inquiring, the little one had already dashed off in a flash. "Wait. Xiaobai, don't run." Zhang Tan hurried after her. The 2 stood by the fence, peering through the iron bars at the figure on the road ahead, whose head hung low, long hair obscuring her face, making it difficult to discern her features. A strong odor of alcohol and vomit wafted through the air. Xiaobai leaned forward, yet hesitated to approach too closely. After a moment of observation, she lifted her small face and declared to Zhang Tan, "It's a big sister." Indeed, it was a girl, clearly inebriated. Across the street lay the bustling Xichang'an Street, lined with bars where it was common for intoxicated individuals to collapse on the roadside. This girl was likely one of the many inebriated souls. Zhang Tin glanced back down the road and noticed two men not far away, frequently casting glances in their direction. They were certainly not companions of the girl, as even Xiao Bai could perceive. This little friend seemed to have produced a small water gun from somewhere. Raising it in her hand with a nervous demeanor as she addressed Zhang Tin, "Too bad, guys. Uncle, what should we do?" Then, perhaps recalling that she was merely a child, she added, "Uncle, you go." Just as she had once encouraged Laoli to give Zhang Tin a playful jab. She now urged him to confront the perceived threats. However, she quickly recalled that the gentleman was quite amiable, having just treated her to cold noodles that very evening, and thus inquired with concern, "Sir, are you in danger?" Zhang Tin sighed. "I initially thought nothing of it, but after your remark, I find myself rather anxious." She had been drinking, so how should we address this situation with the gentleman? We must assist her. Xiao Bai, emboldened now, took a tentative step closer, playfully poking him. Yet he remained unresponsive. Startled, Xiao Bai jumped back like a frightened rabbit, swiftly retreating behind Zhang Tin, clutching his trousers and revealing only half of her small head. The girl slumped in the corner had vomited, and the volume was quite substantial, surpassing the combined intake of Xiao Bai, Chen Qing, Lu, and Xiaomi. A pungent, sour odor wafted through the air, prompting Zhang Tin to wish for Lao Li's presence to witness the scene. "Let us hasten to her aid," he urged. Xiao Bai dashed back into the building, demonstrating her compassionate nature, truly a child destined to become a police officer. "Xiao Bai, where are you going?" Zhang Tin called after her retreating figure. "To fetch my baby cup to offer her some water." As Xiao Bai rushed inside, Zhang Tin moved to the entrance, summoning Lao Li to come and assist, not merely to observe. The two exited the campus and rounded the wall. The inebriated girl still lay in the corner. But now she was not alone. Two men, who had been loitering nearby, stood beside her. Zhang Tin barked, "Leave." The men exchanged glances, looking uneasy, and retorted, "Mind your own business." Undeterred by their fierce gazes, Zhang Tin stepped forward, while Lao Li tugged at him, though he could not restrain him. 50 meters ahead, there stood a police booth. "Do you truly believe you can escape while carrying someone?" At these words, the expressions of the two men shifted dramatically. Old Li produced his mobile phone, declaring, "I shall record this." The two men cast him a resentful glare, their unwillingness evident, before turning away in defeat. Once they vanished from sight, Old Li approached the inebriated girl, his heart heavy as he lamented, "Whose daughter is this, reduced to such a state? All alone? She nearly ruined her life. Since we have encountered her, let us extend a helping hand and escort her to the academy." Zhang sighed. "It is only right." Together, they gently aided the girl, guiding her towards the academy. She murmured a few words, weakly struggling as if still retaining some sense of caution. Old Li reassured her. "Do not worry, we are good people." Perhaps she heard him, for she opened her eyes slightly, her gaze clouded with intoxication as she regarded the two men, before quietly allowing herself to be led away. Upon entering the academy, Xiao Bai rushed over with her water cup. "Does the young lady wish for some water?" Zhang replied. "Wait a moment. Let us first assist her inside." "Who is this?" Teacher Xiao Lu had also arrived. "An inebriated person found by the roadside, someone we do not know." Zhang explained. "Is there a place for her?" "Yes, come to the dormitory on the second floor." Teacher Xiao Lu led the way, guiding them to a dormitory on the second floor. There were several rooms, each teacher possessing their own. They laid the girl down on the bed, and Teacher Xiao Lu sat at the edge, tending to her by gently brushing her hair aside, revealing a youthful and beautiful face. Old Li brought in warm water and a towel, while Teacher Xiao Lu began to wipe the girl's face. At the bedside, Xiao Bai inquired, "Would you like some water?" Uncertain if the girl lying on the bed had heard, she softly uttered a faint water. "Look at that," Xiao Bai exclaimed joyfully, handing over her baby cup. "Here, drink." The girl, without even glancing, took Xiao Bai's cup and gulped down nearly half of it, clearly parched. After quenching her thirst, she became a little more alert and surveyed her surroundings. Despite the presence of Zhang Tin and Old Li, seeing Teacher Xiao Lu and Xiao Bai somewhat eased her worries. Zhang Tin and Old Li, perceiving the situation, discreetly stepped away. Teacher Xiao Lu offered words of comfort, while Xiao Bai stood nearby, though she said nothing. Her mere presence instilled a sense of security, for the presence of a child signified a certain safety in the environment. After more than 10 minutes, Teacher Xiao Lu emerged with Xiao Bai. Zhang Tin had been waiting outside, asking, "How is she?" "She is asleep," Xiao Bai eagerly replied. Zhang Tin praised her for being considerate and for bringing the water cup. Xiao Bai, filled with pride, declared, "This is my forte." Indeed, caring for others had become one of her strengths. Teacher Xiao Lu remarked that the girl was now asleep and likely would not awaken again that night. Zhang Tan arranged for another female teacher to stay overnight in the dormitory to attend to the girl, as teacher Xiaolu needed to look after Xiaomi and could not manage both. Finally, she told Xiaobai, your aunt has arrived. It's time to go home. Having arrived punctually at 5 minutes prior, Ms. Ma Lan was awaiting downstairs. Mr. Zhang entrusted Little White to her care, remarking that she had conducted herself exceptionally well that day. He lauded Little White's perspicacity in discovering the inebriated woman, as well as her solicitousness in providing water and care, which visibly swelled the little one with pride. En route home, the maternal aunt remarked with pride, "My dear, it seems you possess quite the aptitude." "Aptitude for what?" Little White queried, tilting her head in innocent bewilderment, unaccustomed to such effusive praise from her aunt. "Mr. Zhang informed me that you assisted an intoxicated young woman." Little White chuckled, boasting that it was her forte, before promptly voicing her displeasure. "Auntie, why do you still call me Melonhead?" "What are you thinking?" "What am I thinking?" "I wasn't scolding you," the aunt responded. "Then why did you call me Melonhead?" Little White persisted. "Don't you refer to other children as Melonhead as well?" "That's preposterous," Little White retorted. "I am aware of everything, you know. By the way, did anyone compliment my adorableness today?" "Innumerable children compliment my adorableness daily," she added. "My precious. Did they admire your new garment?" the aunt inquired. "Admire what?" "Yes, they did, and they said I was very well behaved," Little White replied. As they ambled along the tranquil alley, the streetlights cast their silhouettes upon the walls. The only sounds were the cadence of their footsteps and their voices. Although upon closer listening, a chorus of minute insects chirped merrily from the corners, their presence unobtrusive yet filled with mirth. Abruptly, Little White declared, "Auntie, Mr. Zhang has extended an invitation to take me out for an excursion." "Indeed?" Ms. Ma Lan exclaimed in surprise, halting in her stride to inquire of Little White. "The uncle intends to take me out for some amusement." "What will we do?" "Surely, it cannot be mountain climbing, can it?" "How would I know?" "Silly child. You mustn't go. What if you were to be sold off? Climbing mountains can be perilous." "Huh?" "The uncle is not that sort of person. One can discern a person's fate, but not their heart. Who can truly know?" "What did you say?" "I cannot comprehend your words. You are being unreasonable. You must not go." "Why do you call me unreasonable again?" "Do you wish to go?" "I do." "Unreasonable. Silly. Foolish. After such a barrage of insults." Xiaobai was enraged and declared, If you bully me, I shall retaliate." That evening, when Malinois arrived at the academy, it presented a fine opportunity for Zhang Tan to discuss his plans to take Xiaobai out. Yet, he had not yet devised a strategy to alleviate her concerns, resolving instead to address it the following day. Early the next morning, as Zhang Tan jogged in the courtyard, perspiration dripping from his brow, a woman clad in a peach-colored dress hurriedly exited the building. She paused on the steps, curiously surveying her surroundings, her gaze settling on the bustling Shichang'an street outside the academy. Upon noticing the row of bars across the street, she recalled the events of the previous night. Indeed, she had been inebriated, unable to return home. Had it not been for the kindness of a stranger, the outcome could have been dire. Her complexion fluctuated between shades of green and pale white as memories of the bar resurfaced, and she gradually grasped the reality. She had been deceived. The depths of one's heart are often concealed. Who would have imagined that a close friend could conspire against her? She was uncertain whether her drink had been spiked. Yet her state last night could not merely be attributed to an inability to hold her liquor. She also indulged in alcohol and had a decent tolerance. Last night, due to the presence of unfamiliar men, she restrained herself from drinking too much, yet ultimately ended up inebriated, which was quite unusual for her. Her handbag contained numerous missed calls and unread messages. Just as she was about to check them, she suddenly heard footsteps emerging from the small grove to her right. Almost immediately, a man clad in white athletic wear appeared, panting heavily. As she noticed him, he too became aware of her presence. For a brief moment, she was taken aback, then hastily covered half of her face with her hand. She had risen from bed without washing her face or brushing her teeth, leaving her skin greasy and her makeup in disarray, rendering her nearly unrecognizable. Zhang Tan halted his run and greeted her. "Hello, how are you feeling?" I'm fine, thank you," she replied. Standing at approximately 165 centimeters, her figure was slender with long legs and a noticeably full bosom. Her exposed eyes curiously assessed Zhang Tan. And after introducing herself as Li Jia and expressing her gratitude towards him and others, she inquired if they could unlock the door to let her out. She was in a rather poor state, Her makeup was smudged, her face bore the remnants of sleep, and an overwhelming odor of sweat wafted towards her nose, which she found unbearable. All she wished for was to depart quickly, apply her makeup beautifully, and return later in the afternoon to express her thanks properly. Then, a troubling thought crossed her mind. After last night's drunken escapades, her unflattering behavior had likely been witnessed by others. As this realization sunk in, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she dared not meet Zhang Tan's gaze. Sensing her discomfort, Zhang Tan kindly reassured her, "I'll wait for you here." He hurried upstairs to spare her further embarrassment, retrieved the key to the academy, and unlocked the gate for Li Jia, seeing her off. Thank you so much. I'll come back this afternoon to express my gratitude," she said gratefully. Li Jia was immensely grateful. After expressing her heartfelt thanks multiple times, she hurriedly hailed a cab and departed. Upon returning home, Zhang Tan freshened up and descended to work, encountering the newly awakened Xiaomi in the hallway. The young girl, clad in a pink nightgown that reached her calves, appeared particularly petite as she skipped along the corridor, softly singing to herself. It seemed she was in splendid spirits, likely having enjoyed a delightful night's rest. Aware of her shyness, Zhang Tan intended to quietly ascend the stairs without disturbing her. However, the little one noticed him, and her sweet, melodic voice abruptly ceased. Her face flushed with embarrassment, yet she still took the initiative to greet him. "Good morning, uncle." Xiaomi was cared for by the local police station during the day and was arranged to attend a nearby kindergarten, returning to the academy in the evening. "Good morning, Xiaomi. Your nightgown is absolutely adorable," Zhang Tan complimented. Xiaomi lowered her gaze to inspect her attire, resembling a bashful mimosa, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Zhang Tan pondered whether he could bring Xiaomi along the following day. The little girl was alone in Pujiang, her mother yet to be found. Bringing her along would not only provide companionship for Xiaobai, but would also likely ease the concerns of Xiaobai's aunt. If he were to have 2 children with him, he would need to find another person, perhaps Teacher Xiaolu? Teacher Xiaolu would be an excellent choice. Ma Lanhua was familiar with her, and her presence would certainly bring greater assurance. Moreover, Teacher Xiaolu had a good rapport with Xiaomi, ensuring she could manage well. The more Zhang Tan contemplated this plan, the more feasible it seemed. With the morning hours insufficient, he resolved to discuss the details with Teacher Xiaolu and Xiaomi, as well as with the police officer, later in the evening. Today, the traffic was exceedingly congested. Zhang Tan found himself ensnared in a sluggish crawl along Yong'an Street, advancing merely inch by inch. Within his line of sight, he could already discern the towering edifice of the production studio, a mere 40 to 50 meters away. However, at this rate, it seemed unlikely he would reach it in less than half an hour. He raised his hand to glance at his watch, which indicated it was 7:40 a.m. Typically, he would arrive at the office at this hour, when traffic was generally smooth. He could not fathom the reason for such a delay today. It was only after 8:10 that Zhang Tan finally arrived at the company. He hurried through the lobby and, while waiting for the elevator, a person approached and entered alongside him. Zhang Tan pressed the button for the 9th floor and inquired of the individual beside him. "Which floor?" "The 5th, thank you," came a clear male voice. Zhang Tan turned to look, finding the voice familiar. As they exited the elevator, a sudden realization struck him. Wasn't this Wang Yifan, the leading actor of a web drama produced by the studio, whose title seemed to be Director Jean? Just yesterday, he had overheard Jiang Rong mention that the 3rd season of Director Jean was in the works. His curiosity had been piqued due to the fact that this was one of the studio's few popular television series, and it was rumored that the director was being replaced. The previous director, who had helmed the first 2 seasons, was said to have clashed with the lead actor regarding creative vision, leading to his dismissal. Yet it remained uncertain who would take his place. Upon returning to his office, Zhang Tan found that everyone else had already arrived and was merely awaiting his presence. After exchanging greetings, he hurried off to the meeting for the Unlucky Bear project. As the meeting concluded, Zhang Tan was engaged in conversation with the director when a staff member stood outside and called out, "Teacher Zhang, please wait a moment." The director departed first, leaving Zhang Tan behind. He recognized the individual, recalling that they had previously worked on the Torchbearer project. Yesterday, the first episode of The Beacon Bearers was aired, and a discussion meeting was scheduled for 9:30. The director asked me to inquire whether you would be available to attend. Zhang Tan suddenly remembered that The Beacon Bearers was released last night on the website of the Pujiang Film Studio, and the results should be available this morning. "Of course, I will attend. Which conference room will it be held in?" Zhang Tan replied. Although he is no longer directly involved in the Beacon Bearers project, He has not completely detached from the team. Strictly speaking, he remains a screenwriter for the project. Due to the nature of his work, his part had concluded, allowing him to engage in other endeavors. It will be in the first conference room on the 8th floor. The two took the elevator to the 8th floor and pushed open the door to the conference room. The first sight that greeted them was the director, followed closely by a pair of beautiful eyes, sparkling with intensity as they gazed at him. It was Song-won, the charming author of The Beacon Bearers. Zhang Tan has arrived. Please take a seat here, the director beckoned, indicating for him to sit on his left. My apologies for keeping everyone waiting, Zhang Tan said as he settled in, smiling at Song-won. Long time no see. Since his departure from the project team, they had not encountered one another. A radiant glow adorned Song-won's face, her eyes brimming with delight. Indeed, Zhang Tan smiled. What is the update on 58? Zhang Tan, could you please wait a moment? Song-won called out as he was about to leave after the meeting. The others glanced between him and her, all astute enough to sense the subtle undertones of the situation. Consequently, with amused expressions, they hastily exited, leaving the conference room to the two of them. Casting a glance at Song-won's sparkling, bright eyes, Zhang Tan felt a twinge of discomfort. Being handsome was quite bothersome. If given a second chance, he mused, he would choose Li Bai, preferring a dish of cauliflower without salt. Upon returning to the office, he found Jiang Rong and Su Jian embroiled in a heated discussion over the plot, with Su Jian clearly outmatched. Noticing Zhang Tan's arrival, Jiang Rong shifted her focus and inquired, Boss, why did today's meeting take such an extended duration? Zhang Tan replied, We concluded the project meeting and then attended the session for the flame bearer. Jiang Rong pressed further, What about the flame bearer? Su Jian, more attentive, directly asked, Have the data been released? Zhang Tan nodded, affirming, Indeed, the single-day viewership reached 1.8 million, with an overall online popularity score of 20. Jiang Rong remarked, The viewership is decent, but the popularity seems a bit lacking. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jian mocked her, You fail to comprehend. Low popularity stems from a singular distribution channel. Once we broaden our reach, the popularity will surge instantly. The critical metric is the single-day viewership. 1.8 million is undeniably impressive, indicating substantial potential. This will surely be a blockbuster anime. At this juncture, he turned to Zhang Tan, enviously stating, Team leader, your inaugural anime has already garnered such acclaim. Your future endeavors will undoubtedly be much smoother. He reminisced about his earlier competition with Zhang Tan for the flame bearer and felt a pang of regret. Hearing this, Jiang Rong expressed her happiness for Zhang Tan, saying, I see, boss, congratulations. Don't forget to bring me along wherever you go. The members of the writing team offered their congratulations, acknowledging that although Zhang Tan was merely adapting the work, his name in the credits was a testament to a remarkable achievement. As the workday drew to a close, Zhang Tan was the last to depart. Jiang Rong, who had already left, unexpectedly returned and hesitated momentarily before inquiring if he was free over the weekend. The film Fallen, for which Pei Ju had been the screenwriter for 5 years, premiered at midnight today. It would be remiss not to watch it. Zhang Tan paused, recalling that he had indeed heard of the film, which had been heavily promoted since the summer and had even graced television screens with its trailers. Its plot was as captivating as the summer weather had been. However, Zhang Tan politely declined the invitation. Upon returning to the Little Red Horse Academy, he noticed that besides Old Li, there was another woman at the kiosk. Zhang Xiao is here, Old Li announced. Upon Zhang Tan's return, Old Li introduced the woman as the one who had been intoxicated the previous night. Zhang Tan scrutinized her. She had an oval face, permed hair that was slightly wavy and a cool tea color, exuding beauty yet appearing unfamiliar. He only remembered her name was Li Jia. They had indeed crossed paths that very morning, though at that time, her hand had concealed much of her face. She had come to express her gratitude, bringing along some small gifts. Arriving early, she had sat with Old Li, awaiting Zhang Tan's arrival. Earlier that morning, Li Jia had already thanked him. They exchanged a few casual remarks, carefully avoiding any mention of her inebriated state, and they exchanged WeChat contacts. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly recalled something and asked, Where is that little girl from yesterday? She remembered the little boy who had offered her water. And though she had been sprawled on the roadside, she had retained some awareness, merely unable to articulate her thoughts due to a swollen tongue. You mean Xiao Bai? She should be arriving shortly, Zhang Tan replied. It was now 6 o'clock, and Xiao Bai typically came to the academy around this time. As soon as the words left his lips, Old Li chuckled, Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Here comes Xiao Bai. Everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance, where Xiao Bai ambled in, clutching a blue baby cup, her eyes darting about in a whimsical manner. She would pause to examine one thing, then rush forward a couple of steps, only to crouch down in fascination at the little insects on the ground. If it weren't for her aunt keeping a watchful eye, that short stretch of less than 100 meters would have taken her an hour to traverse. Yesterday, this little one wore a red and white jersey, but today she donned an oversized blue-striped polo shirt, the hem completely obscuring her backside, resembling a child who had mischievously donned an adult's clothing. While yesterday's jersey could be deemed suitable for a girl, the shirt was decidedly tailored for a boy. Xiao Bai exclaimed in wonder. She paused for a moment, lifting her little head to gaze around. Her aunt gently reminded her, "Little rascal, where are your eyes wandering? You're in school." Only then did Xiao Bai notice Zhang Tian at the kiosk. Instead of running over, she continued to scan the area and quietly asked her aunt, "Auntie, what if Boss Zhang insists on taking me hiking? Can I agree?" Her aunt glanced toward Zhang Tian's direction and whispered back, "You silly child. Precious as you are. I told you countless times last night. What do you want? Do you still wish to go hiking? If Boss Zhang takes you away, how would I ever find you?" Xiao Bai pondered for a moment before nodding. "Then I want to go." It was evident that she yearned to join, yet her aunt's portrayal instilled a sense of trepidation, leaving her wanting to go but hesitant to do so. "Why do you keep calling me precious? It makes me furious." Xiao Bai suddenly realized that her aunt had just referred to her as precious, which was quite infuriating. Countless objections had proven futile. Without further ado, she was urged to head to school as her aunt had work to attend to. Xiao Bai sauntered into the schoolyard, her demeanor somewhat haughty, and questioned, "What's up?" Zhang Tian, unfazed by her attitude, was well acquainted with Xiao Bai's true nature. She appeared adorable yet fierce, and those who interacted with her understood her exterior toughness masked a gentle heart. However, Li Jia was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Bai's demeanor, pondering how intriguing she was. What a cool little girl. I wonder if she would cry if I pinched her cheek? How could I make her cry? Do you remember this young lady? Zhang Tian inquired. Xiao Bai tilted her head, scrutinizing Li Jia with a discerning gaze, before casually tossing her baby cup over her shoulder and walking away. Zhang Tian quickly called out to the departing Xiao Bai, "Hey, I'm not asking you to climb a mountain or count money." "Climb a mountain? Count money? That's not what I meant. I was asking if you know this young lady." Xiao Bai assessed Li Jia once more, but still failed to recognize her. Yet, it was evident that Li Jia was familiar with her. Many people knew her. Why should she know everyone? Thus, Xiao Bai shook her head. Li Jia smiled and said, "Hello, Xiao Bai. Last night, you brought me water to drink. Do you remember?" With her prompting, Xiao Bai finally recalled, her mouth agape in surprise. After a brief pause, she exclaimed, "Oh, I know now. You're that young lady, haha." Xiao Bai clutched Zhang Tian's leg, bending over to vomit, emitting a series of retching sounds. Everyone understood the implication. He was indeed nauseated. What a foolish child. Li Jia felt immensely embarrassed, while Xiao Bai's aunt lightly tapped his head, admonishing him, "Foolish child, refrain from speaking indiscriminately." Xiao Bai, cradling his small head with both hands, was quite displeased, exclaiming, "How am I speaking indiscriminately? There exists a candid child who, at times, brings forth joy, and at other times, embarrassment." Through introductions, Malinhua learned that the beautiful girl before her was the very one Xiao Bai had found the previous night. Xiao Bai insisted that she had discovered her, leading Malinhua to subconsciously regard the girl as Xiao Bai's find. Xiao Bai is quite remarkable, she thought. As Xiao Bai prepared to leave with the girl, Zhang Tian called out, "Wait a moment, Madajia, I have something to discuss with you." Malinhua's heart sank. Was Zhang Tian intending to mention taking Xiao Bai hiking? She recalled Xiao Bai's words, "What should we do?" From last night to today, Malinhua had been instilling in Xiao Bai the adage of knowing a person's face, but not their heart, warning her to never accompany Zhang Tian on a hike. For such an endeavor could lead to being sold, and worse, assisting Zhang Tian in counting the money afterward. Was that not foolish? Was it not naive? If sold, there would be no returning home for the new year, and without a return, there would be no seeing grandma. Would she not cry then? This posed a grave concern. As they approached the Xiaohama Academy, Malinhua, still uneasy, took a moment to reiterate her advice, asking, "Are you good friends with Zhang Tian?" Xiao Bai pondered for a moment. Her small face taut as she declared, "No." She had long ago made it clear in front of Zhang Tian that they were not good friends. The mysterious uncle could never be her companion. "So, do you still wish to hike with Boss Zhang?" "I do." "What? Could you repeat that?" "I want to go hiking." "With Boss Zhang?" "He doesn't have to go. If Boss Zhang doesn't go, will you? Yes. You silly child, are you out of your mind? How many times have I told you? How many times? Countless times. I've spoken so much that even my aunt is parched. Aunt, do drink some water. You little rascal, you have a slight conscience. Well, have some water before repeating it countless times, you rascal. Xiaobai narrowly escaped a scolding, quickly retreating while exclaiming that she understood and would no longer wish to hike with Boss Zhang, or else she would lose her humanity. Only then did Malinois relent. However, she was soon called by Zhang Tan, who expressed a desire to take Xiaobai out for fun the next day. In a daze, she found her mouth betraying her. And before she knew it, she had agreed. Agreed. It was only upon leaving the academy that Malinois realized something was amiss. Wasn't she the one who had prohibited Xiaobai from playing with Boss Zhang? After educating Xiaobai for an entire night, she thought Xiaobai had absorbed the lesson. Yet she had forgotten. Did she truly agree? Xiaobai, my little rascal, I apologize. Overwhelmed with regret, she immediately began to concoct excuses for herself. Firstly, it is not a mountain climbing expedition, but rather a charitable fundraising event, taking place not in a remote location, but right on the bustling streets under the clear daylight. What could Mr. Zhang possibly intend to do? Furthermore, the attendees are not limited to Mr. Zhang and Xiaobai. Teacher Xiao Lu and Xiaomi are also expected to participate. Lastly, Xiaobai has already consented. This silly girl, despite having been advised countless times against acquiescing. The moment she heard about it, she readily nodded in agreement, treating my words as mere whispers in the wind. Malinois believes that rather than confining Xiaobai at home, it is better to allow her to accompany them. After all, it is a good cause. With Mr. Zhang's considerable wealth and such an expansive educational institution, he cannot possibly mistreat children. With this thought, she gradually felt at ease. Li Jia has a fondness for Xiaobai, often crouching before her and engaging in conversation. Among the purchased small gifts, there are numerous snacks intended for Xiaobai, including dried fruits, yogurt, and apricots. Noticing that Xiaobai's attire was simple and ill-fitting, she had left for a while only to return with 3 small garments, eager to dress Xiaobai in them. Xiaobai quickly hid her hands behind her back, refusing to accept them. This isn't appropriate, she protested. Li Jia, still crouching in front of her, responded, these are lovely. Little girl-esque clothes. They are quite adorable. Why are you giving me clothes? Xiaobai inquired, her hands still firmly concealed. It is quite troublesome for her to accept gifts from others, a testament to the commendable upbringing she has received. I am grateful to you. You provided me with water yesterday. Without your water, my throat might have become hoarse, and I could have fallen ill. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaobai suddenly exclaimed, just make sure you don't get drunk. That wouldn't be good. Li Jia felt a mix of embarrassment and warmth as she said, yes, I'm not drunk. You are absolutely right. Thank you. Now, let us try on the clothes to see if they fit. Unable to persuade her, Zhang Tan finally managed to convince her to give it a try. Upon unwrapping the package, they revealed a charming pink princess dress. Zhang Tan exclaimed, Little Bai, this is remarkable. It resembles Cheng Cheng's princess dress. Little Bai's eyes sparkled with delight, and though her heart brimmed with joy, she remained silent. Li Jia assisted her in trying it on, and it fit perfectly. Standing before the mirror, she beamed with cuteness. Li Jia led Little Bai to the full-length mirror, allowing her to admire her reflection. Oh, how adorable. Little Bai praised herself, exclaiming, I look so charming. In the mirror, her reflection was indeed delightful. Her chubby cheeks puffed up, little hands waving, beaming with a grin, making silly faces, and playfully showing her teeth. Little Bai was thoroughly pleased with her appearance. They tried on 2 more outfits, both of which were equally fitting. So cute, absolutely precious. Little Bai exclaimed joyfully, but then turned around and noticed, hey, where did the older sister go? Where has she vanished to? Li Jia had already slipped away. Don't look at me. These aren't my clothes, nor did I gift them to you. You are on your own, she thought. Zhang Tan, noticing Little Bai's gaze upon him, preemptively declared, please, do not expect me to take the clothes. They are not my concern. Aware of the complexities involved in getting Little Bai to accept something, he opted for a straightforward approach. He simply tossed the clothes to her and disappeared. Little Bai opened her mouth to say something, but found herself at a loss for words. Pondering how to proceed, Zhang Tan remarked, in my opinion, you should accept it. This is a gift from the young lady, and it is not without reason. You assisted her last night, and as a token of gratitude, she has purchased 3 lovely garments for you. Is it not reasonable? Accept it. She has earned her money. Xiaobai, troubled, ran her fingers through her hair and muttered, It feels quite bothersome. Zhang Tan chuckled. In truth, it is not bothersome at all. Simply accept it. It is a gift from her. If you refuse to show appreciation, she might feel disheartened and may not visit you again in the future. Furthermore, did she not express her hope that you would continue to pay attention to other young ladies by the roadside? If you encounter someone like her again, you should lend a helping hand and bring them along. You assist her, and she rewards you with some items. It is a fair exchange, not bribery. Rest assured, no police officer will come to investigate you. Xiaobai finally managed to say something. Observing her helpless expression, Zhang Tan stifled a laugh and continued. I find these 3 garments exceedingly charming. The one you are currently wearing suits you perfectly. Tomorrow, when we go out, you should wear this one. It is absolutely adorable. Really? She inquired. Absolutely. How about this? You keep the clothes for now, and when your aunt arrives, you can ask her what to do. Alternatively, you could hand them over to me for safekeeping. Xiaobai immediately clutched the garments tightly. Why should I? They are not yours, you know? How stingy of you. Zhang Tan teased. Then you should keep them safe yourself, Xiaobai retorted after a moment's thought, realizing she had little choice. Xiaomi has arrived. Let us go find her. Zhang Tan observed as the gates of the academy swung open, allowing a police car to enter. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai dashed outside, only to witness Xiaomi being gently cradled from the vehicle by a poised and spirited female officer. As soon as Xiaomi spotted Xiaobai, she hurried over, eager for an embrace. However, Xiaobai evaded her, circling around the officer's feet with eyes brimming with admiration. At that moment, her gaze was solely fixated on the police car, not on Xiaomi. One of her aspirations was to become a police officer, and naturally, such a vocation required both a police car and a firearm. She had acquired the latter, but now the former was within her reach. The dream lay before her. How could she not be exhilarated? Zhang Tan conveyed to Xiaomi and the officer the plans for their outing the following day, to which the female officer responded with a reminder to prioritize safety before granting her approval. Upon hearing that Xiaobai would also be joining, Xiaomi expressed her desire to participate as well. Now, only teacher Xiao Lu remained unaccounted for. Observing Xiaobai's fervent exploration of the police car, her little hands touching and rubbing against its surface, unable to resist the allure, Zhang Tan turned to the officer with a final request. Could you permit that little child to sit inside the police car? It seems as though her spirit may be whisked away. The female officer, amused by Xiaobai's antics, replied, All right then, come here. She opened the car door, gently placing Xiaobai inside, allowing her to explore and experience the interior. Ironically, the officer and Xiaobai shared a history of rivalry. It was she who had taken Xiaomi away, leading Xiaobai to chase after them, earning her the same nickname as Zhang Tan, Little Black. Today, these two little blacks collaborated to fulfill a small dream for Xiaobai. However, dreams are fleeting. Some young children, reluctant to awaken, stubbornly remain in the police car, clinging to the steering wheel, their limbs entwined, exclaiming nonsensically. Ultimately, Xiaobai managed to extricate herself, crawling out on her own. Had she lingered any longer, they would have taken her to the police station. The mere thought of that sent Xiaobai scuttling away in fright. After all, provoking the police was hardly a wise choice. As she watched the police car depart with an air of authority from the school, Xiaobai, hands on her hips and water gun at her side, declared with determination, One day, I too shall drive a car. Xiaobai, come here. Boldly called from the kiosk. What are you doing? Don't forget to take your snacks. What? Your snacks? Miss Li Jia just brought them for you. Are they all for me? Indeed, they are yours. Will you take them yourself, or do you need my assistance? Xiaomi, Xiaobai called out, summoning her friend for help. Li Jia had gifted her an assortment of snacks, including dried fruits and other treats. The two children carried the goodies to the classroom. Although not many classmates had arrived yet, Luo Zikong was there. Xiaobai waved and called, Hey, you want some? Come here. Luo Zikong, plump and clearly someone who relished good food, was tempted to approach but felt a bit reluctant. Zhang, curious about how Xiaobai would tease Luo Zikong, sought out teacher Lu to discuss the matter and inquire whether she was available the following day. Upon hearing this, teacher Lu appeared somewhat troubled, as Xiaobai had mentioned. She was preoccupied with her romantic endeavors and had already made plans for the weekend. Zhang Tan remarked, It's all right, you attend to your matters. I shall seek assistance from others. After contemplating, he realized that the only young lady he knew was Huang Mimi, with Zhang Rong being another acquaintance. However, his relationship with Zhang Rong was strictly professional, devoid of any personal interactions. In contrast, Huang Mimi was different. They had grown up together and shared a mutual understanding of each other's lives. Prompted by this thought, he promptly dialed Huang Mimi's number. Upon learning that he would be taking Xiaobai and Xiaomi to a fundraising event the following day, Huang Mimi was taken aback. Could it be that Zhang Tan had truly undergone a transformation? Had he genuinely begun to care for children? Or was Xiaobai perhaps his illegitimate daughter? Not long ago, she had witnessed Zhang Tan purchasing socks meant for children, followed by his acquisition of a box of teddy bear beverages, all tailored for youngsters. His apparent preference for children's attire over adult clothing was astonishing, especially considering his previous lifestyle choices. The stark contrast left Huang Mimi almost reeling. Will you assist or not? Zhang Tan observed her rambling, akin to battling with the air, her thoughts meandering without coherence. Help, help, help. I must take responsibility for the children. Huang Mimi resolved to participate, intrigued by the sight of Zhang Tan with children, something she had never encountered before. In the past, he wouldn't even approach the gates of the Little Red Horse Academy, yet now he was actively inviting children to play, akin to a puppy nurturing its offspring, which piqued her curiosity immensely. She decided to intrude, claiming she would first establish a rapport with Xiaobai, and Xiaomi approaching Xiaobai, who was engrossed in listening to a story. She attempted to engage. Unfortunately, Xiaobai displayed a complete lack of interest in her enthusiasm, irritation brewing as he retorted. Who are you? What do you want? Huang Mimi awkwardly introduced herself, saying, I am the young lady who will accompany you for fun tomorrow. Xiaobai finally glanced at her and retorted, Scram. Do not provoke me, lest I unleash my wrath. She had no time to entertain Huang Mimi, as a line of children awaited her to narrate stories. Tonight was the much-anticipated weekly highlight. It was absurd to think she would engage with Huang Mimi. Oh my, how fierce. Huang Mimi was taken aback by the ferocity of such a young child. She barely comprehended Xiaobai's words. Yet the expression and body language indicated that this little one was indeed scolding her. Zhang Tan provided an impromptu translation, bursting into laughter, reveling in her misfortune, asserting that Xiaobai deserved such treatment. Did she believe Xiaobai was so easy to approach? Did she think that just because the children were young, they could afford to be less aloof? Did she assume Xiaobai lacked personality? Did she truly believe she exuded charm? Huang Mimi felt thoroughly disheartened. Seeing her distress, Zhang Tan explained Xiaobai's character and cautioned her not to provoke the fierce girl during their encounter tomorrow. He ultimately invited her to sit in his home. Huang Mimi entered Zhang Tan's residence, surveying her surroundings. It was her first visit as a guest. What was this? On the bedside table rested two figurines, the very ones gifted by Lu Dan, one depicting a fearsome three-headed, six-armed figure, and the other a voluptuous beauty. Huang Mimi fixated on the alluring female figurine and exclaimed, Pervert. Zhang Tan countered, You entered a man's bedroom without permission. You are the one spying. You are the true pervert. Their playful banter escalated until Huang Mimi, incensed, stormed off, leaving behind a promise. I shall surely arrive on time tomorrow. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel at ease. In the evening, Malinhua came to pick up Xiaobai. Zhang Tan had been waiting and informed her that teacher Xiao Lu would not be able to make it tomorrow, and instead, another girl would take her place. Additionally, Xiaomi would also be going. Malinhua held a considerable trust in teacher Xiao Lu. But Xiaobai had already mentioned that teacher Xiao Lu was preoccupied with her romantic pursuits, so Malinhua could understand her absence. It was merely a change of personnel. Since a commitment had already been made, she refrained from voicing any objections. Moreover, with Xiaomi attending, who had the backing of the police station, there was no reason for Zhang Tan to act recklessly. Zhang Tan had agreed to the details of their outing for the next day, and Malinhua took Xiaobai home, having arranged to depart promptly at 8 a.m. from Ziyahongma Academy, with Zhang Tan driving. On the way home, Aunt, are you tired today? Why do you ask? I'm perfectly fine. Really? I'm just concerned about you. Concerned? You must have something you want me to do. Not at all. You always act this way. It made me so furious I could explode. You've scared me half to death. What? Are you feeling mischievous? Oh dear. Aunt, Xiaobai is leaving tomorrow. You must take good care of yourself. Where are you going? You don't plan on coming back, do you? I'm going out with Boss Zhang. Will you return? Of course. I thought you were planning to fly away. Aunt, please take care of yourself. I know. Silly. What are you saying? You claim I am well behaved. Humph. Aunt, behold the garments I am clutching. They were gifted to me by a young lady I encountered. What shall I do with them? What should be done? These clothes were bestowed upon you. Simply keep them for your own use. Is it not suitable? If not, then hand them over to me, and I shall give them to someone else. What nonsense is this? I was merely jesting with you, truly. You possess no sense of humor. Silly child, with a mischievous glint in your eye. How can you call me a silly child? And yet you proclaim I am charming. Silly child, charming indeed. How infuriating. You, silly child, are quite foolish. Do not run away. I shall give you a couple of playful taps. Upon returning home, Xiaobai, in a fit of anger, dashed straight into the bathroom. Malin followed closely behind, inquiring, Silly child, what are you up to? I am going to take a bath. Malin retorted, a bath? You've had your bath already, haven't you? You make me so furious. I must take another bath. Malin warned, do not play with water. Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily. Like Tang Sung riding his horse, with Sun Wukong trailing behind. Xiaobai refrained from playing with water and emerged from the bath promptly. Her aunt is no pushover. A playful tap from her can truly sting, quite emphatically. After finishing her morning routine, Malin Huan noticed Xiaobai frolicking on the small bed, refusing to sleep. Why aren't you sleeping, you little rascal? Are you admiring my new outfit before you rest? What a two-faced child. You are just a tiny tot full of vanity. I look quite adorable, and Auntie, you can't compare. Oh my, you're quite striking indeed. You turn heads wherever you go, as if you needed to mention that. With a swift motion, Malin Hua extinguished the light. Xiaobai protested, why turn off the light? I'm still admiring my new clothes. Sleep now. I want to see my new outfit. You're as useless as a flashlight illuminating waste. What did you say? I'm fierce, so don't provoke me. Don't you dare provoke me. With a playful pout, Xiaobai exclaimed, you little rascal. You're making me furious, don't run away. Upon awakening, Zhang Tin felt refreshed. The window had been left open the previous night, and the air conditioning was off, allowing a gentle breeze filtered through the green leaves to sweep into the room, bringing a coolness that was delightful. He glanced at the phone on the bedside table. It was 6:30 in the morning. Lying on the bed, he stared at the ceiling for a moment, organizing the day's tasks in his mind before finally getting up. He stepped barefoot onto the floor, squatting down to peek beneath the bed and checking the corners of the room. Where could it possibly be hidden? Zhang Tin muttered to himself. The two crickets had chirped throughout the night, right beneath the bed, yet he could not locate them. Although the sound of crickets is often negligible, in the stillness of night, the more one listened, the more the incessant chirping filled the ears. A series of knocks echoed through the courtyard, prompting Zhang to wonder who could be making such a racket so early in the morning. Typically, this hour was marked by tranquility, with only the gentle chirping of insects breaking the silence, while the clamor of Shichang'an Street remained muffled by the trees. He pushed open the glass door of the balcony, scanning the yard for the source of the disturbance. There, he spotted a young child clad in a red and white sports jersey, energetically chasing a soccer ball, kicking it with abandon. The large number 33 on the back of the jersey gleamed under the rising sun. It was Little Bai. Zhang rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked again. Indeed, it was Little Bai, not some whimsical creature or fruit transformed. How had she arrived? Had she emerged from the earth? Hadn't she left last night? Questions swirled in his mind, and in a moment of distraction, he realized that Little Bai had already made her way to beneath the balcony. Standing at the foot of a mulberry tree, gazing up at him. Upon catching his glance, she grinned and called out, Boss Zhang, come down and play. What? Boss Zhang? What sort of a dress was that? Zhang rubbed his eyes again, scrutinizing her closely. Is that really you, Little Bai? What? She replied, taken aback. Is it really you? Little Bai? She shot him a sideways glance and muttered something cryptic before turning away, dismissing him as she resumed her game, singing loudly, Tang Sing rides on a horse. Dong, 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 followed by a Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, swift of foot, followed by a Zhu Beiji. Zhu Beiji, with a long nose, followed by a Sha Sing. Little Bai had sung this song before, and thus Zhang was assured of her identity. When had she come? With his curiosity piqued, Zhang quickly washed up, donned his sports attire, and headed out into the courtyard for a morning jog. With a sudden thud, the football rolled towards him, coming to a stop at his feet. Little White, hands on hips, declared, Uncle, let us have some fun. All right, let us play, Zhang Tan responded, lifting his foot to strike the ball. Up it soared. Little White's gaze followed the ball as it ascended, only to land precariously in the branches of a tree, wedged firmly between the limbs, utterly motionless. Swiftly, Little White turned his head, widening his eyes as he glared at Zhang Tan, ready to unleash his fury. Did you just kick the children's football into the tree? Are you here to cause trouble? Do you think children can be bullied so easily? Should we settle this with a duel? Zhang Tan recognized that Little White was not to be trifled with, noting the fierce glint in his eyes and his unfriendly demeanor. Please, Don't be angry. It was entirely unintentional. I will retrieve it, he assured, moving towards the camphor tree to assess the situation. The ball was lodged approximately 3/4 of a meter above the ground. He contemplated finding a stick to poke it free when Little White appeared at his side. Tilting his head upwards, and confidently proclaimed, "Uncle, allow me to showcase my specialty." "Wait, what?" Zhang Tan was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that Little White was eager to climb the tree. Among his many talents, tree climbing was certainly one of them. "Indeed," Little White announced. "I'm going to climb the tree." Hey, don't climb the tree. I have a better way to get the football down. This is my specialty." "Don't be like that. This is also my forte." "What do you mean, your forte?" "I mean, just come with me to get a stick, and we can poke it down together." He forcibly took Xiaobai away, found a long pole, and under the tree, he poked it, causing a resounding thud as the soccer ball fell. Zhang Ten lowered his gaze to Xiaobai at his feet and said, "Did you see that? This is my forte. Being tall is something you cannot compare to." Xiaobai opened her mouth wide in surprise. Indeed, this was not her strength, and she felt a bit embarrassed to boast about it. "How did you get here? Who brought you?" Zhang Tan inquired. "My aunt sent me," Xiaobai replied. Her aunt and uncle left for work every morning at 6, usually leaving Xiaobai at home to sleep. However, today, because they had to go out, they sent her to the academy early, and the gatekeeper, old Li, let her in. The elderly gentleman had a light sleep and would wake at the slightest noise. Zhang Ten noticed a small backpack and a sky-blue water bottle lying in the courtyard. These belonged to Xiaobai. "Have you had breakfast?" Zhang Ten asked. "Yes," she replied. It made sense. If she hadn't eaten, how could she be so energetic, kicking the soccer ball with such vigor early in the morning? Zhang Tan allowed Xiaobai to play with the soccer ball while he jogged a few laps. Xiaobai did not call out to him to join her. Who knew if the uncle would kick her soccer ball into the sky next? This Zhang was indeed a troublemaker. One ran in circles while the other kicked the ball. "Xiaobai, how come you arrived before me? Open the door." Outside the wall stood Huang Mimi. Just then, Xiaobai kicked the ball in her direction. Xiaobai no longer recognized her, and, upon hearing the request to open the door, grew cautious, eyeing her suspiciously. "What do you want?" Huang Mimi said. "Open the door, Xiaobai. Let me in." The young girl inquired, "Who are you? What do you wish to occupy?" Previously, she had ushered a young lady inside, and unless the current guest collapsed, she would not permit entry. As the saying goes, the morning is the key to the day. Huang Mimi had rejuvenated overnight, only to face the unexpected hurdle of the young girl, Xiaobai, and was immediately overcome with frustration. "Xiaobai, it's me, your sister Mimi. We met just last night, did we not?" Huang Mimi found herself compelled to introduce herself. Xiaobai listened intently, and her expression led Huang Mimi to believe she would surely recall, but to her dismay. "Why are you staring at me? I don't recognize you. What do you mean by wanting to occupy?" With that, she kicked a football and dashed after it. Huang Mimi was left pondering the necessity of accompanying her on this journey today. Zhang Tan, please open the door." Huang Mimi could only call out to Zhang Tan. Upon hearing her voice, Zhang Tan approached to unlock the door, but was intercepted by Xiaobai, who pointed and gestured in a manner that left Huang Mimi perplexed. Zhang Tan then affectionately patted Xiaobai's head before rushing over. Dressed in vibrant sports attire, Huang Mimi radiated energy. "What brings you here so early? We were only set to depart at 8. As Zhang Tan swung the door open, he welcomed Huang Mimi inside. She raised the tote bag in her hand and declared, "I've prepared breakfast for you." Zhang Tan appeared pleasantly surprised. "Thank you, how thoughtful of you." "No need to thank me, but rather my mother. Upon learning that you would be taking Xiaobai and Xiaomi out today, she prepared this food last night, not only for breakfast but also for lunch, fearing the children might go hungry." "Thank you, and Huang, continue your run. Just come over for breakfast later," Huang Mimi remarked, glancing at the nearby Xiaobai with a hint of irritation. "So, Xiaobai, are you beginning to realize that I'm a good person?" "I don't know you," Xiaobai replied, "but I'll let you in next time. So please don't be upset. Now that you've said that, how could I possibly remain angry?" Huang Mimi retorted. "I have breakfast ready. Have you eaten yet? Come join me. I'm quite full," Xiaobai responded before scampering off to chase a soccer ball. Huang Mimi watched her retreating figure and asked Zhang Tan, "Has Xiaomi woken up yet?" "Still asleep," Zhang Tan replied, continuing his run. After completing 5 laps, he called for Xiaobai and headed home. By the time they arrived, Huang Mimi had set the breakfast on the table and was attending to Xiaomi in the dorm upstairs. The previous night, Huang Mimi had been sent away by Xiaobai, leaving her feeling disheartened and questioning her own amiability. After a challenging night, she had finally regained some confidence, only to face Xiaobai once more in the morning. This child seemed to be her nemesis, making it impossible for her to open the door. If she had only said earlier that she wouldn't let her in, Huang Mimi wouldn't have wasted her breath, as it felt like a game to tease her. Fortunately, Xiaomi adored her and sought her help to get out of bed, which rekindled Huang Mimi's self-assurance. Xiaomi was warm and welcoming towards her, yet remained reserved in the presence of Zhang Tan. She sat at the dining table, poised and focused on her breakfast, speaking only when prompted, her voice barely rising above the faint chirping of a cricket hidden in a corner of the house. For breakfast, there was fermented tofu mixed with noodles, scallion pancakes, glutinous rice dumplings, egg pancakes, and sweet rice cakes prepared for lunch, which were not meant for a meal, but rather to satisfy morning hunger. Xiaomi quietly inquired about Xiaobai's absence. They had agreed yesterday that Xiaobai would join. It was precisely because of Xiaobai's participation that she decided to come. If Xiaobai were not attending, she would have stayed home as well. Now, 3 individuals were enjoying breakfast, yet Xiaobai was nowhere to be seen, causing a flutter of anxiety in Xiaomi's heart. Huang Mei scanned the room, searching for Xiaobai. She had just been here. How could she have vanished so quickly? Zhang Tan remarked, "She is in the restroom." Xiaomi's eyes brightened. Her confidence restored significantly. With Xiaobai around, she felt accompanied and emboldened. Before long, Xiaobai finally emerged, swaying slightly. Xiaomi immediately locked onto her presence and joyfully exclaimed. Now, she felt the thrill of going out to play. Xiaobai acknowledged Xiaomi with a nod and bent down to peer under the table. "What are you looking for?" Zhang Tan inquired, amused by her focus on the floor instead of the meal. "What does that sound like a chick?" Xiaobai asked curiously, straining to listen. Indeed, it was the sound of a chick calling, "Do-do-do." Huang Mei, puzzled, turned her gaze to Zhang Tan. She was eager to ask Xiaobai but feared she might be ignored, so she opted to inquire directly with Zhang Tan instead. After glancing at Xiaobai and Xiaomi, who were both peering under the table, Zhang Tan replied, "It's a cricket." Suddenly, the sound of crickets filled the air, and everyone heard it. Huang Mei exclaimed in surprise, "Zhang Tan, do you keep crickets at home? How wonderfully pristine." After breakfast, Zhang Tan instructed the 3 girls to await him at the academy while he went to fetch the car. As she watched Zhang Tan depart, Huang Mimi lowered her gaze to the 2 little ones, who were engrossed in their own animated chatter, oblivious to her presence. A wave of self-pity washed over Huang Mimi. She felt superfluous. Eagerly volunteering to care for the little ones, she found herself snubbed, with none of them willing to engage her in conversation. How she longed to be the cherished confidant. Oh, if only she could redirect this time towards binge-watching dramas featuring handsome men. Yet, as an adult, she understood the necessity of integrating herself into the children's world. Thus, she took the initiative to strike up a conversation, posing a question to Xiaobai. "Xiaobai, why aren't you wearing the new clothes from yesterday?" Having visited the academy the previous evening, she was aware that Xiaobai had received 3 new garments. The child had exhibited a delightful mix of excitement and bashfulness, akin to winning the lottery, initial disbelief followed by a cheeky fear of being discovered. Children, naturally, yearned to don their new attire and boast to everyone around them. However, today, Xiaobai remained clad in the oversized number 33 jersey, resembling an impish sprite who had stealthily borrowed her brother's clothing. Upon hearing Huang Mimi's inquiry, Xiaobai momentarily paused her conversation with Xiaomi, standing at Huang Mimi's feet, gazing up earnestly and asking, "Do you think I'm not cute?" To declare that a child is not adorable is akin to saying a girl is overweight. Both are unkind remarks. And Huang Mimi could not bring herself to utter such a cruel statement. "Not at all. I find you absolutely adorable." Xiaobai erupted into an exaggerated fit of laughter, brimming with self-satisfaction and mischievous delight. Huang Mimi discovered herself under the intense gaze of a pair of eyes belonging to Xiaomi. In Xiaomi's large, hopeful eyes, a world of anticipation sparkled. "Xiaomi, you are quite adorable," Huang Mimi remarked, embodying the role of a caring older sister who instinctively understood the desires of the little ones, bestowing compliments at the perfect moment. With joy, Xiaomi skipped a couple of times, taking hold of Xiaobai's hand as they merrily bounded towards the entrance, where Zhang Tan had already arrived in the car. "It's time to set off. The car is here," Huang Mimi called to the 2 children, inviting them to embark. Xiaobai adjusted her backpack and reminded Xiaomi, "Stay close to me. I will take care of you." Upon reaching the vehicle, Huang Mimi inquired whether they needed a lift into the car. Xiaobai declined, opting to climb in by herself. Observing this, Xiaomi followed suit, puffing and panting as she clambered aboard, her bottom nudging into the seat ahead while her hands reached for the one behind. reminiscent of an ascent up a mountain. The two little ones nestled into the back seat. Xiaobai gazed around in wonder, her curiosity piqued by the interior of the car. Just yesterday, she had been in a police car, clinging to the steering wheel and refusing to disembark, nearly getting caught by the police sister and scaring herself into a state of distress. Today, surely, that would not be the case. It would not be kind to the children. Zhang Tan turned back to check on them, exited the vehicle, and approached the rear to secure their seatbelts. "Uncle Claw, are you binding me?" she exclaimed, already stealthily drawing out a small water gun, aimed at Zhang Tan, with her aunt's admonitions echoing in her ears. "Buckle up. This is for your safety," Zhang Tan stated. Meanwhile, Xiaomi nodded towards Xiaobai, reflecting on her own experiences as richer than Xiaobai's, who was still a naive little one. Having ridden in a police car daily to kindergarten, a privilege few children enjoyed, Little Bai quietly tucked away the small water gun into her bag. Zhang Tan was unaware that there was a moment when he nearly lost his life. He closed the car door and returned to the driver's seat. Suddenly, Little Bai dug into her pocket and pulled out 10 yuan, handing it to Zhang Tan. "Uncle, my aunt asked me to give this to you." Zhang Tan, perplexed, inquired. "For me? 10 yuan? What is this for?" Little Bai earnestly replied. "It's for taking me out to play. Here is your money." Understanding Little Bai's nature, Zhang Tan knew that refusing would only lead to a lengthy discussion, so he suggested she keep it for now and give it to him when they returned. Little Bai agreed, while Xiaomi, flustered, whispered that she had no money. Zhang Tan reassured her that the police officer at the station had already covered the expenses, which put her mind at ease. Meanwhile, Little Bai continued to rummage through her bag and produced an egg, cheerfully offering it to Xiaomi. She then retrieved another, extending it to Zhang Tan, and yet another, which she tucked into her own pocket while stating it was for herself, as she needed to grow up quickly. Before Huang Mimi could cry, she dug out one more egg and handed it to her. Huang Mimi felt a tumult of emotions, half sea and half flame. Her standing seemed too lowly. First, last, Zhang Tan, playfully adding salt to the wound, laughed heartily. "Such warm eggs, such a warm little friend. Little Bai, I suspect you have a chicken hidden in your bag." Little Bai quickly clutched her bag tightly and gleefully exclaimed that there were 2 chickens inside, before wrapping her arms around Xiaomi and cheerfully declaring, "Xiaomi feeds the chickens." Today's fundraising event was organized by the Weiguang Volunteer Association in collaboration with a summer camp. They set up a donation point on Jiujiang Street to collect clothing, a monthly routine event. The only distinction this time was the involvement of middle school students from the summer camp, who took the lead. Zhang Tan discovered this initiative online and reached out to participate. With a shared commitment to compassion and charity, the organizers readily agreed to his request to bring children along. After a brief 15-minute drive, they arrived at a small square on Jiujiang Street, nestled among residential areas. The event had been promoted online and offline for 3 days prior, and residents interested in donating were already prepared to contribute today, either bringing items themselves or calling for collection. "Let us go," Zhang Tan said, instinctively reaching for Xiaobai's hand. After a couple of attempts without success, he glanced down in confusion to find Xiaobai tightly clasping her small hands behind her back, watching him warily and remaining silent. Looking quite fierce. "No hand-holding," Zhang Tan inquired tentatively. "What are you doing?" Xiaobai huffed, proudly keeping her hands hidden, following Huang Mimi. After surpassing Zhang Tan, she quickly moved her hands from behind her back to embrace them in front of her chest, maintaining a vigilant stance against him. How untouchable could she be? Zhang Tan wondered. If she didn't want to hold, didn't she send several good person cards to him? All were verified good people. So holding hands isn't a big deal, right? She even led Xiaomi astray. Huang Mimi, witnessing this scene, took delight in Zhang Tan's misfortune. As she was finally spurned by Xiaobai, how amusing. She tentatively reached out to grasp Xiaobai's little hand, but Zhang Tan hesitated. Could it be that she too was forbidden from such an act? They are just young girls. There's no need to be overly concerned, right? What is the fuss about? Xiaobai, this time, was more straightforward, erupting in anger, pia, chasing after Huang Mimi's wicked hand, startling her into quickly withdrawing it. Claiming it was a misunderstanding, Huang Mimi was left in a state of confusion, her expression filled with black lines. Zhang Tan could hardly contain herself, laughing out loud. It turns out Xiaobai is cautious not only of men, but also of women. Huang Mimi shot him a glare, hiding her hand behind her back to prevent him from reaching out, focusing instead on attending to the 2 little ones. Zhang Tan observed Xiaobai walking ahead, noting her heightened sense of vigilance, which, from a psychological perspective, reflected a deep-seated insecurity. She appeared outwardly strong, seemingly fierce, yet harbored a sensitive and fragile heart. One could only wonder what experiences had shaped her thus at the tender age of 4.5. Zhang Tan and Huang Mimi escorted the children to the venue, first connecting with the event coordinator to explain their purpose. The coordinator, a woman in her 30s, glanced down at the two little ones with their backpacks and greeted them with a smile. "Welcome, I hope you have a fulfilling day." Xiaomi, feeling shy, lowered her head in silence, while Xiaobai responded on behalf of the children, "Welcome to you." The coordinator paused momentarily, then chuckled, "Welcome me. Thank you." Xiaobai, welcome me. Thank you. Clumsy and foolish, even I am left bewildered by my own words. According to the arrangement, Zhang Tan and others were responsible for receiving the donated old clothes. The scene was divided into 8 small groups, each consisting of 4 individuals, 1 member of the volunteer association paired with 3 half-grown children. In Zhang Tan's group, in addition to the 4 of them, a young lady from the volunteer association joined. "You two little ones are truly adorable. So young yet so eager to participate in charitable activities." The young lady mistakenly assumed that Zhang Tan and his companions were a family. One could only wonder at her perception. Huang Mimi took the opportunity to roll her eyes at Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan remarked, "Oh, look, this girl seems dissatisfied with me." "They're all my sisters," he introduced. The volunteer girl exclaimed in surprise. "3? All 3 are?" "Yes, they are all my sisters," Zhang Tan confirmed, indicating Huang Mimi as the eldest, Xiaobai as the second sister, and Xiaomi as the youngest. The two little ones had no objections, as they could not comprehend the conversation. They were busy looking around, curious and excited, except for the eldest sister, who voiced her discontent. "What nonsense! I am your sister," Huang Mimi protested. At 24 years old, she was indeed older than Zhang Tan, who was only 22. Who was the elder and who was the younger sibling? Zhang Tan retorted, "Maturity is not determined by age. You are still my sister." "Shameless," she replied. Huang Mimi ignored him and retrieved for yellow vests, the designated uniforms for this charitable event, 2 large and 2 small. The smaller ones, however, were still quite oversized for Xiaobai and Xiaomi. As they were originally intended for middle school students, it was rather improbable for 2 children just starting kindergarten to fit into them. Huang Mimi sought out a staff member to inquire if there were smaller sizes available, and indeed, she managed to find 2 exceptionally tiny vests, designed for families participating as a group. Once donned by Xiaobai and Xiaomi, they fit perfectly and preparations were complete. By 8:30 in the morning, people began to rise and head out in droves, many carrying bags of clothing. Come on over. Xiaobai was unperturbed, cheerfully beckoning everyone. She greeted the older individuals with uncle and aunt, while addressing the younger ones as brother and sister, her sweet voice resonating warmly. Zhang Tan had initially anticipated she would adopt a domineering and adorable demeanor, scolding those who did not participate. Little did he know she was merely a Navi sweetheart. Xiaomi was initially shy and timid, but after being encouraged by Xiaobai to engage in a few exchanges, she grew bolder upon realizing no one was mocking her. She joined Xiaobai in calling out, come on over, hurry." When others arrived with donations, Xiaobai would chatter incessantly, often inquiring if the clothing belonged to their child, and if not, to whom it belonged, engaging in a lively dialogue. Zhang Tan remarked to Huang Mimi, who was busy sorting the clothes, "Our group's business is thriving," which clearly demonstrates the significance of a welcoming front. Huang Mimi glanced at Xiaobai and Xiaomi, exclaiming, "These two are like lucky cats. Come here. Business was thriving, yet Zhang Tan worried it might tire the little ones. He occasionally encouraged them to take a seat, to rest, and enjoy a bottle of bear-shaped beverage along with some pastries. Thus, the Saturday morning slipped away unnoticed. Swift yet fulfilling, with Xiaobai and Xiaomi glistening with beads of sweat on their foreheads, their faces beaming with radiant smiles. The afternoon's task involved sorting and organizing the collected clothing, a responsibility from which Zhang Tan and the others abstained, marking the conclusion of their activities. Before departing, the event coordinator, a young lady, made a special effort to commend the 2 children, praising their industriousness throughout the morning without a single complaint. In recognition of their efforts, she presented them with 2 pink children's straw cups. Xiaobai immediately glanced at Zhang Tan, uncertain whether to accept the gift. Zhang Tan reassured her, saying, "You both accomplished a great deal today. This is a gift from the older sister. Please accept it." Only then did the children take the cups. Zhang Tan inquired, "Are you hungry? Let's find a place to eat." Upon returning to the car, Zhang Tan took the wheel, deciding where to dine for lunch. While the children expressed no objections, and Huang Mimi entrusted the decision entirely to him. Put your bags down, there's no need to carry them in the car. Huang Mimi suggested to the two little ones, who had been clutching their bags since getting in. Their little feet perched eagerly on the seat as they whispered excitedly to one another. Today was indeed a remarkable day for them. Heeding Huang Mimi's words, the two set down their bags, and Xiaobai leaned against the car window, her large eyes fixated on the sights outside. What are you looking at, Xiaobai? As Xiaomi observed Xiaobai suddenly retreating into silence, fixated on the view outside the window, she curiously inquired while glancing out herself, noting that there was nothing particularly remarkable. Xiaobai pointed towards a towering building outside, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Look, such a tall building, reaching up to the heavens." Xiaomi nodded in acknowledgement, but felt no thrill. After all, skyscrapers were a common sight in Pujiang. A yawn escaped her lips as she leaned back in her seat, her eyes growing heavy, succumbing to drowsiness. Eager to share her enthusiasm, Xiaobai turned to speak to Xiaomi about the large cartoon sculptures outside, only to find her friend drifting off to sleep. Restraining herself from speaking, Xiaobai turned back to the vibrant world beyond the glass. The kaleidoscopic panorama of towering edifices, bustling shops, and the throngs of pedestrians presented a captivating, unfamiliar realm that entranced her. Seeing this, Huang Mimi asked, "Xiaobai, have you ever gone out to play?" Xiaobai shook her head, remaining silent as she continued her unwavering gaze outside. Huang Mimi pressed on, "Perhaps your aunt could take you out this weekend?" Xiaobai replied without turning. "But my aunt has to work to earn money. Does she have to work on weekends too?" Huang Mimi inquired, puzzled. The driver, Zhang, cast a glance at her, his eyes silently conveying that further questioning was unwelcome. Huang Mimi silently mouthed an "Oh. Don't you earn money on weekends, sister?" Xiaobai asked. Huang Mimi responded, "Weekends are for resting, just like today. These uncles and aunts are at home, not working, which is why they have time to participate in our activities." "What?" Xiaobai inquired with astonishment, her petite face etched with confusion. Huang Mimi, who relished hearing her speak of Trump, found her utterly adorable and chuckled. "Everyone is resting at home during the weekend, don't you know?" Xiaobai, perplexed, shook her head. Huang Mimi continued, "Haven't you noticed that many children don't come to the Little Red Horse Academy on weekends? That's because their parents don't have to work and can take them out to play." Xiaobai shook her head again, then nodded thoughtfully. She recalled that there were indeed days when many children were absent from the academy. Sometimes, Lulu and Chengsheng would also be missing, and even her friend Xiaomi would be absent. Tilting her head, she pondered deeply and realized that among the friends she knew, it seemed that everyone occasionally missed a day at the academy, and some had never returned after their first absence. She had experienced the sudden departure of several close friends, each time leaving her sorrowful for days on end. Little did she know that true farewells are seldom marked by goodbyes. They often occur without notice. Xiaobai cradled her small head in contemplation, lost in thought for quite some time, forgetting to gaze out at the scenery beyond the window. As she mulled over the myriad of children at the academy, it dawned on her that only she and Luo Zikong attended every day. She had been at the Little Red Horse Academy for half a year, though a brief span, she was among the few who had stayed the longest. The turnover at the Little Red Horse Academy was quite high, with fees charged weekly, meaning a child might attend for a week and not return the following one. Noticing Xiaobai's dazed expression, Huang Mimi, with concern, asked, "Xiaobai, what's wrong? Are you feeling sleepy?" Xiaobai lifted her gaze towards her, her large eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. After a moment's pause, her focus gradually sharpened, and she remarked, "My aunt is working so hard." In her perception, her uncle and aunt toiled daily, even on weekends. Although she was unaware of the true meaning of weekends, she assumed they were akin to Monday and Tuesday, rather than days of rest. Because her uncle and aunt were occupied with work every day, they naturally had little time to take her out for leisure. Since arriving in the international metropolis of Pujiang at the beginning of the year, her existence had been a monotonous routine, oscillating between her rented accommodation and school. During the day, she played alone in the rental, and as dusk approached, she would watch the sunlight slip away from her home, the sun descending beyond the mountains, while footsteps and murmurs began to fill the air outside. This signaled the return of the adults from the neighboring household, and soon, her uncle and aunt would follow suit. Meanwhile, she prepared to attend the Little Red Horse Academy, the time she cherished most. Her small backpack was already packed by noon, meticulously checked countless times, and she could count the pages of the picture books within with ease. Leaning back in her seat, Xiaobai stared blankly at the children's sippy cup in her hands, indifferent to the scenery passing by the window, and unresponsive to the attempts of Huang Mimi to engage her in conversation. She appeared to be lost in thought. Zhang quickly sensed the shift in Xiaobai's demeanor and steered the car into the designated restaurant, coming to a halt as he announced, "All right, we've arrived. It's time to eat." He opened the car door, and upon noticing that Xiaomi had fallen asleep, he gently cradled her in his arms as he exited the vehicle. Xiaomi stirred awake in his embrace. Meanwhile, Huang Mimi attempted to lift Xiaobai out of the car, but the little one resisted, pushing her hands away and climbing down by herself. This restaurant serves authentic Pujiang cuisine. When I inquired with two little children about their preferences, they both shook their heads, unsure of what to choose. Thus, I turned to Huang Mimi for her selection. Aside from her remarkable prowess in chess, she possesses an equally impressive appetite. Her figure ample and succulent, a product of indulgence in various establishments. Little Bai gazed at the array of dishes before her and sighed. So many dishes. She had never encountered such a feast before. Each morning, her breakfast consisted of buns, steamed bread, eggs, or noodles left by her aunt. Lunchtime usually involved leftovers from breakfast, with only dinner offering a semblance of abundance. Her aunt would stir-fry a couple of dishes, while her uncle would present his peanuts and open a bottle of beer, relishing every sip and often playfully teasing her, pouring her a drink. She had tasted beer once, taking a sip and finding it utterly distasteful, her little face contorting in disgust as she stood up and exclaimed a playful reprimand, tossing the plastic cup against the wall. Her aunt scolded her uncle, who only laughed heartily, finding it amusing. As a result, when she visited Zhang Tan's home and beheld the lavish dinner spread alongside delightful beverages and fruits, she would exclaim, "You treat yourself so well." Zhang Tan would reply, "We have many people here. Come, before we eat, let us have a bowl of soup. I'll serve you." He took Little Bai's small bowl and filled it with a portion of yanduxian, stirring with a spoon as the enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing the little one's stomachs to rumble. Little Bai, clutching her belly, smiled shyly. Having eaten breakfast quite early, she was now quite hungry. Zhang Tan served a bowl for her, placing it before her, and then filled another for Xiaomi. Little Bai peered curiously into her bowl, asking inquisitively, "What is this?" Yanduxian is a quintessential stew from Pujiang cuisine, renowned for its rich flavors. In the soft dialect of Wu, du signifies the act of stewing, boiling, or preparing soup. Yin refers to cured salted meat, while xian denotes fresh meat. Thus, yanduxian translates to salted meat stewed with fresh meat. Both salted and fresh meats are cuts that include fat, and occasionally, ribs are used. Today, careful attention has been paid to ensure that the dish features lean cuts with fat, as the little ones find it challenging to chew on ribs. For Xiaobai and Xiaomi, the yanduxian served includes both meat and bamboo shoots. The meat comprises large chunks of salted meat and smaller pieces of fresh meat, each selected with care. The bamboo shoots are spring bamboo shoots, an essential ingredient. Substituting them with anything else would render the dish no longer yanduxian. Although the name does not explicitly mention spring bamboo shoots, they are, in fact, the soul of this dish. Their delicate and fresh flavor perfectly balances the saltiness of the cured meat and the smokiness of the fresh meat. Yanduxian is a beloved home-cooked dish among the locals of Pujiang, prepared in every household, each with its own unique twist. Besides the aforementioned primary ingredients, others such as asparagus lettuce and tofu nuts may also be included. Zhang Tan's grandmother used to enjoy adding asparagus lettuce, which, when infused with the broth, becomes particularly delectable. The soup has a slight saltiness, making it ideal for replenishing salt after sweating in the summer heat. With an enticing aroma, Xiaobai takes a deep breath, nearly drooling in anticipation. Zhang Tan is aware that her favorite part is the meat, affectionately referred to as gaga. Whenever she visits his home, she always inquires, "Are we having gaga today?" This little one is indeed a carnivorous creature. If it smells so good, you should eat quickly. But do be cautious not to burn your mouth. After a busy morning, the little one is famished and has quite an appetite. Xiaobai once again proves her ability to eat well, outpacing Xiaomi significantly. There were 2 plates of bee-shaped buns, which the children adored, devouring them with great enthusiasm to demonstrate their affection for these delightful treats. Meow, meow, meow. Zhang Tang exchanged a knowing glance with Huang Mimi, whose expression shifted abruptly. Mistakenly believing Zhang Tang was signaling her to settle the bill, she quickly feigned ignorance. While she was open to ordering, paying was an entirely different matter, an impossibility, indeed. Simultaneously, she harbored resentment. Feeling she had unraveled Zhang Tang's cunning scheme, He had deliberately encouraged her to choose the dishes, only to expect her to pay. Good-hearted individuals may not always be astute, yet those with ill intentions are invariably full of tricks. Zhang Teng discreetly nudged her under the table, forming a silent request with his lips. Huang Mimi rummaged through her bag, conveying her financial plight, signaling she truly lacked funds. Zhang Teng let out a sigh and leaned closer, whispering, "Aquarium." Realization dawned on Huang Mimi, prompting a moment of self-reflection. Despite Zhang Teng's flaws in romantic matters, he proved to be a good friend, generous when treating others to meals. Though he had fallen on hard times, the Zhang family had once been affluent, and a lean camel is larger than a horse. Moreover, they had relatives in high places. She cast a glance at the children, who were energetically sipping from their cups, giggling and playing. "Ah, Zhang Teng, I wish to visit the aquarium. Do invite me along." Upon seeing the playful antics of the child, Zhang Teng quickly averted his gaze, casually remarking, "Is that truly a good idea? What is so captivating about the aquarium? Are you perhaps yearning to eat fish?" Huang Mimi exclaimed. "The aquarium is such a delightful place. It is home to dolphins, axolotls, whales, sunfish, penguins, polar bears, and the adorably plump seals. Whatever you wish to see, it is all there." Xiao Bai, clutching a straw cup, gazed intently at her, then discreetly glanced at Zhang Tan, who expressed his dilemma, saying, "But we lack time. I still need to take Xiao Bai and Xiaomi home." Huang Mimi lowered her head and fortuitously locked eyes with Xiao Bai, asking, "Xiao Bai, do you and Xiaomi not have time?" Xiao Bai, with the straw in her mouth, nodded vigorously. Disappointed, Huang Mimi lamented, "Is there truly no time? I long to visit the aquarium." Xiao Bai quickly shook her head, removed the straw, and seized the opportunity, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes." Huang Mimi, filled with excitement, inquired, "You have time?" Xiao Bai nodded and swiftly tugged at Xiaomi, urging her to speak up. Xiaomi chimed in, "I also have time." Huang Mimi, amused, turned to Zhang Tan and said, "Did you hear that? Both Xiao Bai and Xiaomi have time." Zhang Tan responded, "Though they have time, if Xiao Bai and Xiaomi do not wish to visit the aquarium, perhaps we should reconsider. Today, we are here to accompany the children." Without needing Huang Mimi to ask, Xiao Bai proclaimed first, "I love the uncle. I adore giant pandas." Huang Mimi then asked Xiaomi, "What about you, Xiaomi?" Xiaomi replied, "I love giraffes." Zhang Tan furrowed his brow, locking eyes with the two young girls before him, pondering their apparent naivety. How could they possibly think a marine aquarium housed giant pandas and giraffes? Had these creatures somehow drowned? Under the scrutiny of the three girls, after much internal deliberation, he finally relented. "Very well, let us proceed to the aquarium." Little Bai, momentarily stunned, loosened her grip, causing her straw cup to tumble beneath the table. Swiftly, she leapt from her chair to retrieve it. Then, with remarkable restraint, she bounced lightly on the spot and earnestly informed Huang Mimi, "Sister, the aquarium also has dogs and big cats." Earlier, when Huang Mimi had been recounting the various small animals, she had been eager to interject. For how could one overlook such significant little darlings? With the decision made, the group departed. Little Bai, clutching her bowl and chopsticks, descended the table. Zhang Tan teased, "What are you doing, Little Bai? Are you planning to take their bowl and chopsticks after finishing your meal?" With a haughty snort, Little Bai scampered a few steps to the waitress, lifting her bowl and chopsticks to present to her. "Sister, I'm done." The waitress appeared puzzled, wondering if the child wanted a refill. "Would you like another bowl, little one?" Little Bai shook her head. "I'm returning this to you." Zhang Tan understood now. The child had finished her meal and was taking the initiative to clear her own dishes. Self-sufficiency and resourcefulness, it seemed, were habits ingrained in her at home. After handing her bowl and chopsticks to the waitress, Little Bai puffed out her little belly and strutted along, her steps slightly askew. If Marinhua were to see her now, she would surely scold her once again. Upon boarding the vehicle, they set off for the aquarium. Xiao Bai once again pressed her 10 yuan into Zhang Tan's hands, claiming it was for their earlier meal. Zhang Tan insisted she keep it for now, promising to retrieve it when needed. It was summer, and the zoo and amusement park were rather deserted, while the aquarium buzzed with activity, teeming with visitors. To prevent Xiao Bai from getting lost amidst the throng, Zhang Tan instinctively reached out to hold her hand, only to find that she had evaded him. With her small hands clasped behind her back, she sidestepped him. "There are so many people, and you are so tiny. What if you get lost?" Zhang Tan implored. He attempted once more to grasp her hand, but Xiaomi had already been taken away by Huang Mimi. "What are you doing?" Xiao Bai exclaimed, unapologetically swatting at his hand in playful retaliation, nearly landing a blow on its owner as well. Zhang Tan could only chuckle at the absurdity of the situation, while Huang Mimi watched with amusement. All right, I want to hold your hand, he conceded, choosing instead to stay close to the spirited child. Xiaobai was undoubtedly a first-time visitor to the aquarium, exclaiming in delight as she observed the myriad of aquatic life. With her little hand still behind her back and her head held high, she gazed left and right, up and down, her small mind barely able to process the marvels before her. It was likely she had never encountered such a plethora of fish. Indeed, she cared little for the distinctions among them, referring to all as fishy fish. Whether it be seals, tuna, or sharks, they were all simply fishy fish to her. Even the mermaid performed by the staff was dubbed a fishy fish. Fortunately, crabs did not fall under this category. They were classified as crawling sea creatures. Today, Xiaobai's eyes were open wide in wonder as she not only beheld an assortment of fishy fish, but also unexpectedly spotted a barracuda swimming in the depths. Solemnly, the second elder of the shuttle, referred to as the sea snake, seemed to have wandered into the wrong realm. Xiaobai, pursuing Zhang Tan, inquired with a hint of confusion. Isn't it peculiar? The sea snake ought to reside in the zoo, not in the depths of the ocean. Perhaps it has fallen into the sea? Alas, what a misfortune! As Zhang Tan scoured the internet on his phone, he elucidated the situation to her. Soon after, they beheld a magnificent whale. Xiaobai, in sheer astonishment, cried out repeatedly, clinging tightly to Zhang Tan's trousers, her anxiety palpable. Seizing the moment, Zhang Tan grasped her small hand, providing her with a sense of security. Enveloped in thoughts of the grand whale, Xiaobai remained oblivious to the fact that Zhang Tan was holding her hand. By the time she realized, he had already liberated himself from her grasp, striding away with an air of pride. Xiaobai, feeling rather naive, lamented her misfortune. Not only had she been held by Zhang Tan, but shortly thereafter, she found herself in his arms. They were to pose for a photograph with a group of penguins. With the crowd being somewhat overwhelming, Xiaobai stood before the lens, frequently obscured. Thus, Huang Mimi, responsible for capturing the moment, suggested that Zhang Tan lift Xiaobai high. After a moment's contemplation, and under the subtle orchestration of the two adults, she acquiesced. Consequently, Zhang Tan hoisted her for the photograph, leaving an indelible mark in time. Alongside her was Xiaomi, who shared in the delight of the moment, blissfully unaware of the scheme that had unfolded. By 4 p.m, the group departed from the aquarium. Zhang Tan treated them to some snacks and delightful bear-shaped beverages, a small repast before their journey home. All four were returning to the academy. At this hour, Xiaobai found her home deserted, as her uncle and aunt were still engaged in their work. Xiaomi could indeed return to the police station, but after a couple of hours, she would have to go back to the Little Red Horse, wasting precious time in transit. Zhang Tan took the opportunity to buy some groceries, intending to prepare dinner for himself that evening. How about you, Xiaobai and Xiaomi? Lend me a hand. Let us cook dinner together, he proposed. Huh? Xiaobai responded, puzzled. I mean, assist me in preparing dinner, if you please. Xiaobai timidly replied, all right, and then gently tapped his hand. Pia, you said it, Zhang Tan remarked, locking eyes with her, both appearing somewhat silly. He could not be bothered to explain. So he simply continued, all right, since you have already tapped my hand, we shall cook dinner together. There's no turning back now. Okay, Xiaobai readily agreed. If one were to say that today's outing had borne fruit, it would be evident in Xiaobai's diminished wariness towards him. After all, she had held his hand, embraced him, and even taken a photo together. I will wash the dishes, Xiaomi said with a hint of pride. Impressive. Both of you little ones are quite capable, Zhang Tan acknowledged. Noticing Xiaomi's hopeful gaze towards him, eager yet cautious. Understanding her intentions, he reluctantly extended his hand towards Xiaomi, inviting her to tap it once more. I want to join in too, Huang Mimi chimed in eagerly. Go away, Zhang Tan retorted in disdain. What do you mean, Zhang Tan? I want to help too. You don't wish to assist, you simply want to make mischief. Xiaobai, Xiaomi, look at Boss Zhang. If you want tea, let me lend a hand. Xiaobai immediately defended her, saying, Uncle, extend your hand. Xiaomi joined in the playful commotion. Huang Mimi seized the opportunity to grasp Zhang Tan's hand and playfully swatted it, exclaiming with delight, all right, I shall lend a hand as well. Count me in for dinner tonight. My fried rice is unparalleled. After their visit to the aquarium, Zhang Tan had specifically purchased fish. But upon seeing it, Xiaobai and Xiaomi protested vehemently, declaring they could not eat the fish, for it was simply too adorable. Huang Mimi, ever the fickle friend, upon witnessing her little companion's opposition to consuming fish, promptly abandoned her intention to prepare braised fish and turned against Zhang Tan. chastising him for his apparent lack of compassion in considering the fish for dinner. Zhang Tan was left speechless as the yellow croaker he had bought was now placed in the fish tank, destined to be raised as a cherished pet. The yellow croaker, with its tender, boneless flesh, is particularly suitable for children, a consideration that had motivated Zhang Tan's purchase, yet fate seemed to favor the fish. The four joined forces to prepare a dinner that, while not lavish, was certainly delightful. Under the dining table, the rhythmic chirping of crickets filled the air, their sounds resonating like a soft melody. Xiao Bai, curious, poked her little head beneath the table, searching for the source of the chirping, prompting Huang Mimi to promptly draw her plump thighs together. Though the sound was evident, the chirping creature remained hidden, leaving Zhang Tan with a nagging premonition that this night would be filled with noise. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired of Xiao Bai, whatever happened to the cricket you captured in a glass jar last time? Huh, where's your cricket? Zhang Tan pressed on. It was lost, taken by that foolish Luo Zikong. Xiao Bai lamented. Their disagreement over the lost cricket had escalated into a quarrel, which Xiao Bai had ultimately lost, leaving her in tears. However, I wasn't alluding to that particular instance. Didn't you later capture a cricket, or is it a cicada? Bai inquired, her wide eyes darting about. Dashing? Good sir, you are indeed dashing. How did you come to be so? No need to inquire further. It seems the cricket in their residence is the very one Bai had captured, although when it was released into their home remains a mystery. The cricket chirped incessantly, yet eluded detection. Zhang Tan, conceding defeat, urged everyone to dine first and then resume the search, lest it establish a permanent residence and begin a family. The thought was unbearable, especially given his own bachelorhood. How could a mere insect precede him in matters of the heart? The sun descended behind the towering edifices, painting the sky in fiery hues. The lingering rays meandered through the city, their warmth rapidly dissipating. The air felt somewhat oppressive, but a gentle evening breeze had begun to stir in the academy, rustling the leaves. The cool air, devoid of its daytime ardor, wafted in through the balcony, caressing the dining table. Beneath the table, the cricket's song persisted. Outside the window, cicadas serenaded the setting sun from the mulberry, sycamore, and camphor trees, accompanied by a chorus of smaller insects chirping and singing in the undergrowth. Very well, Zhang Tan declared. Whoever finishes last washes the dishes. With that, he was the first to set down his utensils. The three young ladies turned their collective gaze upon him, none relinquishing their chopsticks or spoons. After a brief silence, Huang Mimi spoke, 3-1. We've decided that the first to finish washing the dishes is the one who sets down their utensils first. What say you, Xiaomi? Xiaomi nodded in agreement. And you, Bai? Bai glanced at Zhang Tan and replied, I am but a child. I shall defer to the adults. Cunning little children never grow up. Is that so? Zhang sighed in disbelief. Huang Mimi chuckled and replied, It is indeed so. The minority must yield to the majority, so what else do you have to say? Wash the dishes. Huh. Little Bai was overjoyed, her tiny feet swinging beneath the table as she waved her little spoon, thoroughly engrossed in savoring her golden egg fried rice. She was capable of washing dishes and often did so at home, yet today, she simply wished to indulge in the carefree existence of a little baby. At midnight, Malin, weary from her endeavors, came to fetch Little Bai. The effects of their outing were evident, as Little Bai made a special trip to bid farewell to Zhang. Indeed, girls of all ages often foster bonds through shared excursions and feasting. Similarly, Xiaomi found herself less intimidated by Zhang, no longer bowing her head in shyness at the mere sight of him, though she still lacked the audacity of Little Bai. Another girl accompanying them, Miss Huang Mimi, had also significantly revised her opinion of Zhang. Throughout the day, he had truly impressed her. Who could have imagined that the once notorious Zhang would engage so gently with children, even allowing them to ride on his shoulders? She recalled his previous avowal of detesting children, claiming he would never want them if he were to marry. As the streetlights illuminated the quiet alley, Malin strode ahead, while Little Bai tugged at her trousers, trotting along in small steps, occasionally glancing up at her aunt with her mouth agape, wanting to speak, but holding back. The journey was tranquil, and halfway through, Xiao Bai could no longer contain himself. Aunt Claus, did you enjoy yourself today? What? Did you have a good time? What on earth do you mean by having a good time? Oh, come on. How could Malin not understand the thoughts of a child? With a dismissive remark, she asked, How was your day? Have you forgotten about me? Oh, I've forgotten all about it. Claus, remove your hand from my pant leg. You little rascal. Even if you call me a little rascal, Aunt, I won't hold it against you. I appreciate you. Who are we to each other? You little brat. What did you play with? Wasn't he at an event you attended? Did you play with claws as well? Oh, that is something. Are you teasing me, little brat? You really know how to whet my appetite. Instantly, Xiaobai excitedly chattered away, recounting the day's adventures. Aunt, did you know? Suo Lao Air is in the sea. Oh, really? What is that about? I'm so worried about Suo Lao Air. This little brat is still fretting over the sea serpent, always fearing he might drown. There are Suo Lao Airs in the sea too, so don't worry, you won't die. Aunt, how come you know so much? Xiaobai inquired curiously. In our little river at home, there are also Suo Lao Airs, everyone knows. Except for you. That's because you all never told me, humph. You're overthinking it. The whole world isn't performing just for you. And what else? Keep talking. Oh, I saw a super big fish swimming about, immensely vast. Just how immense are we talking? Commensurate to your posterior, perhaps? The impish child, Xiaobai, audaciously patted her own bottom, then cast a sidelong glance, scrutinizing Aunt Malin's dairy. With a mischievous grin, she exclaimed, "Goodness, Auntie, your behind is quite substantial." The aquatic creature I espied was even more voluminous than both our posteriors combined. And just how voluminous would that be? Xiaobai extended her diminutive hands, declaring it surpassed even that expanse by a considerable margin. Darting beneath the street lamp's glow, her shadow stretched across the ground, transforming her into a veritable giant. She flung her arms wide, embracing the entirety of the alleyway, proclaiming the fish to be of such magnitude. She was, of course, alluding to a whale. Malin, ever the indulgent aunt, chimed in, indeed, exceedingly vast, capable of devouring us both whole. With eyes sparkling, Xiaobai scampered after her aunt, clasping her leg in a fervent embrace. Limbs entwined, clamoring, "Auntie, Auntie, rescue me. The aquatic beast intends to consume me." I am gripped by trepidation. Malin, nearly toppled by the sudden clinging, was exasperated. Yet, the child, akin to an animated adhesive, remained stubbornly affixed, giggling with abandon. With considerable effort, she peeled off the tenacious sprite, depositing her on the ground, scolding, "You little rascal, you nearly caused me to stumble." Xiaobai dusted off her seat, rising with a pout, protesting, "Why did you cast the little one upon the ground? Are you not a benevolent soul? Do you still harbor affection for me?" "Benevolent, I am not. Mr. Zhang, now he is a benevolent soul, taking you out for amusement. Mr. Zhang is indeed a benevolent soul. He shall be rewarded for his kindness." "And what of the young lady?" "The young lady? Xiaomi is not merely my young lady. She is my beloved." "Oh, dear aunt, are you blowing your nose? Go away. I meant to ask about the young lady who accompanied you and Boss Zhang. How is she?" "Oh, it's her. I almost forgot about her. She isn't called a young lady. She is referred to as sister. I feel quite shy to call her that, considering her ample figure and my diminutive stature." "What do you call her then?" "I refer to her as Mayor." "Mayor? Do you not sound a bit like a rogue?" "I am just a child, dear aunt, so please do not provoke my temper. Let us maintain harmony. I have resolved to treat you well." Malinhua murmured softly, thinking little of Bai's childish antics, unaware that Bai felt a pang of sympathy for others who could not rest while she herself could. "That young lady is the daughter of your principal. Did you know that?" "What? The principal's daughter?" Bai was taken aback. "No one has mentioned that to me." Upon recalling her previous mistreatment of Huang Mimi, Bai grew anxious, fearing that the principal might seek vengeance for her daughter, perhaps even striking her bottom. "If I tell you, will you be upset?" "Oh, I believe Mayor is a good person. Did you not think so before?" "I once thought she was rather unpleasant." "Unpleasant? I knew it. You have always been a bit of a rascal. Aunt, let us be amicable and refrain from speaking ill of others. What about Boss Zhang? Do you think he is a good person? Is it also chicken droppings?" "Aunt, do I have a pot?" "Where did you get the pot?" "There isn't one." "Really? Don't deceive me." "There isn't one. Your mother and father only gave birth to you." Suddenly, Xiaobai exclaimed in anger, "Why don't you give me a pot?" "Why not?" Ma Lanhua looked down at her with ill intentions. "You foolish child, do not shout at me. You know what I am capable of." Xiaobai ignored her and continued to express her frustration. "Aunt, why don't you give me a pot?" "Why? I'm so angry I could burst into flames." Ma Lanhua retorted, "You pampered child, you silly little one. I am not your mother, so why are you yelling at me?" Xiaobai suddenly stood still beneath the streetlight, its glow casting her shadow on the ground, reduced to mere patches. Ma Lanhua took a few steps, only to realize that the child had not followed, discovering that Xiaobai remained rooted in place, lost in thought. "Come on, you silly child." Xiaobai lifted her little head, her big eyes reflecting confusion, sadness, and a hint of grievance. Pouting, she trotted over, clutching her aunt's pants again. Taking tiny steps to keep up, her head lowered so that her little face remained hidden. What were you doing just now? Ma Lanhua inquired. She reflected on her earlier words, uncertain if she had inadvertently hurt Xiao Bai's feelings. She longed to understand the child's inner emotions. Yet the demands of her tasks and the multitude of people around her left her utterly drained. By the time she completed her chores, the night had deepened. Xiao Bai lay in her little bed, rolling about and giggling, no longer in need of her aunt's comfort or guidance. The lights were extinguished by Malonflower. The sound of a child rolling around on the small bed echoed, accompanied by the query, "Why is the light off?" Malonflower let out a deep sigh. Closing her eyes, her body enveloped in an unprecedented fatigue yet an equally unparalleled comfort. To save electricity, my family's finances are quite strained. Suddenly, the drowsy Malonflower jolted awake. Pa, following Boss Zhang has been quite extraordinary, hasn't it? She wished to converse briefly with Little White, but her body incessantly urged her to succumb to slumber. With a soft murmur, she remarked, "Sleep, Auntie, I have something to share. Do you wish to hear?" Little White was lively, relishing the vibrant experiences of the day. In a state of confusion, Malonflower inquired, "Pa?" The sound of clattering indicated that Little White had turned over in bed. Boss Zhang held my hand. Malonflower immediately became alert, her voice rising. "Pa?" Boss Zhang held my hand. Though I didn't permit him, he is quite mischievous. Understanding dawned upon Malonflower. It was merely a matter of holding hands. She relaxed her spirit, asking, "Was there anything else?" No sooner had she posed the question than her eyes involuntarily closed again, feeling as if she were floating on a cloud, soft and weightless. The wind from the heavens whispered past her ears, accompanied by a familiar childish voice. He even hugged me. Oh. Malonflower felt as if she were plummeting from the clouds, her body experiencing a rapid loss of weight. Snapping her back to consciousness. "Pa, Boss Zhang hugged you." She turned on the light and, upon seeing the sight of the little one, exclaimed in irritation, "You foolish child. What on earth are you doing at this late hour?" The little one, leaning against the wall, had managed to balance himself upside down, with his small head resting on the bed, panting heavily. Upon hearing her words, he burst into laughter but then collapsed onto the pillow, rolling over only to bounce back up, brimming with energy. "Auntie, am I impressive?" "You are impressive at all. Go to sleep." "Then why did you turn on the light for me?" "I ask you, why did Boss Zhang embrace you?" The little one's big eyes darted around. And suddenly he lunged, diving onto the blanket and covering his head with a pillow, his little feet flailing in the air like an exhausted fish out of water. "What are you doing?" Marlanhua asked, exasperated. "I'm shy." "Stop the nonsense. Why did Boss Zhang embrace you?" Because I'm very well behaved." Marlanhua felt a surge of frustration and restrained the urge to lash out. "Well behaved, my foot. Besides being embraced, what else did Boss Zhang do?" "Foolish child. Can you please take that silly head of yours out?" The little one crawled out from beneath the pillow, panting as he attempted to lean against the wall once more. Marlanhua, enraged, got out of bed, startling the little one, who toppled over to the side with a thud. Before he could even let out a yelp, he was caught and playfully swatted on the bottom twice, which finally subdued him. "Stop the nonsense." "What nonsense?" "Boss Zhang. Boss Zhang is quite handsome." "Oh, you are quite the chatterbox, aren't you?" "Everyone is spreading rumors that Boss Zhang is quite the handsome fellow, though I am uncertain of what type of handsome they refer to." "Auntie, what kind of handsome is it?" "It's the kind that resembles a pot with burnt rice." Oh, how the laughter from the geese has me in stitches. Seizing the moment, I roll about on the bed. "Stop rolling around. If you continue, you might just end up under the bed, where a little ghost will take you away." "You frighten me." "Am I afraid of ghosts?" Malonhua, aware that discussing matters with her could stretch into the early hours, directly inquires, "You little rascal, what has Boss Zhang done for you?" "He treated me to a plethora of delicious snacks, truly delightful." "Oh, by the way, what about the 10 yuan I gave you? Did you hand it over to Boss Zhang?" Little Bai, taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh dear. Look at your expression. You surely haven't given it to him." She rummaged through her small backpack, retrieving a round stone from within. Malonhua scolded, "What nonsense. Are you planning to consume a stone for a midnight snack?" Little Bai chuckled awkwardly, hastily returning the stone to her bag, continuing to search until she finally produced a crumpled 10 yuan note, looking as if it had suffered greatly. Malonhua mocked, "Bai Chuanhua, you truly are one to eat, drink, and play without a care, yet you offer nothing in return. What do you think you're doing?" Little Bai retorted, "I was deceived." She explained how Boss Zhang had led her from one thing to another, causing her to forget to pay him. Tomorrow, I shall prepare a dish of Bang Bang chicken for Boss Zhang as a token of gratitude. Bang Bang chicken? Indeed, Bang Bang chicken. What are you up to? Auntie, is the Bang Bang chicken delicious? The Bang Bang chicken made by Auntie is unparalleled. Teach me. I too want to be unrivaled and make Luo Zikong weep. Baoqi, let me ask you, has Boss Zhang done anything for you? He gave me a hug. I have told you countless times not to let him hug you. You haven't remembered, have you? I believe he is a good person. Silly child, is there anything else? Let me think. Then think quickly. Auntie, please tell me a story. Go away. I can't recall anything now. You won't get Bang Bang chicken tomorrow. I've remembered. Auntie, how clever I am. Hurry up. I was riding on Boss Zhang's neck. It was so high and so much fun. What? You were riding on Boss Zhang's neck? Did he let you? You might get a hug from a child. But riding on someone's neck is reserved for very close relationships. Xiaobai chuckled. I even grabbed his hair like the tassels on corn. Did he not swat you away? I shot at him. Malinhua was taken aback and asked, Did you bring a water gun? Seeing Xiaobai nodding, she scolded, You silly child. How many mischiefs have you done? Boss Zhang must think you're a mischievous little rascal. I have told you so many times to be good and not to upset Boss Zhang. Does your hand speak for Auntie, spreading foul odors? Absolutely not. There certainly is. I've been very well behaved. Tell me, have you taken a bath today? Yes, I have. You haven't. I have. I'm telling you that you haven't. You reek. Come on. Let's go take a bath. Why? I don't want to. I want to go to sleep. Sleep my foot. I think you need to be disciplined. Malinhua took Xiaobai to the bathroom, closed the door, saying they were going to take a bath, but Xiaobai's agitated little voice kept coming from under the door. Clearly not in the process of bathing. Oh, haha, what are you doing? What does that mean? What's the meaning of this? Auntie, what are you doing? I'm so embarrassed. It infuriates me. What are you doing, you little rascal Malinhua? Malinhua, I'm going to fight you. Uncle, don't sleep. Come save your Xiaobai. By Giant Pain. A few minutes later, Xiaobai was released, crestfallen, having suffered a great loss, muttering and cursing Malinhua. But Malinhua didn't dwell on it. She inspected Xiaobai from head to toe, found no marks, and felt much more relieved. She went back to bed, turned off the light, and threatened the whimpering Xiaobai, telling her to shut up, or she'd tear her little mouth apart. Xiaobai was frightened into silence, more afraid of Malinhua, who feared neither wind nor rain, than of ghosts. Malinhua closed her eyes, and soon her body soared again, flying in the clouds, while Xiaobai ran on the grass below, shouting, Auntie, Auntie, don't leave me behind. I'm a little rascal, please forgive me. As summer wanes and August approaches its latter half, the heat intensifies, bringing the film season to its zenith before its eventual conclusion. Zhang Tan's promotional efforts for the youthful romantic film Tomorrow's You have finally culminated in its release, deftly seizing the tail end of the season. The advertising campaign that Zhang Tan orchestrated has long since concluded, and Li Rui, ever true to his word, not only honored the agreed sum of 50,000 yuan, but also proposed a new collaboration, inviting Zhang Tan to create an analysis video for Tomorrow's You. Li Rui appears to have overlooked Zhang Tan's previous disregard for his request for modifications as this time. The 5 advertisements Zhang Tan produced have proven exceptionally fruitful with commendable data. Future endeavors are anticipated, and continued collaboration is encouraged. Li Rui reached out via phone, expressing satisfaction with the results of their recent partnership and suggesting the prospect of further collaboration. With the film's premiere imminent, he extended an invitation to Zhang Tan. Of course, Zhang Tan would not delude himself into believing that he was being invited to walk the red carpet as a guest. The premiere will gather numerous film critics, and attending in such a capacity would entail a modest remuneration, albeit with the implicit expectation of offering a few flattering remarks post-viewing. The event is scheduled for the following evening at 7:30 at the Pujiang Grand Theater, and Li Rui assured Zhang Tan that a ticket would be reserved for him. The next day, as the workday nears its end, Zhang Tan convenes a meeting with the screenwriting team as they approach the conclusion of their first season's script development. They must exert additional effort to ensure a flawless finale. As for the possibility of a second season, who can say? Zhang Tan remains uncertain, as it ultimately hinges on the reception of the current season. If it proves to be a success, why not pursue a second season? After all, one should not forego an opportunity for profit. Understood, boss. Rest assured, Zhang Tan, they affirm. Finally, nearing the completion of the script, his mind feels as though it may explode from the effort. Feeling utterly drained, Zhang Ten found himself surrounded by a cacophony of voices as everyone scrambled to write a lengthy script, exhausting their minds and bodies. Once this endeavor concluded, Zhang sighed, realizing that a few days of respite were essential for his rejuvenation. After work, he closed his laptop and drove to a quaint restaurant near the Puzheng Grand Theater, enjoying dinner before arriving at the venue half an hour early. The theater was adorned with a red carpet, bustling with numerous journalists and enthusiastic fans. The film's leading actors were both rising stars, and their collaboration on this romantic feature promised mutual success. Zhang called Li Rui, who emerged from the theater, waving from the steps and beckoning him over. Zhang sidestepped the red carpet, engaging in casual conversation before receiving a movie ticket. "Shall we wander outside first? Or shall we enter together?" Zhang inquired. "I think I'll stroll around outside for a bit," Li Rui replied. "All right, just keep an eye on yourself," he added with a playful tone. "Be sure to give a good review once it's over." "Of course," Zhang responded, acknowledging the customary pleasantries. Looking at the director, he isn't known for producing subpar films. His previous works have consistently ensured quality. With over 20 minutes until the premiere begins, "Will you head in now, or wait a bit?" Li Rui asked. Zhang glanced up at the evening sky, a dark blue expanse twinkling with faint stars, while a bright waning crescent moon hung silently in the west. The evening breeze was refreshingly pleasant. "I'll take a stroll outside first, perhaps to digest my dinner," Zhang replied. "In that case, I won't keep you company. I'll head in and take care of my duties," Li Rui said. "Go ahead and attend to your tasks," Zhang replied. Just as Li Rui was about to turn and step inside, someone called out to him. Manager Zhang Tan and Li Rui simultaneously turned towards the voice, which belonged to a tall man clad in a finely textured gray linen short-sleeve shirt, seemingly in his 30s. A broad smile spread across Li Rui's face as he hurriedly descended the steps, taking 3 strides at a time, and jovially exclaimed, "The esteemed guest has arrived. Thank you for your support. I was just contemplating your arrival, and here you are. Of course, I had to come when you invited me." The two exchanged warm pleasantries, each complimenting the other and fostering a sense of camaraderie. Observing their eloquence, Zhang Ten felt somewhat inadequate. Had he possessed such affability, he would not have been relegated to the sidelines for 3 consecutive Golden Rooster Awards. Chuckling softly, he turned to leave. Li Rui glanced at him but remained silent, continuing his enthusiastic conversation with the newcomer. The guest, noticing the ticket in Zhang Tan's hand, casually inquired, "Who is this? Another media person?" Only then did Li Rui partially shift his attention to Zhang Tan, saying, "This is Zhang Tan. Come over, let me introduce you to a friend." Since the gentleman had expressed curiosity, Li Rui was more than happy to oblige, making introductions that would ultimately benefit both parties. "This is Mr. Yang Jingxian, a prominent figure in film-related media." Li Rui introduced the guest with an unmistakable pride, as if he were speaking of himself. Zhang Tan was not surprised that Li Rui knew Yang Jingxian, given his role in a media relations capacity at an entertainment company. However, he was intrigued by the unexpected connection between them. His inaugural film video on the Xiaoyu video platform was The Chaser, which was subsequently shared by the influential Weibo personality Yang Jingxian, boasting over 8 million followers, thus generating significant traffic for him. Yang, it is worth noting, is a peer in the realm of film-related media, while Zhang Tan, an esteemed content creator on Xiaoyu, has garnered a following of several 100,000. Li Rui introduced Zhang Tan, although he inaccurately stated that Zhang's followers numbered in the hundreds of thousands when they were merely in the tens of thousands. Nevertheless, such an assertion was not entirely erroneous. One is a prominent figure with nearly 1 million followers, while the other is a modest influencer with just over 100,000. Li Rui naturally presumed that Yang Jingxian would not harbor interest, and was merely engaging in polite conversation to expand his social circle. However, upon hearing Zhang Tan's name, Yang Jingxian interrupted, expressing surprise. "You are Zhang Tan, right? The one who astonishes." Zhang Tan realized that the other party still remembered him. "Indeed, that is me. Greetings, esteemed one. I never anticipated encountering you here. I must extend my gratitude, as your support was invaluable when I first launched my account." Yang Jingxian replied, "Indeed, it is you. The moment I laid eyes on you, I had an inkling that we must have crossed paths before. You have it wrong. It is I who should be expressing my thanks to you." Li Rui, perplexed, inquired, "Do you two know each other?" Yang Jingxian affirmed, "Of course. Zhang Tan has rendered me significant assistance." "Oh, what is the story?" Li Rui asked, sensing Yang Jingxian's eagerness to elaborate on the matter and thus encouraging further discussion. Yang Jingxian spoke with evident delight, saying, "There was a time when I was dissatisfied with a topic and struggled to produce a program. Just as I was about to send an apology to my fans, I happened to come across a video by Zhang Chen that resonated deeply with me. I was so inspired by his insights that I initially intended to reference his points. However, I found his articulation so compelling that I could not come up with anything of my own. In the end, I decided to simply reshare his video." Li Rui chimed in, "Is that so? What was the response after you shared it?" Yang Jingxian glanced at Zhang Tan and replied, "The reaction was overwhelmingly positive. It garnered the highest viewership of my work this year. Hence, I must express my gratitude to Zhang Tan." Li Rui remarked, "Such opportunities are rare. You two should have a thorough discussion today." Zhang Tan humbly responded, "You flatter me, Yang. We are merely assisting one another, fostering mutual benefit." Yang Jingxian replied, "Please refrain from calling me. I must be older than you. Just call me Yang Gu." The conversation naturally shifted towards film critiques, with both sharing an abundance of topics. Li Rui appeared less occupied, engaging enthusiastically and interjecting occasionally. As the commotion in the square intensified, Li Rui announced, "The lead actors have arrived." The square erupted with excitement as the crowd of fans and journalists swelled. 3 luxury cars approached, coming to a gradual halt. A few young men and women emerged, prompting a wave of ecstatic screams and the rapid clicking of cameras. Yang Jingxian turned to Li Rui and inquired, "Could you introduce us?" Despite being a publicity manager, Li Rui knew that with so many similar professionals, the celebrities would not recognize him. He pondered the irony of wanting an introduction to the stars himself. Zhang Tan stood on the steps, casting a glance into the crowd, where his eyes fell upon a tall girl, radiant like a summer day. The first impression was one of familiarity, as if they had crossed paths before, not in the realm of television, but in the tapestry of everyday life. Who could she be? He inquired of Li Rui. Li Rui scrutinized her for a moment and replied, "That is Su Lan." Su Lan. Instantly, an image of a tall girl, bright and summery, emerged in Zhang Tan's mind. Upon a closer examination of the figure before him, it indeed was her, albeit adorned with exquisite makeup and an exceptionally cool demeanor. What brought her here? Is she making a cameo? Surely, she isn't in the film, is she? Indeed, she is not, but the leading lady is her dear friend. And fortuitously, she happened to be filming in Pujiang, thus coming to show her support. The last time Zhang Tan saw her was at their graduation gala, where she had been invited to perform. Surrounded by reporters and fans, Su Lan was being carefully escorted away by staff members striving to maintain order. Perhaps sensing the gazes of a few individuals on the stairs, Su Lan looked up, her eyes sweeping across the group before suddenly locking onto Zhang Tan's, momentarily stunned. "Look, Su Lan is staring at us," Yang Jingxian exclaimed, instinctively straightening his posture, his excitement palpable as he waved his hand, lost in his own reverie. Su Lan's gaze, having briefly met his, subsequently returned to Zhang Tan. "It appears she is looking at you," Li Rui remarked hesitantly, directing his inquiry toward Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan turned to leave, responding, "How could I possibly know a celebrity? Clearly, she was looking at you." "At me?" Li Rui's heart skipped a beat, his expression brimming with excitement as he gazed at Su Lan amidst the crowd. He noticed the fans in the venue becoming agitated, nearly toppling Su Lan over. The staff hastily formed a barrier to shield her from their fervor, as they escorted her through the throng and onto the red carpet. Su Lan once again glanced toward the spot where Zhang Tan had been standing, only to find it empty. Zhang Tan and Yang Jingxian had returned to the Grand Theater, taking their seats, regrettably separated by a considerable distance. Yang Jingxian occupied the 9th row, while Zhang Tan was seated in the 20th, highlighting the disparity in their standing in Li Rui's eyes. Before long, Su Lan entered alongside the film's leading actors, and Zhang Tan watched as she settled into a seat in the front row. The director took the stage to share anecdotes from the film's production, extolling the virtues of the leading duo, which elicited enthusiastic applause. The lead actors followed suit, expressing their feelings and perspectives on their roles, adhering to the customary format of a film premiere. As half an hour slipped by, the clock struck 8. Under the host's prompt, the creative team reluctantly descended from the stage, and the film finally commenced. The theater accommodated 1,000 patrons, with numerous fans still gathered behind Zhang Tan. He retrieved his phone, opened WeChat, and searched for the long-neglected class group, finding a plethora of unread messages. Starting from the most recent, the conversation revolved around their lives and careers a month after graduation, with most sharing their successes, naturally omitting those who struggled. As he scrolled back, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a mention of his name. "Isn't Zhang Tan in Pujiang?" a male classmate had queried. His question, however, received no responses, and the topic swiftly veered elsewhere. How had the conversation turned to him? As Zhang Tan delved further, he encountered the following exchange. "Is life on set quite hectic? Su Lan, word has it that you're in the vicinity of the Huangpu River. Are there any among us currently residing in the region? Perhaps an opportunity to rendezvous with Su Lan for a repast." A flurry of exchanges ensued, with Su Lan actively participating. The consensus was that none were presently in the area of the Huangpu River. Subsequently, Zhang Tan's name surfaced, as he was purportedly in the same locale. Zhang Tan perused the group's correspondence, confirming Su Lan's presence in the Huangpu River region for filming. He then glanced at Su Lan, seated in the row ahead, before exiting the WeChat group and deactivating his mobile device, focusing his attention on the cinematic presentation. Meanwhile, in Huangjia village, Little White, perched on the windowsill, surveyed the heavens. The stars had emerged, escorting the moon into the firmament, collectively nibbling away at its fullness. Having foregone her customary visit to the Little Red Horse kindergarten, she was seized with impatience, convinced that her juvenile companions were yearning for her presence. She hastily scurried into the kitchen, vociferously proclaiming to her aunt that further delay would incite her spectral fury. "In mere moments," replied Ma Lanhua. Little White, standing on tiptoe, scrutinized her aunt's creation, the delectable Bang Bang chicken, inhaling its fragrant aroma. "Auntie, why is your Bang Bang chicken not yet prepared? Do not feign diligence. Little imp, be gone. You are merely an impediment." Little White was summarily dismissed. Her aunt, equally impatient, lamented the protracted cooking time of the Bang Bang chicken, which had impeded her customary street vending, foretelling diminished earnings for the evening. "Auntie, are you truly competent? Do not engage in hyperbole. Imp, no portion of the Bang Bang chicken is allocated to you. Abandon all hope." The child was immediately indignant, leaping to their feet, arguing with conviction. "Why won't you let me have any? I worked up quite a sweat pounding the chicken." "You dare mention pounding the chicken? You hardly did anything. I told you not to, but you insisted, hitting my hand instead. It hurt terribly. I feel like giving you a slap or two to show you what I'm capable of." The child immediately hopped back a few paces, wary of their aunt holding a grudge and striking them. "Oh, Auntie, I'm so sorry. I've apologized so many times. I didn't mean to. I regret it so much. If I had known, I wouldn't have it so hard. Why did you tell me to use force?" "You simpleton, did I tell you to hit my hand with force?" The child shook their head. "No, you told me to hit the chicken with force. Then why did you hit my hand? You little rascal, did you do it on purpose? Did you hit me because I spanked you last night?" "Auntie, I love you so much. Your derriere is so ample. You are exceptionally beautiful. You're talking nonsense. Get lost." The child chuckled awkwardly a few times, wisely retreating. Any longer, and they might be beaten. The little one had just struck her on the back of the hand with a stick, infuriating her, and she desperately wanted to pick them up and thrash them. But she couldn't find an opportunity. The child's attitude of admitting fault was too good, always saying pleasant things. As the saying goes, one doesn't strike a smiling face, especially not a little flatterer. Bang Bang chicken, as the name suggests, requires using a stick to pound the back of the knife, so that the force of cutting the chicken is even, and the meat pieces are uniform in size. Xiaobai volunteered eagerly, raising a stick to strike, only to find her first blow landing squarely on Malanhua's hand, hitting a nerve and causing a jolt of sensation that made her leap up as if electrocuted, reacting instinctively. Upon witnessing this, Xiaobai wasted no time, discarded the stick, and fled swiftly, for had she lingered, she would surely have faced retribution. It was only after her aunt's anger had subsided considerably that she reappeared, profusely apologizing. The preparation of Bang Bang chicken involves first boiling the chicken until thoroughly cooked, then extracting the meat and dividing it into several parts: neck, ribs, breast, back, thighs, and wings. The legs, wings, and breast are deboned, pounded with a rolling pin, and sliced into strips, thus earning the name Bang Bang chicken, while the remaining parts are returned to the pot for broth. At an indeterminate moment, Xiaobai reappeared, tiptoeing and peering around Malanhua's feet, curiously eyeing the freshly prepared Bang Bang chicken on the counter. "How fragrant!" she exclaimed. "Move aside. Why are your paws so fierce? I fear you may pilfer some." "I am a good child. This is meant for Boss Zhang," she replied. "Then what are you doing here?" "I'm not eating. I merely wish to savor the aroma. Make sure you don't drool into it." Malanhua caught her and shoved her out of the kitchen, insisting she leave. Before long, the chicken was ready. The chicken breasts and thighs were removed, placed in a bowl, and generously drizzled with a secret red oil, marking the completion of the dish. Hey, you silly girl, what are you up to? Come here. Xiaobai peeked cautiously around the kitchen door, apprehensive of her aunt's wrath, yet unable to quell her curiosity. Will you have some chicken soup? Here's a bowl for you. Sit outside and enjoy it at your leisure. To prepare bang bang chicken, one requires the most robust and tender parts of the chicken, such as the breast and thighs. However, the less desirable portions, including the ribs, neck, and feet, are not discarded by Malinhua. Instead, she simmers them into a rich broth, adding red dates, and serves a generous bowl to Xiaobai, placing it on the coffee table in the living room for him to sip leisurely. If you burn your mouth, I shall tear yours apart, she warns playfully. Malinhua then enters the kitchen, skillfully packaging the fragrant and visually enticing bang bang chicken into a disposable container. Surely, Boss Zhang will relish this dish. Although she is uncertain if he can handle spicy food. Inquiring with Xiaobai, he enthusiastically nods, insisting that Boss Zhang is quite adept at eating spicy dishes and encourages her to add more chili oil. From the living room, Xiaobai's voice can be heard. What's wrong? Did you burn your mouth? You deserve it. I want to feel sorry for you. He continues, this is delicious. Auntie, your bang bang chicken is exceptional. Malinhua feels a surge of pride, momentarily pausing in her task. After a brief hesitation, she retrieves a piece of golden chicken breast with chopsticks, placing it in a small bowl to present to the living room. Here, try the bang bang chicken prepared by your aunt. What? Am I not drinking the bang bang chicken? Xiaobai exclaims. You are drinking the chicken broth. This is the bang bang chicken. He protests. Are you serving me a fake bang bang chicken with feet? You can complain all you want. If you want to drink it, I shall, she retorts. Having packaged the bang bang chicken, Malinhua finds Xiao by still cautiously sipping his broth. She retrieves a small bowl, fishing out the boiled chicken feet from the pot, and joins him, savoring the treat beside him. Xiaobai's gaze suddenly fixated on her, licking her lips, glistening with red sauce. Wow, Aunt, it must be delicious, right? Malin glanced at her, fully aware of her intentions. Do you wish to eat? Xiaobai nodded fervently. Malin handed her a chicken foot, and after a few bites, Xiaobai returned it, exclaiming, this chicken foot tastes terrible. Malin scolded her. You silly child, how could boiled chicken feet taste good? The essence has all seeped into the broth. Suddenly, she noticed Xiaobai lifting the bowl and pouring chicken soup into her smaller bowl, then impatiently asked, silly child, what are you doing? Aunt, your chicken feet are unpalatable. So you should drink the soup. Enough of that. Don't spill it on the table. Is your hand incapable? With a giggle, they finished their meal and stepped outside, heading to the academy. Malin handed Xiaobai a tote bag, advising, when Boss Zhang arrives, just hand this to him. Thank him for taking you out and treat him to some spicy chicken. Understood? Understood. Now repeat it. Your words are as foolish as a pig's bray. I am quite clever. Then say it. Boss Zhang, enjoy the spicy chicken, and after eating it, you will become wonderful. Is that how I taught you? Yes. You foolish child. You should say, thank you, Boss Zhang, for taking me out. Even though I am a silly child, my aunt is a good person. The spicy chicken she makes is superb, and if you like it, please give it a thumbs up. Do you remember? I remember. Now repeat it. I extend my gratitude to you, Mr. Zhang, for the delightful outing. Although I may be a simpleton, my aunt possesses a kind heart, and her Sichuan bonbon chicken is exceptionally delectable. I offer it to you, and should you find it to your liking, a gesture of appreciation would be welcomed. Do you comprehend? Xiaobai clutched the handbag tightly in her arms. Farewell, Auntie. With elation, Xiaobai dashed towards the academy. Do not run, lest the bonbon chicken falls to the ground. Xiaobai promptly halted, transitioning to a gentle shuffle, proceeding with sparkling eyes while exclaiming with fervor, are there any simpletons present? Zhang Tan was immensely pleased. The narrative of Tomorrow's You may not have been entirely innovative, but it was certainly not hackneyed. Coupled with the director's adept storytelling prowess, Zhang Tan internally rated it a 7.5. He breathed a sigh of relief, for had the film been subpar, he would have undoubtedly faced criticism from his followers for endorsing a mediocre production. The class's WeChat group buzzed with activity as individuals exchanged messages. One person shared a news article concerning Su Lan's attendance at the premiere of Tomorrow's You. The news was freshly released, complete with photographic evidence, depicting Su Lan's recent appearance on the red carpet. The group suddenly ignited with fervor as individuals emerged from their silent states to express their thoughts. The film Tomorrow's You, which I have been eagerly anticipating for quite some time, is finally set to premiere. Has Sulan also participated in this film? They must still be at the premiere. I suppose. Zhang Tan observed quietly, choosing not to speak, as no one had inquired about him or sought his attention. He had long been accustomed to this silence. Eavesdropping was fascinating, particularly since the topic of discussion directly involved him, allowing him to partake vicariously. However, as the film reached its climax, he intended to put away his phone and focus on the movie, planning to pen a review afterward to provide Li Rue with an account. Suddenly, he noticed a message. I am on site. The film is quite impressive. Everyone should take the time to see it. The speaker was Sulan. Zhang Ten instinctively lifted his gaze towards the front row. The grand theater was cloaked in darkness, illuminated only by the glow emanating from the silver screen, rendering the audience indistinguishable and making it impossible to spot Su Lan among the crowd. With Su Lan's involvement, Zhang Tan refrained from putting away his phone, continuing to observe while watching the film, curious about Su Lan's conversation and whether she would mention their encounter. Su Lan casually chatted with the audience, recommending the film, before falling silent once more. Zhang Tan eventually stowed his phone away, leaning back in his seat. His gaze fixed ahead as the film's interlude began to play. Warm yet melancholic, it stirred tears. Seated in the front row, Su Lan also leaned back, her eyes focused on the screen, appearing to be engrossed in the film, yet lost in thought. Zhang Tan remained silent in the group chat, pondering if what he had seen earlier might have been him. He must surely be lurking in some corner of the venue. Su Lan felt a sense of uncertainty regarding his identity. He seemed both familiar and foreign. The transformation was profound, his demeanor strikingly different. When their eyes met, he no longer exuded the same aggressive, possessive aura as before. Instead, there was a tranquil calmness. Perhaps she had indeed misjudged him, Su Lan thought, choosing to dismiss the matter from her mind. As the premiere concluded, Zhang Tin blended into the crowd, exiting the venue. He glanced back towards the front row, but Su Lan had already vanished. Upon returning to the Little Red Horse Academy, it was precisely 10 o'clock in the evening. The teachers were urging the children to return to their dormitories and prepare for bed. Xiaobai was likely among the toys, yet he did not seek her out specifically. Ascending the stairs to his home, he suddenly heard a small, sweet voice calling out Chan Chan, the sound emanating from above. As the voice echoed, the motion sensor lights in the corridor illuminated. Turning the corner, he spotted Xiaobai sitting alone at the stairway entrance, engrossed in a picture book, a tote bag by her side. Good evening, Xiaobai, Zhang Tan greeted her. Xiaobai looked up abruptly, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing him. Boss Zhang, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you. Zhang Tan replied. You were waiting for me? Is there something you need? Xiaobai hugged the tote bag tightly and said, I made you some bang bang chicken. What is that? Zhang Tan inquired, opening the door, somewhat puzzled by her words. Xiaobai followed closely, her little head held high as she enunciated each syllable in Mandarin, bang bang chicken. Wow, that sounds delicious. Let me take a look, he responded. Zhang Tan and Xiaobai exchanged their shoes, turned on the air conditioning, closed the door, and made their way to the dining room. They placed the handbag on the table and retrieved the food container, lifting the lid to release an enticing aroma. The golden chicken soaked in red oil presented a feast for the senses. Did you prepare this? Zhang Tan inquired, looking at Xiaobai, who was climbing onto a small stool. He recalled her earlier mention of making bang bang chicken. Xiaobai nodded. I made it. Then she shook her head. Oh, it was actually made by my aunt. Why did she make bang bang chicken for me? Zhang Tan asked. Xiaobai remembered her aunt's words of gratitude. Thank you, Boss Zhang, for taking me out to play. Although my aunt is a bit silly, I am a good person. I made the bang bang chicken exceptionally well for you. If you enjoy it, please give me a thumbs up, remember? Zhang Tan responded. Remember? Boss Zhang, she reiterated. Yes, I remember. Did she say this to me? Xiaobai nodded, and Zhang Tan mused. Why does this feel rather awkward? He wondered if he should interpret her words differently. Well, think it over, Xiaobai urged, before hastily adding, you should eat. It's so fragrant. All right, just a moment. Zhang Tan went to fetch 2 bowls, a pair of chopsticks for each, and a fork. He and Xiaobai each had a portion. I'm not eating. I'm already so full. This is for you. Xiaobai shook her head vigorously at the bowls and chopsticks pushed toward her. I can't finish it alone. Let us share. I'll taste it first. It's delicious. Your aunt's culinary skills are remarkable. Xiaobai chuckled softly at the praise, though it's a bit spicy. The red oil drizzled over the chicken was quite spicy, enriched with a generous amount of chili powder. After consuming a couple of pieces, Zhang Tan began to pant heavily, desperately searching for water. Seizing the opportunity while he was preoccupied, Xiaobai's large eyes darted around in astonishment as she observed Zhang's agitated expression. She glanced at the bang-bang chicken before her and then at the flushed face of Zhang, quickly folding her little hands in front of her. Adopting the demeanor of a well-behaved child, deliberately avoiding any distraction, as if to say it was none of her concern. Come, let us eat. It's too spicy. I can't handle much of it, Zhang Tan remarked as he opened a chilled bottle of bear beverage, gulping it down in one go, which made Xiaobai's eyes widen in surprise. Ah, that is much better. It's really too spicy, he exclaimed. Zhang Tan then opened another bottle for Xiaobai, inserting a straw and placing it in front of her. You're going to have the bang-bang chicken, right? I remember you can handle spicy food quite well. Am I correct? Encouraged by Zhang Tan's persistent invitations and adhering to the principle of not wasting food, Xiaobai finally began to eat the bang-bang chicken from her small bowl. Delicious, she exclaimed, and indeed it was addictive. Zhang Tan, gasping for breath, tears streaming from the spice, found himself unable to stop until he slapped his own cheek, realizing he could not continue. Xiaobai also paused, although it was delightful. She had already consumed quite a bit during dinner. After finishing her small bowl, she could eat no more, and her garment could no longer conceal her round little belly. Upon her suggestion, Zhang Tan went to invite other children to sample the dish, but by that time, the little ones were already in bed, either asleep or preparing to doze off. Thus, he placed the remaining half in the refrigerator, planning to enjoy it for dinner the following day. Thank you. And thanks to your aunt as well. The bang-bang chicken was excellent, simply superb. Zhang Tan expresses his gratitude to the nearly incapacitated Xiaobai. Xiaobai recalls her aunt's advice. If it's delicious, don't forget to give it a thumbs up. Zhang Tan places his thumb on her forehead, approvingly acknowledging her. Shall I compose a poem for you? What? A poem, Baba? Indeed, a poem, as in poetry and verses, not BABA. Oh, understood. You mean chicken droppings. While speaking, Xiaobai fixates on Zhang Tan's mouth and cannot help but inquire, Boss Zhang, why are your lips so red? Huh, my lips are red. Chuckling, Zhang Tan approaches the mirror and, to his astonishment, finds his lips indeed rosy and slightly swollen from the spice. How could they not be swollen? He still feels the heat, needing to sip on the little bear drink from time to time. What is going on? Why so much chili? These Sichuan girls truly are formidable. Zhang Tan observes Xiaobai seemingly unfazed and, feeling disgruntled, asks, Aren't you spicy? Xiaobai shakes her head, proudly declaring, Eating spicy food is my forte. I wasn't referring to eating spicy food, but rather how a petite Sichuan girl can handle it better than me. Genetics truly play a significant role. Struggling with the spiciness, Zhang Tan and Xiaobai nestle on the sofa, indulging in windmill and pretentiousness, reluctant to move. Zhang Tan's ode of praise. Zhang Tan and Xiaobai nearly drift into slumber on the sofa until teacher Xiao Lu knocks at the door, searching for the mischievous child. As her aunt has arrived, Xiaobai quickly wipes her mouth with her little hand and dashes out in a flurry. Upon exiting the Little Red Horse Academy, Malinhua promptly delivered a sharp tap to the back of her head, exclaiming, Xiaobai, how many times must I tell you? Do not constantly sneak into Boss Zhang's house. Are your claws deaf to my words? Xiaobai retorted indignantly, Why are you hitting a child? First answer my question. Are you at Boss Zhang's house? Yes or no? Have I not warned you? Do not keep running to Boss Zhang's place. You are a girl, and he is a boy. What do you wish to achieve? I went to deliver some chicken skewers. Did you deliver them? Yes, I did. Did you follow my instructions? I did. What did you say? Let me hear it. Thank you, Boss Zhang, for taking me out to play. Although my aunt is rather foolish, I am a good person. The chicken skewers I made are superb. If you enjoy them, please give me a thumbs up. Understood? After speaking, she noticed Malinhua standing still, her expression blank and terrifying. What is wrong, aunt? Did you encounter a ghost? Malinhua ominously replied, You spoiled little brat. I shall teach you the weight of my authority. Come here and prepare for a spanking. Just as Xiaobai contemplated fleeing, Malinhua anticipated her move, swiftly grasping her and lifting her up, delivering a series of swats to her bottom. The young girl cried out loudly, and the alley was soon filled with the cacophony of barking dogs, their numbers multiplying as if a great misfortune had befallen them. The dog cries out for help, urging it to swiftly bite Malinflower, who has wronged it. As they journey along, they strike back until they return home, finally releasing the child. The child sits forlornly on a stool, lost in thought, still unable to comprehend why Malinflower had assaulted her despite her exemplary behavior. Indeed, and is rather troublesome. Seizing the moment when Aunt enters the restroom, Xiaobai attempts to rouse Uncle. Uncle remains unresponsive. Frustrated, Xiao Bai exclaims, "By giant pain. Are you still asleep?" Finally, Uncle Bai Giant Pain stirs from his slumber, blinking at Xiao Bai in a daze. "Xiao Bai, what are you up to? And hit me. Why not hit her back? I wish I could bite her, but I can't overpower her." "Then you deserve it." "How infuriating." Xiao Bai retorts, realizing Uncle is of no use. The restroom door swings open, and Malin Flower emerges, casting a menacing gaze upon Xiao Bai. "What are you up to?" I was counting stars." "Did my ears catch you cursing me?" "Absolutely not. There must be something wrong with your hearing." "Don't speak ill of me behind my back. I am a good child." "If you're a good child, then why are you tugging at your uncle's hair?" Upon glancing over, Xiao Bai realizes she truly is clutching Uncle's hair. Uncle lies on the bed, wide-eyed, silently observing her. "Wait, weren't you just asleep with your eyes closed?" Xiao Bai chuckled softly, placing her little hand on her uncle's face, mimicking a gesture of rest and slumber, and said, "Uncle, please close your eyes quickly. There are those who worry about you." The screenplay for Unfortunate Bear had been submitted to Pujiang television station, and only after the client's approval could it be deemed the final draft. It was initially anticipated that feedback would not arrive until the following day. However, unexpectedly, just before the end of the workday, a call came in from the other party, expressing their satisfaction with the script and indicating that it was good to go. Given the smooth progression of events, Zhang Tan immediately reported to Feng Dong, who subsequently visited Yang Senlin's office to relay the news. Yang Senlin was equally taken aback, remarking, "Zhang Tan truly is a bearer of good fortune. I anticipated several rounds of revisions, yet the television station approved it on the first go." The process had indeed been rather seamless, while the script was not overly complex. It required a certain intrigue to capture the essence, which posed its own challenges. Yang Senlin promptly called Wang Zhen at the television station to update her on the project's progress, casually mentioning the script's confirmation and stating that the entire animation production would commence swiftly, inviting her to visit and oversee the work at her convenience. After cheerfully ending the call, Yang Senlin turned to Feng Dong and said, "Let's find an opportunity to converse with Zhang Tan. The youth possesses talent, and the organization should take a greater interest in his work and life." Feng Dong replied, "Since he joined the script evaluation team and transitioned to our group, we have consistently focused on him. Both Lao Lu and Lao Luo, who have mentored him, speak highly of his abilities." They conversed for a while, and as Feng Dong took his leave, Yang Senlin suddenly called out to him, inquiring, "Is Zhang Tan a party member?" Feng Dong hesitated briefly before responding, "It seems not." The pioneering spirit of party members must be upheld. Feng Dong understood immediately. "Got it. Zhang Tan, such an exceptional individual, must surely belong to our party." That evening, Zhang Tan hosted a dinner for the scriptwriting team, a well-deserved celebration after days of hard work that finally reached a resolution, expressing gratitude for everyone's diligent efforts. In such settings, drinking is inevitable. Buoyed by the occasion, they indulged a bit too much. Xiang Jian became inebriated, and Zhang Tan was also somewhat tipsy, as others took turns to toast him. Had it not been for his strong constitution, he would have long succumbed to the table. Initially, they intended to continue the gathering post-dinner, but observing the state of the attendees, they decided to call it a night. "No one should drive. Let us call for designated drivers," Zhang Tan suggested, waving at the gathering of designated drivers outside the restaurant, where several rushed over. Jiang Rong, having consumed the least due to her being the only woman present, was the most sober, and with Zhang Tan unable to manage, she took it upon herself to arrange for the drivers, ensuring everyone departed safely until only she and Zhang Tan remained. "You should head back," Zhang Tan remarked. Jiang Rong replied, "How can I feel at ease leaving you like this? I'll see you home." She handed the car keys to the designated driver and assisted Zhang Tan into the vehicle, inquiring, "Where do you live?" Zhang Tan insisted she return first, but Jiang Rong countered, "I'm already in the car." She too had arranged for a designated driver, following closely behind. Shichang'an Street, Zhang Tan stated. "Oh, that's a prime area. You're not living in a basement, are you?" Jiang Rong thought, instructing the driver to proceed. By then, it was past 9 in the evening, and with light traffic, they found themselves cruising along Shichang'an Street after more than half an hour. Jiang Rong inquired once more about the exact location. Zhang Tan replied, "The Little Red Horse Academy in Huangjia Village." Residing in a village within the city, she pondered, "Indeed. What is this place, the Little Red Horse Academy? Such a peculiar name." As the driver followed the navigation, the car arrived directly at the entrance of the academy. Zhang Tan stepped out, and Jiang Rong swiftly followed, her curiosity piqued by the brightly illuminated academy in the night. She inquired of Zhang Tan, "Boss, do you live here? It appears to be a kindergarten, doesn't it?" Oldly emerged, exclaiming, "Oh, have you been drinking?" As he approached, the strong scent of alcohol wafted through the air, and his gaze fell upon Jiang Rong, a striking young woman he had never seen before. Zhang Tan had previously had many girlfriends, frequently changing partners. Yet this was the first time since summer that he brought a girl home. Zhang Tan struggled to articulate his thoughts, attempting to explain that he had been at a work gathering where alcohol was consumed. Jiang Rong interrupted, "Let me speak on your behalf." She then clarified the situation to Oldly. Oldly appeared taken aback, expressing his surprise that Zhang Tan, who had been performing well for over a month, could have indulged so heavily in drink. Upon learning it was a work gathering, he sighed in relief, relieved that Zhang Tan had not reverted to old habits. "Allow me to assist," Oldly offered, supporting Zhang Tan as Jiang Rong walked alongside them. Within the brightly lit building, a small child stood in the hallway, observing them. It was Xiaobai. Oldly took the initiative to explain, "Zhang Tan is intoxicated. We're taking him to his room to rest." Jiang Rong scrutinized the child, growing increasingly certain that she had seen her before. As they ascended the steps to the door, the memory struck her. This was the very child she had sketched in her notebook. Jiang Rong curiously surveyed everything at the Little Red Horse Academy. She had always been intrigued by Zhang Tan, yet he had consistently maintained a barrier between them. Their interactions were often filled with laughter and camaraderie, appearing to be quite close, yet he never allowed her to draw near, to breach the metaphorical wall, or to glimpse into his private world, an enigma shrouded in mystery. Today, however, she had finally managed to penetrate that veil. Oldly assisted Zhang Tan into the bedroom, where he lay down. Jiang Rong approached the water dispenser, filling a cup with warm water before adding a splash of cold, achieving the perfect temperature. She offered it to Zhang Tan. Her gaze suddenly fell upon the figurine atop the bedside table, an imposing figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, bearing a fearsome countenance, alongside another with a voluptuous form. To her surprise, the usually serious leader harbored such an unconventional hobby in private. Xiaobai had followed, changing into her small slippers at the entrance, and stood there. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Uncle, are you okay?" Jiang Rong scrutinized her, puzzled by the connection between this little girl and Zhang Tan. Oldly explained to Xiaobai that Zhang Tan had dined with friends and had indulged in alcohol, now feeling somewhat inebriated. Xiaobai immediately stepped back, but, recalling that he was a good-hearted uncle, she confidently approached the bedside, inspecting Zhang Tan. Noticing his drunken state, she pinched her nose in distaste and remarked, "Ugh, silly boy. You're quite tipsy." Jiang Rong adjusted the air conditioning and covered Zhang Tan with a blanket before departing with Oldly. "Xiaobai, you should head back. There's no need to worry. Zhang Tan will be fine after a good sleep." Xiaobai trailed behind them, frequently glancing back at the sleeping Zhang Tan. As she reached the doorway, she suddenly heard the sound of the chick calling from beneath the bed, "Do-do-do." Initially concerned that Zhang Tan might be left unattended, she felt reassured, believing that the chick would surely take care of the uncle. Listening to the rhythmic do-do-do, she thought he would sleep more soundly. As her grandmother had told her that at night, when they were asleep, the chick quietly watched over the children. Oldly closed the door and led Jiang Rong and Xiaobai downstairs. The corridor lights flickered between brightness and darkness, rendering the space dim and quiet. After a while, a small figure crept back up, and the motion sensor light illuminated to reveal Xiaobai. She clutched a glass jar filled with candied fruits and approached Zhang Tan's door. She gently pushed it, but it didn't budge. Pressing her ear against the door, she heard nothing. After lingering at the entrance for a moment and mumbling a few words, she made her way to the staircase, sitting on the steps to enjoy her sweets. After a short while, unable to contain herself, she dashed downstairs to listen to the cheerful laughter of the children below. After muttering a few phrases, she reluctantly returned upstairs, pressed her ear against the door again, and thought she heard the chick calling, but Zhang Tan's voice was absent. She plopped down at the entrance, continuing to eat the candied fruits with a sense of boredom. Although she felt a twinge of worry for the inebriated Zhang Tan, the thought of the chick inside provided her with a measure of comfort. Oldly continued to escort Jiang Rong out of the schoolyard. Along the way, Jiang Rong curiously inquired, "Uncle, is this a kindergarten?" As she descended the stairs, she encountered numerous children, roughly the same age as Xiaobai, resembling a kindergarten. However, how could a kindergarten operate at night? Do these children not return home? Oldly responded, "This place is called the Little Red Horse Academy, also known as the Midnight Academy. It operates solely during the night. Operates solely at night? Jiang Rong was hearing of such an academy for the first time. Oldly chuckled. Indeed, it only opens at night. Just look across the West Chang'an Street. So many people are working. Who takes care of their children? So they leave their children here? Jiang Rong inquired. Oldly nodded. Exactly. Is this profitable? It barely breaks even. Jiang Rong gazed upwards, surveying the bustling West Chang'an Street, teeming with vehicles. It was indeed a prime location. With such a vast area, it must be worth at least hundreds of millions. To establish a midnight academy here seemed a tremendous waste. There were countless other ventures, and even without any activity, simply collecting rent could yield substantial income. Then why do it? Oldly regarded her with a knowing glance. But it holds significant meaning, does it not? Jiang Rong paused for a few seconds, then hurried to catch up with Oldly, continuing her inquiry. How could Zhang Tan reside here? Besides caring for children, do you also supervise adults? Oldly laughed lightly. Of course not. We are not a hotel. The little Xiao Bai from earlier is our client. Then who is Zhang Tan? As a screenwriter accustomed to crafting and narrating stories, she had concocted several poignant backstories for Zhang Tan in mere moments, one of which felt particularly authentic. Zhang Tan is undoubtedly an orphan, having grown up in the Little Red Horse Academy. After reaching adulthood, he chose to remain there, working diligently to support the academy. Without his assistance, it would likely face closure. Due to his orphan background, Zhang Tan tends to keep others at a distance, fostering an air of mystery around him. The more she pondered this, the more plausible it seemed that Xiaobai had also been assigned a fabricated identity, becoming Zhang Tan's sister, or, daringly, his illegitimate child. However, Lao Li's unvarnished words shattered her fantasies. Zhang Tan is the owner of the academy. Owner? Jiang Rong was taken aback, despite her penchant for daydreaming and her aspirations to become the foremost screenwriter in the Chinese-speaking world. She never imagined that Zhang Tan was the proprietor of this establishment. He certainly did not present himself as a wealthy individual. Hadn't he grown up here? Lao Li remarked. Somewhat perplexed. Indeed, he was raised here. This academy is part of his family's legacy. So, he's a second-generation rich kid, Jiang Rong mused. Which is rather fitting as she too hails from affluence. She felt a deeper understanding of Zhang Tan forming, and with each revelation, her admiration for him grew. To utilize such a prime piece of real estate not for commercial gain but to care for a group of neglected children reflects an extraordinary magnanimity. A man with such a sense of responsibility brings a sense of security. No wonder she nearly dozed off against him earlier, as she indulged in these daydreams. She followed Lao Li to the entrance of the academy. Lao Li expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for bringing Zhang Tan back. Please be careful on your way home." Jiang Rong turned to survey the Little Red Horse Academy. The courtyard was shrouded in darkness, yet the building glowed with vibrant lights. A row of small heads peered out from the first-floor windows, chattering and observing her curiously. The soft, melodious voice floated through the evening breeze, and she caught fragments of conversation, mentions of Zhang's wife, a plump female friend, and so forth. The innocent chatter of children, unrestrained and candid, made her reflect as she gazed up at the third floor, where Zhang's bedroom lay shrouded in darkness. Was the little girl, Xiaobai, Zhang's sister? Jiang Rong pondered. Her assumptions about Zhang's background had been erroneous. Surely, Xiaobai could not be mistaken, for why else would Zhang sketch her in his notebook? Xiaobai was a little friend from the academy, who enjoyed playing with Zhang. Once again, Lao Li's words shattered her fantasies. She felt that Zhang was enshrouded in numerous enigmas, a man of mystery. That night, Zhang slept soundly, awakening at 5 in the morning, roused by thirst. His throat was parched and somewhat sore. As he sought water, he noticed a blue children's straw cup beside his bed, filled with water. Xiaobai had one of these cups, and so did Xiaomi, remembering that Xiaobai had visited the previous night. He deduced without hesitation that she had left it there. What a thoughtful little friend she was. Zhang picked up the cup, opting to unscrew the lid rather than use the straw, and drank the water in one go. The sound of crickets chirping emanated from beneath the bed. Zhang had long since given up on locating them, for they were adept at concealing themselves. Rising, he made his way to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face, taking the opportunity to clean Xiaobai's straw cup as well. He retrieved 3 bottles of bear-shaped drinks from the refrigerator, filling the cup to the brim before placing it back inside, ensuring that Xiaobai would have chilled drinks upon her return that evening. He then ventured into the yard for a light jog. The sun had yet to rise, but its rays illuminated half the sky, casting a rosy hue along the horizon. In the bustling city of Pujiang, tranquility envelopes the streets. The thoroughfare is devoid of the usual hustle and bustle, while the streetlights continue to shine brightly. When Zhang Ten arrived at the office, he found himself alone on the 9th floor. He opened the window, boiled water, and tended to the plants, pondering over his work as time lingered. The project Unfortunate Bear had reached its conclusion, and there was little left for him to contribute. He needed to contemplate his next steps. After nearly 2 months in this realm, he had first engaged in Beneath Tianyu Mountain, followed by an adaptation of The Lantern Bearer, and subsequently served as the chief editor for Unfortunate Bear, all within the realm of animation. However, animation was not his true calling. His passion lay in live-action film, a domain where he excelled. The Pujiang Film Studio primarily focuses on animation, a sector in which it stands as a national leader, yet it falters significantly in live-action productions, with annual revenues falling short of 1/10 of that from animation. Last year, they released 2 live-action films, investing 100 million and 50 million respectively. The former was a dismal failure, incurring substantial losses, while the latter yielded modest profits and garnered some acclaim. In terms of television series, several had been launched, yet most met with lukewarm receptions. The highest rated among them is likely Director Gene, which has aired 3 seasons. This web series, with a new season each year, has completed 2 seasons thus far, with a 3rd scheduled for release this year. Although Director Gene has enjoyed a degree of popularity, it is not a conventional drama. Rather, it is a situational comedy, with each episode lasting approximately 15 minutes and lacking narrative continuity, relying instead on humor and gags. While the first 2 seasons experienced some success, viewership had significantly declined by the latter half of the 2nd season, and unless revisions are made, the 3rd season is likely to falter. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that the 3rd season of Director Gene has remained silent. The directors of the previous 2 seasons have been dismissed and will be replaced. Zhang Tan, lost in thought, was suddenly roused when the office door swung open, and Jiang Rong walked in. Upon seeing him, she paused momentarily. "Boss? You're here so early." Zhang Tan shook off his musings and replied, "I went to bed early last night. Thank you for yesterday." "No need for thanks. By the way, your residence is quite unique. Being surrounded by children every day must help maintain a youthful spirit, which is beneficial for writing scripts." "Really? I am but a living example." "Oh, boss. I didn't realize you were rather vain." Zhang Tan stood up and stretched lazily. "I want to keep you. I'm heading out for a stroll." Lu Don had just arrived, seated at his desk enjoying breakfast, with his Phoenix sister on the table, indulging in both food and admiration. Zhang Tan recalled that Lu Don mentioned he would write a character sketch for Phoenix sister. He wondered if he had done so. When he inquired, Lu Don, with a bun in his mouth, pulled out a notebook, flipped to a page, and pointed it out to Zhang Tan, revealing handwritten notes. Identity, Queen of the Ancient Phoenix Nation. Just reading this identity sent a chill down Zhang Tan's spine. He felt an urge to turn away or close his eyes to avoid contamination, yet Lu Don was eagerly watching him. He regretted asking, enduring the discomfort. He finished reading the character sketch of Phoenix sister and refrained from further comment, merely stating that her background was impressive before hastily departing. "Zhang Tan, when you have time, help create a story for Phoenix sister." Lu Don called out to his retreating figure. Zhang Tan waved his hand, remaining silent, too cautious to speak. After the conclusion of the script for the Unlucky Bear project, the screenwriting team was disbanded, leaving only Zhang Tan and Jiang Rong behind. Zhang Tan was required to stay with the group to handle the project's urgent matters, while Jiang Rong had nowhere else to go. Originally part of the script evaluation team, she could hardly return there. That would signify a regression, and those unaware of the circumstances might mistakenly believe she had erred and been relegated to obscurity. Thus, she continued to accompany the team. Meanwhile, the live-action department of the Pujiang Film Studio was convening for its regular meeting. In contrast to the animation department, this one was sparsely populated, creating an atmosphere of desolation. The team had just wrapped up discussions regarding the 3rd season of Director Gene, leaving Minister Zhu Ruopu with a throbbing headache. Currently, the script was in disarray. The lead actor, Wang Yifan, alongside the new director, had nearly overturned the original script, necessitating a complete rewrite, a task far from straightforward. The most pressing concern for the division was to expedite the initiation of the 3rd season of Director Gene, as delays were intolerable. To ensure the script's quality, they had mobilized nearly all their resources, assembling a group of seasoned screenwriters to tirelessly brainstorm plotlines. With no further matters at hand, Zhu Ruopu suggested the meeting's conclusion, observing as everyone tidied up their belongings and departed. his head buzzing with thoughts. A veteran of the studio, he had spent nearly a decade in the film department, initially filled with ambition, yet reflecting on his tenure, he realized he had achieved little. "Hey, Meow, what is it?" He noticed Meow, the head of the screenwriting department, standing by, waiting for him. "Minister, we have a serious issue in our department that requires prompt resolution," Meow stated. "What is the matter?" Zhu Ruopu glanced at him with a hint of annoyance, lifted the teacup from his desk, and took a couple of sips. The cup bore the marks of time, encrusted with a thick layer of tea stains. Yet he was unperturbed, having used it for over 3 years. Meow was also aware that the minister was currently preoccupied with matters concerning the director Chen. The project was stagnating, and with mounting inquiries from above, the pressure was palpable. However, his own predicament was equally pressing and required resolution. Yesterday, old Lu had been assigned to the director Chen's scriptwriting team, leaving scant few scriptwriters on this side. Today, upon counting, he was startled to find only 4 remaining, including the 2 recently recruited during the summer. "Minister, the script department is short-staffed. Only 4 left?" Zhu Ruopu expressed his astonishment. In such a department, merely 4 full-time scriptwriters remain. "Indeed, just 4, Meow confirmed, listing their names, while noting that the others had joined the director Chen project team. Zhu Ruopu remarked, "Don't think I'm unaware. There are only 5 scriptwriters in the director Chen project team. Where are the others?" Meow replied, 3 resigned this month, and 2 voluntarily transferred to the animation department. "We are down to 9 personnel now. Minister, we need to recruit." After a long pause, Zhu Ruopu finally asked, "What suggestions do you have?" Meow proposed, "I believe we should approach this from 2 angles. Firstly, we need to recruit externally, but not inexperienced newcomers. We lack the time to train them. Secondly, I recommend bringing a few individuals over from the animation department." Zhu Ruopu inquired, "Need personnel?" "It may not be as simple as it seems. Yang Sunlin is quite formidable, having recently secured a significant project with the Pujiang television station, currently basking in success. Do you have someone in mind?" He then inquired. In the conference room, only Zhu Ruopu and Meow were present. So Meow felt no need for discretion and replied candidly, "Minister Yang is indeed very powerful. It is unlikely he would relinquish personnel easily. Thus, we cannot request too many, nor can we ask for core members. You mentioned that the major project from Pujiang Television has been acquired by the animation department. I have taken note of the new screenwriter, Zhang Tan, and I wish to acquire him." "Zhang Tan?" Zhu Ruopu responded, "I am familiar with him. He possesses considerable talent. However, will Yang Sunlin be willing to part with him?" Meow shrugged and replied, "If he is unwilling to let Zhang Tan go, what purpose do we have in seeking other newcomers? Our division requires individuals who can be immediately integrated. We lack both the time and the platform to cultivate new talent. If Minister Yang refuses to release personnel, I believe we should directly report this to our superiors. Do the 2 brother departments need to be so divided? They have 4 screenwriting teams, while we have only 1. Zhu Ruopu found merit in this argument, nodding in agreement, and stated, "You should first communicate with Zhang Tan. We can only pursue him if he expresses a personal desire to join us." Meow cheerfully replied, "Certainly. I will seek him out shortly. However, Minister, to successfully poach talent, it may be necessary to enhance the compensation. Within reasonable limits, I leave it to your discretion." In the office, Zhang Tan was engaged in a discussion about the script with Jiang Rong. After joining the screenwriting team of Unfortunate Bear, she experienced a period of rapid growth. However, she still exhibited numerous minor flaws, common mistakes often made by novice screenwriters. The previous head of the screenwriting review panel, old Lu, provided accurate assessments, noting that Jiang Rong possessed a vivid imagination and a creative mindset, yet her approach was rather hasty and her foundational skills were not solidly developed. It is indeed remarkable that she lacks a firm foundation, given that she studied English in university, a field seemingly unrelated to screenwriting. It remains a mystery how she managed to enter the Pujiang film studio. I recall discussing the Little Mud's adventures with you previously, cautioning against the inclusion of a play within a play. Yet here we are again with the same error. Where is the play within a play? Isn't this it? Where? Here. Telling a story. Doesn't that count? It does. In her script, the protagonist narrates a story to others. And then there is a segment where the content of this story is articulated. Knock, 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 someone is at the door. Jiang Rong said, "Please come in." And a middle-aged man, unfamiliar to her, entered. "Is Zhang Tan here?" "I am," Zhang Tan replied, lifting his head. "Hello, Zhang Tan, I am Meow, the head of the screenwriting department." Oh, the screenwriting department of the film and television division, not the animation department, Zhang Tin said, momentarily taken aback. Why has someone from the film and television department come to find me? He Miao glanced at Jiang Rong, who, quick-witted as she was, promptly made an excuse to leave and shut the office door behind her. What could the head of the film and television screenwriting department want with Zhang Tan? The atmosphere was steeped in mystery. Observing Zhang Tan's expression, it was evident that he did not recognize the other individual, suggesting that they had not previously interacted. Jiang Rong's thoughts wandered aimlessly. In the office, He Miao got straight to the point and articulated the purpose of his visit. Zhang Tan was taken aback by the fact that just as he contemplated this matter, the other party approached him voluntarily, akin to a comfortable pillow that alleviated the need for him to strain his mind over departmental adjustments. That afternoon, as closing time approached, Feng Dong sought out Zhang Tan for a discussion. Upon taking a seat in Feng Dong's office, Zhang Tan was met with the direct inquiry. The film and television department wishes to recruit you. Have you agreed? He had just received notification from Yang Selin, stating that the film and television department was interested in him and had been instructed to converse with Zhang Tan regarding his willingness. Zhang Tan surmised that the higher-ups had already reached a consensus and responded candidly, I would like to give it a try. Feng Dong attempted to dissuade him. Yet Zhang Tan was resolute. With a sigh, he remarked, since you have made your decision, I shall, of course, respect your wishes and consent to your transition to the film and television department. Minister Yang has expressed his respect for your choice. Should you wish to leave, he will not hinder you. However, if you choose to remain, we would prioritize your development. In his heart, Feng Dong pondered the irony. He had intended to promote Zhang Tan to party membership, only for him to express a desire to depart. He held Zhang Tan in high regard. Yet given that the upper management had already communicated and Zhang Tan himself was willing, further discussion seemed futile. Although Zhang Tan was indeed promising, his potential could not destabilize the foundation of the animation editorial department. Expressing his gratitude, Zhang Tan exited the office and returned to his own, only to find that the workday had concluded, yet Jiang Rong was still present. Upon his return, she inquired, Is there something amiss? Indeed, there was a matter at hand, Zhang Tan replied. I have something to discuss with you. I had a hunch. Go ahead, speak. I am preparing to transfer to the film department. Oh, what? Transferring to the film department? Were you reassigned? You've offended 73. I've begun to take a liking to you. Little Shen Lulu reported that Luo Zikong claimed she had no mother, yet she did not weep. For she is a resilient little pomegranate. When she uttered those words, her tone was both assertive and resounding. Zhang Tan glanced at her, saying, My dear child, are you rather stubborn? If your mother were to hear you say such a thing, she would surely give you a good scolding for daring to claim you have no mother. Zhang Tan gently reminded her, Your mother will come to pick you up shortly. Upon hearing this, Shen Lulu appeared momentarily bewildered, her expression wavering, before she awkwardly chuckled and, imitating a frog, hopped away while exclaiming, I have a mother. I always had a mother. I'm so happy. Xiaobai muttered something about her being a silly child. She stood downstairs, calling up to Xiao Mi on the second floor, declaring that she had avenged her. The bothersome Luo Zikong had been scolded to tears and was now hiding in teacher Xiao Man's embrace, weeping. Yet, despite Xiao Bai's persistent calls, Xiao Mi remained unresponsive, her voice nearly giving out from the effort. At some point, Shen Lulu reappeared, unnoticed by Zhang Tan, who thought she had already skipped away. As a devoted follower, she felt the need to contribute, shouting a couple of times that she could hardly keep up and was on the verge of exhaustion. Xiaomi and Xiao Bai called out once more, emphasizing that one must rely on oneself. Lulu was utterly unreliable. Xiaomi exclaimed, Why are we flying a plane? Shen Lulu curiously inquired, Xiao Bai, why are we flying a plane? Can Xiaomi fly a plane? Xiao Bai, with a hint of irritation, remarked, How would I know? Zhang sighed and replied, Stop shouting. It's not that Xiaomi is ignoring you. She simply hasn't heard you. You should approach her directly. Without hesitation, Xiao Bai dashed into the building, disregarding teacher Xiaoyou's prohibition, and ascended to the second floor with Shen Lulu, only to find that Xiaomi was not in the dormitory. She had already left. A staff member informed them that Xiaomi was in the principal's office. Xiao Bai and Shen Lulu made their way there, and, indeed, found Xiaomi in tears, cradled in the comforting arms of the principal. Xiaomi, please don't cry, Xiao Bai consoled. That silly Luo Zikong was scolded by me until he cried. Would you like to see? Shen Lulu chimed in. That foolish Luo Zikong was also scolded until he cried by me. Her statement was somewhat misleading. Luo Zikong had not been scolded to tears but had indeed been quite upset. The three friends huddled together, whispering secrets. With the comfort of peers, Xiaomi gradually calmed down and ceased her tears. Xiaobai took Xiaomi's hand, declaring they were off to play, while Shun Lulu followed closely behind, like a devoted shadow. Aunt Huang watched the trio depart and mused about Xiaobai's resilience. In truth, Luo Zikong had used the same words to describe Xiaobai, yet she had not shed a tear. While Xiaomi was inconsolable, it was essential to find an opportunity to educate Luo Zikong properly about the unkindness of mocking a child without a mother. Such behavior was exceedingly impolite and must be recognized and corrected immediately. Due to the nature of circumstances, the proportion of children from single-parent families at Little Red Horse Kindergarten was significantly higher than that of typical kindergartens. Aunt Huang hoped to provide the children with a relatively free and joyful environment, ensuring they would not continue to suffer harm. She rose from her seat and exited the office, intending to check on Luo Zikong, wishing to have a word with the chubby little boy. Among the students, he and Xiaobai were the most notorious troublemakers. As for Xin Lulu, she was merely a fire starter. Without a spark, she could not ignite a blaze. Upon locating Luo Zikong, the most boisterous of the bunch, she found him weeping, nestled in teacher Xiaoman's embrace, murmuring, "Why? Why?" Aunt Huang was perplexed by his tears, but soon recalled Xiaobai's earlier words. She had scolded Luo Zikong, exacting revenge for Xiaomi. It then dawned on her that Lulu had done the same, chastising him for Xiaomi's sake as well. How amusing it was that both children had brought Luo Zikong to tears. No wonder he had yet to cease his sobbing, lingering longer than Xiaomi had. Alas, it was truly a headache. When would these two children reconcile? The sole silver lining was that there had been no physical altercation this time, thanks to the teacher's preventive measures. Meanwhile, at Xiaobai's side, three little ones arrived at Zhang Tan's home. Zhang Tan opened the door and said, "You've come. Please, come in." He retrieved 3 pairs of small slippers from the shoe rack. "Oh, why are there so many?" Xiaobai inquired curiously. "I bought them for you. There are 3 of you." Zhang Tan replied. He had purchased 5 pairs, especially for the children. "But aren't there 4 of us?" "There's you too, uncle. You're one of us," Xin Lulu remarked. Zhang Tan fixed a gaze upon the little pomegranate, wondering if she was mocking him. "Don't let me catch on, or you shall regret it." Unfortunately, Xin Liolio's innocent demeanor did not suggest mockery. She simply appeared rather naïve. "Come in and have a seat. I've prepared some soft-boiled sugar eggs for you to taste." Zhang Tan poured the 2 servings of poached sugar eggs he had brought back into a bowl, dividing them into 3 portions, and served them in small floral bowls, inviting Xiaobai, Xiaomi, and Xin Lulu to partake. "This isn't appropriate," Xiaobai hesitated. Xiaomi nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Only Xin Lulu, undeterred, followed the enticing aroma like a curious pup, eagerly approaching the edge of the table. Xiaobai grasped her arm, and Lulu earnestly expressed, "I won't eat. I just want to smell." Zhang Tan mischievously stirred the poached sugar eggs with a spoon, causing Lulu's eyes to widen, her tongue to dart out, and her mouth to water with impatience. "It smells delightful. Come and taste," Zhang Tan urged once more. "This isn't appropriate," Xiaobai reiterated. "Indeed, it isn't," Xiaomi concurred. "Is it really that bad?" Lulu inquired, longing to affirm its deliciousness. However, being the youngest, her voice held little weight, and she could only follow along, fanning the flames of enthusiasm. The 3 children clearly held differing opinions. Some were eager to indulge, while others wavered in resolve. Zhang Tan swiftly employed a strategy of division, effectively separating them. In a moment of distraction, Lulu found herself standing on the chair, her little feet no longer obedient. In another fleeting moment, she realized her small hand had grasped a spoon. Almost instantly, her hand brought the poached egg to her mouth. Finally, in one last daze, she swallowed the sugary delight. "How frightening!" she exclaimed. "Why is this happening? What is going on? Why am I like this? Look at you," Mr. Lu Sun remarked. "You've already come this far. Surely, it wouldn't hurt to take one more taste before leaving, right? Just a taste, it's quite sweet." Zhang Tan, with an air of seduction, watched as Shun Liuli took a bite and exclaimed, "Oh my, this duck is simply divine." In that moment, she was utterly captivated beyond rescue. Yet she felt compelled to call for help, inadvertently dragging Xiaobai and Xiaomi into her plight. Zhang Tan chuckled as he observed the 3 youngsters relishing their poached sugar eggs, pondering whether they could ever escape his grasp. After finishing, Xiaobai insisted on expressing her gratitude to Zhang Tan, offering to perform a dance in his honor. Zhang Tan warmly welcomed this display, remarking that a little exercise after a hearty meal was splendid. Xiaomi, in a hushed tone, suggested she could sing, to which Zhang Tan equally encouraged her. Liuli glanced at the two older girls, feeling inspired, and resolved to cheer them on with applause during their performances. The trio reveled in Zhang Tan's hospitality, completely forgetting the earlier unpleasantness with Luo Zikong. It was not until 10 in the evening that teacher Xiao Lu arrived to collect them. They bid farewell to Xiaobai and Zhang Tan. As they reached the door, the three donned their little shoes, preparing to leave. Xiaobai waved for Zhang Tan to crouch down, eager to share a secret. "What is it?" Zhang Tan inquired. Kneeling to listen closely, Xiaobai leaned in, the scent of milk wafting from her, and whispered into his right ear, "Boss Zhang, I think I like you a little." With a giggle, she dashed away, leaving behind a tray a little girl named Ching Ching, clutching a teddy bear. Propped herself up on her small bed and gently called out. Xiaobai paused and approached her bedside, asking, "What is it, Ching Chong?" "Xiaobai, where have you gone?" "I couldn't find you," Ching Ching pouted, her expression pitiful. "Ah, I forgot to take you along for some fun. I'm sorry. I went to see the uncle." Xiaobai replied with a chuckle. "Oh, Xiaobai, do you want to hear a story?" "Yes, please. I'll tell you one. You need to sleep now." Cheng Cheng insisted on sharing a story with Xiaobai before she would close her eyes. After receiving the teacher's consent, the two friends settled in, one narrating while the other listened. Despite Cheng Cheng's occasional stammering in front of others or when strangers were around, she was quite eloquent before familiar faces like Xiaobai. She was among the best storytellers in their academy, and her greatest asset was the ability to recount tales without relying on picture books. Any story she had heard or seen could be remembered with remarkable clarity. After ensuring Cheng Cheng was comfortably lying down with her eyes closed, Xiaobai left the dormitory on the second floor. Teacher Xiao Lu inquired, "Xiaobai, aren't you going to sleep?" Xiaobai shook her head in silence. Descending the stairs alone to the reading area on the first floor, skillfully navigating the rows of bookshelves, she found the hungry caterpillar and retreated to a corner to continue savoring the challenging picture book. Zhang Tan formally completed the procedures for his transfer, handing over his responsibilities to Feng Dong before departing. "The department has accepted your suggestion and decided to allow Su Jian to continue with the project on Lucky Bear," said Feng Dong. "Due to Zhang Tan's departure, any subsequent tasks related to Unlucky Bear will require another person to follow up, and Feng Dong requested a recommendation." Zhang Tan suggested Su Jian, stating, "He possesses the necessary capabilities. However, should any issues arise, feel free to consult with me." Feng Dong patted Zhang Tan on the shoulder and remarked, "General Manager Wang has expressed her initial reservations about your transfer, yet she has come to terms with it. Considering the implications for your career, she asked me to convey her gratitude and congratulations to you." In truth, Zhang Tan had spoken with Wang Zhan, the director of Pujiang television station, who was somewhat reluctant to see him leave. The question of who would follow up on Unlucky Bear weighed heavily on her mind. She unequivocally trusted Zhang Tan more than anyone else. However, after their conversation, she recognized that everyone has their own choices and she could not impede another's career path. "I also appreciate the understanding from the team leader," Zhang Tan expressed his gratitude. "The screenwriting department has been remarkably open-minded and generous, not placing any undue burdens on him." Although they were no longer in the same department, their relationship remained cordial, encouraging frequent visits and hoping he would strive to excel in his new position. "Thank you." Upon leaving Feng Dong's office, Zhang Tan encountered Su Jian, who sincerely expressed his thanks. Zhang Tan smiled and replied, "I should be the one thanking you. I'm leaving, and I trust you will manage the subsequent matters. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Su Jian was entirely unprepared for Zhang Tan's reassignment, particularly to the film and television department. Upon hearing the news, he initially thought it was a jest. After a whirlwind of events, the project was once again entrusted to him. Following a brief farewell to his colleagues, Zhang Tan took the elevator to the 5th floor, the designated office level for the film and television department. "Welcome, Zhang Tan." He Miao was the first to notice his arrival and greeted him with enthusiasm. "Hello, Director He." Zhang Tan responded politely, observing her beaming expression, which suggested her spirits were exceptionally high. "From now on, this will be your workplace," He Miao stated, guiding Zhang Tan to an office that was currently unoccupied, effectively granting him a private workspace. Subsequently, He Miao introduced Zhang Tan to Zhu Ruopu and acquainted him with the writers from the script department. Finally, she escorted Zhang Tan to his own office. "Come sit in my office. Let us converse," she invited, preparing a cup of tea for him. As they settled in, He Miao briefed Zhang Tan on the state of the film and television department and the script division. Zhang Tan's first impression was one of weakness. Currently, our primary focus is on director Jean, which has left other projects without scriptwriters to follow up. Now that you are here, do you have any thoughts? Having gathered some understanding of the situation prior to his arrival and after listening to He Miao's overview, Zhang Tan took a moment to organize his thoughts before responding. I shall adhere to the director's arrangements. I am ready to assist wherever needed. However, I hope to engage in projects at the earliest opportunity. Indeed, He Miao's intention was clear. Zhang Tan should refrain from participating. Although this drama is currently the most popular at the production company, many individuals have already been involved, rendering Zhang Tan's presence there rather inconsequential. In the company of those seasoned screenwriters, his credentials are insufficient, and he would wield little influence. Rather than this, it would be more prudent for him to engage in a project independently, even if it pales in comparison to Chief Jean. There are 3 projects available. Take a look and choose one if any pique your interest, He Miao concluded. From this perspective, it is evident that He Miao holds him in considerable regard, offering him the opportunity to select from 3 projects. However, it also highlights a critical point. The film department is indeed less populated than the animation department. Although there are fewer projects, the competition is significantly less fierce. In the animation department, Zhang Tan must contend with several others for a chance to participate in the adaptation of the comic The Flame Bearer. Zhang Tan accepted the materials He Miao handed him, meticulously perusing the descriptions of the projects. These are all preliminary ideas, not yet officially established. The first is a film project, which instantly invigorated Zhang Tan, an opportunity to work on a major motion picture. However, as he delved deeper into the project's synopsis, a sense of unease began to wash over him. What is this? The story outline was nothing more than a trite tale of mutual affection. He could not help but inquire, where did the synopsis for Love and the Flames originate? Upon hearing this title, He Miao's expression turned slightly awkward, as if reluctant to disclose the source. Yet, since Zhang Tan had asked, she suppressed her discomfort and replied, it was provided by the investors. He spoke rather succinctly, without making his intentions explicit, as continuing would entail disparaging remarks about the investors. Having only recently engaged with Zhang Tan, it was prudent to refrain from such commentary to avoid leaving a negative impression. Had he been conversing with seasoned screenwriters from the department, he would have been more candid in his criticisms, for he had indeed expressed his grievances about this project on numerous occasions. His brevity was mistaken for the naivete of a newcomer, yet Zhang Tan comprehended immediately that this was merely a synopsis crafted by the investors. He had encountered such investors before, affluent and leisurely individuals, convinced of their own artistic sensibilities. Once their material desires were satiated, they turned their attention to spiritual pursuits, casting their half-formed ideas upon screenwriters, urging them to construct a narrative while assuring them that financial support for production was guaranteed. For instance, Zhang Tan had once experienced a similar encounter. At that time, he had already garnered a modest reputation, and an investor approached him with a proposition to create a war film, capitalizing on the current popularity of such narratives. When Zhang Tan inquired about the specific angle of the war film they envisioned, the investor pondered for a moment before declaring, "Snipers, that's cool." Sensing the impulsiveness of the investor's ideas, Zhang Tan hastily probed for any additional thoughts or requirements, urging him to articulate everything at once. Youthful portrayals of wartime experiences are too commonplace. Let's focus on something unique. How about the elderly during the war? The investor suggested. Zhang Tan considered this and found it intriguing. He envisioned a protagonist as an old hunter who, when friends visited, would offer rice wine, and when enemies appeared, would wield a shotgun, taking down a wolf, or rather, a foe. However, the investor dismissed the concept of hunters as too ordinary and urged for something more distinctive and edgy. Here, you take the pen and create something. Zhang Tan, having ceased to offer suggestions, allowed his boss to ponder aimlessly, and indeed, the old man arrived at a conclusion. He envisioned himself as a scientist. This fellow bestowed upon the elder a prestigious identity, that of a weapons expert, exuding an air of remarkable sophistication. Even more astonishingly, he claimed to be a junior of Chen. Finally, Zhang Tan spoke, declaring this an affront to national heroes. Utterly unacceptable. Very well, let us amend this. He shall merely be an alumnus of the same institution as Chen, albeit 2 ranks below. Surely that suffices. Subtly insinuated without overt declaration. In light of the generous remuneration, Zhang Tan, With a sense of reluctant distaste, meticulously crafted a story outline and character sketches, hesitating to proceed further until he could present it to his boss, lest his efforts be in vain. Upon reviewing the material, the boss suggested he contemplate it further. 2 days later, he called to relay that an esteemed veteran screenwriter had reviewed the draft, finding it lacking in conflict and intensity, recommending the inclusion of national grievances, such as a daughter being victimized by the enemy. Zhang Tan thought to himself, this is utterly ludicrous. Nevertheless, motivated by the prospect of financial gain, he continued to write. After several revisions, he finally completed the script, submitted it, received his payment, and promptly vanished, wishing never to encounter his boss again. Initially, he believed the script was destined to languish in obscurity. However, a year later, he received a call from his boss announcing that filming was set to commence and inquiring if Zhang Tan would join the crew. Terrified by the ordeal, he declined to participate, but visited the set once filming began. To his astonishment, he was thoroughly impressed. The lead actor was a well-known veteran, Wang Xuexing. Even more astonishing was the fact that this anti-Japanese drama ultimately aired. The production bore the title Grandfather's War. A simple remark from him now prompted Zhang Tan to reflect deeply. He resolved to steer clear of such projects, fearing the repercussions they might bring. In such projects, the screenwriter is merely a tool, entirely beholden to the investors, who, crucially, often lack understanding and tend to issue arbitrary directives. He examined the second project, a self-produced endeavor by the studio, a suspenseful drama. Then he considered the third project, featuring children in a grand performance. What do you think? Were any chosen? He Miao had already finished a cup of tea and poured another for Zhang Tan, while the purple clay teapot simmered, bubbling softly, the aroma of tea wafting through the air. Zhang Tan set down the materials and declared, I wish to select the third one. The third one? The one with children in a major role? He Miao expressed surprise, having assumed Zhang Tan would undoubtedly opt for the second, or perhaps even the first. Had he chosen the first, He Miao would have elaborated further to advise caution. But the third? With children? Yet Zhang Tan resolutely stated, Minister He, I choose the third project, where children perform in a grand narrative. I believe it holds potential and wish to give it a try. He Miao contemplated the positioning of this drama, which was aimed at children, as the studio's animated productions primarily catered to a youthful audience. If animation could thrive, why not live-action films? Thus, he pondered the possibility of inviting children to star in a grand production. This could be seen as a traditional strength of our studio, a legacy upheld. While we may not possess complete confidence in our cinematic endeavors, we certainly have faith in children's films. Zhang Tan also mused over the idea of children performing in grand narratives, reminiscent of the little actors of the past. Envisioning a group of children portraying classic tales such as Dream of the Red Chamber or Legend of the White Snake, with their charming innocence. He believed the viewership could be quite favorable, and the social response could be equally enthusiastic, rivaling that of popular dramas. He Miao pondered for a moment. Since Zhang Tan had proactively chosen to cast children in a grand production, and it was he who had suggested this path, she decided to let him proceed. The investment was modest, and a self-produced drama would be well suited for newcomers, allowing for an assessment of his capabilities. However, certain matters needed to be addressed up front. The project had yet to be officially sanctioned, and its approval hinged on the project proposal, He Miao stated. Zhang Tan inquired, have the producer and director been determined? I would like to have a discussion with them. Not yet. Only the screenwriter has been confirmed, and that is you, she replied. Zhang Tan remained undeterred. With no producer or director secured, he resolved to seek them out himself. Although the project was still in its nascent stages, he was fortunate to possess considerable influence, an advantageous position for someone of his experience. With He Miao's support, he began searching for a director. After deciding to undertake the Little Drama Kings project, Zhang Tan simultaneously worked on the script and sought a director. The pool of contracted directors at the production studio was limited, primarily due to the underwhelming state of the film and television department, which had little to offer in terms of productions each year, resulting in a reluctance to sign numerous directors. Moreover, it was challenging to engage truly talented directors. Upon receiving the director roster, Zhang Tan approached 2 individuals, only to be met with rejection. Upon learning it was for a children's production, their interest waned instantly. Without a director, all efforts seemed futile. Faced with a lack of suitable candidates, Zhang Tan resolved to explore external options, confident that he would find someone appropriate. Upon discovering the situation, He Miao sought out Zhang Tan for a conversation in his office. She poured 2 cups of premium by Luo Chun tea, inhaling the fragrant aroma, which invigorated her spirit. He Miao spoke candidly. If you are unable to find anyone, I have a recommendation for you. Are you familiar with Zhang Tong's? Zhang Tan was momentarily taken aback, but soon recollected that this was the former director of Director Jean. The first 2 seasons of Director Jean had been helmed by Zhang Tong's son, but he had been replaced in the 3rd season this year due to a clash of ideologies with the lead actor, Wang Yifan, a battle he could not win. Zhang Tan mused that this individual was indeed a fitting choice. On one hand, his capabilities were evident from the success of the first 2 seasons of Director Jean, and on the other, he was currently unemployed, having been ousted from his acclaimed project, a blow to his career that one could only imagine. Although it may not be right to say so, this circumstance could aid Zhang Tan in persuading him. Without delay, Zhang Tan sought out Zhang Tong's son, who was a man in his 40s, with a robust build and a beard, adorned in traditional cotton linen garments that exuded a vintage and artistic flair. A drama for children? Upon hearing Zhang Tan's intentions, Zhang Tongsuan's brow furrowed, and his expression turned grave when he was not smiling. I don't think I'm quite suited for that, he replied with a degree of subtlety. However, it was clear from the synopsis that he had already dismissed the idea, despite being at a low point in his career. He felt it beneath him to direct a whimsical children's play. Additionally, he recalled that a director friend had mentioned recently that a fledgling screenwriter named Zhang Tan was seeking a director for a live-action children's drama. The industry seemed to regard this endeavor with a sense of skepticism, not quite deriding it, but certainly not taking it seriously. After all, such a genre had never been explored, and its success was uncertain, 99 likely to fail. No one would jeopardize their future on such an untested venture. Having faced rejection before, Zhang Tan remained undeterred. On the contrary, it would have been peculiar if Zhang Tong's son had expressed any hesitation upon first hearing the proposal. He possesses genuine talent, yet finds himself in a professional nadir, making his selection for the next project all the more judicious. Recently dismissed, should his subsequent endeavor also falter, he might truly find himself in an inescapable predicament. Nevertheless, Zhang Tan has his own perspective. The contemporary youth, largely engrossed in computers and mobile devices, possess scant knowledge of traditional culture and exhibit little enthusiasm for active learning. The dramas we aim to produce are not merely for sensationalism. Rather, they aspire to instill traditional culture in the younger generation. By casting children to shoulder significant roles, performing and learning classic works, we foster a relatable connection among them. For children resonate more effectively with their peers. Observing the eloquent young man, Zhang Tong's Hun pondered his words, feeling a subtle shift within. Zhang Tan's discourse resonated deeply with Zhang Tong's Hun, yet he refrained from immediate agreement. Despite this reluctance, the two engaged in an extensive dialogue about the project throughout the afternoon, discovering an increasing synergy of ideas. Zhang Tan felt assured that he would completely persuade Zhang Tong's Han by the morrow. Dinner was enjoyed at a modest eatery within the urban village. Despite its small size and appearance akin to a roadside stall, the cuisine was remarkably authentic, rivaling even the upscale restaurants on Xichang'an Street, if not surpassing them in authenticity. For instance, regarding the local cuisine of Pujiang. Though Zhang Tan had not sampled every establishment on Xichang'an Street, he had certainly dined at least 90 of them. Yet, the local dishes there often lacked true authenticity. Whereas in Huangjiazhuang, one could savor the genuine essence of the regional fare. Human beings are creatures of taste, guided by their gustatory desires. As evening descends, white-collar workers from the CBD along Xichang'an Street pour into the alleys of Huangjiakan, meandering through the streets in search of hidden culinary delights. Zhang Tan's dinner consisted of chrysanthemum fish and 4 happiness gluten. The preparation of chrysanthemum fish involves scoring the fish with a crosshatch pattern and frying it twice, first at 60 oil temperature, then again at 80, before drizzling it with a sauce made from a blend of tomato ketchup, sugar, and water. As for 4 happiness gluten, it is a quintessential local dish, unique to this region. The 4 happiness refers to bamboo shoots, daylily flowers, black fungus, and peanuts. While the gluten is a traditional delicacy from the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, crafted from wheat flour made from whole wheat grains, kneaded and rinsed to separate the gluten, and then fermented and steamed to achieve a sponge-like texture. Zhang Tan fondly recalls his childhood, when his grandmother would prepare gluten during the New Year festivities. He would eagerly snatch it up, only to be playfully reprimanded by his grandmother, who would urge him to save some for his father, as it was believed that his father must consume it to ensure prosperity in the coming year. For happiness, gluten is an essential dish at the New Year's Eve dinner for the people of Pujiang. It has been many years since Zhang Tan last savored it. Ever since the passing of his parents, his grandmother has ceased its preparation, expressing her preference for health over wealth. These two dishes were her specialties. And with a sense of nostalgia, Zhang Tan finished his meal, settled the bill, and strolled back to the academy. Ah, I really wish to taste chrysanthemum fish again. Where might I find it? I've been searching for quite some time, a lovely lady murmured as she passed by. Zhang Tan overheard her and turned to offer guidance, saying, walk 50 meters ahead. There's a place in this alley that serves excellent chrysanthemum fish. Oh, shall I go straight ahead? Zhang Tan, upon seeing her, paused for a moment before responding. Yes, just go straight. I just came from there. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the girl inquired about his WeChat. Zhang Tan chuckled. I'm afraid I left my phone at home. Waving goodbye, he departed, pondering why she seemed somewhat familiar. Earlier, during his meal, this enchanting lady had occupied the adjacent table. Was this a deliberate encounter? Such subtle tricks were all too familiar to him. In the academy, Xiaobai was gathered with her close friends. Several times, Zhang Tan observed Xiaobai with her left arm around Cheng Cheng and her right arm draped over Lu Lu, resembling an elder brother. However, today was different. This Sichuan girl was seated obediently on a small chair, engrossed in listening to Meng Cheng Cheng narrate a story. Accompanying them were Shun Lu Lu, Xiaomi, and Xiao Qian. Shun Lu Lu fidgeted restlessly on her chair, resembling a little monkey unable to settle down. Yet, upon glancing at Xiaobai beside her, she restrained herself, resting her elbows on her knees and propping her chin in her hands, captivated by Cheng Cheng's tale. Don't come over. Go away. A few children attempted to join them, but Xiaobai warned them to keep their distance. It wasn't that she was forming an exclusive group. Rather, when too many people gathered, Cheng Cheng would become shy and struggle to speak. Only with this small circle of good friends could she narrate her stories with such vividness. Wonderful, Xiaobai applauded. And after a brief moment of hesitation, Lulu enthusiastically joined in the clapping, though in truth, the little girl had already forgotten what Cheng Cheng had recounted. As the story reached its conclusion, Shun Lulu immediately announced, I need to use the restroom, seizing the opportunity to slip away. Xiaobai, are you still interested in listening? Meng Cheng Cheng inquired, as the shy and timid child illuminated with unprecedented confidence. Let's hear another story, she urged. Xiaobai remarked that if there was a story to be told, she could forego the picture book, which often overwhelmed her. Joyfully, Meng Cheng Cheng echoed her request for another tale. Meanwhile, Zhang Tan quietly approached and discovered that this little one was recounting a story from Dream of the Red Chamber, the episode of Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Of course, it was not the traditional classic version, but rather a child-friendly adaptation from a picture book, yet the overarching narrative remained intact. Zhang Tan was astonished by Meng Cheng Cheng's ability to narrate the story fluently without even looking at the book. Although the plot had been significantly simplified, her innocent voice brimmed with charm. He recalled a saying from their teacher, Xiao Lu, about Meng Cheng Cheng's remarkable memory. She could remember a story after just one reading and narrate it effortlessly. It was indeed true. Observing Meng Cheng Cheng's usual demeanor, one could hardly have anticipated such a talent. Truly, every child is a treasure, each deserving of recognition. Suddenly, a frantic voice interrupted Meng Cheng Cheng's storytelling. Help me, help me. That silly Luo Zikong is going to beat me. It was Shun Lulu, rushing back from the restroom. Despite her alarmed tone, her expression was one of excitement, almost playful, as if to say, I'm so scared, come chase me. Upon returning, she spotted Luo Zikong stacking blocks. Luo Zikong, what are you doing? Let me touch it. She disregarded Luo Zikong's warning and, with a swift motion, toppled the three-tiered structure he had painstakingly built. Luo Zikong, unable to let this affront go unpunished, let out an enraged shout and pursued her, intent on exacting his revenge. Teacher Xiao Lu witnessed the entire scene, feeling both speechless and helpless. This little pomegranate was indeed quite the mischievous rascal. Shun Liuliao sought refuge with Xiaobai, knowing that without him, she would not survive the night. She would inevitably transform from a round little figure into a flattened one. Once again, Shun Liuliao was rescued by Xiaobai. Hiding behind him, she mischievously stuck out her tongue and made silly faces at Luo Zikong. Just in time, teacher Xiao Lu arrived to prevent a brawl between Xiaobai and Luo Zikong. With a forlorn expression, Luo Zikong bore the brunt of the situation. Observing his plight, teacher Xiao Lu instructed the troublesome Shun Liuliao to rebuild the blocks. Since she had knocked down his three-tiered tower, It was only fair that she should replace it. Shun Liliao obediently stepped out from behind Xiao Bai and confidently declared that she would do so immediately. However, it soon became evident to teacher Xiao Lu that she had gravely misjudged the situation, for the mischievous Shin Liliao blatantly commandeered Luo Zikong's blocks. How unfortunate was Luo Zikong. Not only had his painstakingly constructed tower been demolished, but now even his blocks were snatched away by the perpetrator. He could only sit by, wide-eyed, arguing with Shun Liliao while desperately attempting to reclaim his possessions. Yet, every time he made a move, Shun Liliao would screech in terror, calling for teacher Xiao Lu to restore order. To add to his dismay, a rabbit police officer stood nearby, ever ready to intervene. She felt entirely secure and had no fear of Luo Zikong. Zhang Tan observed that Xiao Bai and the children were thoroughly enjoying themselves, so he refrained from interrupting them. Upon returning home, he browsed the internet and discovered that the film Tomorrow's You had surpassed 200 million in box office earnings. Within just 5 days of its release, this figure was commendable for a youth-oriented art film. After subtracting the production cost of 80 million, it promised substantial profits. The film review website reflected a favorable rating of 8.2. Although this score was likely to decline over time, it was expected to remain above the anticipated 7.5. Having attended the film's premiere but not yet composed a review, he had intended to create an analytical video instead. Over the past few days, utilizing snippets of free time, he had completed the script. With a bit of time available that evening, he settled down to record, laboring until 11:30. After ensuring everything was in order, he uploaded the video, providing a satisfactory account to Li Rue. Previously, the entertainment company where Li Rue worked had run 5 promotional advertisements on his platform, costing 50,000. Due to the excellent results, they provided an additional 10,000. This extra amount was not merely a generous gift, it was also a strategic gesture. As they later invited Zhang Tan to the premiere, the implication was clear. They hoped he would write a favorable review. If he could create a dedicated analysis video for Tomorrow's You, that would be even better. Thus, in the realm of adult society, gestures of goodwill often entail reciprocal exchanges. What one offers may be perceived as insignificant, leading to a sense of having gained an advantage. That night, Xiaobai did not come upstairs. She had already fallen asleep. Zhang Tan took a glance before returning to his room to rest. The following morning, he resumed his conversation with Zhang Tongsun, engaging in light banter. As Xiaobai would say, just shooting the breeze and having a good time. Following our concept, we can undoubtedly embark on a series entitled Little Actors. With the inaugural production named Little Actors, Granny Lu enters the Grandview Garden. Last night, I listened to Meng Chengqing recount the tale of Granny Lu's visit to the Grandview Garden, and I discovered that when narrated by children, it radiates an endearing charm. The inherent comedic essence of the story becomes even more pronounced. Little actors? Inquired Zhang Tongsun. We have only heard of seasoned performers, but never of little ones. I have conducted my research, and one must not underestimate the current generation of children. Their desire for expression and self-assurance is remarkably strong, making performance a non-issue. However, filming with children is notoriously challenging. Zhang Tongsun remarked that scenes involving children and animals are widely acknowledged as the most difficult to execute, as they often fail to comprehend the director's instructions and can burst into tears at the slightest provocation. Zhang chuckled, saying, "Director, with your wealth of experience, this should pose no challenge for you." He mused silently that this very expertise is why he was so determined to seek out Zhang Tongsun. At noon, Zhang Tang found He Miao in the office. Upon seeing him, He Miao smiled and remarked, "I heard you've been searching for Zhang Tongsun for 2 days. I told you, he wouldn't agree so easily." Zhang Tang plopped down in a chair, acknowledging, "Indeed, persuading him is quite a task." He Miao replied, "The primary concern is that this project has never been filmed before, leaving everyone uncertain. In recent days, the film department has become aware that the new writer is attempting to produce a new show featuring a group of children, and they are in the process of convincing director Zhang Tongsun." Zhang Tang chuckled, "It seems I have already made an impression since my arrival. I suspect many are merely here for the spectacle. It cannot be said that their intentions are malicious. In truth, there is no distinction between malice and goodwill. It is merely a voyeuristic mentality. What captivates their attention is the spectacle, the gossip it generates. Should someone excel, they are generous with their applause. Conversely, if a misstep occurs, they will not spare your dignity." He Miao encouraged, "Young people must possess this vigor. Do not be disheartened." As he spoke, he poured a cup of tea for Zhang Tan. He admired Zhang Tan's tenacity. Without such determination, how could one ever achieve success? However, he intended to speak with Zhang Tongsun to see if he could persuade him. If that proved futile, he would seek another director, preferably a younger one. A younger individual would be more malleable, unencumbered by experience or reservations, and simply thrilled to have a project to work on. Suddenly, he recalled something and inquired of Zhang Tan. I remember your major in university was directing, correct? Zhang Tan abruptly lifted his head, thinking to himself, surely, you do not intend for me to take the helm. He replied, indeed, I specialized in directing and have produced a few small works, though my experience is still lacking. He had created minor projects during his university years. He was well aware of his own limitations. Should he be tasked with directing little actors? It would undoubtedly be a disaster. Managing such a substantial project was beyond his current capabilities, and with so many young actors involved, even an experienced director like Zhang Tongsun found it challenging. As for him, he would need to enlist a novice to help maintain order. Do not feel anxious. I am merely inquiring, he Miao reassured. Yet, upon that casual inquiry, Zhang Tan felt a weight in his heart. Is Zhang Tongsun in his office? Shall we go speak with him now? He Miao suggested. While he was not entirely confident he could persuade Zhang Tongsun, he certainly held more weight than Zhang Tan. His involvement at least provides some reassurance to Zhang Tongsun, indicating that the department supports the project titled Little Actors. I just left his office, however. There is no need for you to go, supervisor, Zhang sighed while fiddling with the teacup. He asked what? Has he made it abundantly clear that he refuses? If that is the case, they must resort to Plan B. In truth, he was not particularly surprised by Zhang Tongxuan's rejection. Had he been in the same position, he too would have declined. Thank you for your concern, supervisor. Zhang did not refuse. I came to report on the general situation of the project, which is called Little Actors. He may interjected, wait, Zhang did not refuse? Does that mean she agreed? Zhang replied, she agreed, and now we must consider the project's initiation. He Mei was momentarily taken aback. Oh dear, he really managed to persuade Zhang Tongsun. Doubtful, she inquired. You approached him for 2 days, and he consistently turned you down. Didn't he? Zhang chuckled. It was just this morning that he was moved by my sincerity and plan. He Mei acknowledged the sincerity, noting the effort of visiting the office daily for discussions. However, she questioned, but the plan? What plan? What is your plan? I intend to name this project Little Actors and turn it into a series. The first episode will be an excerpt from Dream of the Red Chamber, specifically Lu Laolao enters the Grandview Garden. As Zhang spoke eloquently, he Mei finally grasped the situation completely. Although he proposed Zhang Tongsun, he could not help but acknowledge that deep down, he did not believe Zhang would agree. After all, he himself lacked confidence in the project. What was inscribed on paper was merely a concept, an idea, and transforming it into a tangible project required considerable effort. Now, as Zhang Tan informed him that it was time to contemplate the project's establishment, he was jolted into realization. As if he had heard the thunderous sound of rolling wheels, this was indeed serious. After attentively listening to Zhang Tan's plan, he Miao had to concede that it was quite intriguing and captivating, distinctly innovative. Zhang Tan, while the project establishment posed no issues, emphasized the necessity of a producer, someone to take charge. He initially assumed that Zhang Tan was a novice, unfamiliar with the intricacies of film production, and endeavored to explain. However, Zhang Tan had previously participated in numerous major projects and was well versed in the process. Moreover, he was a student of the directing department at the Beiping Film Academy. The task of finding a producer was beyond his capabilities, and he hoped for support from the studio. Nevertheless, he assured that he would collaborate with director Zhang to prepare the project establishment report, proceeding simultaneously on both fronts to avoid any delays. For the play Little Actor, the script was not of utmost importance, as it was an interpretation of a classic, like Dream of the Red Chamber, where the story was already established and merely required adaptation. Since it was an interpretation of a classic, substantial alterations were not permissible. Thus, the script adaptation would be relatively straightforward. However, adapting an existing novel was not as simple as an outsider might presume. Once, Zhang Tan became involved in a cinematic project, an adaptation of a sensational tomb-raiding novel. The author of the novel eagerly volunteered to adapt the screenplay, yet the producer, harboring doubts about his capabilities, sought Zhang Tan's assistance. However, fueled by enthusiasm, the author pressed on, and Zhang Tan chose not to interject. Yet, after a fortnight had passed, the adapted script remained elusive. Upon inquiring via telephone, Zhang Tan learned that revisions were ongoing, With alterations being made and subsequently erased, the script had yet to materialize. Thus, it becomes evident that screenwriting is a specialized endeavor, possessing its own intricate writing process, rather than merely transmuting a novel into a different format. For Zhang Tan, the paramount concern was the project proposal for Little Actors. He needed to convince the studio of its viability, necessitating considerable effort, especially for a production centered around children, with no precedents or references to draw upon. Zhang Tan and Zhang Tongzhen secluded themselves in the office, dedicating 2 days to crafting a project report. Initially, they submitted it to He Miao, who, after reviewing it and finding no issues, passed it on to the head of the film department, Zhu Ruopu, through Zhang Tongzhen, who had more frequent dealings with him than Zhang Tan. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Tan and Zhang Tongzhen clocked out, looking forward to the weekend for a brief respite before the forthcoming busy week. As they entered the elevator, 2 individuals approached, one of whom appeared familiar. Zhang Tan quickly recalled that it was none other than Wang Yifan, the lead actor from Chief Jin. Maintaining a facade, he discreetly glanced at Zhang Tongzhen, noting his composed demeanor as he greeted Wang Yifan with a nod and a cheerful remark about the end of the workday. Despite their previous discord during the 3rd season of Chief Jin, the maturity of adulthood prevented outright animosity, yet a subtle tension lingered between them. Wang Yifan nodded towards Zhang Tongzhen and replied nonchalantly, "Yes." However, a young man beside Wang Yifan engaged in a brief conversation with Zhang Tongzhen, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Tan. From their exchange, Zhang Tan discerned that this young man was the director of the new season of Chief Jin. "Mr. Zhang, I hear you are beginning preparations for another project?" The young director inquired, breaking the silence in the elevator, which felt somewhat awkward due to its stillness. Zhang Tongzhen replied calmly, "Yes, we are just starting the preparations. It has yet to be officially sanctioned." The young director stood on the left side of the elevator with Wang Yifan, while Zhang Tan and Zhang Tongzhen occupied the right side, creating an unspoken division between the 2 groups. Upon hearing Zhang Tongxuan's words, Wang Yifan instinctively turned to look, but halted midway, ultimately saying nothing. "I hear it's a play about children acting?" The young director seemed intrigued and probed further. Zhang Tongzhen responded, "I wish to explore something new." The young director offered a few flattering remarks before the elevator doors opened. Wang Yifan hurriedly exited, nearly colliding with Zhang Tan. The young director cast an apologetic glance at Zhang Tan and smiled before following suit. Zhang Tongzhen and Zhang Tan exchanged glances and chuckled. "Now we find ourselves in a predicament. Otherwise, we would be the subject of ridicule." Zhang Tan corrected him, saying, "This is not a predicament. The starting gun has already been fired, and we must strive to run swiftly." Meanwhile, the departing Wang Yifan and the young director entered a car, where Wang Yifan asked, "What is the situation with the play you mentioned earlier?" He did not specify Zhang Tongxuan's name, yet it was evident to all that he was inquiring about Zhang Tongxuan's project. The young director promptly shared his insights with Wang Yifan, who, half-jokingly, remarked, "It's like children playing house." It was indeed rather casual. The young director responded, but chose not to elaborate further. After all, the discord was between Wang Yifan and Zhang Tongzhen, not him, and he saw no need to take sides. Upon returning to work on Monday, the head of the film and television department, Zhu Ruopu, convened a meeting with Zhang Tan and Zhang Tongzhen, with the agenda centered around the project titled Little Actors. Over the weekend, he had meticulously reviewed the project proposal, finding it quite intriguing yet fraught with risks, as no similar productions had been attempted before. If successfully realized, it would pave the way for new ventures. The proposal emphasized the market potential of the series, which captivated him, weighing the potential risks against the promising rewards. He deemed it worth pursuing. After a lengthy discussion, Zhu Ruopu introduced a middle-aged woman, the producer he favored for the project. "You 3 should deliberate thoroughly on this project. Should any issues arise, feel free to consult me," Zhu Ruopu stated, establishing the primary management framework for the undertaking, and then entrusted the matter to them. Refraining from further involvement, the producer, Gao Xiaolan, was acquainted with Zhang Tongzhen but made a point to introduce herself, considering Zhang Tan was a newcomer. Zhang Tan, with a hint of concern, cautioned, "Although we are working with young actors, we must not lower the standards of the production. Makeup, set design, everything must adhere to the expected quality." Zhang Tongzhen inquired, "What exactly is the expected standard?" Zhang Tan replied resolutely, "It is to maintain the quality of a serious drama." Zhang Tongzhen glanced at Gao Xiaolan and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, since we are to embark on this endeavor, we are not here merely for amusement." The trio convened for a meeting that lasted the entire morning, after which they dispersed to pursue their respective tasks. The producer needed to apply for project funding, while Zhang Tongzhan set about assembling the filming crew and scouting for young actors. Zhang Tan, on the other hand, was tasked with crafting character sketches, outlining episodes, and penning the script. Gao Xiaolan, concerned that he might be overwhelmed working alone, inquired whether he needed assistance. If Zhang Tan were indeed a novice, it would be a daunting challenge. The project had already commenced, and all activities were progressing swiftly. The script needed to be completed promptly, leaving him with little time. However, Zhang Tan had previously been a seasoned screenwriter. He had encountered projects far more intricate and time-sensitive than Little Actors. Compared to those, Little Actors seemed like a mere exercise. By tomorrow, the day after, or the day after that, I shall be able to submit the script, he assured, indicating that assistance was not necessary for the time being. Gao Xiaolan, uncertain whether he was merely putting on a brave face or genuinely capable, smiled but refrained from comment. It was commendable for a young person to possess such enthusiasm and determination. She did not wish to dampen his spirits, especially since she suspected he had recently joined the project. The script is the foundation of a play. We await your promising news. As they parted ways to attend to their respective duties, Zhang Tan sequestered himself in his office, immersed in writing the script. The first season of Little Actors would depict the episode of Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden from Dream of the Red Chamber. The narrative would require expansion, and Zhang Tan planned to divide it into 9 episodes, each lasting 25 minutes. On the third day, early in the morning, after arriving at work, Zhang Tan brewed a pot of tea and carried his thermos to the adjacent small conference room, preparing to convene the morning meeting. Ever since the trio of him, Zhang Tongzhan, and Gao Xiaolan had decided to establish a daily morning gathering. They would share insights regarding their current tasks to foster mutual understanding. What a fragrant tea! What kind is it? Upon entering the conference room, Zhang Tan was greeted by Zhang Tongshuan's voice. Dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, with a well-groomed beard, he exuded an air of distinction. At that moment, he was sniffing the air, eyeing the thermos in Zhang Tan's hand. He had developed a fondness for tea, having indulged in many fine brews during their previous discussions about the project. Lushan Yunwu, would you like to try some? Zhang Tan offered. Ah, yes, that would be delightful. After the meeting, I shall bring you some, Zhang Tongzhan replied. Just a little will suffice. I'd like to savor the taste, Zhang Tan remarked. What are you discussing? Tea? Gao Xiaolan entered the room. Though she had reached middle age, she was impeccably maintained and dressed with great care. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they settled down to the main agenda. Allow me to begin, Zhang Tan announced, presenting the script he had tirelessly worked on for a day and a half to Gao Xiaolan and Zhang Tongzhan. Freshly printed, it still bore the scent of ink. The completed script consists of 9 episodes, each lasting 25 minutes. I kindly ask for your review, he stated. Zhang Tongzhan chuckled. What swift progress. Gao Xiaolan silently regarded Zhang Tan with a nod, withholding further comment. While Zhang Tan had indeed delivered the script punctually as promised, the paramount concern remained the quality of the work. She, like Zhang Tongzhan, perused the script with a serious demeanor. The small conference room fell silent, and Zhang Tan glanced at the two before taking out his phone to browse the news. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Gao Xiaolan and Zhang Tongzhan simultaneously set down their scripts, exchanging a glance. Zhang Tongzhan, with a smile, said, "Ladies first, Gao." Gao Xiaolan, not one to fuss over such matters, readily agreed to speak first. Zhang Tan put away his phone and settled quietly, awaiting their insights. Quite remarkable, Gao Xiaolan remarked, her gaze fixed on Zhang Tan. She was genuinely surprised. Initially, she had expected the script to score a modest 6 or 7 points, but upon reflection, it deserved an impressive 8 or even 9. The prose did not betray the inexperience of a novice. However, she soon reassured herself, recalling that Zhu Ruopu had specifically recruited him from the animation department. If he lacked genuine talent, the department head would not have personally sought him out. It was said that during a senior administrative meeting, a heated exchange nearly erupted between Yang Senlin, the head of the animation department, and Zhu Ruopu, indicating Yang's reluctance to part with Zhang Tan, who was clearly intent on pursuing live-action films. Upon hearing Gao Xiaolan's affirmative response, Zhang Tan felt a slight sense of relief, as he was uncertain of her preferences and feared she might harbor a different opinion on the script. In contrast, he held no such concerns regarding Zhang Tongzhan. Although the script was freshly penned, they had previously discussed it verbally, and as expected, Zhang Tongzhan expressed his approval, indicating that there were no issues. It is my turn now. I am currently seeking young actors, and the progress has been rather sluggish. It is quite challenging to find children who can perform well. At this point, Zhang Tongzun cast a glance at Zhang Tan, reflecting on the time he was misled into believing that a plethora of new generation young actors were readily available. However, upon embarking on the search, he realized the difficulty of the task. Children present a different set of considerations compared to adults, and there are numerous factors to ponder. Zhang Tongzun lamented about the myriad of challenges faced, but amidst these hardships, he conveyed some positive news. The assembly of the production team was proceeding smoothly, primarily because they were selecting from the studio's pool, and as long as they were available, most would participate. Next, Gao Xiaolan provided an update on her progress, as she intended to request resources from the studio, such as funding. Although the studio's investment had yet to receive final approval, she managed to secure an investment from another source. Zhang Tan had completed the script, which still required further refinement. These were merely trivial matters. Subsequently, he would collaborate with Zhang Tongzun to assist in casting the actors. As the workday drew to a close, Zhang Tongzun proposed, "Do you both have time this evening? Let us dine together. We have yet to gather." Zhang Tan agreed without hesitation and turned to Gao Xiaolan, who also consented. "All right, let us depart now. I shall lead the way. Have you both driven here, or shall we take my car and head back to the studio afterward?" Zhang Tan replied, "Let us take your car." "Sounds good," he affirmed. The three departed together for dinner. Given that they all needed to drive, they abstained from alcohol. By 8:30 in the evening, after finishing their meal, Zhang Tongzun escorted them back to the studio, while Zhang Tan drove home in his own vehicle. A group of children, including Xiaobai, are engaged in a game of house. Xiaobai takes on the role of the mother, while Shen Liuli plays the father. Xiaomi and Cheng Cheng portray the daughters, and how unfortunate they seem. Even more pitiable is Xiao Qian, who assumes the role of the family's little cat. As Xiaobai would put it, displaying a false sense of sophistication. To everyone's surprise, Luo Zikong is also present. It remains unclear what role he plays, but one can only imagine that Xiaobai would not assign him a favorable character. Perhaps he is cast as the windmill. Having always been the youngest in the academy, Shen Liuli is bubbling with excitement, as if a grand fortune has befallen her, leaving her dizzy with joy at being assigned the role of the father. Her little tail nearly betrays her delight, as she gleefully exclaims, "I disagree, I disagree." While shouting, she begins to run in circles around the others. "I disagree, I disagree, I disagree." This cry reverberates from the east, the west, the south, the north, and even from the heavens, fluctuating in distance and intensity. A whimsical sound that dances in the air. What a crazy child, Zhang thinks to himself. Shen Liuli has managed to confuse the other players with her antics, prompting Xiaobai to place her hands on her hips in exasperation. "You silly girl. Don't run away. If you do, I'll give you a couple of slaps." Finally, Shen Liuli halts her chaotic movement, skidding to a stop in front of Xiaobai, her little head held high, resolutely declaring, "Xiaobai, I disagree." "What do you disagree about? Your little paws are all over the place." Xiaobai can hardly contain her urge to tug at Shen Liuli's pigtails. "If she runs off again, Luo Zikong, I disagree." Shen Liuli directs her protest toward the bewildered, chubby Luo Zikong, revealing that her dissent is indeed related to him. Lu Lukong stared at her in bewilderment, clearly unaware of what she was disagreeing with. However, considering that this little rascal was a notorious troublemaker, even more irksome than Xiaobai, constantly challenging him and frequently flirting with danger, it was reasonable to assume that this incident would not bode well. His expression tightened, darkening ominously. What mischief was she up to? He hoped she wouldn't let him find out. "What do you disagree with, Lulu?" asked Xiaomi, who portrayed the eldest daughter. Upon seeing everyone turn their gaze towards her, Shen Lulu immediately proclaimed with bravado, "I disagree with Lu Lukong. Lu Lukong is a foolish boy. Even if he plays a dog, he cannot eat my snack. That is my snack, my dear friend. I disagree. My mother would not agree either." For a child who had just expressed her feelings and was saying goodbye, allowing a dog to devour her dear friend was indeed a cruel and gruesome affair. Yet, it was difficult for everyone to accept. Zhang and all the children were astonished. They had never encountered such audaciousness in their lives. With a furious roar, Lu Lukong charged after her, intent on reprimanding this little troublemaker. "You must learn to protect yourself." Shen Lulu was soon reprimanded. She wailed uncontrollably, her earlier bravado extinguished within moments, reduced to a pitiful sight. Standing by the bookshelf, she tilted her small face upwards, weeping profusely, her cheeks drenched in tears. After Lu Lukong had thrown her down, she felt utterly miserable, believing she might just perish from the humiliation. Luo Zikong, acutely aware that a significant crisis had unfolded, stood helplessly to the side, oscillating between glaring menacingly at Chen Lulu and casting furtive glances at the approaching teachers, a palpable sense of impending doom enveloping him. Chen Lulu was entirely unlike Xiaobai. First and foremost, Xiaobai had always engaged in a reciprocal manner with him, contrasting sharply with Chen Lulu, whose one-sided assaults made it appear as though he was merely bullying her, rather than engaging in a fair fight. In a true bout, both parties bear responsibility. However, in the realm of bullying, he inevitably emerged as the villain, accountable for the entirety of the situation. Moreover, when Xiaobai and he clashed, even in defeat, she would cry. But her tears were subdued, often silent, or merely a stream of tears accompanied by fierce declarations of vengeance. Chen Lulu, however, was a different story. At that moment, her cries were heart-wrenching, a cacophony of despair. "Do you still dare to scold me?" Luo Zikong inquired with a facade of bravado, yet internally trembling. "Ah, sob. Boss Zhang, Principal Ani, please come to my aid." Chen Lulu paid him no heed, consumed by her own tears, seeking assistance only from the most formidable and authoritative figures. Upon spotting Xiaobai rushing over, she lamented even more pitifully, "Xiaobai, why aren't your claws stopping that fool from attacking me?" In the past, Xiaobai had always intervened to shield her from Luo Zikong's aggression, and it was precisely because Xiaobai was present that she felt emboldened to act so defiantly. Who could have foreseen that Xiaobai would not come to her aid? This betrayal was far more disheartening than any beating from Luo Zikong. Xiaobai, bewildered, exclaimed, "Chan, you all ran away too swiftly. I had no idea you were about to be harmed. Why didn't you inform me?" Upon hearing this, Shen Liuli felt even more distressed, weeping and lamenting that she would be beaten to death by that fool, Luo Zikong. Xiaobai comforted her, saying, "Do not cry, dear sister, your beauty is unparalleled." Shen Liuli, through her tears, insisted that she no longer wished to associate with Luo Zikong and wanted him to leave. Without hesitation, Xiaobai shooed Luo Zikong away, exclaiming, "Get lost, you fool. You are bewitched. How dare you provoke me?" This time, Luo Zikong refrained from retaliating against Xiaobai, though he walked away in indignation, only to be intercepted by Teacher Lu. "What is going on, Luo Zikong?" Teacher Lu inquired. Luo Zikong rambled on, claiming that Shen Liuli had insulted him, prompting him to tug at her braid and push her down. Despite being surrounded by Xiaobai, Meng Chencheng, and Xiao Qian who were offering her comfort, Shen Liuli's sobs did not wane. She was acutely aware of her surroundings and promptly caught wind of Luo Zikong disparaging her, leading her to shout out, "Teacher Lu, that is not true. I merely expressed my disagreement. I did not call him a fool. I told him not to touch my belongings." Xiaobai testified on behalf of Shen Liuli. Meng Chencheng also vouched for her. Xiao Qian confirmed her words. They did not lie. Indeed, Shen Liuli had only stated her disapproval of Luo Zikong touching her belongings, not insulting him. This was a complete misrepresentation. "Is this true?" Teacher Lu asked Luo Zikong. Luo Zikong was left dumbfounded. Although he is perceived as a notorious villain in the eyes of the 3 to 4-year-olds, he still dares not lie in front of the teacher. After a long pause, he lowered his stubborn head and softly murmured, "So pitiful, so pitiful." Zhang Tan, unable to bear the sight, approached quietly and then departed just as quietly. Despite Luo Zikong's advantage in both stature and strength, if this continued, he would inevitably be worn down by the likes of Xiaobai and the newly arrived Shen Lulu, resembling a playful husky. Shen Lulu and Xiaobai embody entirely different temperaments. Xiaobai, strong on the outside yet tender within, silently weeps when faced with adversity. In contrast, Shen Lulu appears gentle but possesses a resilient spirit. She transforms into a little yellow chick, squawking at the slightest touch and crying when pulled. Cleverly sidestepping her own physical shortcomings, she adeptly wields the power of righteousness to her advantage, treating everyone as her instruments. Zhang Ten rummaged through his bag to find the keys, unlocked the door, removed his black leather shoes, and slipped into creamy white slippers. He hung his bag on the coat rack and pondered about Shen Lulu, with her dramatic flair. She might just land a role in Little Actors. However, her youth and small stature would be a limiting factor, as the young performers in Little Actors range from 8 to 12 years old. After finishing his shower and settling onto the sofa, he heard a commotion at the door. It must be Xiaobai. Zhang Ten stood up to answer it. As he opened the door, he was met with a loud ouch. A small child tumbled at his feet, and a glass bottle rolled across the floor. What happened here? Zhang Tin quickly bent down to help the child up. What is going on? Who's here? Xiaobai propped herself up with her hands, rose to her feet, and, brushing off her palms, expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, Uncle, did you really have to hit me with your paw? Zhang Tan, caught between laughter and exasperation, replied, I truly did not intend to strike you. How did you end up falling when I merely opened the door? It turned out that Xiaobai had been sitting at the doorway, leaning against the door while indulging in boiled peanuts from a glass jar shaped like a fish's belly. Why were you sitting at the door? You should have knocked when you arrived. I did knock, but you did not open the door. Xiaobai had indeed knocked, but hearing no response. She assumed Zhang Tan was still away, so she settled down at the entrance to enjoy her peanuts. Zhang Tan, with a rueful smile, apologized, I'm really sorry. Xiaobai, I was in the shower and didn't hear you knock. Come in quickly, don't be upset. I'll treat you to some cake. He picked up the glass jar and carefully collected the scattered peanuts from the ground. I'm not mad at you anymore. The fleeting anger dissipated swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, Xiaobai forgave Zhang Tan. How are Lu and Luo Zikong faring? Zhang Tan inquired about the situation downstairs. Luo Zikong has apologized. And Lulu? Lulu has gone to the bathroom. Did you call for Luo Zikong? Xiaobai, clutching the fishbelly jar, burst into hearty laughter, resembling a roly-poly toy. Zhang Tan chuckled softly, feeling a twinge of guilt for joking about Luo Zikong, mainly Shen Lulu's insistence. I do not agree, echoed hauntingly in his mind. At 11:30 in the evening, Ma Lanhua finished her shift, descended from the bustling West Chang'an Street, and entered the Little Red Horse Academy to collect Xiaobai. You haven't fallen asleep, have you? What are you up to? As she walked through the alley on her way home, Malin-Flower addressed the little boy who was tugging at her pants, saying, I am quite busy, you know. What are you busy with? Counting stars, perhaps? He retorted. Your wit is remarkable, Auntie, he continued. Even a pig's brain can comprehend that. How can you say such things? Tell me, did you visit Boss Zhang's room tonight? Absolutely not. Is that truly the case? This is my forte, you see. What do you mean by forte? I did not go. Do not deceive me. If I went, I would be utterly foolish. That's more like it. Listen to your auntie. Bye. You are a girl and must not frequent Boss Zhang's place. You must learn to protect yourself, understand? I understand the need for protection, Bayubiubiu. Why are you shooting me with a water gun? Malin-Flower glanced down at her pant leg, now dampened by the little water gun, and exclaimed, You are infuriating. Chase me, Auntie. He laughed. Chase you? I am utterly exhausted. If you do not wish for trouble, come here and apologize immediately. Auntie, let me give you a back rub. Are you hitting me? Discrimination. In the following week, Zhang Tan and Zhang Tongshan explored numerous locations and leveraged various connections, ultimately gathering the young actors they needed, while Gao Xiaolan successfully secured funding as well. The small yet significant play is set to begin filming. The script has been meticulously refined by Zhang Tan, laboring until callus is formed. As his inaugural film in this world, there is no room for carelessness. For a newcomer like him, devoid of connections and a background, this singular opportunity could pave the way for a smooth journey ahead or plunge him into despair, severing his future prospects. Zhang Tongshan is equally cautious. His return to the industry with this first project bears considerable weight. The filming location has been chosen at Pujiang Film City. As the largest film city in the south, Pujiang Film City is perpetually bustling, with projects commencing every day of the year. After extensive discussions among Zhang Tan and his team, they settled on September 3rd as the filming date, an auspicious occasion, and informed the studio, inviting the leadership to grace the event with their presence. However, as Gao Xiaolan pointed out, our project's promotional efforts cannot be compared to others. Why is that? Zhang Tongshan inquired. Firstly, it's a small project. Secondly, given the nature of our drama, minimal promotion at this stage is the wisest course of action. Thirdly, we must avoid placing excessive pressure on the young actors. Gao Xiaolan's insights resonated with both Zhang Tan and Zhang Tongshan. Although Pujiang Film Studio primarily focuses on animated films, which come with substantial budgets, Little Actors can indeed be categorized as a modest project, especially when juxtaposed with the neighboring director Jean, whose budget exceeds it by more than half. Furthermore, a drama led by young actors is unprecedented, leaving uncertainty regarding market reactions and public opinion. However, it is foreseeable that once the news breaks, it will undoubtedly spark considerable discussion, encompassing a wide array of opinions. Finally, It is essential to create a relaxed environment for the young actors, preventing excessive scrutiny. Shortly after the three had concluded their discussion, Zhang Tong's stormed into Zhang Tan's office, slamming the door with a resounding thud. "What's the matter? Who has upset you?" Zhang Tan inquired, perplexed. Zhang Tongshuan's expression was dark as he struck the desk with a resounding clap, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. Director Jin has also decided to commence filming on September 3rd. Zhang Tan was taken aback, his demeanor shifting as he questioned, "What do they mean by that?" Zhang Tong's looked at him and replied, "What else could it mean? They are deliberately trying to undermine me." Though he refrained from naming anyone, Zhang Tan immediately thought of Wang Yifan. Indeed, Wang Yifan and Zhang Tong's had become adversaries during their previous encounter in the elevator. Zhang Tan had suspected that their relationship had soured. While they had superficially exchanged pleasantries, there had been no further communication. To his astonishment, Wang Yifan was waiting for them here. "Is everyone here?" Gao Xiaolan had also arrived, evidently having received the same news. Upon confirming that Director Jin would indeed begin filming on September 3rd, a decision made just today, they learned that the other side claimed to have the precedence. However, it was not the order of commencement that mattered. What was crucial was that they had publicly announced it, and news had circulated online, making it impossible to alter the schedule. Thus, they were left with only two options, to proceed as planned or to change the date. Zhang Tong's declared resolutely, "If they wish to change it, let them. We will not alter our schedule." Gao Xiaolan, well aware of his temperament, could easily anticipate his reaction without needing to utter a word. She turned to Zhang Tan, who said, "Although we have not publicly announced the shooting schedule, the news has surely spread within the studio. If we change the date, it would seem as though we are yielding to Director Jin. Therefore, I concur with Director Zhang's opinion that we should maintain our original schedule." The news of Little Actors commencing filming on September 3rd had circulated within the studio since yesterday. Zhang Tan received a call from Jiang Rong regarding this. She was already aware. Thus, when Director Jin's side claimed they had confirmed September 3rd as their date, it was merely an excuse. Even if they had privately settled on a date without making it public, to outsiders, Little Actors would take precedence, and it would appear that the former must make way for the latter. Such a situation would be pitiful. After all, who isn't a child of the studio? Why should they be treated like a stepmother? Zhang Tong's looked at Zhang Tan with gratitude. He understood that for Zhang Tan, whether to change the date was not a significant matter. What truly mattered was his own standing. If the date were altered, it would compromise his dignity. Wang Yifan was evidently targeting him, having just ousted him from Director Jin's favor, and now he was being pressured to concede the schedule. It was going too far. Gao Xiaolan smiled helplessly. "I knew you wouldn't agree." Zhang Tong's replied, "Do you agree then?" Gao Xiaolan retorted, "Of course not. One fights for dignity, just as a Buddha deserves at least a stick of incense. Such matters must not be conceded. Yielding would mean being trampled upon." Zhang Tong's chuckled. "Our internal opinions are very much aligned," which brought him considerable comfort. Gao Xiaolan added, "Just now, a leader spoke to me, although they did not explicitly state it. The implication was a desire for us to change the schedule, and I did not acquiesce. This is infuriating. The leadership's intentions are quite evident. They hold Director Jin in higher regard. To speak candidly, one cannot entirely blame them, for Director Jin is currently the most popular production in the studio, while Little Actor." At noon, Gao Xiaolan conveyed the news that the studio's leadership would attend the opening ceremony of Director Jin on September 3rd. This is indeed unfortunate news. However, there is a silver lining. The leadership will also grace the opening ceremony of Little Actor thereafter. Zhang sought to comfort the beleaguered Zhang Tong's "Director Zhang, take it lightly. They have invited numerous media reporters. Creating such a spectacle, the leaders are surely inclined to support them. As for us, we will quietly commence filming. And the leaders have not forgotten us either." After work, Jiang Rong and Su Jian awaited Zhang Tan at the building's entrance. Upon meeting, Jiang Rong's first words were, "I heard you had a confrontation with Director Jin?" Zhang Tan replied with a bitter smile, "Have you all heard about it?" Jiang Rong enthusiastically responded, "The news has spread. Everyone is gossiping, and it's impossible to keep it under wraps." Su Jian chimed in, "What exactly is the situation? Are those people really that domineering?" Jiang Rong suggested, "Zhang Tan, let's have a meal together and discuss it over dinner." Zhang Tan waved his hand. No, I'm too frustrated to eat. I'm already full of anger." He was promptly pulled by Jiang Rong's arm as they headed outside. "Come on, lighten up. Focus on making the play great. I look forward to seeing you prove them wrong." On September 3rd, at the Pujiang Film City, Little Actor Crew. At 8:30, Zhang Tan arrived at the set, and as soon as he stepped out of the car, someone called out to him, Teacher Zhang, wait a moment. Zhang Tan turned his head to see that it was the production manager calling him. The production manager serves as the chief steward, responsible for the overall operation of the crew. Teacher Zhang, let us review the script for the next couple of days, he suggested. Zhang Tan glanced next door, not responding, and remarked, it seems quite lively next door. The production manager expressed his envy, saying, who would have known that Director Jean is here? Many media reporters have arrived. And Director Lin will also be attending. Director Lin? Zhang Tan quickly realized it was Lin Hongyi, the head of the production studio. He was aware that studio leadership would be present at the film project's launch ceremony, but he hadn't expected the studio head to attend. This indicated the studio's high hopes for Director Jean, as well as the decline of the studio's live-action productions. So, will Director Lin be coming to our set as well? Zhang Tan inquired, reasoning that it was logical for leaders to visit a neighboring production, as it would be rather disrespectful to overlook them. To his surprise, the production manager informed him that Director Lin would not be visiting their set. Instead, a deputy director would be coming, noting the displeasure on Zhang Tan's face. The production manager, though equally discontented, clarified, the director has not attended a launch ceremony in a long time. I have no idea how Director Jean managed to invite him this time. I will go take a look and will find you shortly, Zhang Tan said, before slipping away to observe the commotion next door. The launch ceremony for Director Jean was scheduled for 8:58, an exceptionally auspicious time. Originally, Little Actors intended to select this moment. However, due to a scheduling conflict with the deputy director's participation in the opening ceremony of Director Jean, they were reluctantly compelled to postpone. Zhang Tongzhan, in a fit of frustration, chastised Wang Yifan mercilessly in private. Wang Yifan, the seemingly affable individual who greeted him with a smile during their encounters, harbored a deep-seated resentment and consistently placed obstacles in Zhang's path. Consequently, Zhang Tan's impression of Wang Yifan was also severely tarnished. When Zhang Tan came over to observe the proceedings, Lin Hongyi arrived amidst a throng of followers, prompting Wang Yifan to promptly greet him. After exchanging pleasantries, they commenced the opening ceremony. This event was far more grandiose than that of Little Actors, and Zhang Tan noted that while it bore similarities to previous occasions, there were also distinct differences. Numerous journalists, invited and compensated for their attendance, were present at the scene, including two who stood beside Zhang. He anticipated being called upon to interview Wang Yifan shortly. Rumor had it that Peng Yu would make a cameo in Director Jean, though its veracity remained uncertain. It was also mentioned that due to a decline in viewership for the second season, this season had enlisted a plethora of celebrities for guest appearances to bolster ratings. The Pujiang Film Studio certainly possessed considerable financial resources. Their prowess in animation had established them as industry giants, and should they endeavor to excel in the film and television sector, the resources and commitment they could muster would far surpass that of ordinary entertainment companies. At 9:15, the opening ceremony concluded, followed by a brief press conference. As per protocol, Lin Hongyi was not required to attend and could leave. However, he was halted by Wang Yifan's call. Wang Yifan, with a radiant smile, expressed his hope that the factory director and deputy director Tang could meet with our crew members, as everyone eagerly anticipated their visit. He gestured towards a group of staff members nearby, who appeared to be eagerly awaiting the leader's arrival. Lin Hongyi, smiling, remarked that he would not be attending due to other commitments. Undeterred, Wang Yifan pressed on, stating that the crew was thrilled to hear about the factory director's visit, and that the factory's support had invigorated everyone, motivating them to produce an exceptional piece of work. Noticing Wang Yifan's lengthy discourse, Lin Hongyi glanced at his watch, seemingly pressed for time, and suggested that Deputy Director Tang should go. Disappointment flickered across Wang Yifan's face, yet he refrained from further protest, recognizing the futility of his efforts. After bidding farewell to Lin Hongyi, he cast a triumphant glance towards the adjacent area, turning back with a beaming smile, inviting Tang Hao. Securing Tang Hao's presence was his ultimate goal. It was not so much the factory leaders he valued, but rather the spectacle of their attendance. Tang Hao, furrowing his brow, indicated that he needed to attend the opening ceremony of Little Drama Bone, suggesting he might come by later. Wang Yifan quickly interjected, insisting that it would not take much of the director's time, pointing out that everyone was waiting. However, as Tang Hao was officially invited to the Little Drama Bone ceremony, he recognized that meeting with any crew members here would prevent him from arriving on time. He assured them he would return to visit the crew later, but for now, he needed to depart. As he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed Lin Hongyi stopping a short distance away, engaged in conversation with an unfamiliar young man. Wang Yifan approached and also took note of the scene. He recognized the young man as the screenwriter collaborating with Zhang Tongzhan on a new production. What was he doing here? Moreover, why was he conversing with the director? Is he part of your crew? Who is he? Tang Hao inquired. He had heard of Zhang Tan's name, but did not know him personally, nor had he ever seen him. Wang Yifan observed Zhang Tan pointing towards the next room, and Lin Hongyi followed the gesture. A sense of foreboding crept into his mind as he remarked, "He is a screenwriter at the studio, but he is not part of our crew." Tang Hao noticed Lin Hongyi waving at him and hurried over. Wang Yifan, intrigued, followed suit. Zhang Tan glanced at him, his expression inscrutable. Lin Hongyi then asked Tang Hao, "How come I was unaware that another project was starting today?" He was aware of the production titled Little Actors, but he had not realized it was commencing today, coinciding with director Jean. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao understood immediately and responded, "I was just about to head over to their opening ceremony. They probably deemed you too busy to extend an invitation." He glanced at Zhang Tan, who stood beside Lin Hongyi, and inferred that this young man belonged to Little Actors. He appeared to be an actor. Oh wait, Wang Yifan had just mentioned he was a screenwriter. Zhang Tan smiled at Lin Hongyi and said, "We are about to commence filming, director. Would it be possible for you to join us?" Wang Yifan's expression shifted, and he interjected, "Zhang Tan, do not distract the director from his important matters." Tang Hao observed that Lin Hongyi had been frequently checking his watch, indicating he was indeed preoccupied with matters of importance. Therefore, he remarked, "Director Zhang is quite busy." Zhang Tan replied, "However, it seems that Deputy Director Tang has already been invited to tour the set, so we lack leadership presence on our side." Wang Yifan interjected, "Deputy Director Tang will be here shortly. You only need to wait a moment." Zhang Tan countered, "The auspicious time has arrived. To delay further would invite misfortune. Those in the film industry are generally quite superstitious." With that, he turned his attention from Wang Yifan to Lin Hongyi. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hongyi beckoned his secretary and instructed, "Delay the meeting by half an hour." The secretary, a young man in a white shirt, nodded in acknowledgement and promptly stepped aside to notify the attendees via his mobile device. Tang Hao inquired, "Director, may I ask what your plans are?" Lin Hongyi replied, "Since Xiao Zhang has extended an invitation, I shall visit the set. Zhang Tan, please lead the way." Zhang Tan joyfully responded, "This way, please." Noticing the unfolding situation, Tang Hao followed suit, saying, "Director, allow me to introduce you to the Little Actors project." Wang Yifan attempted several times to interject, but ultimately refrained, helplessly watching them depart. A flicker of malice evident in his eyes. He had not anticipated that the young screenwriter was acquainted with Director Lin, which not only thwarted his efforts to invite Deputy Director Tang, but also inadvertently facilitated Lin's visit. Zhang Tongzhan would undoubtedly be laughing foolishly at this turn of events. Filled with resentment, he left the scene. Meanwhile, in the Little Actors crew, Zhang Tongzhan was busy organizing the upcoming opening ceremony. He is an experienced veteran, well acquainted with the intricacies of launching ceremonies. Yet this time, he finds himself in genuine distress. The sight of a group of chattering children not far away exacerbates his headache. Not only is his head throbbing, but his teeth are also aching. Even before the cameras start rolling, he senses impending trouble, foreseeing a significant weight gain. Zhang Tongzhan muses to himself. The role of a director is fraught with risks, tempers flare, and coarse language abounds. It is not that those in this profession lack quality, but rather that they are pressured by their environment. Within the production team, two types of actors pose the greatest challenges: children and animals. Children cannot be scolded. They require gentle coaxing. The mere presence of a child at a distance is already enough to induce headaches, and now, within the Little Actors crew, all the performers are children, gathered together, chattering excitedly. He has repeated instructions on positioning and conduct for the launch ceremony 3 times. Yet he cannot afford to lose his temper. The coordinator approaches him, her expression grim, and whispers, "Director Lin has gone next door." Zhang Tongzhan immediately understands she refers to Lin Hongyi, instinctively glancing toward the adjacent room, but the high walls obstruct his view, rendering everything invisible. Director Jean is currently the most popular television drama produced by the studio. The director's presence is understandable, but what of Deputy Director Tang? He inquires. The coordinator responds, "He has also gone next door. I have stationed someone there to keep watch. They will bring him over as soon as it concludes. If the director cannot attend, The deputy director's presence would suffice, especially since Little Actors is a new initiative. As time ticks by without Deputy Director Tang's arrival, the coordinator is just about to check in person when the individual assigned to monitor rushes back, breathless. Alas, the director's coordination has faltered. The personnel have yet to arrive. Yet the commotion has already commenced. The coordinator's expression shifted, and with a suppressed tone, he admonished, "Silence. What is all this ruckus about?" The clamor ceased abruptly, followed by a deep inhalation as he composed himself, anxiously stating, "Deputy Director Tang cannot make it." Zhang Toshuan's gaze sharpened, and with an impassive demeanor, he inquired. Deputy Director Tang was originally scheduled to attend our opening ceremony. He was just next door. How is it that he can no longer come? A staff member wiped the sweat from his brow and explained, Director Lin and Deputy Director Tang were in the adjoining room, preparing to leave after the ceremony, but were halted by Wang Yifan, who wished for Director Lin and the crew to meet and encourage them. Director Lin, lacking time, sent Deputy Director Tang in his stead. By the time I returned, Deputy Director Tang had already departed with Wang Yifan. The coordinator, upon hearing this news, trembled with indignation. Is there no hope left for this society? How must we fledgling newcomers exist to satisfy you? Tears streamed down uncontrollably. This nation is rife with oppression against us novices. When will we truly rise? He vented his frustrations, hurling curses at Wang Yifan's immediate relatives, invoking ancestral wrath. Yet, Zhang Tongshun remained composed. Enough. Calm yourself. If he cannot come, so be it. Let us prepare and manage on our own. He turned away, and the coordinator faintly caught a muttered phrase laced with anger. Rubbing his face to temper his expression, the coordinator chastised the messenger with a light slap to the head, exclaiming, "You are far too naive. Why did you not step forward and invite Deputy Director Tang yourself?" The messenger stammered, "You are simply foolish. Shall I delve into your mind to see what resides within? Is it something that attracts zombies or dung beetles? Stop talking. Get to work." "No. The coordinator, Teacher Zhang, has arrived, accompanied by the factory director, and Deputy Director Tang has come along as well. Am I being toyed with? Not at all. Turn around and see for yourself." The coordinator suddenly turned around. Lo and behold, Deputy Director Tang from his dreams has arrived. Who is the elderly gentleman beside him? Director Lin has come as well. Was it not said that one had left and the other was taken by Wang Yifan? How can they all be here? Wait, how did Zhang Tan end up among them? Shocked, the coordinator paused for a moment, but being quick to react, he immediately sought out Zhang Tongshun, informing him that Director Lin had brought Deputy Director Tang along. Did he not leave? Zhang Tongshun inquired. He was supposed to leave, but Teacher Zhang personally intervened and invited him back, although the coordinator did not ask Zhang Tan. A brief moment of contemplation led him to realize that both factory leaders were indeed invited by Zhang Tan. He even envisioned the scene in his mind, Wang Yifan scheming to drive away Deputy Director Tang, aiming to render their inaugural ceremony desolate and unfortunate, that scoundrel. Just as Wang Yifan's plot was about to succeed, it was unraveled by Zhang Tan, who stepped forward. However, he did not seek Deputy Director Tang, but rather Director Lin, who had business to attend to. Recognizing the young talent from the factory, Director Lin listened to his plea, postponing his pressing matters to ensure his support for the young men. Upon entering, he was met with a courtyard full of eager youngsters, and tears welled up in his eyes. Previously, he worked as a screenwriter, but his overly sentimental and exceptionally mediocre stories rendered him undesirable to any production team, nearly leading to his dismissal from the studio. It was then that Zhang Tongshun recognized his exceptional organizational skills and offered him a chance. Remarkably, he thrived in this new role, flourishing like a fish in water. Zhang, initially with a furrowed brow, returned with a radiant smile, his face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum as he approached Lin Hongyi and Tang Hao. The opening ceremony here was even more succinct than that of Director Jean. Devoid of journalists and media presence, only the crew members were in attendance. Fortunately, there were no outsiders. Otherwise, the sight of everyone calling out Grandpa might have elicited bewilderment, potentially inspiring sensational headlines, such as, "Shocking. This film crew is truly unbearable," or "Stunned after watching, I fell silent." Perhaps, "Listen, this is utterly insane. The most unique film crew in the nation." Today, a plethora of journalists attended the media event for Director Jean. The gathering concluded only after the press conference, with discussions about the day's experiences. The per diem provided was quite generous, Pujiang Film Studio indeed possesses considerable financial resources. I overheard that a new film is being shot next door, and both the studio's director and deputy director have gone to see it. Should we not take a look? What project is it? I have no idea. Has anyone heard of any ongoing projects at Pujiang Film Studio? No, I haven't heard anything. There has been no publicity. Their official website has no updates at all. No one seemed aware of any other projects currently filming at the studio. Who wishes to take a look? I must hurry to another filming location. Return to writing a report. Sulan is currently filming a new movie at the film studio, and I am preparing to take a look. Eventually, only the reporter who had initially inquired arrived at the Little Actors production team, coming with a sense of hopelessness. After explaining his purpose, the staff allowed him entry. At that moment, the opening ceremony was underway. Upon seeing the scene, he was taken aback. Instead of encountering any stars, he was greeted solely by children. To an uninformed observer, it might appear as though a grandfather was leading a group of youngsters to a summer camp. What is going on? Sun Huiwei questioned the staff member who had escorted him. Why are there so many children? Our cast consists entirely of children. The staff member replied with a hint of pride. All the actors are children? Sun Huiwei's immediate reaction was disbelief, suspecting the staff was jesting. It's true. See for yourself. Those children in the crowd are all actors. There are no adults, the staff member insisted. Upon closer inspection, Sun Huiwei realized it was indeed the case. The site was filled with numerous children, many of whom were made up and donned in ancient costumes. While he found this hard to believe, his curiosity grew. A production featuring solely child actors. Was it a children's play? This thought led him to understand why no one had mentioned that the Pujiang Film Studio was working on such a new production. Children's plays rarely attract public attention, as they are quite niche. The core competitive advantage of the Pujiang Film Studio lies in animation. Thus, producing live-action children's dramas seemed quite fitting. What is the title of this production? He inquired. Grandma Lu enters the Grandview Garden. Little actors, that is quite fitting. Wait, did you say Grandma Lu enters the Grandview Garden? Isn't it written on the banner up front? Sun Huiwei glanced over and indeed spotted the title of the play emblazoned on the red banner. However, was this not a scene from Dream of the Red Chamber? Why adapt Dream of the Red Chamber? Isn't it supposed to be a children's play? His spirits lifted, as if he had stumbled upon intriguing news. Perhaps even a sensational scoop. Hey there, I'm a reporter from Penguin News Network. Could you elaborate on your production? I'd be happy to write a piece about it. Lin Hongyi appeared quite authoritative, yet in the presence of the young child actors, he was all smiles, resembling a grandfather delighted to see his grandchildren. Following the conclusion of the opening ceremony, at Zhang Tongshuan's suggestion, he eagerly took photographs with all the young actors. After offering some words of encouragement to Zhang Tongshun and Zhang Tan, he departed with Tang Hao. Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang. A young member of the crew called out to Zhang Tan. There's a reporter over there who wishes to interview the crew. Do you have a moment to speak with him? A reporter? Where did he come from? Is he one of our invited guests? No, he came on his own, having just attended the press conference for Director Jean. Let us go and see. Zhang Tan and Sun Huiwei exchanged brief introductions as Sun Huiwei scrutinized this young man, said to be the chief screenwriter of the project. He was remarkably young. It was astonishing that someone so youthful had attained the role of chief screenwriter for a production.